welcome out everybody to the Cuervo Classic presented by O'Neill. We are going to be kicking off at 7:10 a.m., so we're staying on schedule for a 7:10 start. The first heat, we're going to add 5 minutes. It's going to be 30 minutes long for the men's trials heat 1. You guys can check in. And Kyoki, that'll be the first heat of the morning at 7:10. So free surfers, we ask for cooperation to find those last rides. And we're going to get underway here shortly. Looks like schedule for the day. Seating round for the ladies will get started at 7:40 now. Push that back 5 minutes. And those heats will stay 25 minutes. The seating round for the women starting at 7:40 now. Good morning, welcome out. It's going to be a great day here. Got that new Southern Hemisphere swell starting to fill in. So once again, Justin Silva, Steven Silva, Joao Dantas, hopefully I said that right. We've got the men's trials heat, top 2 doing things into that seating round. We'll kick off the ladies heats right about 7:40.
Copy that. I'll go from there. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Did you say they'll bring the what down? You want to crunchy or you want to less? That's on 3 I'll go over there with a
Foley, Kaylin, and Lindsay will be the last round. Looks like it's just under 15 minutes, 7:10 start, 15 minutes. We got non-competitors want to harp on you guys, but you're looking for that last ride. Like jumping over you guys. We're going to set a buoy out there. And on the top end, the first point, we have the water control. So once again, 7:10 start for the first heat of the
Malibu, one of the world's most iconic surf spots. The original perfect wave. A cultural hotbed where cool was born.
How's that perch with style?
The WSL Longboard Tour returns to this 400-yard long cobblestone point for its final stop, where world champions will be crowned.
Looking free, looking powerful, looking dangerous.
With the world titles up for grabs, surfers look to cement themselves in the history books. Those who demonstrate the style, flow, and grace of traditional surfing will rise to the top.
Poises himself on the nose.
This is the Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championships presented by O'Neill.
Louder and louder, soon the world is gonna shout my name.
Falling across this thing, big hang 10.
Another trip to the nose.
Dancing his way to this beautiful section. Can control that with so much style.
Trim and style through this inside section. Why not switch that? Unreal.
Welcome to the Cuervo Classic Longboard Championship presented by O'Neill. We're here for the Dawn Patrol, and it is a glorious morning in Malibu. We couldn't be more thankful to be here and to see some fun little waves rolling down the point. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth here alongside two legendary longboarders in Sam Bleakley and Matt Chinoski. It's an honor to be able to call to action with you this week. Sam, how does it feel to be back on the call for the championships?
Malibu, the iconic longboard wave. This is the crucible of longboarding. You know, every year new Groms discover the joy of longboarding here, and this is exactly the right place to be to crown world champions.
Incredible. And Matt, you've been on the call with us for the first two events of the series, and now we're here to crown the champions.
And there can't be any more fitting place. This is the longboarders' pipeline. You know, this is the place where modern day longboarding was popularized, and we're here to take it to that next level today for the world titles.
We can't wait. We can't wait to see what's going to happen. And now we're going to go down for the Cuervo call with Strider.
Thank you very much. Down here with Kira, waves look like they're coming up. What do you think?
Yeah, we see some forerunners starting to fill in. So I think as the swell fills in, we'll have some great waves on tap all day.
So we're going to get going with the women's first round?
Yeah, we're going to start with the women's round 1. Then we'll do men's round 1. Women's round 2, men's round 2, and we'll finish the day with women's round 3.
And we're looking at good waves coming through the day and tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow when we crown world champions and the winners of this event, the waves are going to be pumping, so we're excited.
Well, we can't wait to get this thing going. Back to you guys.
Very excited. Thanks so much, Strider, on the Cuervo call, and Kira Seal for heading up the helm for longboarding now, and we've got some action arriving.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be peaking on that finals day, which is what Kira expressed, and that's crucial. Today is elimination for some surfers into round 3 there. It's going to be really interesting to progress that far, but this is that key moment not to lose your world title campaign on day 1.
Well, talking about the forecast, let's take a look now at the Surfline Forecast to see what we have in store for our 2 days of competition here at Malibu, with a little bit of swell increasing, but take us through it, Matt.
Yeah, so we have that long period south-southwest swell that's been building through this whole week, actually, and Tuesday, and it'll peak into tomorrow afternoon. Today, we'll see. We're starting off pretty small with that offshore wind actually keeping things downplayed with a 18-second period, and that'll slowly taper down to a more consistent 17 seconds. We should see waves around the chest high, belly button to chest high range today. That'll be sort of on the higher tide this afternoon. And then tomorrow is the day. We have 3 to 4 feet faces, which should be around the shoulder high mark, and I think it's going to be very consistent with overlapping heats. Hopefully we see lots of surfing.
And that lower period as well is going to favor the chance of consistent waves, so every surfer has a lot of opportunities.
That's correct, and we have a pretty big tide range from the low tide in the middle of the day to the evening, so the surfers will get an opportunity to surf different faces of Malibu, as we have an offshore wind this morning and a light sea breeze this afternoon.
It's going to be really exciting. We've got some swell building through tomorrow to crown our champions, and it'll be great to see those surfers that maybe are from the area, from the U.S. specifically, that have a little more experience here at Malibu, how that local knowledge pays off. But again, it's one of the most iconic waves in the world, and everyone in this draw has been here to surf in the past.
Yeah, Matt told me about the Malibu magic of getting in the rhythm with this place, and that is crucial. You can be a local, you can know the lineup, but you've got to have that big moment today and tomorrow and really get in rhythm with this swell, in rhythm with your positioning, with your board, and with your mental attitude.
It's going to be a great couple days of surfing. Well, stay tuned for more here on the Dawn Patrol as we take a look at our title races and who's in the running for world title.
All right, so we're big cooperation of the surfers out there. We're just about 3 minutes from the start, and we have a couple minutes to play here. I'm Ryan. We'll be calling the action. Carla next to me, and I think sprinkling in some Frankie.
Well, Miss Francesca Seeley will be joining us at various points throughout the day. We have a rising swell. Might look a little on the slow side at the moment, but I'm telling you guys, it's just going to build throughout the day. We're going to see some amazing surfing.
Well, you're the local, so you would know.
Well, you know, I'm pulling for it. I kind of had a call on these days early on. I knew this would be right around our window.
Looks like 4 surfers in colored jerseys are heading out. Might want to hold your positions. Looks like we're just about 2-ish. I see red right here on the inside red. Of course, we won't start until you get out the back, so it shouldn't be too long for red to get out there. So hold your position, surfers. 30-minute heat 1 on the men's side, and then we'll go into the ladies' seeding draw. 25-minute heats.
Welcome back to the Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championships presented by O'Neill. It is a stunning morning. The sun has just peaked over the horizon and we're starting to see some action in the lineup. It's going to be a big day of surfing and we are on. We're not even going to wait any longer. We're going to get things going. We'll be running through today. We're going to see some of those overlapping heats throughout the afternoon once we head into the round 3, and we're going to have a great day of surfing available tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so many contenders up for the world title. You know, all 4 regular footers in the leading kind of top 4 of the men. It's going to be really exciting to see if a goofy footer could actually kind of make an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. But not to forget, there's also a lot of people here for qualification purposes. But there's people down as far as 12th, 13th, 14th. If things go their way and the dominoes fall the right way, they could be in the chance for a world title. We'll just see how today rolls out.
It'll be great to see how some of those numbers play through. We've had 2 events so far to kick off the World Longboard Tour, the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, as well as the Vans Duct Tape at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach. And we saw some great results from these surfers there in Manly.
The longboarder scored in Manly. Ben Skinner getting second place behind Harrison Roach on his Thunderbolt Technologies cherry picker. Harrison Roach on the Thomas Bexon board. Of course, Skin Dog eliminated Harrison in Malibu last year, so Harrison will be hungry to win a world title. And that was a really great final, exchanging blows, those two regular footers.
Incredible. And then in Huntington, we saw Taylor Jensen and Coniella Stewart, Matt.
Yeah, and you just had this this polished Taylor Jensen, this smooth connecting dots type of Taylor that we haven't seen in previous years, throwing another element into his repertoire. And Carney, well, he's done exactly the same thing. You know, they've sort of ironed out those kinks, and they're here and they're serious and they really want to win a world title, and you can see it in their body language.
Taking a look at our men's rankings, Connie and Harry sitting in those number 2, first and second spots, as well as Taylor Jensen.
Yeah, a lot of regular footers up to Jefferson Silva, who's a goofy footer, but Taka Inui from Japan, he has been looking incredible in the free surfs. Such a talented individual.
And don't forget, there's some surfers on that list that have only got one event to their name. They've only surfed in the one event. So you'll be seeing that there's 2 events that count out of the 3. So some of those points will be moving around. So Malibu will be a keeper for most people, but not necessarily all.
That's right, with so many more points on the line, and it's going to be great to see how things filter through. Now on the women's side, we've got 5 women that are really tightly in that title race, but again, those numbers could drop down into maybe the top 8 or 9, and we had some great performances come through from our opening event in Manly, where we saw Chloe Kalman up against Honolulu Bloomfield.
And we saw a variety of conditions at Manly, finishing off in pretty solid head-high beach breaks. And Chloe, consummate professional, was winning that all the way through to the last 20 seconds. And Honolulu clinching that win with a very clutch performance, as she always does.
Wild conditions there on finals day, but then coming to Huntington, it was wild conditions as well.
Rachel Tilley and Soleil Erico, they had good results there, so they're now in the mix for world titles. But it was the 2 Hawaiians, the cousins, Kelly's Keliopaha, some of the smoothest beach break longboarding I've ever seen. The way she linked those sections, she beat Honolulu Bloomfield. And then when we factor in the 10,000 points you get for a win in Malibu, Khalees is a real contender for a world title.
That's right, especially with that 5,000 points as her leading. She's only competed in the single event, actually. She wasn't there in Sydney. So to have 5,000 points to her name right now, she's building on that with every heat that she gets through, Matt.
Absolutely, but there's a lot of those surfers that have surfed Malibu a lot. Khalees is one of those surfers, but we'll see if that knowledge of the break, those coalition events and that experience will come into play, because a lot of surfers haven't had uncrowded Malibu like we have in this event.
And Sam, we've also got names like Caitlin Mickelson, who's, advanced through. She had a semifinal result in Huntington and is well in contention for that inaugural world title.
Yeah, and also her mum, Maddox was getting his first waves yesterday, and Caitlin was looking really smooth in the free surfs. And what Caitlin has is she's got that timing and that drive out of the nose rides into those rail maneuvers. And I really like the all-round approach that Caitlin exhibits.
And one of the other things to really pay attention to this week is not only that world titles are on the line, but that we've got surfers looking for requalification. Matt, we're going to see the surfers in those top 8 spots get that requalification for next year's tour.
Exactly right, and having another chance to surf Malibu and aiming for next year, if the surfers can clinch that top 8 spot, they'll feel so confident going into next year with a schedule to be released, but knowing that they've done what they have to at Malibu, and next year could be a completely different ball game for them.
Well, sitting at the top of the rankings on the women's side is none other than the 3-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield. And coming up next, we're going to talk more about her.
All right, you can see our buoy getting paddled out there by the wonderful Mr. John Welch, who just had a birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Welch.
So with 25:40 remaining, still playing time, 4.5 off the clock. Surfers, we don't have any scores just yet. Sometimes the judges want to see a few exchanges, do a little compare, contrast.
Yeah, we get a real feel for what the point is doing, how the waves are running, how they're being surfed.
How has it been running lately, though, since a little break in the action? We've had a lot of South Swell lately. Carla, I bet it's been pretty fun up here.
It has. There's been tons of waves. It's been a pretty active summer in general, especially towards the end. This last week, a bit smaller, but plenty of waves for all the pros to, get a tap in, get a feel of what's happening with the point. Every year, the point kind of shifts a little bit. Sand and rocks can be in various places, but it's in relatively good shape right now.
Yeah, looks like there's some sand out there. I know we had the erosion a little while ago, but there's the first few scores. Blue, a 5.17, backs it up with a 2. And I think we're still waiting on white to open it. So blue, you went 5.17, and you're backing that up with a 2.0 white. We've yet to see any of the scores drop in here on the monitor.
That's right. Green still sitting in priority. Looks like red has decided to kind of break himself away from the pack. He's going to try that little inside section, aka Carlitas point.
Okay, well, I think it could be a good decision for red. He's sitting in that second priority, and if one swings wide, and or if a good one, he has priority over the surfers below him in the order.
Excellent point, and that is something that can happen here on a regular basis. At first point, you can get those waves that kind of pump way at the top.
And we're back for the Cuervo Classic here in Malibu, presented by O'Neill, and it's just the most glorious morning ever for the Dawn Patrol in one of the most classic waves of all time here at Malibu, and it's such a pleasure to be able to see the longboarders get a few waves this week and to get some of those warm-ups in, Sam.
Oh, it's a glorious morning. It's classic. We've got that light offshore wind, the sunrise over the Malibu Pier. It's iconic, and this place has been inspiring longboarders for so many generations, and every new Grom that turns up and has a good wave here, that just fires that fuel for longboarding that can last a lifetime.
Well, one of those surfers that we've seen Malibu play a big role in her life is the 3-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield. She's got some great victories out here in the past, and she took out her 3rd victory right here.
Absolutely. She knows this wave very well. I mean, she's been coming here since a young woman, and this is a place she's very comfortable with.
Taking a look at her road to her world titles, her first came from Taiwan, a couple back-to-back there.
That was incredible on those big lefts on the Michael Takayama board, and she was so tuned in big contrast to the following event in small waves in New York on her 2 Crows board, and she still looked strong and took that world title here at Malibu, Matt.
And yeah, we saw her competitor there in Chloe Calmon, and Honolulu has been very vocal in saying that it is surfers like Rachel and Honolulu and Chloe that have kept that motivation to chase those world titles, and they're here again battling it out at Malibu.
And what I love here, Shannon, is just the all-round ability that she always embodies. The fact that she's got that footwork and that rail work and that use of the cross-step turn, and it's that kind of variety. That's where she often has an edge when it comes to those crunch heats against other women. It's Honolulu's ability to display variety, and that can make a massive difference, because Malibu isn't the easiest wave to do a hard cutback on. It's easy to trim and nose ride for the level of longboarding we're seeing, but to be able to mix in that rail work is something that Honolulu has really been able to separate herself from some of the other competitors in the past.
That's correct. It's all about the connection as well, Sam. You know, there's some people that really feel that connection, and longboarding, and a single fin in particular, really exacerbates that connection. And we talk about connecting the dots, but linking the nose to the tail on a 9-foot board can be difficult. She makes it look seamless, but in all types of waves, which is crucial.
Well, she's such a phenomenal surfer in all types of waves, shortboarding, longboarding, and to see her journey now to becoming a 3-time world champion in that hunt for a 4th has been incredible. Let's take a look at it now.
My name is Honolulu Bloomfield, and I am from Haleiwa, Hawaii. I started surfing when I was 2. I was born into surfing. My parents both surfed. When I turned maybe 9, I really got interested in longboarding. I just loved it for loving it. Surfing was like my favorite thing in the world. My biggest inspiration was Carissa Moore growing up. She was from Hawaii and like the best kid ever. You know, like we would watch her videos and like it was just so inspiring just to see how much she loved surfing. When I was 10, I came to Malibu Surf Rider for the first time to watch my brother. Came back the next year and I won the contest, and it was my first longboard event like out of Hawaii. So it does hold a special place in my heart. I mean, winning last year alone was super special in that aspect. Obviously, it's amazing that I get to represent my blood and my heritage, and I think that's special for anyone, you know?
Well, an incredible representative for our sport, for the sport of longboarding, for the culture of longboarding, and that coming out of the islands of Hawaii, out of Malibu here, and to be able to see Honolua now again in that race, again in that front-running position, and to be holding it down again in a year where we've had multiple events that count towards it. Sam, she's been that surfer that's taken out the world title every year that we've been able to hold it with multiple events. So that consistency's paid off for Honolua.
Absolutely. You could see her reaction from gaining second place at Huntington against Khaleesi Keleopaha. She was happy about that because she knew she was carrying that victory already from Manly, having beaten Chloe Calmon. And she does thrive on these kind of tour situations. But she referenced heritage, history, and that's something that you cannot escape from at Malibu. The moment you paddle out here, you reconnect with the whole history of hot dogging, of the Malibu chip, of the explosion of modern surfing, of the likes of Lance Carson, of the modern era of Josh Fairber, of Cassia Meador, of all of the new people like Soleil Erico who are coming out of Malibu. And I think that the Hawaiians really respect the heritage of this surf rider break here at First Point.
But it's also, Sam, with their personal inspirations. She mentioned that her brother was her first influence here at Malibu and what it means to you, and that self-expression, and we see that from different areas, and that regional qualification is opening up those stories and what's driving someone here. You know, it's LA, you know, for some people LA means so many different things, but for a surfer, for a longboarder, Malibu is that holy grail, and you really need to feel that, and Honolulu obviously does feel that here.
And it's that support network behind the surfers. So we see with Honolulu, her dad, Kalohe, is there in the background, discussing, giving information, supporting, and everybody has their own routine. Some surfers who've been here a number of times, I was talking to Ben Skinner, he got second here at Malibu last year. He has his routine. He knows how to visit LA, he knows how to surf Malibu, he knows where to stay, he knows how to get himself in that good space. That kind of routine is key to bring the best out of your surfing.
And coming from a coaching perspective, you can't fix something that's not broken. And a lot of the surfers on the tour in those top spots have been here before. They do have their processes, like Ben, you said, like Honolulu, like Chloe, and they have that routine. It's not it's a unique spot too, Sam, and you can't stay here on the sand like at other spots. You got to drive in, and there's a car park, and there's traffic to deal with. There's a lot of logistics involved. But once you get here, it's up to the surfer. And
it's a social space, isn't it, Malibu? And that's one of the things. Things get noticed here. You're a center of attention, and I think that's why a lot of people love being here.
And that's so much of what, I mean, the surfers have been dealing with the last few days, getting that energy of being in LA, of the excitement that comes with getting here on time, being able to make sure that they're in their jersey to paddle out for their heat. There's a lot of different things to factor into. That routine's already been coming to play this morning, and we've got competition that will be starting soon, so we're very excited to see it get underway. And stay tuned, because we've got more to come, as well as our opening heats getting ready to head the water.
Priority now sits white, blue, red, and we will start to have a situation form, and once a second surfer gets a second wave, as this Steven on 2 rides right now, so he's in the lead with the 517 and the 2. That way for Hiroki came in 2.5, so white with the 3.67 and red with the 3.17. So I guess right now it's coming down to the next exchange.
Yeah, anything, I can keep saying, anything can change here. The scores are super high right now. As you mentioned, Steve coming in with the highest score of 5.17. So in the scenario, as we stand here, he's sitting in a good position. All the other guys are kind of similar scores. So you really just need to see one of those sets that I saw when I walked through the wall right when I got here.
Oh, you saw this one right when you showed up?
Yeah, I was like, okay, it's happening.
Well, it kind of does this. I mean, a lot of contests the first year of the day go a bit slow. I don't know what it is, but with just under 15 remaining, hopefully that'll turn around and it'll get fast.
I have a good feeling about it. It has been, we've had some little waves the last week. It has been a bit inconsistent. There's been some lulls. I have faith that this swell is supposed to have a bit better period, so hopefully we'll, increase our action and our consistency as the day progresses.
What is an ideal period for out here, like 13 to 17, or does it have a long period?
So, obviously with a longer period swell, you're going to have a stronger wave when it comes through. It's going to have more power and girth behind it because it's spent more time traveling across the ocean. But anywhere really, granted, with wind swells, you can get anything in here, any direction nearly. Primarily, I'd say around that 16 to 18 second range. I think this swell is kind of going to be in at like 14 to 16, which I think is rather good because that kind of signifies a bit more consistency.
Yeah, that's
so we want that.
Well, priority is with white, blue. Looks like a little something. Come around the corner here.
Yeah, I took a peek, decided not enough because they are looking for some scores above that 3. Yeah, hey, ho.
The WSL would like to formally recognize that Malibu is the traditional homelands of the Barbareño, Ventureño Band of Mission Indians, who are one of the several bands of the original Chumash people of this area. And we are so thankful for them, for the history, for the legacy that they leave behind in this area, and for welcoming us in for a beautiful week here, for a beautiful couple days of the world's best longboarding. It's going to be great to see it all go down, Matt.
Absolutely, and tell you what, being somewhere like Malibu, we've got those roots, we got such a connection to land and water, and it's somewhere that is enriched in American Indian culture, but also in surfing culture. And we have the locals here, and there's a long wall here with boards lined up, and in the old days, walking down to the pit, used to have to walk past those locals, but it's as ever present today, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, the Chumash have been stewards of this coastline for thousands of years, and it's really important to honor and respect that. And the Surfrider Foundation was also formed in Malibu in 1984 with local surfers such as Lance Carson, who became proactive at protecting this environment. So beyond the performative surf culture that we're so familiar with, there's a real big cultural legacy here, and this event is going to celebrate that.
It's going to celebrate that, and the WSL has already been celebrating that as well with WSL Pure, with the beach cleanup yesterday and having so many of the athletes down on the beach. We've also got Rising Tides. It's going to be happening this afternoon for a lot of the local Groms, boys and girls included. So you got a lot of different things going on behind the scene to celebrate what Malibu has to offer for surfing.
Yeah, and what it really gave in the longboard spectrum was the opportunity to perform. The early surfboard shapers used to come down to the beach here and modify designs and then test them out in the water. This is the birthplace of hot dogging, the ability to climb and drop, to cross step, to generate speed, to stall, to nose ride, to be flashy. Some surfers preferred the more minimalist approach. Others preferred the more flamboyant approach. But this is still considered the ultimate canvas of longboard expression.
Well, speaking of that longboard expression, we've got one of the best in the books from a judging perspective and a world champion herself in Tori Gilkerson. She's at the helm as our head judge this week and now heading up that head judge position for the World Longboard Tour. And she breaks down exactly what that judging panel will be looking for this week.
The Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championship. This is the culmination of the longboard season, where we'll be crowning a men's and women's world champion at one of the best longboard waves in the world, Malibu First Point. This is what the judges are going to be looking for at Malibu. The surfers have to perform controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire wave and board in the spirit of traditional longboarding. The surfers who do this with the highest degree of difficulty, the most style, flow, and grace, are going to get the highest scores. The following are key elements for the judges to consider: nose riding and rail surfing, critical part of the wave, variety, speed and power, commitment, control, and footwork. 3 important elements that are part of the longboard criteria are the words style, flow, and grace. Grace refers to simple elegance, the ability to be smooth and poised through critical moments. Quiet upper body, light and precise footwork, and full control makes for a graceful style. Each surfer has to perform committed maneuvers in critical sections, but whoever does those with the most style, flow, grace, smooth transitions, and everything looks seamless with continuous flow is going to get the highest score. At this level, the surfers are elite. They're the best longboarders in the world. They can all hit the critical sections and do the major maneuvers. But what's really special about good longboarding is all the moments in between. The footwork, the timing, being able to cross up off the nose and go straight into a turn, or come straight out of a turn and start walking with continuous flow. It's all those little moments that'll make a good wave an excellent wave. One of the most difficult and technical maneuvers in longboarding is hanging 10. If you can get on the nose, right in the pocket, feet together, flying down the line, it's really hard to do. It looks beautiful and it's gonna get highly rewarded. One wave from last year that really stands out in my mind and defines the criteria for longboarding is this wave of Harrison Roach. Nose ride straight in the pocket, super critical section. Really beautiful footwork, gets right back on the tail, super in the pocket, lots of speed, and just really precise footwork. His feet are moving up and down the board the whole time with lots of flow, style, and grace. Malibu is one of the most special points in the world. First Point is the furthest south of all the peaks, and by the time the waves get down there, they're at this beautiful pace when they hit the rocks. Not too fast, not too slow. You couldn't have a more ideal wave for traditional longboarding and the surfers to express their personal styles.
Well, style, flow, and grace encompass what longboarding is all about, and that's what we're going to be seeing demonstrated here in Malibu.
And one of my favorite phrases in all of this is degree of difficulty, and that's what I love to analyze, is to see the degree of difficulty in those critical 10s through critical sections, particularly early in the ride at Malibu, Matt.
And I also loved what Tori said about the quiet upper body language, and that's a reference to that connection and that flow on the wave. You know, you can all these surfers are very talented. They can do all the tricks, but it's not about tricks. It's how it looks. Making it all look seamless and putting it together and making it look easy is the name of the game.
And it's one of the best things to be able to watch and to be able to celebrate. And I think for me personally as a longboarder, to be able to call the action alongside of the two of you, Sam and Matt, who are just such celebrated longboarders in your own rights, it'll be great to be able to see all those things and be able to break down the technicalities behind what we're watching this week.
Yeah, it puts our hair on end when we see good longboarding,
it really
especially
is.
at this
It's the
wave.
most exciting thing.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see where the switch stance will play in today and tomorrow, which Hawaiian surfers might use the switch stance regularly, if it'll be rewarded by the judges. I'm also very interested to see if anybody starts to throw in hang heels and taking that hang 10 a little bit further into the heels and some of that kind of walk back work that really is even harder to do than a hang 10.
As long as it accentuates the function and the flow, those maneuvers can be very functional in the variety of the wave. And there's moments out here where a heel hang or a switch stance is very practical to get through the section.
Well, Soleil Errico is one of the surfers that's from this local area. She's the 2018 World Longboard Champion, and she'll be paddling out this week to try and find herself with that second world title. Let's take a look at her journey to surfing one of the best waves in the world.
Yeah, it all started when we moved to Kauai, and I'd see all of the girls that were my age surfing, and I was like, oh, I want to do that. Pine trees in Honolulu, that's where we lived, and I'd just look out there and see beautiful sandbar. My dad just took me out right where we lived, and we just went out and I did it, and I loved it ever since. Oh, this is so old. Yeah, it was just like my first legit longboard. I was doing longboarding and shortboarding, but then I really just started doing longboarding when I was 13. I still love shortboarding, but longboarding, I felt more connected to it.
When I met her at 13, she said, I want to be the youngest world champ ever. I kind of looked at this little 13-year-old girl and it's like, you're crazy.
The 2018 World Longboard Champion goes to Eriko.
I just started crying, like bawling. Like I've never really cried like that before in a long time.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, this is insane. I can't even believe it.
And she accomplished her goal, which is like, that's huge.
A few days later, I went out and surfed Malibu, and I got like tons of congratulatory, comments, because like Malibu is my hometown, and yeah, they're just so supportive, and just like thankful to have them for sure.
Well, I cannot wait to see Soleil Eriko hit the lineup to be able to show that expertise, her local knowledge, coming into an event that holds so much weight to it with so many points on the line, so much expectation for her as well to perform for her friends, for her family here on the beach, to see if she's going to be able to capitalize on that local knowledge. And it's going to be great to see her coming up in the first heat of the morning.
But sitting on precarious 2.3, he'll want to improve on that. Sitting in third priority, maybe a little something stacking on the point here, but it always looks that way in the offshore breeze. So we'll just let these waves approach if they are even going to break here in the first point corner.
That's right, Ryan. We'll see how this little peeler decides to peel into the first point here. It looks like blue might be paddling up the point a bit.
Might have to manufacture and try and better that 2.3.
But Kyoki in green, using his priority over blue, gets in there with again that nice left go right, gets to the tip. Gets a little rebound off that whitewater running section, but again, not able to connect it into the inside.
Just looking for a 394, call it a 4 or better. We'll round up that .06. So is that a 4 or better? He had a nice little, got 10 for a second, then did the floater. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, he definitely maximized what he got. The score coming in for Kyoki on the last ride was a 3.07. So he did better your situation a bit. You sitting with a 3.43 and a 3.07. Still though needing a 3.94 to advance.
Yeah, he bettered his backup, but it wasn't enough to get into the advancing position. Green with 210 on the clock. You're still looking for the 394. Red with that first priority needs the 4.2. So this is going to come down to it. Red is being patient, holding first priority, but here we go on the inside corner.
That's right. White taking the inside. He's getting that tip time in there. He has to pull out. He kind of peters out. Looks like we've got.
What we want to see, hopefully, so priority, red, blue, and this is the first point we've been waiting for.
Like we have got blue taking the first one here on the inside. That is Steven Sawyer. He's looking to better his situation with a 5.17 and a 2. He is getting to that tip. Again, no stranger to long right hand point breaks. He knows how to make those sections. He's definitely making the most. He comes on blue there on the inside. Red taking on his backside is also getting through there. I don't think that section is going to be able to hold up for him. But then again, out the back, sitting in priority is green.
Well, welcome to the opening day of the Cuervo Classic here at Malibu, presented by O'Neill. It's going to be an incredible 2 days of competition with just so much on the line between world titles as well as those surfers looking for the top 8 spots to get their requalification for next year's World Longboard Tour. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by my good friend Sam Bleakley, and it's going to be so fun to call the action with you back here at Malibu.
Absolutely, and straight in there with a local favorite, Soleil Erico. She is, you know, one of the kind of Malibu regulars now, and she won her world title a number of years ago in Taiwan on right-handers, so she's obviously kind of, you know, the front side is her favorite terrain, and it's going to be really interesting to see her perform on the new model board, the Velvet Hour, which is more of an Australian influence board with the wide point back. It's looser turning, so we'll expect that climbing and dropping, that opportunity to really put that board on rail. But of course, it's those nose rides in this clean morning that are going to be what the surfers are going to be going for.
Well, Soleil's got 2 great competitors in the water against her, Natsume Teoka from Japan and Victoria Vergara from France. Natsumi into the event ranked number 9 in the world, and Victoria currently ranked number 16. Both of those more in that conversation of trying to re-qualify themselves to be in the mix for next year. Natsumi still with a long shot to win a world title though, seeing how things fold out over the next 48 hours. But Soleil Erico, she's in at number 3 in the world, tied alongside the 17-year-old world champion in Rachel Tilley. And it's going to be an incredible morning to get things kicked off here in Malibu. You can see it's a little bit chilly, and that wind's been up this morning, but as we see that sun come through the day, we're expecting some warmer temperatures and that real classic end of summer here in California.
Yeah, I mean, Natsumi has looked really good in the free surfs. What we know about Natsumi is the speed of her footwork. She puts sometimes as many as 8 steps between takeoff and nose ride. Very tight, close steps. She's definitely a standout when the waves are smaller. She's extremely light. She's riding a 9.2, and I think, you know, she's going to be a real contender for a big result here. But great to see the French woman, born in Reunion, based in France, Victoria Vergara, now back on the scene. She used to compete internationally. She had a break focusing on her modeling and her free surfing, and now she's back in the mix, and she's an extremely stylish longboarder.
It's been amazing to be able to see Victoria back in the mix this year, and she's been still surfing in some contests, mostly on the duct tape side of things, getting some of those invitational call-ups. But I think for her, she's really enjoyed that space of being back with the crew that she traveled on tour with during her young years, during her kind of development years as a professional longboarder. In the years, you know, when we were running events through China and Taiwan for those world title races, and now to have her back around the mix has been really fun.
Yeah, she got a 19th in Manly in the first event of the tour. She lost out to Honolulu. She got a 9th in the second event. So she's, you know, those are kind of respectable results. But like Matt was saying, the way that the seeding is based, 10,000 points for the win here in Malibu. It really opens up the option for a world title to a great number of surfers. It's not just the top 6 who will be in the mix. It won't be until tomorrow when we really start to understand the repercussions for who could be a world champion.
Well, taking a look at a woman who's trying to find that second world title, Soleil Erico. She's now got 25 minutes on the clock. This heat is officially underway, and we can see Victoria Vergara getting that quick paddle to start things off on a small size wave here at Malibu. And to get the opening ride of competition now underway, starts to set that line nice and patient in that walk to the nose, goes for that quick switch stance, little check back to the surface of the ocean. And she'll pull out on the opening wave of our event.
So it's great to see that first wave ridden in the contest here in 2023. And we saw the use of the switch stance, 4 steps to the nose there. We can see the elegance in her surfing. We can see that beautiful morning light, but we can also see how easy it is to get slightly too deep on the section. So lineup positioning is key. There's those 4 steps. Look how she's got her heels on that inside rail, a nice touch of the 5. Little use of the switch stance here. She would have seen that wave was running away from her. So in response to that, she might well sit herself slightly further across so she knows she's got more opportunity to connect with the open face of those Malibu peelers.
And it seems to be on these small days here where it's, you know, knee to maybe waist high on the sets at Malibu, it can be challenging to not get yourself sucked a little bit too far up the point where that wave is going to hit those cobblestones and close out a little bit too quick. So in these first couple of heats, probably surfers working out that positioning in the lineup and really starting to see where the best scoring scoring potential is going to come through for where they're sitting.
Absolutely. I was talking to a few of the locals and a few of the travelers who are regulars to Malibu, and some of them have particular lineups that they use between the pier and lining up a couple of flagpoles. Others just kind of connect with the energy of the swell, and they say they don't use a lineup, they just feel where to sit. But it's very interesting watching how the locals read those sets. And you know, that ability to kind of swing off to the left at the right moment or move slightly deeper. Somebody described to me yesterday in a free surf that it's like a relationship. If you have to work too hard to get a wave at Malibu, it won't be a good one. The good ones come easy if you're in the right position.
That is such a good way to describe it. And I feel like in that conversation as well, priority really comes into play here at a point break, where it's slow in between the sets. Even on the really good days here at Malibu, you'll have those longer lulls, and then that right set that rolls through. And if you're sitting in that position with priority and that right relationship with the wave, then you've got all that opportunity to capitalize. Where if you're in that third or that second place priority, you may miss out on the best scoring wave available.
Absolutely. And what we'll see from Soleil is we'll see patience. She will know that it's only those best two scoring waves that really matter in this 25-minute first round. She won her world title in 2018 in Taiwan. She was just 17 years old, so of course she's still 21, so she would still be a young world champion to get that second world title. But to see Honolulu win 3 world titles at such a young age as well, it's been very evident in women's longboarding in the last 10 years that a lot of the women who have won world titles have been young, sometimes younger than 20.
Yeah, they've really been able to capitalize. And I think in longboarding, we're seeing that as well. And we'll see as we start to call the action through our opening round here, the names that are you know, in the draw. There's a lot of young names on the women's side of the draw. And it seems like they're able to just find that rhythm in competition, and their style comes through so easily as a 13, 14, 15-year-old. And we're seeing surfers that young that are in the conversation.
And it's interesting to see the different career paths these 3 women have. Victoria Vergara, essentially she's a surfer model. She does a lot of modeling work, and she's very, very good in her free surfing role, video, photo work. Natsumi, she runs surf retreats. She does a lot of surf teaching, a lot of surf coaching. She's a big figure in Japanese surfing. And for women Japanese longboarders, she's the go-to person to get specialist coaching. And we see with Soleil, she's actually studying at the moment. She's at San Diego, majoring in early education and film editing. So as much as she's already got that world title under her belt, she's also exploring kind of further options in her career. And Soleil I find extremely interesting with her balance, the fact that she has that passion for school and studying, as well as that clear drive and determination to be an excellent competitor.
Yeah, it's great to see her finding that balance now. And a few years out of high school, took that time off, focused just on surfing. But now as that, you know, the longboard tour is kind of kicking off and revamping past the pandemic, she's also entering into that space of studies. And I think for her, that will be a good balance behind the scenes, to be able to take some of that pressure off of winning that world title, you know, at a near 18 years old, and then to be able to just be competing for a few years, that carries a lot of pressure with it, to try and get that backup world title, to try and perform, to get best results. Where now with her tapping into that studies, getting into that university environment, she's going to have so much else going on behind the scenes that I think this surfing will become that refreshing element to her as well. And we could see that translating. I mean, this year alone, it's translating into some really solid results for her.
And I really like the look of the new board model that she's developed, the Velvet Owl, which is much more of an Australian style involvement, designed with the wide point back to facilitate more of a looser turning arc. A different type of template to the Stewart board she won her 2018 world title on. And Natsumi, she rides boards shaped by one of the legendary Japanese shapers, Nobuo Ogashira. And her boards are very much kind of wide point in the middle. They have quite a lot of nose kick. I noticed also that Victoria's board had a good amount of nose kick. So 3 kind of contrasting surfboard designs between these 3 women in this first heat.
And now explain to our audience, when you talk about that nose kick, what it will do and what it will facilitate here at Malibu.
Well, there's different types of design that facilitate the nose ride. The best nose riding that we'll see happens from the design of the tail. It's tail designs that allow the board to lift and lock, and then the nose levitates. That is the difference between those critical hang 10s where you see no foam around the toes and the feet of the nose rider. But it looks like Soleil Erico is paddling into this right-hander.
The local having a look on her opening ride. Nice drop knee to start things off. Finds that trim line and just patiently waits before stepping quickly up to the nose. Quick hang 5 for Soleil. Finds that beautiful trim in the morning light and locks into a nice tight 5 through to this inside section. Great wave selection from the local, and up and riding out behind her, Natsumi Teoka getting that second wave in the set, and priority will be set out the back as we see Soleil. Just a slight stumble coming through to that last nose riding section, but she'll get a smooth kick out, and Natsumi, you can see, gets caught behind the section, and the cheers on the beach are starting to go as this competition is underway.
That was incredible surfing from Soleil. The read of that wave, you could see Natsumi in the background. She didn't read the wave and react as elegantly and as accurately as Soleil. I believe that opening subtle drop knee where she just didn't come back too deep was so important. She sets herself here. There's that little drop knee, but look, she's looking way down the line. She's got a nice trim speed, and then 4 steps from that mid position, and it's all trim speed here and all read, and now she really comes alive. This is the first strong wave we've seen at the 2023 World Titles here in Malibu, and Soleil looked fantastic.
What an incredible ride. I love that breakdown of that opening section where so many of the surfers in the draw, I think, would have gotten a little bit excited, been on that first set, and they would have dropped back quickly, gotten that quick turn to be able to lock into that opening nose ride. Let's take a look now at what Natsumi got up to on the second of the set.
So this third nose ride here, it was just a lot of walking back and forth where Soleil had that patience to just develop that trim speed. What Natsumi was doing there was she was throwing in a lot of that footwork, which didn't allow that trim speed, but she's answering back on her second wave.
And she's already up and riding, finds a nice locked in hang 5 to start, but gets caught out a little bit on the flats of the wave rather than being in the pocket. And she'll be paddling quickly to get herself into that priority rotation. Victoria Vergara sitting with priority now. Her opening ride, that quick nose ride to start in the closeout section on that tiny little wave, dropped in as just a 1.83. And now to see where the judges will go with the opener of Soleil Erico.
Well, you'd imagine it's going to be a lot higher than Natsumi's 2.83. I mean, it was a substantially longer, faster wave with more critical surfing, a longer number of nose rides, also some rail work, and the read of the wave was first class. So that's going to go easily the highest score of the heat so far. But Natsumi answering back, so she's, you know, she kind of would have felt frustrated about her first wave, but her second wave might come in at a higher score than the first wave.
Yeah, and to be able to just link herself into a second wave quickly to kind of keep that ball rolling now that she's got it. And Victoria, she's in a different position where she had that quick start, but she's now sitting in the top of that priority rotation, which will set herself up well when we see the next set rolling through. Down to 15 minutes on the clock, and the opener of Natsumi, a 2.83. And the opener of Soleil Erico, judges rewarding her with a 6.5, a couple of judges heading into that 7-point range, and she'll be setting herself up with a significant lead.
Well, that's a great start for Soleil, and she would have enjoyed hearing those numbers. A big confidence booster for her.
As we take a look at this the second of Natsumi.
Well, she was straight up for that tight 5, got a really close tighter 5, not a full 10, but they're just back in the middle of the board here. A little bit unsure as to whether to hit the nose earlier there, but does come onto a wider nose ride section, a little bit further out in the pocket, and the fact that she got about 1 meter wide of the pocket there put her high in the line, and she just came off the back of the wave. So she hasn't quite found that vibe we've seen in the free surfing, but I know that it's there with Natsumi because she's been free surfing very sharply here at Malibu.
She's an incredible performer, and like you said, in those small waves and the small conditions we have today, I would expect her to now be patient and to get herself into a good-looking wave. We're still waiting for the score for last of Natsumi to roll through, but we've got one of our favorite of all time down on the sand in Strider Wasilewski. What's going on, Strider?
Well, we're just down here. It's a beautiful morning. Obviously down here on the beach looking out at the Malibu Pier. The iconic views are incredible, but what we've got on the beach over here is actually even better. We've got the Turtle Bay VIP area over here where everybody come down, be comfortable, and watch the event. And then, you got the board rack with all the lumber in it. We'll get to that later today. We'll talk about all the numbers that they're riding and what they've got under their feet out there. And then you come over here to the competitors area where they have their own area to stay away from everybody else and kind of focus and be in their zone. And even, you know, over by the lifeguard tower, there's people hanging out underneath there just to get away from everybody altogether. So it's pretty cool down here on the beach. The vibe is really good. And we just saw Soleil on a beautiful ride. Her dad over in the VIP area watching, lots of cheering for her.
Thanks so much, Strider. Love the insights for what's happening outside of the booth and down on the sand. It's going to be a great day here in Malibu. If you're in the area, if you're tuning in and you live in Southern California, then be ready to head up. Even tomorrow, we've got that increase in the swell coming through. It's going to be an incredible finals day, and it's fun to see everybody already bright and early down here and just getting into the action. We've got a small score on the board now for Natsumi Teoka. She does improve on the 2.83 with a 3.5. She's now chasing a 3.01 to take the leading position. And we got 12 minutes on the clock. We'll be right back after this.
Alrighty, 11.5 minutes on the clock. In first place, Miss Soleil. Second place, Natsumi and Victoria. She is sitting in priority though, and it looks like we might have a flurry. It will be her choice as to what wave she would like to go on. Looks like no one taking a peek at this little inside wave.
All right, well, 10:45 on the clock. Priority still sitting with white. Victoria looking, needs a 4 or 5, but she would like a good range, 6 or better, to put on the board as she has the 183 opener. So sitting in first priority, got to take advantage of that next opportunity.
Well, last year here at Malibu, it was incredible to see the world champions crowned in one of the most iconic waves of all time, and we've now begun that journey. We're in our opening round for the women's, the seeding round, heat number 1, with Soleil Erico currently sitting out in front, a single score patiently waited for, rewarded with a 6.5. Natsumi Teoka sitting in second with a 3.5 and a 2.83, and Victoria Vergara sitting with priority and the farthest out on the point right now with just a 1.83 on the board. She's only chasing a 4.5 to take that advancing position and to avoid the elimination round. And we've still got 9.5 minutes on the clock, so there's plenty of time, but you can really see the quietness of the ocean today, Sam, and how that patience is going to really need to come into factor in these competitors' minds.
Absolutely, and such an ice-cool start from Soleil. I know her dad, Danny, and her mum, Vera, and her sisters, Athena and Jolly Bay, will be enjoying watching this, because it's just those 2 waves that count, and she knows that. And in a first heat of the event, you know, this is a real opportunity to just build that momentum. You don't want to burn out too early. She knows it's about maybe securing 3 strong scores. 2 scores is going to be okay if that's all that comes through in the time for her, but a really great start for Soleil. And again, it came down to that read. That was a great demonstration of local knowledge.
Coming up in the next heat, we have Chloe Calmon in the red jersey with her good friend Zoe Grospignon from France. Now, Zoe walked away with a semifinal finish here last year. She's a great person to pick the brain for Chloe.
Yeah, they've been traveling together, and it's been good to see the energy they both give one another, and I think that travel partnership is fueled the surfing for both of them. And Zoe had an incredible result last year. She did better than Chloe, but Chloe is certainly in that world title hunt. Chloe's one of the greats. I mean, her surfing is velvet smooth, the finesse, the flow, the footwork, And that drop knee setup turn she does for me is one of the best drop knees in the world.
I couldn't agree with you more. And her consistency and results, she's just come shy of winning that world title that's just been dangling in front of her as that carrot. But for her to put on such wonderful, beautiful, classic performances venue after venue, her style always comes through that flow and that grace as well, no matter what the conditions are like. As we're down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and we have a paddle from our local under third priority, now getting that second wave underway to back up the 6.5, straight for that tip time to start. And she's just behind the section, but she's going to keep that trim line in the front third of her board and negotiates well into a second hang 5. Beautiful, smooth trim line as she comes through to this inside section, throws in a little bit of rail work as well as the birds just go duck diving underneath her. And she gets that final nose ride on the sand, and she's looking very, very good this morning.
That again was excellent. Out of priority, sat herself in a good position. The read, the subtleness of the footwork there. She just let the wave do the work and kept pace with the pocket through that footwork. She threw in at least 3 quick hang 10s there, and I love the way that wide point back on this Velvet Owl model really allows that board to be loose. There's that first quick type 5 little short 10, and then just see how she gets to the bottom of the wave there to keep trimming, and then elegantly walks back up for a second hang 5, and again gets herself down to the bottom of the wave, into the pocket in that trim line, and there you really see the looseness of that board with the wide point back, still in the pocket, back up for a quick 10, pedals back to the tail, and that was a really strong backup score. And Soleil is going to be hard to catch in this heat.
Incredible. And that board having so much of the design aspect and the influence that she's had from CJ Nelson coaching her and working with her through the years. And it's been great to see that come into play with her now surfing on equipment that she's helped to design. That's her own model, and clearly she's feeling very comfortable with. She's dropped in a 5-point ride now to back up the 6.50, and that puts an 8-point requirement on Natsumi Teoka in second. Victoria Vergara still sitting with that same requirement to take the second place position out of to try to avoid that elimination round. But that is another important part of the morning, is that we're in the seeding round right now, which means we won't be losing a surfer from competition just yet. Through today, we're going to be in this opening round 1. We're going to be rolling through into round 2, which is the elimination round. We'll have 3 surfers in 2 different heats there. The bottom surfer will be falling out. The top 2 will advance through into that woman-on-woman or man-on-man format as we head into round 3 this afternoon.
That was great strategy from Soleil. Out of priority, drops a really important score. That might well be a keeper for her. And that 5.0, a whole 1.5 lower than her 6.5, which was a slightly bigger wave, so it emphasizes the fact that getting those bigger sets does make a difference. But if we compare both of those rides, they were ridden with a similar level of finesse and ability, and what really separated Soleil there was her read of the wave. The fact that she didn't overcook it, overwork it. She just let the board get in the right place in the trim line. She was in the pocket the whole way. She never had to wobble or worry about what the wave was going to do, because you could see she just felt it. She knew where to be.
That's exactly right. And coming down to under 5 minutes on the clock, what a great position to be sitting in. The only 2 waves she's taken off on, she's executed well. Her equipment is looking great under her feet, as is so much of the equipment down on the beach today, Sam.
Oh, it's just a feast for the senses. I mean, if anybody's local in the area, you must come down to enjoy the show. I mean, this is going to be so entertaining, and also getting the opportunity to see what these men and women are riding. You'll get a lot of surfers riding the very wide tail boards like the Michael Takeyamas that are extremely popular with Hawaiian and American surfers. And also it's interesting to see what type of fin shapes the surfers are using. Are they using more of the kind of Greeno style kind of raked fin? Are they using more of the upright hatchet or D fin? Are they using something that's a kind of halfway house between the two? I find that really fascinating, because there's different designs that boards work at Malibu compared to other breaks. So it's very likely that the surfers at Huntington might have ridden a different shape than they will be here at Malibu.
I think there's a lot of surfers in the draw this week that have changed up their equipment, knowing that they're coming to a soft, perfect rolling right-hand point break rather than dealing with the bumps and the wobbles and the backwash and everything that comes with surfing the 2 beach breaks that have been on tour so far.
And also there are some surfers who just like those all-round boards. So I know Khalees Kelly-Opaha is going to be riding the same board that she won the contest at Huntington on. And we also see surfers like Kayamana Takayama, who is going to ride a favorite board that he's had for 7 years, and that for him is the ultimate all-rounder. Whereas you've got other surfers like Taylor Jensen, who perhaps might surf on a slightly different board here at the groomed, long 400-yard point break compared to the more shifty beach break conditions of Huntington.
So much excitement that we can break down through the couple of days that we're running here at Malibu, between board conversation, fin placement, what these surfers are riding, how their energy is coming into an event with a lot of heats in a crunched amount of time. There's so many different things to factor into before we can crown our world champions, our event winners, and secure those surfers in those top 8 positions for next year's World Tour. And we're coming down to that 2-minute 15 mark on the clock. And Soleil has done very well at this stage. Now, Victoria's been sitting with priority for so long, Sam.
Absolutely. Only 5 waves ridden in this heat. So other women watching are going to know that they need to take advantage of opportunities out of priority, because it might be a scoring score that they carry. So Soleil getting that 5 out of priority was very important. Victoria sitting with priority for a long time, but still awaiting a score. But it's non-elimination if Victoria stays in this 3rd place. She will move into that round 2, 2-3 women heat, to which the top 2 would then advance to meet woman-on-woman surfers in round 3. But as it stands, Soleil and Natsumi looking likely to progress to that round 3.
And the 2 surfers maybe spending a little bit more time surfing Malibu here over the last few days. Soleil, of course, the local here. But for Victoria, she's chasing that 4.5 to get the advancing position. Yesterday, she headed down to San Onofre to get some waves in a different region that had a little bit more pulse happening to it, a little bit more consistency. And there were a few surfers in the draw today that knew that there were some really good opportunities for them to actually get a lot of waves under their feet if they headed south yesterday, because it was pretty slow and sleepy here at Malibu. And Victoria was one of those.
And the Europeans are well represented. We have Alice Lemoyne, also born in Reunion, based in France, like Victoria, who was born in Reunion but now lives in Hossegor. And we have Edouard Del Perro in the men's draw. So Europe is a force to be reckoned with. We have Ben Skinner from the UK competing in the men's division. So with 30 seconds remaining, there is a little set there coming through. So Victoria might get a chance, Shannon.
And it's such a small score. All she needs is the wave to facilitate. As she's having a paddle now, so our surfer with white does have first priority. Blue in second priority is going to put some pressure on and even just make sure that if she doesn't catch it, maybe blue will have the opportunity. And Victoria now up and riding. She's chasing a 4.50. She's really going to need a good section coming out of this, a good clean nose ride at least. And she goes down with the pressure on that opening section, but a very soft wave as well.
Yeah, she had to go for that. We're down to the last seconds. The heat's pretty much over, and she needed to give that everything. It didn't quite deliver the wave shape that she needed, but Victoria's not eliminated. She'll move into that round 2.
And a big victory for our local girl in Soleil Erico with a 6.5 and a 5-point ride. Only caught 2 waves and walked through with an 11.50 heat total. Natsume Teoka through in second. And we'll be seeing those 2 in round 3 with Victoria into round 2 later on today.
Surfing for the USA in the blue jersey. And finally, Miss Sally Cohen wearing white from Hawaii.
On a windy, rainy winter day in Sydney, Chloe Calmon walked away with a second place finish behind Honolulu Bloomfield at the opening event of this year's World Longboard Tour, and she put on a classic display of great longboarding.
Yeah, she looked fantastic. She's got a great relationship with Nico Carbone, the new advanced shaper, and she's here with a 9.6, and I think that relationship she has with her board builder is key to Chloe's success, and her velvet smooth footwork and nose riding always shines through. She's one of those women that has been hunting a world title for many years. She has multiple other accolades, from national titles to runner-up positions on the world tour, but will this finally be her year?
It certainly, we hope that it will be, but there's so many surfers that are in that running that have that potential to be able to walk away victorious. As we take a look at heat number 2 for our opening seeding round on the women's side of the draw, Chloe Calmon, currently number 2 in the world, up against Mason Tremor of the USA, number 9 in the world, and Sally Cohen of Hawaii, number 17.
I always find it fascinating to see how the goofy footers adjust to the right-hand point, so we're going to get to see that now with Chloe. Sally Cohen's surfing is just exceptional at the moment. She has progressed so quickly in the last 6 years, and I watched some of her heats at Pismo, which was a regional qualifying event that just finished before these world titles, and I was blown away by her nose riding and how much that has advanced. She was originally known for her strong rail game, and to have brought the nose riding element into her repertoire and had big results this season in California and come back from 2 very serious injuries. I really feel there's a lot of good momentum with Sally Cohen.
I have loved seeing her performances as well, and for her coming out of the North Shore of Oahu, thinking of the likes of Honolulu Bloomfield, that's a challenging place to be a longboarder. There's some of the best waves in the world, some of the heaviest, the water movement, everything that comes into play. The ocean knowledge and that relationship with the sea is such an important thing. And I think that's where so much of Sally's surfing comes from, and her ability to just be such a good nose rider now and figuring out conditions like that. As we see Chloe Calmon, the goofy foot, up and riding now on her opening ride, gets straight up onto the nose for that opening section. Perfect tight footwork, goes in for a second tight 5 and pedals back into that trim point. She's doing so well to keep herself just perfectly poised in the pocket, as Mason Tremor is now up and riding behind her, and Chloe finishes off on the inside. Mason with some more work to do here, and she'll kick out, getting herself into the top of that priority lineup, and we've got Sally now sitting out the back all alone with priority.
So I knew it wouldn't be long before that happened, but that put my hair on end. Seeing Chloe's perch, her positioning, 2 really beautiful tight hang tens, just the purity, the cleanness of the footwork setting up for those nose rides. She didn't actually connect with that last inside section, but what she did before that moment was extremely strong. And if you compare that to Soleil's rides, it could be a big score.
Mason Tremor now on her second ride, quick 10 to tight 5, pedals back, and she's looking for that nose ride section again. Nice down carve out of the way as well, throwing a little bit of power and spray off of the rail. So 2 scores to come through now for Mason Tremor. From the east coast of the island of Oahu originally, she now resides on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. She's studying there and rides Thomas surfboards. And Chloe Calmon now with a quick change around as well. So taking advantage of the waves that we have at the start of this heat, knowing that it could go very sleepy through this middle section. Chloe, nice and perched onto the nose again, just gets caught a little bit funny in that second section, and she goes down. And we got some scores to drop through.
So that was an interesting example of the read of the line of where you commit to the nose ride, how high in the wave you go, or where you commit to get down into the bottom section of the wave to generate speed by coming off the rail and then walking into the nose ride in the next section. So we could just see she got stuck behind that section on the 10, but the wave before was a velvet performance, and she's staying busy. She recognized from watching the previous heat that staying busy is a good option.
Especially if there are waves available, to be able to get onto them quickly, to take advantage knowing that it could be very quiet, that we could have a little bit of action here, a little bit of that swell rolling down the point, and then they could be sitting very patient, holding on to those priorities for a long time.
And Sally Cohen, she recently came second at the Queen of the Point contest that Carla Roland Zamora runs here behind Jen Smith, and that's a big result, and that's a prestigious competition of the best lady loggers in the region and internationally coming to surf Malibu. And Sally will be very conscious of carrying the energy and the experience she has of Malibu into the world titles here.
Oh, that's an incredible result for her here, especially to be able to, you know, not to find that victory, but to be in the water against a world champion in Jen Smith at a wave like this, and for her now to know that she's got the opportunity to perform here again at a wave that she's found success at. It's that feeling, too, of walking onto the beach and having that feeling of success in that specific place. Down in that last heat, we saw Soleil Erico walk away with only 2 waves and absolutely capitalized with style, flow, and grace. She's with Strider now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Soleil, local, and it showed out there in the lineup.
Yeah, I almost didn't go on that first wave, but it just looked too good, and I knew that it was going to go to the beach, so I just sent it, and it worked out.
Well, it was very graceful and out the back. I don't know, obviously you wouldn't have seen it, but the dolphins were jumping and spouting out in the back. It was a beautiful scene.
That's so cool. Yeah, I feel comfortable here, even though it's slow, and I just hope it gets bigger. So, yeah.
But it feels good to shake off that first heat, you know, get a win and really get some confidence.
Totally, totally. I'm really glad I got those 2 waves, and yeah, again, took off on the first one, and yeah, I'm excited to keep surfing.
Well, we can't wait to see some more of that finesse. We'll see you later on.
Thank you, guys.
Great to catch up quickly with Soleil and to see that local knowledge. For her even recognizing that that wave was going to run all the way to the beach, and to have that little bit of insight above the rest of the field will be very important in conditions like these.
Yeah, Sally Cohen waiting for a chance to get a wave. She had a really good year last year with the results at Malibu getting a 9th, at the Surf Ranch getting a 5th, and Noosa, which kicked off the season, which was kind of postponed through the pandemic, getting a 9th there. So she'll really want to have an opportunity to re-qualify through this result by finishing in the top 8, because the top 8 will re-qualify for next year's tour, and then it'll be 7 regional qualifiers from the regions that get into that top 20 for next year's World Tour.
And that was a big deal for Sally to make that qualification, because it's a small, you know, it's a compact field. We've got the 18 surfers on tour, and so to be able to even make that jump into this place on tour, for her to find that re-qualification out of last year's season is incredible. And now to also kind of just see, like you said, her surfing, the well-roundedness of it really coming together, where she's had that rail work in the past, and we've seen that great engagement of the tail, but now to see her rounding it out with the critical nose riding that we need her to have, that's the sort of surfer that we could see on tour for many, many years.
And if you want a model of resilience, Sally is that person. She came back from a fractured foot, and then when she was surfing at the ranch, she had a wipeout in the barrel and the board hit her in the chin. She had to have 30 stitches and 4 teeth removed. And to make a comeback and surf last year on tour and get a 5th place finish at the Surf Ranch was phenomenal. And, you know, I really think that's something that we can all be inspired by.
Let's take a look at the replay for our first wave of Chloe Calmon. Scores in at a 5.83, Sam.
That first hang 10 was beautiful. A long perch on that hang 10, 6 steps up to the tip again, just 4 steps now, really tight footwork, and again gets a second hang 10. Similar to Soleil, she's just in that perfect part of the wave. She doesn't have to fight this wave or battle it. She gets that next needed to be walking back and projecting off the rail to really climb and drop and then get a little bit wider. But Sally Cohen is going to get her first score.
Using priority on this little set rolling through. Nice engagement of the rail. That board looking very loose and comfortable under her feet. Finds a nice pocket 10 to start. Grabs the rail knowing she wants to make it around this section and just gets taken down by the foam. So she'll have a score to come through. Chloe Calmon with that 5.83. She's backed it up with just a 1. And Mason Tremor has a 2.5 and a 3.17 on the board.
So that was unfortunate from Sally. She took off. She tried to read what she had ahead of her with a few readjustments of the rail line, and then she went for that critical nose ride. But that wave again ran away from her. So it's just having that kind of initial movement at the beginning of the wave to really generate that trim speed and stay in the pocket and do that critical high degree of difficulty nose riding at the good moment. Because we can see here, she just readjusts a couple of times, and then now she thinks, right, onto the 10. There's the 5, and there's the 10, and then she drops back down as that wave just runs away from her.
And if she had maybe been able to make it past that section, she could have had that nice ride all the way into the beach, gotten another 5 or 10 thrown in the mix as well. So scores in for that first of Sally, a 3.70. And we're down to under 14 minutes on the clock. Surfer in blue sitting with priority, Mason Schremer and Chloe behind her with second priority.
And Chloe getting that 1.0, that matters at the moment because it just has given her that kind of psychological edge of being in first position. She knows that's a score she doesn't want to carry. She's in second priority there, but the fact that she did get that backup wave very quickly after that, dropping that 5.83, it's just made a little bit of difference. And I think that, you know, that will really feel nice in her head to know that she's just got to drop that 1.0.
And Mason Schremer sitting with priority, chasing currently a 3.67 to get that that first place position. She's already sitting in second. She's been one of those surfers as well that's super hungry to try and find that requalification. She had an earlier than she would have liked to loss at Pismo Beach for the regional qualifier, and that counted as a double qualifier for both North America and for the Hawaiian region. Hopefully for this region there will be another event added into that and make that a little bit more of an exciting race towards qualification. But for Mason, she's been, you know, working hard to be at this level of performance. She's been working on her boards at home. And for her, living in Noosa, I mean, she's got a great wave at home to perform on and to prepare for this in Malibu.
Absolutely. Noosa will be right up there next to Malibu on the list of the best longboard waves in the world.
Incredible. We're down to 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Mason Schremer with a wave similar to home for her at Malibu, an opportunity to find a score to take the advancing position. And we've got more to come right after this.
I'm sorry.
Also, thanks to Food Wax, one of our partners, for supporting this event in Malibu. Go visit their activation on site to get some food. Founded in Brazil, it's the best surf wax in the world. A lot of people love the Food Wax. And Epiphone. Thanks to our partners at Epiphone. Go check out their activation on site. They have custom guitars down here for fans to demo. Everything from ukuleles to mini Les Pauls. Looks like a little couple lines. We've got priority.
Mini Les Pauls.
Blue.
Hey, here comes a little flurry. We'll see if any of the girls decide to take a peek. You know,
are they sitting down on the inside a bit, or are they trying to sit on the other side of the speed section?
I think they're choosing a different location in that section.
Okay.
You know, and it can be tricky because you can sit in the spot. Deeper than you, it makes you want to go up, and then as soon as you go up there, it never fails.
Oh yeah,
they
grass is always greener kind of type thing. All right, well.
Yahi hey, yahi hey, yahi yahi ho hum, yahi hey, yahi hey, yahi yahi ho hum, yahi hey, yahi hey, yahi yahi ho.
The WSL would like to formally recognize that Malibu is the traditional homelands of the Barbareño Ventureño Band of Mission Indians, who are one of several bands of the original Chumash people of this area, and we are so thankful for them for blessing conditions like this rolling through on opening day. Clean, glassy, a little bit of that offshore breeze, and classic waves on offer and available for our surfers in the lineup for our opening day here at Malibu.
Yeah, Chumash history here is rich. Humalahu is the anglicized word of the Chumash, the place where the surf sounds loudly. And Chloe Calmon is really involved in this heat. She's giving it the right movement at the right time. I think she's aware that it's very easy for her to replace that 1.0. She's probably going to replace that when the score drops for her last ride. And Sally Cohen having a look at this one.
Taking a very deep paddle to get into this wave. And now setting that line. Little bottom turn to start, to set up for that perched hang 5 to start. Pedals off, readjusts here. Using that middle third of the board really well. And gets back on that tail. Finds the projection out of that opening turn. and she'll get her second score on the board.
So the women here at the moment, we've got nobody's really run away with this heat. You know, the door is open for both Mason and Sally. Chloe dropping that 5.83 for her opening score. So at least Chloe will have a backup score now. So it might well put her into first or second position depending on Chloe's second score. But that's a nice soul arch 5, pedals back. Looks to do that kind of cross step turn, decides that she doesn't need to, ends with that little floater. So thinking about that opening nose ride relative to Chloe's footwork here on a smaller wave, very delicate. You can see how the heel's close to that engaged rail edge, gets that tight 5. Sally's would probably come out in bigger in the exchange when we compare both of those rides, but neither of them really allowed the surfers to really express themselves with a run of a peeler on the open face down the cobble point.
Well, we got a small score in for the last of Chloe. It's a 2.23, so that does extend her lead slightly. Scores now dropping through for Sally Cohen with look to be similar, maybe a little bit smaller than her opening ride. And it's now in at a 3.53, and it's enough to take her into that second place position and knock Mason Schrimmer into the elimination round for the moment with 7 minutes 45 seconds on the clock, and Mason's chasing that 4.06.
Which is a huge moment in the heat there, Shannon, because that would put Mason into that round 2, and if it stays like this, Chloe and Sally would progress into that round 3. But Sally is sitting now in third priority, but Mason in priority, needing a 4.06, which is a very attainable score if the wave allows that canvas, that expression. But what we've seen in this heat is a lot of those waves running away from the women and not allowing the length of ride to really go past a 4.06.
And there we can see surfers coming up in that next heat. It was Alice Lemoyne in the blue jersey. Honolulu Bloomfield, the 3-time world champion, waxing up that nice bright board to match her red jersey. They'll be in the water against Hiroka Yoshikawa of Japan.
So she's opting for her Bing board there, 9.6, the Izzy model. So that's very interesting. She's been playing with a number of different boards over the last few days while she's been free surfing. And that's quite a common feature in Honolulu's competitive surfing. You do see her experimenting with different boards and making decisions on the day about what she'll ride.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she sticks to that same piece of equipment now advancing through the rounds, if she should advance through this first round, and you know, how that kind of changes up, especially when we got a little bit more swell coming tomorrow.
Well, the Izzy Rider board is slightly similar template to the Velvet Hour that we saw Soleil Erico riding, with the more Australia influence with the wide point back. It still has kind of fairly wide square tail, but that kind of hip, that wide point back, just allows that looser turning radius, and you can really see the kind of reactivity of the board as the surfers move off the nose and put that board on rail.
And that's similar to the types of board that Mason Schrimmer would be riding as well, that Aussie style log with that wide point back.
Absolutely, a Thomas Beckson rider. We've also got Harrison Roach, a Thomas Beckson rider in the men's, going for a world title, riding those boards that have been tried and tested at the various points at Noosa, which, you know, most longboarders, if they had to kind of set out that ambition to ride the ultimate longboard waves, Malibu and Noosa would be at the top of those lists.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And we're so happy to be back here in Malibu again for the World Championships, to be able to see Honolulu Bloomfield, who's coming up in the next heat, win her third world title, not just an event. Here was just so incredible last year, and to be able to see longboarding celebrated for all that it is, with the history and just the accolades that come along with this break, a spot that these 3 women have spent plenty of time surfing and honing in some of, you know, probably getting some of the best nose rides that they've ever had right here at First Point in Malibu.
And the history of Chloe is incredible. She's still just 27, but she won her first Brazilian title at age 14. She's been a professional for 13 years. She's won multiple national titles and Pan American Games. She's won duct tape invitationals, and she's from Macumba Beach in Rio de Janeiro, and that's a real kind of heartland of Brazilian surf culture. But Chloe's a great traveler, and you see her on the road a lot if you follow her on social media, and I really love the way she kind of represents herself to the global community in longboarding. She's a really good ambassador for young longboarders coming up, not only by the way she surfs, but by the organizations she aligns with and the way she represents and articulates herself.
Down to 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, and it has been amazing to see Chloe, you know, just grow into the woman that she is today, for that representative of the sport, and to be able to see, you know, that influence that she's putting back in at home in Brazil, and what an incredible surf culture they have, not just on the shortboard side and the Brazilian Storm and all of that, everything that we talk about on the WSL Championship Tour there, but in the longboard community, and to know the skill that she has coming through, you know, the roots that she was raised with at home in Brazil.
And this is a classic Malibu contest, seeing that patience, you know, that waiting for the set. I've talked to a lot of the competitors here from America and Hawaii who have competed regularly at Malibu, and they've all got those experiences of needing a score and sitting there with priority, waiting for that set. Very different to an example such as Huntington, where we saw the last event of the tour happen in much more shifty beach break conditions where movement and paddling was very prevalent.
Oh, it was so different to what we're looking at today. And the surfers have kept that in mind. They know that they've got extremely different conditions that they'll be working with to make it through to finals day tomorrow. As we're down to 3 minutes on the clock, Chloe Calmon currently sitting in the lead with a 5.83 and that 2.23 for the backup score, but at the moment that puts those requirements slightly higher on that second and third place positions. It is our surfer in blue who's sitting with first priority, Mason Schremer, currently chasing a 4.06 to get that advancing position. And if we get one of those sets rolling through, any wave in that sort of waist-high range, we're easily looking at scores in the 6 point and above.
Absolutely. We saw that in the first heat. Victoria Vergara needed a score in the dying 20 seconds. A wave came. The wave didn't deliver. She didn't get the score. But sitting there in priority, Mason Schremer needing a 4.06, of course, that's extremely attainable. And she has been another standout surfer here in the free surfs at Malibu over the last few days. So she knows in her head if the wave comes, she can do the work.
Oh, and she's in a great position for it. It's not a huge score that she's requiring. It's something quite small to find here at such a beautiful day in Malibu, one of the most classic locations of all time to be surfing at, and to be able to appreciate just the beauty and the waves that we have here in Malibu today. Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. And you can just see that sun glistening in the eyes as well. You know, classic California morning here. West Coast, the sun is rising, and it is so difficult to see those sets when they're coming through.
It's iconic. Flying diamonds, you know, that sparkle factor. I mean, that is so quintessentially Californian. Every longboarder, no matter where they grow up, we've all been inspired by these scenes. Malibu, that smooth velvet, West California coast, and that glassy kind of morning vibe, and this really is, we just couldn't be at a better place. And in priority, Mason Schremer could get an opportunity to get that 4.06.
And this is the moment that we've been waiting for. Down to 1 minute on the clock. She's putting in such a hard paddle, and she's not going to be able to get into it. Neither is Sally Cohen in third priority, and that now opens up the door for our heat leader to jump into first priority. Mason Schremer into second, and Sally down into third, as Mason was back in farther position in the lineup off of that paddle exchange.
She had to go for that. She needed to. And it really comes down to the Chloe's strength of surfing on that opening wave. Those two nose rides were beautiful. The pace, the rhythm, the timing, as we get an opportunity for Chloe to really seal it here and replace that 2.23.
Down to 10 seconds on the clock, and this may be the last wave that we see ridden. Chloe now with a beautiful fade takeoff. Great footwork, so tight through that middle third of the board. Poises perfectly for that hang five and on her backhand. And unfortunately for Mason Schremer, the clock has sounded, and this wave that she's looking to ride in on will not be counting. So it's Chloe Calmon through with the win, with a score to drop to see what her heat total actually eventuates to. But Sally Cohen as well through to round 3. They'll be up this afternoon, with Mason Schremer falling into the elimination round coming up soon. We've got more action, so stay tuned.
Stand by. We will be counting down shortly. Just got to type this last score for red.
All right, so we will see Chloe and Sally jump ahead into that round of 16. However, Mason is going to battle it out one more time in that elimination round, but hey, at least she gets one more chance.
Yeah, and hopefully that swell starts filling in and it'll be consistent. I'd love another heat out there, although she's going to hope she makes it, first or second. Here we go, counting in, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and the count in 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And that is the start of heat number 3, wearing the red jersey. Multiple world champ, Miss Honolulu Bloomfield. In the blue jersey, Miss Alice Lemoyne. And wearing white, Miss Maria Fernanda Reyes, aka Mako.
We're just rolling along here through this seeding round.
And you see these girls, they're starting up off the top of the point a little bit more for this heat. They're kind of putting that juju out there, like, give us that set, give us that deep set that's going to connect all the way through.
Oh, the beautiful scene here in Malibu, California. The Cuervo Classic Malibu presented by O'Neill, and we are going to be crowning world champions in the next couple of days here. We're opening up now with the seeding round for the women, in which we're going to establish the seeding going into the next round. First and second advancing into round number 3, and third place into that elimination round. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Shanoski, also known as the Waxhead. Thanks for joining me, Matt.
Thanks, Kaipo, and what a pleasure. Can't wait to see what we have unfolding in this heat. We have last year's world champion Hiroka Yoshikawa and Alice Lemoyne from France, last year's winner.
Yeah, really interesting heat that we have on hand here. And we're going to open up with Alice. Quick trip to the nose, and the smooth surfer out of France. A little bit of shuffle up there, cross steps to a quick 5. And a little reverb on the inside right behind her, Honolulu Bloomfield. Gets a little bit of time on the nose and maintains her trim through that section. Before that wave closes off, Hono has to grab the rail. Looking for more open face. I don't think she's going to find it there. So that's going to be the opening exchange, Matt.
Yeah, it's nice to see both surfers completing. They would have watched that heat before. That was a little on the sleepy side. So there's not really much room for error. You could have a 2 or a 3, but that could have counted towards the end of the heat total, so we'll see what happens. But completed waves for Hono and Alice to start this wave.
Yeah, and you can see on the bottom of your screen the colors for the jerseys, as well as the seeding or the ranking coming into this final event of the longboard season. Honolulu and Bloomfield coming in number 1 in the seeding with number 1 on the rankings, and Honolulu is seeking, Matt, a 4th world title if she's successful here.
And if her free surfs are anything to go by, she's ready and rearing to go. She's been really turning it on here. Yesterday, Wobble doing our prep meetings, Hono was wave after wave, switch foot, natural foot, and just alternating between the two. So will we see one of those trick shots that she did at the Surf Ranch last year, where she got that switch barrel? We'll have to wait and see as these rounds get down into the serious end of the competition.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield taking out a world title in 2017, 2019, and she is our defending world champ, winning here at Malibu a world title in 2021. Although the French surfer here on the replay is the defending champ here at Malibu.
Absolutely, and perhaps went a little against the grain last year, taking that win. She beat many of the favorites going up right into the end, and she never looked like losing. She was super solid right throughout, and she doesn't crumble under pressure. In fact, it's the complete opposite, Kaipo. As the heats get down to the pointy end, Alice tends to shine.
Yeah, and last year, a win here at Malibu was her the biggest win so far in her young career, Alice Lemoyne. So I'm going to think, Matt, that this is going to give Alice a lot of confidence returning to a place that she's been so successful at.
Absolutely, and we talked about in the morning show about developing this story of surfers coming back to Malibu, and they're starting to really understand what Malibu is about. It's about that feeling and connection, and this is a good place for Alice, and it's somewhere that she knows that she can do really well at.
Yeah, another favorite as we talk about Malibu is Chloe Kalman. Chloe took out a heat win in the seeding round, and Chloe's against the glass with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Chloe, great start to that heat right away. You commented that you felt like there hadn't been any waves for the end of the last one, so you knew there was something coming.
Yeah, it's very unpredictable out there. It was just pretty slow this morning, so I thought that maybe, like, hopefully a good set would come in the first few minutes. So that was kind of my strategy, and I got that beautiful wave with the sunrise in the back, so it felt good. We were all waiting for a second set that didn't come, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm stoked to make it through and to have one more shot at Surfing MT Malibu.
Yeah, tell me about the feeling about being at such an iconic wave.
It's such a treat to have this lineup to ourselves. It's such an important spot in surfing culture and history, so I feel really privileged to be here another year. And there's so much knowledge and hard work to learn how to figure out this way. Like, it's a hard way to surf, although it's perfect. But yeah, we couldn't get a better spot to finish off the longboard tour.
Well, congratulations. Hopefully we see you back up here on the glass.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chloe, come on. Last year, semifinal finish here at Malibu. Just had some beautiful surfing. And Matt, you know a lot about Chloe surfing.
Yeah, I've traveled with Chloe a lot and worked on her with her boards and her surfing the last few years. And this is somewhere that Chloe's really familiar with. You know, she's been here many times before with that contest prep, and it's a unique place, Malibu. You can't really stay on the beach. You have to drive here. You have to have your own routine. You know, you have to get through traffic, eat food that you're not familiar with. But if you have that routine worked out, it tends to do you really well at Malibu. Otherwise, you get caught up in the circus that LA does provide.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and I mean, I think of Malibu as a classic California point break that has such a deep history here. And out in the water, you can feel that history. But when you're on land here, it's pretty hectic, even just to find a parking spot.
Absolutely, there's characters everywhere, and you know, the enigma of the place is it's identifiable through the people that are hanging here on the wall. But it has been like that since the 1950s, Kaipo. You know, it's bred characters, and as we see up and riding for a second wave, this is Hono under priority. Just probably not a bad option to take off and build that momentum. It is a little bit sleepy as we see that period of that swell kind of, you know, really slowing things down at the moment.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield on her second ride. She opened up with a 2.43, and the strategy employed right now by the three-time world champ is to get on the board, get some numbers on the board quickly, because you never know when one of these big lulls are going to take place out in the lineup. And with the diminutive conditions here, waves are valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. Traditionally, it is a place where you can only win on set waves, but you need set waves to come. And there's been many a surfer, including Chloe in that previous seat, who have been here and been 30 seconds running out of time, needing that set wave. So you honestly, it's a tricky wave because you want to wait for that perfect set to give you that opportunity, but it doesn't always come.
Here we go on the paddle. This may be the first wave for Hiroka Yoshikawa out of Japan. And here we go with Hiroka.
So we see really nice timed footsteps there from Hiroka. In the pocket, we see this backwash, see how she deals with that. Steps back to the middle, regains that trim. And if she can finish cleanly, and she doesn't, she tips that rail, Kaipo. So it would have been nice for her to get a completion. And you see that tide is shifting. We've got that run out tide. We do see a little bit of a backwash and a ridge coming through. The surfers are surfing on the inside. We're surfing the inside bank, so to speak, here. You see that one spinning down. So they're a little deeper and a little on the inside than where you probably really want to be surfing here, but they need to be catching waves. If you're free surfing, you have time up your sleeve, you would just wait over to the left or a little bit further out, wait for those sets, those groundswell sets to come. But we are in a heat scenario and the surfers do need to build their totals. Top two waves will be counted, and Hono's off to a good start, about to lock in her second wave, which was a 4.17.
Replay here of Yoshikawa. What do you think about this ride?
I liked her footwork, really good timing. It was just this end bit here where that nose dug in, and that wasn't really what we come to expect at Malibu. It ran away from her, which is expected, but that backwash we don't see too often. And Hono just really, you know when Hono's on, when her upper body is relatively relaxed, and she's keeping those arms sort of down by her side, and that's probably a good sign that she's on a surfboard that's of considerable weight. because when you have a surfer that's riding a heavier board, the way it moves through the water with natural momentum means the surfer can be connected to the board and doesn't have to use their body or their hands to maintain that speed or momentum.
Well, coming out of those replays, let's get you caught up with all the scores. Honolulu Bloomfield out in front with 2 wave scores, a 2.43 and a 4.17. Opening wave for Elise in the blue jersey, a 3.33. And our Japanese competitor, Hiroka Yoshikawa, with a 3.07. Looks like Hiroka is on the paddle again. Actually, with the backlit conditions, it's going to be Honolulu Bloomfield on wave number 3.
Yeah, Hono keeping really busy. That's a strategy that she's obviously identified, and beautiful locked in 5 and 10 there. Really far on the inside here, and she got this one out of priority. And nice completed wave there for Hono, just building upon that heat total. And that finish is really, that completion, Kaipo, is really going to play into the hands of the judges today. I think they're going to be very strict on who's finishing cleanly and who's making it look like a well-completed wave.
Style, grace, and flow all coming into the criteria, so you want to utilize the entire board, but also make it look easy. Here's a replay, Matt.
Yeah, so, and the footwork as well. See how Hono's crossing those, her feet over and cross-stepping 5 to 10, getting the 2 feet over the nose, and then delicate footsteps. Gorgeous close-up angle there of Hono's feet. And she's in the middle of the board, just keeping that trim and momentum and stepping back. So that is what we deem as a completion into the shore break. So she's feeling confident.
Back again to live action, and it's been all Honolulu Bloomfield. This is ride number 4 for Bloomfield. All under priority and taking advantage, or actually utilizing a strategy just to get those waves under priority, but getting a lot of time on the nose there, and a beautiful trim for Honolulu, once again showing really good control.
And with that, the swell and the conditions that we've got coming, Kaipo, I don't think we'll see surfers even looking at waves like that later in the day, but you've got what you're given, and you need to make it work. And we've seen it places on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour at Pipeline where surfers have to revert to aerials or turns at a place that's known for the barrel. But this is the hardest part about surfing. It's not necessarily competing against that person you heat, but it's more so the waves and yourself. You've got to be in conjunction with all those elements to make it work. And Hono's sort of identifying that this is not a standard morning here at Malibu, and there is going to be a change in conditions, but perhaps not on this draining tide.
Well, not only as a former competitor, but as a coach, Matt, strategy and playing to what the cards that are dealt to you, especially this morning in the smaller, inconsistent conditions, changing that strategy, that's what champs are made out of.
And that's what you practice for as well. You know, and here we have Elise. We'll get back to that in a moment. And nice clean wave, this one. It's not too dribbly or running away from her so far. And you can see that wide tail holding her into the pocket. There's that water running through the kick and the tail. And that's what's just allowing that board to slow down so she can get to the tip. No hang 10 action yet, but nice clean footwork there from Elise. And she'll be happy to finish this one all the way through. That was a nice wave to really build that confidence.
Well, as we're coming out of these replays, updating you with some numbers, that ride last of Elise Lemoyne, a 6.33 last ride for Honolulu Bloomfield, a 5.83. Bloomfield in the lead, Elise in second. But the troubling part is for our Japanese competitor in Hiroka Yoshikawa. Remember, third place goes to that elimination round. Yoshikawa just holding on to a 3.07. She needs a 6.59 to get into the advancing position. Malibu Farms on the tip of the pier here, and we're going to be back with more from Malibu after this.
All right, well. Wide up and riding, cross steps, gets on the nose. And the finishing floater for Yoshikawa right there. Looking for a 6.59 or anything better than what she has on the board right now, the 3.07. All right, well, last of white, 3.2. Hiroka, you now need a 6.46 with about 9 minutes 45 on the clock.
My name is Honolulu Bloomfield, and I am from Haleiwa, Hawaii. I started surfing when I was 2. I was born into surfing. My parents both surfed. When I turned maybe 9, I really got interested in longboarding. I just loved it for loving it. Surfing was like my favorite thing in the world. My biggest inspiration was Carissa Moore growing up. She was from Hawaii and like the best kid ever. You know, like we would watch her videos and like it was just so inspiring just to see how much she loved surfing. When I was 10, I came to Malibu Surf Rider for the first time to watch my brother. Came back the next year and I won the contest, and it was my first longboard event like out of Hawaii. So it does hold a special place in my heart. I mean, winning last year alone was super special in that aspect. Obviously, it's amazing that I get to represent my blood and my heritage, and I think that's special for anyone, you know?
One of the Cuervo champs, Honolulu Bloomfield, here at the Cuervo Classic World Longboard Championships presented by O'Neill. Honolulu Bloomfield out in the lead, and we're going to catch up with some rides that happened during the break. Let's start here with Hiroka Yoshikawa, Matt.
Yeah, this is her 3.2. This is her second wave. As you can see, it's a cleaner wave, but unlike Elise's 6.33, it just didn't allow that inside section. And this is live action from Honolulu. A nice little 80s shuffle there up to the nose, and that one running away from Hono. She's hanging on, but a little Corky Carroll island pull out there.
I like the two references that you just threw down here, the 80s shuffle and the Corky Carroll pull out.
Absolutely. Well, Malibu longboards never stopped being ridden here, Kaipo, and it was the type of place where it was. We talked about the enigma of those characters, and this really highlighted guys like Corky Carroll. They're really able to be themselves here, and oh, beautiful tip control there from Elise. Wow. So that was just a small wave, but really highlighting that nose and that tip control, which is in the criteria. So a 3.93 there just for that one nose ride. And this is a close-up of Hono's wave here. See our feet are positioned, does that little shuffle there, which is a functional shuffle. You know, people get all, myself included, very technical with that stuff, but there is a time and a place to shuffle up and down the board. It's just that we have such refined modern equipment these days, Kaipo, so we sort of have that luxury of balanced rockers and rails and fins, but a shuffle isn't necessary all the time.
Right. You always want to kind of cross step. It's more difficult. It'll garner you more points, the cross step, but there's a time and a place, like you said, for the shuffle. You got to get to the nose somehow.
Yeah, you'll see surfers like Tosh Tudor, you'll see Kai Takayama, you'll see some of the technical Malibu locals, Chad Marshall, Josh Fabro, those guys, Dane Peterson, and it stems back to your Mickey Doras, where it was all about trim and positioning, and the shuffle, just moving that inch or two forward or back, was actually a functional method of hot dogging, because Malibu is not just a nose riding wave, it's a high performance longboard wave. The very essence, it was the first place we saw what we know today as surfing, you know, changing direction, and you know, roller coasters, which were basically the early floaters and banking off the lip. The Malibu chipboard, that's in Australia, we still call them Mouse, which comes from, that's the Malibu style board. It's not even a colloquial term, it's referenced from what we see here today.
Yeah, decades and decades of surfing and many generations passing through the cobblestone point here at Malibu. Here we go with Yoshikawa. Nice pose on the nose for a sec, maintains that trim, gets back to a 5. Nice trim line for Yoshikawa, back up to the nose, hangs it up for a 10. Coming through that section, good looking wave one more time. And actually turning from the nose, Yoshikawa. Great job for our Japanese competitor. This could be the comeback wave. Aggressive slice there to finish off. Finds a little bit more open face. This wave keeps on giving all the way to the sand, and she kicks out looking for a 6.8. I thought she looked good.
Wow, with 4 minutes 50 to go, there's a little bit of action out there. So you can see this wave of Alice sort of bending inwards, and it's going to run away from her on the outside. We'll see if this wave that Hono can turn, and see if it spins wide of the bank like Hiroka's did on that last one. We've got that new swell hopefully starting up, well, that lower period, more consistency starting. So this is going to race away. If she can stay on this, it's going to be a great wave, Kaipo. Beautiful tip control, and it's stretched out. So these are tricky to surf, and she's done really well up to this point. And she's looking to drop a 417, so this could be the wave to do that, Kaipo. And she's going to need to, because I think Hiroka is going to drop a really healthy score.
So we may see a shuffling of placings right in the final 4 minutes in this Heat 3 of the seeding round, but Honolulu Bloomfield looking money on that last wave, Matt.
Absolutely, and you can see the rocker in that board and that fin placed really far back. You can see the tail flip there, and that's what's allowing Hono to sort of stay in the pocket. She's doing those delicate footsteps. It does look like a heavier board too. She's looking fantastic, smooth and ironed out. But really keen to see Hiroka's set wave and what that locked in. She's some very technical moments there. This will be a replay of Hono's from the front angle. So this is the stretched out wave. Beautiful 10 to start off with. Oh, how gorgeous is that lighting as well. Southern California morning. Holds that section. As it races away, no time for a turn here. So these are tricky waves to time. And I think she did a fantastic job. Little setup here, and she races back up to the nose and holds it into the shore break. Another redirect. So yeah, only looking to drop a 417, and that'll be her 5th wave that we'll see lock in shortly.
Catching up with Hiroka Yoshikawa as well, as she's on the beach. So judges do owe us some scores. We owe you some scores watching to give you the update in the situation. Here is the previous wave for our Japanese competitor.
All right, so she's been looking to open up. This is the first wave and 4 steps up. Wow. You can tell she's practiced here, Kaipo, because that's a very technical adjustment. I love these delicate footsteps. She de-weights, lifting her hands there and sort of floating through the section. Continual flow, cross steps, a little bit of rail game there and stepping back. So really good timing from Hiroka. Perhaps a tiny bit on the rush side, but considering she hadn't surfed a considerable wave this whole heat, fantastic time to get that wave, and I'm really keen to see what locks in here. She was chasing a 6.80, but she has just locked in a 4th wave as well.
As we look at our Turtle Bay VIP area where the competitors are readying themselves for their heats, Big Ben Skinner taking a look at downloading some info there, and watchful eye on the conditions as the men's will be up later today.
And beautiful catering from the Malibu farm here, up here on the pier as well. Some amazing bagels and salads for everyone to taste it. And I think surfers really appreciate Malibu for what it is, but there's nowhere really in walking distance that's nice to eat. But it's so nice to have the catering here in Malibu, Malibu farm here on the pier now. And Hono keeping busy again.
One more time from Bloomfield. Smooth as ever to a 5 to 10. Trim line through this section. Has to beat the wall, does so. And just a smaller wave for Honolulu, but she's been the busiest in this heat. 5th wave ridden for Honolulu Bloomfield. Actually, this is a 6th wave ridden for Honolulu Bloomfield. And right behind her, in this backlit conditions, is Elise Lemoy, trying to come back in this heat, currently leading, and Lemoy is going to take this one to the beach. Wow, we're down to just 40 seconds, and we got still a lot of scores up in the air.
Yeah, you know, I think, oh, here we go, Hiroka. So she's going to try and top one of her 3-point rides here, which she may need. And we'll wait to see what her last one locked in at. So this one's a smaller wave, but it will allow it to go all the way through to the shore. So she'll get some work done here. She's nearing the shore break here, so perhaps not as a dynamic wave as her competitors. Beautiful, spicy drop knee there. So I can tell Hiroka's on when she's got her variety, Kaipo. She's really pulling out that tip control on the variety of turns. And a nicely surfed smaller wave there for Hiroka with right on the buzzer, 0 seconds gone. So 0 seconds ago, sorry. And this is a replay. Wave 3, okay. So this is the one that was just after her, this is the wave just before her, what I think will be a higher scorer. So really coming towards the end of this heat, really coming back, Hiroka. Super confident and perhaps identifying that, wow, we saw Hono and Hiroka's score being locked in there. So a lot to unpack, Kaipo.
All right, so scores are dropping right now. Last two rides for Hiroka Yoshikawa. 7-point ride and a 4.17 was enough to put Yoshikawa into second place. Currently, we still have a couple more scores owed to us for the judges. Holua Bloomfield out in the lead. Elise Lemoy, our defending champ here, leads a 4.85. We're waiting for the last score for Elise and see if that changes her situation and see if Elise can avoid that elimination round. There she is coming up the beach, just waiting for the information.
And I believe that was perhaps a Bing that Hono was on, the Izzy Rider, which is a more hippie version of a Bing surfboard, and it's something that Israel down in Mexico had designed. And well, I'll tell you what, all three surfers put on a great performance.
I mean, Elise with a stressed look on her face because her need has grown to a 6.01 because last score for Yoshikawa comes in at 5.33, scores in 5.73, not enough for Elise Lemoyne, our defending champion here at Malibu, on to the elimination round. That was a surprise.
Wow, and I'll tell you what, that is what repeated Malibu experiences will give the competitors. They're starting to really build, and the storyline continues to unfold.
Well, there you go. That was an exciting heat and a shuffle of the places right at the end of that heat, right at the last couple of minutes. More action from Malibu on your way after these messages.
Well, and you're right. Elise surfed that last wave well. Unfortunately, gets bumped down to third, but she's going to have to reset in that elimination round. So that's what you were kind of alluding to. Keep the faith. Keep positive. You had a good heat. Oh, well, I didn't make it. I still got to grind through that one later. Exciting finish, though. And now a new heat. Rachel in the red, Avalon in the blue, Maria in the white. So we'll call up Khalees, Sophia, and Zoe. Another good heat there.
Welcome back to the Cuervo Classic, presented by O'Neill. We're here at Malibu First Point, and we have Rachel Tilley, USA, Avalon Gal from the USA, and Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru. Another hot heat. We have Maria, who's fighting for her qualification status in that top 8 coming into this event right now. But we also have Avalon and Rachel, who are in contention to potentially walk away with a world title at the end of this. But Rachel, on a brand new board, I think all 3 surfers, Kaipo, would have been really excited to see what happened in that heat. Now, hoping there are some waves left over for them to start this one out. And no waves ridden, though, unfortunately. We saw that late flurry in the last 10 minutes. It was interesting to note that we had Hiroka, who was in 3rd place for the majority of that heat, coming back with just a small amount of action. She capitalized on it. Technical footwork, a wide variety of turns, mixing those drop knees with that beginning fade setup. I thought some of the waves could have been perhaps a little bigger, but she did get that bomb in the end, and it was enough to get in a 2nd place. But I do feel for Elise, the defending champion, who didn't surf a bad heat. She timed her strategy really well, but unfortunately wasn't enough.
Yeah, Lisa's going to apply a little bit more pressure to herself in that she is moving on to round 2, which is the elimination round. Again, reminding everyone watching that this is the seeding round, the opening round for the women. Top 2 advance into round number 3. 3rd place in these 3 surfer heats go into that elimination round.
And nothing on the horizon at the moment. We talk about the conditions, Kaipo. We're coming off a 19-second groundswell, coming down to 17-16. What that means is the space between set waves. We've got an extra few seconds, which will make the set waves really good, but inconsistent, and not much on the inside. A little bit of action out there now. I think the surfers will try and capitalize. Rachel having a hunt, trying to look wide. This one's not going to do it for them, but Avalon Gal, let's talk about Avalon. Strong performance, I thought, at Huntington, but coming on a strong part of the draw, just not able, and here we have some action in the water, Kaipo.
Let's take a look who we're going to open up with here.
Rachel Tilley.
Our 2015 world champ, Rachel Tilley. So first to score, and nice hang 5 through that section there for Tilley. Gets back up on the nose. Little style. Wave your hand in there. Wave actually grows through the inside section. Oh, but catches a... That was an awkward rail catch and a surprising rail catch.
Wow, yeah, you saw that wave really it grew down the line, and as she stepped back, you know, perhaps didn't load up and bend the knees, or it didn't anticipate that section to sort of draw up like it did. But fantastic start for Rachel, as we see some delicate footwork, just feeling that out, and now it starts to race away, so she gets straight to the tip. Nice, delicate 5, arches the back there a little bit. This is the one here, beautiful. It's a nice photo moment, and she's in the middle of the board here, steps back and wasn't able to engage rail. Didn't go off the bottom and rounded up off the top. So an unusual midsection growing wave there for Rachel this morning, but she'll get back out there. Hopefully she's not injured. And that was her brother, I believe, passing her back her board. No leashes.
All right. Well, Rachel on the pal back on. As Rachel makes her way back out, let's hear from the last heat winner, Honolulu Bloomfields with Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Bloomfield out there making the technical nose rides look easy. How hard is that?
Really hard. I mean, I just kind of went out and had fun. I love this wave. I've been surfing it for some time. So, like, I feel like the rocks are always different. Like, every year it gets a little different, and the tides really affect it. But somehow, I don't know, I could make the sections if I just stood there on the nose. It was like almost easier to make the sections if you're hanging 10 rather than just standing there. But yeah, I had a blast.
So you said you've been surfing out here since you were 10 in competition. Does that build a relationship for you and a comfort level?
Yeah, I'd say so. I've been coming here. This was my first like actual longboard contest that I came to. So I've known a lot of the people around here, the locals, and they've always been super supportive of my career in general. So it's always good to come back and see all my friends. So.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see some more of you out here at Malibu.
Thank you.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield, obviously one of the favorites here, coming in as the #1 seed. We got the first score for Rachel Tilley, Matt, a 4.67, the opener for the 2015 World Champ.
So despite not completing the wave, the judges really recognizing the degree of difficulty in that that critical hang 5, but she really arched back. If she was able to complete that, we would have seen that wave, I think, go above into the 6s. But not a lot of opportunity out there. So a 4.67 could be a keeper by the end of this heat with nearly 17 minutes remaining. These surfers are going to go, where are these sets? Where are they coming? And they're looking, they're searching. We saw Hono catch almost 6 waves before the other competitors had got their second wave in that last heat. As she said in her post-heat interview, sort of gaining momentum. She loves this wave. She had a lot of fun out there. Perhaps that's on a day like today, you've just got to go out there and surf, and hopefully with a non-elimination heat, you can jag a set and get that first or second place.
Look at the positioning of the surfers right now, Matt. Looks like we have Rachel Tilley sitting way wide down the point.
Yeah, and that wave raced away on her before, so she probably identified that and goes, all right, third in priority. I'm going to sit further down the line here. There's no point paddling all the way back up the point, jumping in line for a wave that may not actually come. And perhaps a good move there. She just needs to ride some waves and consolidate. She may actually be feeling a little bit nervous as well and a little bit shaky, first heat of the event as well. So a lot on the line. Although these surfers are experienced, as Hono referenced before, the rocks do change, and Malibu does have some subtleties there throughout the tides and throughout the different conditions and swell directions and consistency of periods. So not a bad option for Rachel.
Malibu, we talked about generations of surfing, decades of surfing happening here. We had the Malibu Invitational events way back in the 60s, 1962. The earliest there, put on by the Malibu Surf Association. The champion that year in '62, Dave Rockland. Dave Rockland went on to move to Hawaii and started up a couple of pretty famous surf brands in the way of Surfline Hawaii, as well as Jams, one of the original board shorts for surfers. So nice little trivia look back at some of the history makers here at Malibu.
Not to mention history makers, but movie makers as well. I mean, Dale Velzy set up his first shop just down the road here, and he was shaping boards for Hollywood movie stars at the time. And I mean, after all, that's what Big Wednesday was based on. Velzy and his surfboard shed down the road, and the epitome of Gidget as well. The California beach culture, and Malibu was at the center of that, where we had Dora, Lance Carson, and Johnny Fain, who really were the standout surfers in the 60s. But previous to that, in the 50s and the 40s, there was a whole host of surfing legends.
A lot of legendary surfers, competition, and a world title at stake here at Malibu. Stick around. We got more coming your way from the Cuervo Malibu Classic presented by O'Neill.
Decent opener there. She's going to sit wide because knowing, the other ladies have priority over her.
That's a good move for Rachel.
Maybe try and sneak a little inside under and back up that 4.67 if possible. Could be the theory right now. So 13:45 on the clock. So just the 4.67 for red, Rachel.
The Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championship. This is the culmination of the longboard season, where we'll be crowning a men's and women's world champion at one of the best longboard waves in the world, Malibu First Point. This is what the judges are going to be looking for at Malibu. The surfers have to perform controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire wave and board in the spirit of traditional longboarding. The following are key elements for the judges to consider: nose riding and rail surfing, critical part of the wave, variety, speed and power, commitment, control, and footwork. One of the most difficult and technical maneuvers in longboarding is hanging 10. It's really hard to do. It looks beautiful, and it's going to get highly rewarded. Malibu is one of the most special points in the world. You couldn't have a more ideal wave for traditional longboarding and the surfers to express their personal styles.
Judging Explained by Tori Gilkerson, our new head judge on the Longboard Tour. Tori also the 2016 World Champ, so an expert in charge of the judging, and I love it. Again, it's Kaipo here, along with Matt Chinoski, the Waxhead, talking you through. And Matt, we're in Heat 4 of this seeding round. Rachel Tilley with the only wave ridden so far in this heat.
And no heat restarts today, so Rachel realizing that, taking the opportunity to get perhaps the only rideable wave so far at Malibu this morning. I tell you what, if you're free surfing out there, you'd be pretty bummed if you had to go to work, Kaipo, but these surfers, non-elimination, perhaps beautiful place. There perhaps isn't a better place to watch the sunrise coming from behind the canyon there, and gorgeous Malibu. Here we are at the World Championships.
Yeah, and we're experiencing, you know, the California fall where you almost have a few different seasons all in a day. We woke up this morning, it was really chilly with the wind coming through the canyon, heating up now, and we're going to have summer-like conditions by this afternoon. Sunny, beautiful day, and we can find some shade underneath the Cuervo umbrellas on the beach. So if you're in the area, come down. You can check this all out live.
Yeah, Strider, Shannon, Sam, and myself, we've synced up. We've got the sunscreen ready to go. But you're out there in your Speedos just lapping up the sunshine. We're not as lucky, Kaipo, but I'll tell you what, that moustache, that's it's doing wonders too. Talk about style. You know, Tori mentioned style.
Yes.
You see, you know, we got people who epitomized in certain eras. You know, you had Jerry Lopez in the 70s and Michael Peterson, both purveyors of the classic moustache as well. But in the 60s, Dora, Lance Carson, and Johnny Fain. So we had three natural footers that really brought their unique flair. Each of them, Lance Carson with a very upright, elegant style. Dora, and a very smooth, cat-like performance here at Malibu, almost like attacking the wave in a very slinky way. So we see here Rachel capitalizing on an inside wave here under priority. She has nothing to lose here, so she'll want to try and complete this and build on her one wave total so far. And completing that. So Rachel off to a nice start with 9 minutes 30 left on the clock.
Hey.
Super sleepy.
Yeah, but smart play by Rachel Tilley. Gets that first wave, a 4.67. There was a lot left on that wave. She did fall towards the end, but keep her score in the context of things as we take a look at some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for Rachel Tilley. Career event wins, 4 of them. Longboard heat wins, 62 of them, and a 66.67% heat winning percentage. As we go to live action, and it's going to be Avalon Gall on the back end here.
And for a heat, she did say she was going to go for her black board, which is a bigger, better board for nose riding. And I think she'd just be reluctant to get a wave at the moment. Yeah, beautiful finish there for Avalon, but probably didn't paddle out in this heat, seeing those sets before, thinking she was going to be looking for something like that as a keeper, but with 8 minutes 30 left on the clock, that may be in her top two waves. So, but natural footers, I mentioned, but goofy footers at Malibu, it's not something in the 60s that was a synonymous, you know, with this right-hander, but in the modern day, goofy footers, like last year's world champion and many years previous too, goofy footers have really shown us that this wave can be surfed in a unique and a different way. We may even see some switch foot today.
Yeah, well, there we go. Goofy footer on the replay here with Avalon Gall with the heels on the rail for some control. A nice cross step up to the nose. Looking back at a replay of Rachel Tilley's second ride, Matt.
Yeah, that board trimming really nicely, looking fast and lively through the midsection here and just popping that one off the top. So A little bit of variety there for Rachel Tilley. A brand new board, Kaipo. She just got it, and it's an amalgamation of, I believe, her favourite boards that they've sort of put together, and it was ready just last week. So just really starting to feel it out.
Speaking of boards, I'm going to throw it to our man on the beach, Strider Wazalewski. He's got some board info for us. Strider.
Right now, you know, we got a beautiful board sitting in the rack. No logos, zero information on the board. It's the board Soleil Erico was riding, who won her first heat today. So this board, traditional 50-50 with a nice wrap with the resin tints in it. You know, obviously traditional single fin with a square tail and a beautiful scoop out of the nose, allowing that nose ride. So when you get up there, it creates an air pocket, gets you to sit up there on that nose as much as and as long as possible. We got to remember the tail has to hook into that lip line and hold your balance. So it's kind of like a teetering on a seesaw, and you have to be right in between the perfect spot for that board to hook up into the back of the wave and have that air pocket on the nose and to get that nose ride all the way through the inside. This board is one of her favorite boards, a duplicate. So this board was just made, nothing really on it, but a beautiful outline and a beautiful rail line. Let me tell you, I just want to get out in the water and ride a wave.
Hey, Strider, you know boards. I know you got a lot of boards. Talk to me a little bit about the 50-50 rail as opposed to the down rail that you would find on a short board, the 50-50 rail on that longboard.
Yeah, so you got a traditional short board would have that, you know, really sharp edge down along the back. This board has a tiny bit of it for her turns, but mostly throughout this entire board is a 50-50 rail, which is a traditional ride for these old school longboards. And I really like to feel the length and the weight on these boards. So this board right here is about 9.0, and it's probably weighing in about 14 pounds, and it feels amazing under your arm. And when you get on a wave, that weight creates glide, and that glide creates your style, and you have to counter that with your turns. There's such an art to riding these waves.
Love it, Strider. Thank you for the info and the reporting from the beach as we see Avalon Gull on her second wave. Open up with 3.17. That's going to be a lesser number on wave number 2 because that wave was just a small wave and closed out on her, Matt.
Yeah, and tell you what, this is a tricky one. Maria is in priority. 5 minutes to go. If a set comes, she'll be stoked that she didn't pull the trigger and she was patient. But at the same time, this is an event where, you know, surfing, you actually need to ride waves to score. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world. This is Mother Nature is something that surfers have to battle with. It's not necessarily your competitors, but it's the ocean.
Okay, step one of surfing, Matt. Got to catch the wave.
Absolutely. Michael Takayama said to his son, Kai, I remember at Huntington, what advice did you give your son? He goes, stand up. Stand up. And I thought, fantastic. What an encouraging sentence just to say to your son before he goes out, don't forget to stand up. It's true. You got to stand up.
Hey, and have fun with it as well. You know, this is competition, but you got to have that right mindset. And the mindset right now for Maria Fernanda Reyes is one of a calm mindset, knowing that she just needs a 4.67 to get into second place and avoid that elimination round. She's got priority. She's identifying a wave here. Interesting to see that she's going to pull the trigger on this smaller wave right now. And with that paddle, with that intent, things have turned a lot more of a challenge for our surfer from Peru, Maria Fernanda Reyes. She's lost priority. She's in the back of the line, Matt.
Well, almost sounded like she was listening to us, Kaipo, which of course she's not because we're here in the broadcast booth. But my advice would have been to, at this point, just wait for a wave because she only needs a 4.67 to advance. You can do that on one wave.
I was honestly, and I'm in the smartest seat in the house when you're on the set talking about surfing. You know, it's always easy to be the armchair quarterback. But when she paddled for that wave, I was questioning it. Even the decision to paddle for that wave with 4 minutes and priority and not even needing a 5 to avoid that elimination round.
We saw Rachel's first wave, which ran away from her. It was a smaller wave, but you saw her paddle down the point because it was one that was going to grow. Maria was really far at the point. She had to fade, and that's going to tell you that wave's going to die somewhere down the line. She had to fade into it, and it just didn't break. But still 3 minutes to go. You could still get 2 waves in this time, Kaipo. And here she is having a look on her Piccolo Clemente single fin. Former world champion Piccolo and Peruvian as well. And oh, here we go. 5 and 10 for Maria, looking very relaxed, smooth upper body. And nice tip control there for Maria. Delicate footwork, so Wow, so that's a really good opening wave. She's left it very late, but that's exactly what she needed to do, and she's capitalized on this and finishing on the shore nice and clean. So 2 minutes 30, we have a heat on our hands.
Wow, 4.67 she needs out of that ride. Was very lucky to lose, after losing priority, to move up to the point and have that wave gifted to her. She's really in the running now, Matt. What do you think?
I think so, and tell me, Kaipo, if you're on a shortboard right now, are you paddling back out to try and get a wave? Probably not on a longboard. She's going to get back out there with an opportunity. And I love this section here. Beautiful timing of the 10. Really just letting that board run out and timing it perfectly. Not pushing it. You see her quiet arms, you know, just staying below shoulder level. And she looks very calm, even though she's been waiting this whole time and nearly half an hour, and just, you know, by the time these surfers paddle out with 5 minutes to go, they're on the beach before, you know, there's a lot of preparation. No one's had a chance to surf this morning either, Kaipo.
I love that you made a reference to Piccolo Clemente, the 2013 world champion, as the shaper for Maria Fernanda Reyes. And Piccolo, that was the last time that a world championship has been won by a Peruvian. It's 2013. So, Maria, this event being worth 10,000 points for the winner, does have an outside chance of bringing the title home to Peru.
That's correct, and you know, at the moment she's probably focusing on qualification first and foremost, but as we've been saying in the lead up to this, it could be anyone's. If the dominoes were to fall in certain ways, Maria could have that chance to take that 10,000 points. But 50 seconds to go, she's sitting a little wider. Once again, a good option, so we're still yet to see this score lock in. Ooh.
All right, scores are dropping again. Maria needs a 4.67 to take second place with just one wave. She gets a 5.07. The Peruvian does it with only 35 seconds left, and that leaves very little time for Avalon Gall to strike back at the moment, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Needing a 1.91 Kaipo, so probably didn't take off on that second wave thinking it was going to be a keeper, but it looks like it may be at this time. 25 seconds ago, second in priority. Really, a single nose ride and a nice completed turn is going to be enough for that score, but easier said than done.
Here we go, clock ticking down. Avalon on the paddle, 10 seconds. She needs to get to her feet before the clock runs down. Again, she just needs basically a 2-point ride. And we're at the 3, 2, 1 mark, and it is not going to happen for Avalon Gall. What a comeback by the Peruvian, and Avalon heading into the elimination round. Nothing but smiles from Maria Fernanda Reyes. The action continues here at Malibu. More of the Cuervo Classic Malibu right after this.
Okay, we're going to count in heat 5, 9, 8, 7, and here we go with the count in 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and pass the mic back to my co-commentators. Here we are. Heat number 5. That was a nail-biter finish there in heat 4. Maria Fernanda Reyes getting in there in that second place, moving on into the round of 16. But not to worry. Avalon will be battling out in the elimination round, so the story is not finished yet. Just the start of this heat here. Wearing the red jersey, got Miss Kalis Keleopa'a coming all the way from Hawaii, also from Hawaii, and coming off a recent win up at Pismo Beach in the blue jersey, Miss Sophia.
The Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championship presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Cuervo, the official tequila of the Longboard Championship, by O'Neill, first name in the water, by Epiphone, for every stage, and by Hydro Flask, Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go.
Welcome back to a beautiful day here in Malibu for the Cuervo Classic presented by O'Neill. It's been an incredible morning of surfing, a little bit slow between those sets rolling through, but providing plenty of excitement and action. Shannon Hughes here alongside my good friend Sam Bleakley. And Sam, we're so ready for what we have in store today.
Absolutely. The surfing's not going to be slow for these 2 Hawaiians, Khalees Keliopaha, Sophia Cohen. Sophia comes off the back of a win at Pismo Beach for the qualifying event for next year's tour. Khalees comes off the back of winning in Huntington against 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield. And Zoe Gropignon from France, she came all the way through to the semi-finals here last year at Malibu.
She had such an incredible run last year. It was her best result of her life. And so to be able to return here for Zoe, it's got to have that great feeling of knowing that she's worked this breakout. And last year it had some flutters of, crazy conditions, different winds. So she's in the water against the 2 Hawaiians in Khalees Keliopaha and Sophia Cohen. And it looks like we might have a paddle for our opening ride. Nothing ridden yet. 22 minutes on the clock in this 25-minute heat. And Zoe, last year's semi-finalist, now up and riding on her forehand. Nice trim point to start things off. Slow footwork. She's not going to rush anything here. Just gets a little taste of what's available. Can't find the nose. Can't get any turns in, but she's now got that first wave underway. And that priority will start to get set in the lineup.
So Zoe from France, she's riding boards designed and constructed by Phil Grace, who works at Euroglass in the Biarritz area, in the Hossegor area of southwest France. Phil spends time between Australia and France, and Zoe is a bit of an academic. She studied business at Kedge Business School in Bayonne, and she's now doing a master's in management online, as we see a little bit more live action again.
Sophia Cohen now up and riding for her opening ride. Quick tap to the nose, and she'll kick out. Sophia, as you said, just came off of an amazing victory in Pismo just 2 days ago. So to be able to have that sort of momentum with a lot of the same surfers in the draw in that event as we have here, for her to match up against surfers that were looking for that regional qualification out of the North America or Hawaii region, but also some surfers that got the call up and had an opportunity to compete in a warm-up here for Malibu.
Yeah, she's sitting in 8th in the rankings, and she's going for a world title. She's looking really strong riding those Michael Takayama boards.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock, and in that last heat, we saw the youngest world champion of all time, Rachel Tilley, take out the win. She's with Strider now.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Rachel, great job out there. You were talking about the nerves. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, with knowing it's so slow out there at the moment, I knew I just had to try and be really selective, and I think the ocean's making it be selective for you because you just take pretty much what you can get. And I would have loved to catch a few more to actually just get this jitteriness out of my legs. I mean, my first wave, I started well and then just fell flat. Like, I don't even know what happened there. So gonna at least got through that first heat, and yeah, I'm gonna take that into the next round.
Talk about, not having the jitters gone. Is that you just wave after wave gets that out of you?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a first heat and everyone's just catching waves and stuff, you start getting into your groove and going, okay, I'm feeling good. I think I'll probably go surf third point or something to just feel the ocean, feel the feet wax under my feet, and relax a little bit more.
All right, well, we can't wait to see you. Hopefully you're back here on the glass with us. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Strider. Great to hear from Rachel. And one of the great things about this venue is that they can just run up the beach around the corner and find a couple more waves in their free time, Sam.
Yeah, and if they go way up the top of the point, they can even go left if they so desire. But of course, you're not going to be able to go left down here at first point. But Rachel, yes, she was saying that she had some jitters there, but like she also emphasized, the ocean is a little bit slow as we're waiting for this swell to fill in, so you have to maximize what you have. You don't want to fall when you get that opportunity, but we can just see some of those smaller ones there that have a little bit of a wobble on them. Those have sometimes been carrying scores, so it's very important for all of the competitors to really nail it on the rides that they do catch.
Especially on those smaller waves that they just lack the energy, right? The wave's not doing the work for the surfer that sometimes happens when the wave is a little bigger, it has that pulse, has the energy to it. Then your board's able to find its way in the pocket and everything that you do to control it as well. But when the waves are so soft like this, it almost adds that extra degree of difficulty to not only being able to get a big score because it's such a small wave, but just to maintaining that
They have equipment that works in small waves, but of course a little bit more period and power will favor different longboarders compared to some of the conditions we're seeing this morning, where that quick footwork could be the opportunity to stay close to that pocket and maximize the scoring potential.
And we do have a dropping tide throughout the day. That high tide this morning was at about 7:13 a.m., just as we were getting ready to kick off. And we'll be dropping through till 11:41 a.m. It's currently here on the west coast of California at 9:33 a.m. So that tide will come into play just a little bit and make that bank slightly more shallow.
Yeah, well, mid-tide is the best tide. Pushing later is going to be our prime moment. So as we move perhaps into the women's round 3, that might be where we start to really see this swell starting to fill in. But in this heat now, to have 2 women at the forefront of this Queens Waikiki scene, Kayleigh and Sophia, that really is one of the more dynamic movements in longboarding happening right now. And Kayleigh riding the Kai Salas surfboard. She's on a 9.2 by 22.5 by 2 5/8. It's a PU. It's a variation of the Waikiki model, which you can get in the Thunderbolt construction. And it's the board that she won in Huntington in the last event of the World Tour.
So she's got that good feeling. She's feeling comfortable on the feet. Having that PU to it's going to add that little bit of extra weight as well into the conversation when the waves are smaller. Allow that board to maybe just trim through a little bit better than those epoxy or those Thunderbolt technology boards that a few of the surfers here in the longboard scene that are shapers and surfers like Kai Salas, Ben Skinner, they've adapted their boards to that type of technology as well, which makes it easy for surfers around the world to walk into their local surf shop to grab a board from some of the greatest longboarders in the world there, great shapes across the world, but also to be able to see surfers like Kayleigh perform on that kind of equipment. And we've got one of our surfers putting herself into position here for the paddle and just getting up to her feet. Our surfer in white with priority. It's Zoe. Setting that line, getting ready to go to the nose the moment that wave pockets out for her. And she just comes unstuck on the finish.
You could just see that, you know, that one had that little bump in it. So she kept that trim line. She just hoped that the nose ride might accelerate her through the section, but just too much bump to deliver a kind of bigger scoring platform. So all of the women starting out with low scores in this heat. Of course, they'll all know that they want to replace those. But Zoe going all the way to a semi-final finish last year was an incredible result at Malibu. And that's something that she really want to harness again today.
As we have Sophia now up and riding. Similar looking wave to that last one, finds that trim line, but is able to get into that pocket easier than Zoe was on the last wave. Nice little check and engagement of the rail as well, throwing in the slightest bit of variety that she can into a wave so small. Gets another nose ride on the finish as well, and she'll be looking at the best wave of the heat so far.
She's so clean on her footwork and precise on her nose rides. Riding a 9.6, the so-called Manatee model from Michael Takayama, and there's a real kind of good energy behind Sophia's surfing at the moment. The breakthrough result for her came at the beginning of 2020 in Noosa when she was in a final with Kayleigh Kealiopaha and finished in second position. It was at that moment that we knew that this young woman was a contender for a world title. You can just see the flow and the precision back up for the second nose ride. A small wave, but relative to the waves ridden so far, this should come out as the highest score of the heat.
And now up and riding the Princess of Waikiki. Kayleigh goes switch stance after that opening maneuver. Nice pedal back, gets in that proper carve into the pocket, and lovely use of footwork. No downtime in between, finds a perfect hang 10 and cruises past the section down to this inside and kicks off on the sand.
That was sensational from Kayleigh Kealiopaha. I love the use of the switch stance. The way she made those transitions, it embodies all of that Hawaiian grace that we saw in the likes of the great Rel Sun and a number of other Hawaiian surfers. And the footwork between the rail turns there was a lot of variety demonstrated. As you see her set up there, uses a little kind of nice high line setup, 4 steps up to the nose, a nice 5, good, clean, elegant footwork, a nice redirect, and a lovely timed hang 5. Use of the switch stance, functional, facing the section, and the way she walks back into that cut back and just drops the knee ever so slightly and then connects all the way through to this 10 here. That's the money nose ride. Long, smooth, stylish hang 10 on the inside from Kayleigh.
Incredible. That's the sort of wave that makes me want to jump in the ocean right now to get a wave like that of my own. And we've got scores to come through for the second ride. Kayleigh opened up on just that 1.83, but now she's going to have that rhythm, that feeling with her, as we'll have a better score to drop through We're down to 13 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and we've got a paddle now from out the back with Zoe Grospignon, and she's now up and riding. Gets that quick tap to the nose, really lightning fast footwork to get that opening hang 5 in. Gets another quick tap to the nose. Now just readjust that line and finally is able to hook in for a more extended hang 5. Nice use of the tail and the rail to carve back into the pocket and to continue working her way through the inside past that bump and that backwash. And we'll have some scores to come through for Kelise Keleopa'a and for Zoe Grospignon, Hawaii and France, to see who will take that position. And it's a 6.5 for Kelise. She takes the lead. We'll be right back with more after this.
You heard it here first, ladies. Frankie Seeley said at noon. It's happening at noon. No matter what, I think with that change of tides, we're not having a real low tide. It's only at a 2 point something. But I think after that flip where we get that more push, I predict we'll get a bit more sets. What do we got going on here?
In early August, Kelise Keleopa'a found her second win at an event of this level, the Vans Duct Tape Invitational at the U.S. Open of Surfing, where she took out names like Chloe Calmon, Caitlin Mickelson, and Honolulu Bloomfield in her road to the win.
This was so cool. If you want a beauty brilliance in beach break longboarding, this is the perfect line. The way she was just flowing and linking those sections was just fantastic, and she's riding that same 9.2 out here. It's her lucky board. She's got new boards on the table, but she decided to stick with this lucky 9.2. A reminder that you don't necessarily need to be on 9.6, as we associate Malibu with 9.6 plus, but if you're comfortable on a 9.2, that's fine.
Exactly. Finding that board that you're comfortable with and able to just perform in any kind of condition. It's great to see you're comfortable with that. And remembering back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, where she was in the water, took out that victory while her cousin, Coniella Stewart, was matching up in the men's final just after that. A very special moment for the family overall.
Absolutely. They've got such a strong movement happening at the moment in Hawaiian longboarding, and they're all inspiring one another, and there's a big family support for these Hawaiian surfers right here on the beach. Of course, Kelise is with her mum, Malaya, who herself is a fantastic longboarder.
Oh yeah, Malia's an incredible surfer, and it's been great to see so much cool footage of her coming through and that pack at home, and then that translating into the type of surfer that her daughter is today. Sophia Cohen now trimming the line. Nice locked in hang 5 right in the pocket. You can see her get that little feeling, that little groove as she comes through into that next section. And she's looking for that finish here as she comes towards the sand right in front of our audience down on the beach. And a nice long hang 5 soul arch quick kick to the 10 and a carve out to kick out to finish. Up and riding behind that, Zoe now with an opportunity. Zoe's last score dropped in as a 4.67, so she's sitting in second. Looking to now back up that 1.17 or to replace that 1.17. And she's getting some great work done through here to the inside as well, finding another wave that will link through into the sand.
And we could see the difference in wave size between both of those rides. Sophia on the bigger wave, Zoe on the smaller wave. Sophia's read of that wave was excellent. I think that's going to be a really strong score for Sophia, and it's going to certainly go higher than her 3.5, substantially higher, I believe. Whether it will come close to that 6.5 from Kelise Keleopa'a remains to be seen. It might fall slightly lower than that, but it'll certainly be in that ballpark area.
Down to 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for Zoe and for Sophia. And let's take a look now at this last of Sophia.
Well, she read that first section very well, just staying in trim position. It's really important to recognize the nuances of the trim in longboarding. It's not all about being on the nose or being on the tail. A lot of good longboarding happens in the middle or the front third of that board, just reading that trim line. There wasn't much rail engagement to redirect. That wave was all footwork and trim, but at the end there, she did have a little open space for a kind of opposite direction kick out, but it was a much stronger score than Zoe's smaller wave to follow.
Yeah, Zoe had an opportunity on this one just behind. Found that little nose ride through that section, but you can see the wave quality significantly different.
So it comes in at a 4.9 for Sophia. So not rivaling Kelly's Kelly-Apaha's 6.5, but an important score for Sophia as we see Kelly's up and riding.
All right, great switch stance as she finished off with the cross-step cutback on that last maneuver.
Isn't that switch stance gorgeous to see?
Beautiful, and it just looks so relaxed, so poised, the same as her standing regular foot.
Absolutely, there's something about facing the wave, you know, that opportunity to switch your stance and face the wave. It just has that kind of matador, I'm in control of this ride vibe.
Sophia took the lead with her last wave. She's now using priority on another solid size one. So she knows for this wave, she wants to change it up a bit. She's got that nose ride 5 to 10 combination, but after already engaging the rail in that first part of the wave, so she's adding in a little bit more variety now as she comes through for this last nose ride and lines it up once again. Beautiful. I love the positioning of her arms, the use of her entire body within that, and those subtleties in the movements of her feet.
Absolutely, Shannon. So if we think of that 4.9, for me, immediately it feels like it's going to go higher than that. And then we kind of reference it to Kelly's Kelly-Apaha's 6.5. What I saw from Sophia there was a really good hang 10 through that inside section where she had that 5 nicely locked and she felt that opportunity to get all 10 toes over the tip. As we get a replay here, you can see that first 5 is just all trim speed and a good redirect as she cross steps back to the tail. And then here's that second nose ride where she's locked in real tight into the 10 there. It was a short 10, but the degree of difficulty was high, and that third stylish soul arch nose ride through the inside, meaning that I would anticipate that's going to go bigger than her 4.9 and be Sophia's highest score of her heat so far.
Now at the moment, we've got a score to drop for Kelly's. She's chasing just a 1.90 to take the lead away and put a requirement on Sophia, and she does. A 4.33 for Kelly's takes her into that double-digit heat total as well. So she's sitting in a good position now with a score to come through for Sophia, requiring a near 6, a 5.94 for that last wave. As we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, and Zoe is sitting with priority. And that was a great exchange between those two, between Kelly's and between Sophia. And you mentioned earlier on in the heat that, you know, seeing Sophia graduate onto the World Longboard Tour back at Noosa in 2020, for her to walk away with that second place finish behind Kelly's.
Yeah, that
incredible.
That was a real statement. That was like, I'm here, I can be a world champion.
And they were best friends. I mean, they've grown up surfing Waikiki together, but just 14 and 15-year-olds at that stage to graduate through an event that had 70 to 80 competitors in the opening field with so many world champions on the women's side, the height of women's longboarding. And it was these two Hawaiians, Kelly's and Sophia, that were in the final matchup.
It was a brilliant final. And this is interesting because Sophia needs a 5.41 to move into first position. So Kelly's highest wave, that 6.5, the judges will be referencing that wave and really starting to kind of measure it against that ride. Is it going to come out higher? Is it going to come out lower? I like the kind of presence Sophia has. Everything looks committed. There's no hesitation. She's very sure-footed. She eyes up the section. She commits. She rides the nose through the sections. She's got a slightly different style to Kelly's. Kelly's, we see the switch stance coming in. We see perhaps that kind of closer stance through some turns and that widening of the stance for the drop knee. Sophia's much more kind of on that kind of like down the line vibe where you know that there's precision in every movement.
Scores in for last of Sophia. It was that 5.43, which then decreased her requirement. So she was just shy of actually getting the requirement to take the lead over Kelly's. Something in that 5.5 range up to that near 6 would have gotten her that advancing or that leading position. Sorry, she's already in the advancing position. But that does put Zoe into a much bigger ask now, chasing that 5.66 to advance.
And I think that the difference there was the variety. Khalees, of course, demonstrated that style, flow and grace, but there was a lot of variety in her ride. Had Sophia's way facilitated a little bit more variety beyond those nose rides, perhaps it would have gone a little bit higher. But Sophia will be very happy with this score, and it's now the pressure on Zoe sitting with priority, chasing that 5.66.
Down to 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, and a glimmery day here in Malibu with some really fun waves coming through. It's been so enjoyable to be able to take in all the action.
Sitting in second with a 10.33 total, and in third, Zoe with a 7.27.
It's a beautiful morning here in Malibu, and the two Hawaiians are currently sitting in the lead over the surfer that had the most success here last year, Sam, with Zoe graduating to that semifinal finish at last year's event. She had an incredible result, but then went down as she met up with the eventual world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield in the semifinal. Zoe took out Kalia Muniz on her way through that quarterfinal as well, and Soleil Erico. So she eliminated a few women in the draw that were real threats to taking out the win here.
Absolutely, she progressed further than both of these women in that event, so that's confidence she'll carry forward. With 2 minutes in priority, she has the opportunity. She knows she can, try to kind of add a score to back up that 4.67. That's a very respectable score relative to the scores that have been dropped. A lot of surfers so far this morning in this opening round one have been carrying 4s, 5s, and 6s as their top 2 rides.
Down to 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock, and this is where you kind of get that little feeling of tension. In the last heat, we saw Maria Fernanda Reyes, the Peruvian, not take off on a single wave until we were near that 2 minute mark. And she ended up getting the single highest score of the heat, which took her through to that advancing position.
And Maria's great. She's a savvy competitor, and that's within her nature to really kind of fight back from behind. And we've seen her do that time and time again on the World Tour over the last number of years. And like Kaipo referenced in the previous heat, she's riding Piccolo Clemente shaped surfboards, and he's a 2 times men's World Longboard Champion. And he's really kind of been inspired by the Michael Takayama wide flip tail designs and developed his own take on that type of nose riding board.
Khalees looking to secure herself with the win. Quick footwork up to that opening hang 5. Beautiful S-turn to redirect, gets that 5 to 10. Keeps those feet so close together as well. Some of the tightest footwork on the women's side of the field.
Absolutely, it's that grace, that upright presence, the way that the hips and the knees are flexed, but the upper body is so relaxed, and that tall posture, that really embodies one of the kind of elegant elements of longboarding that we love to see.
Down to 25 seconds, and Khalees is gonna hang on the shoreline. Check her foot there. You can see she had a little slip on the rocks, and that's one thing that you kind of forget about here at Malibu is that there are all these little cobblestones. They've got the barnacles growing on them. There's a few little danger things to the elements, as well as just some of the most beautiful waves. And we've got a score now to come through for Khalees, that last one, just a 3.23, so that doesn't change her situation in the lead. And Zoe with one more opportunity. She takes off using priority for this, chasing a 5.66. It's gonna have to take something exceptional at this stage to be able to get it into a score of that range. Beautiful surfing, nice 5 to 10 as she comes through after that S-turn out the back, but it's a big requirement in front of her.
Yeah, you could see that she was ready to pounce on that. The surfing was great, but the wave just didn't really allow it. But Zoe will be strong in round 2.
She'll be so strong, and a real threat coming up for whichever women she ends up meeting up with in that 3 surfer heat. Let's take one more look at this one.
She sets herself up here. Again, that anticipation, looking a long way down the line. Hesitation there, but knowing she needs to get locked onto the nose to get through that section. But this just didn't have that pocket, that run, that electricity that she needed to really go up into that 5.66 range.
And beautiful surfing, but the wave determining that score in so many different ways. And it's just a 2.87 on the board for last of white. And she doesn't get that position into the round 3. She'll be into round 2, the elimination round. Khalees Kaleopa'a with her parents there, feeling stoked, and she advances through into the next round.
All right, that is the start of heat 6 in the red jersey. Wearing blue, Caitlin Nicholson. And in white, Lindsay Stein riding from San Clemente. Up in with it. Gonna go to the inside section. She's still holding on to it. Nice comeback from Blue. Great opening ride for Blue. Caitlin is no stranger to competition, and she is no stranger to competition here at Malibu. She's been competing since she was a kid. She's a strong competitor. She knows how to put the elements together when she needs to, and quite frankly, she knows how to make that section. She's definitely had her experience out at Malibu. She knows this wave pretty dang well. Very fierce competitor and mama bear. Yes, she is the mom to a new lovely baby boy, Maddox, that I know she is super happy to have and be in love with. Her opening ride, we're just waiting for those scores to drop. Ladies, you got 23 and a half minutes, lots of time happening.
And Jose Cuervo is really about tradition.
Malibu, California, a jewel of the California coast, as well as an iconic wave.
I think it's so fantastic that Jose Cuervo has come on to support this event and also really support longboarding and surf culture. They're very synonymous with each other. It just makes so much sense, and you know, I know all of us are stoked.
Gets all the way up in a beautiful hang 10 trim line.
Full use of the board, nose, and tail. Beautiful footwork, making the most of that one for sure, right onto the beach.
That classic style 5 to 10.
With surfing and how much ingrained tradition there is in it, and so much ingrained tradition in Cuervo, the fact that they're working together and supporting longboarding, it's a real blessing.
And we're back to the action here for the Cuervo Classic at Malibu, presented by O'Neill, as we see live action with Tully White. The feeling of that trim in her hand, that curl of the wave, as she resets that line now for another nose ride. 5 to 10 perch, and we'll see what she can get done now through the inside section. Great use of footwork, a variety, and a beauty coming through in Tully surfing this morning.
Oh, absolutely. I know all the Aussies will be tuning in back home in Australia to watch their favorite Tully White. As we see the replay of Lindsay Steinrider, it's live action from Lindsay, and we can really see how glassy these waves are right now, Shannon.
It's so glassy. I love that she just looked for that moment to see if she could sneak through a tube and just get that feeling for the wave. The stars glistening on top of the surface as she goes for that 5 to 10 combination, and she kicks out.
Busy start to the heat.
Caitlin Mickelson with that quick kick in and out. She's already got a score to drop through for her opening ride. And we'll take a look now at Tully with a quick in and out as well on her way back to the top of the lineup. So a bit of action to start things off. We've got 21 minutes on the clock, and Mickelson already has a 4.5 that she opened up with.
Well, it was interesting because the heats have been slow, and this has started with a busy set, and the surfers have just feasted on that set. Literally, they have taken everything they can catch, as we see Caitlin Mickelson up and riding.
Nice footwork, gets herself to that hang 5, gets a little stuck for a second there, but she'll ride out of it clean, drive off the bottom up into that next hang 5. Nice little trim line from the top to the bottom of the wave as well. And beautiful footwork as she pedals back through the curl and just taking advantage of these sets. And now for her also, this is a good second wave. She's already got that 4.5 on the board. She's looking to make that statement from the judges and to apply that pressure to the rest of the field.
That was great surfing from Caitlin. She rides a Dane Peterson board, and Dane Peterson, one of the Malibu greats. And it's really lovely to see that kind of heritage coming through in Caitlin's board choice. Often would ride the Donald Takayama shapes, and you know, really kind of recognizing that Dane Peterson knows how to build a great board for Malibu.
Now this was the 4.5 that she opened up on, so this is our first time seeing it.
Really in the pocket surfing from Caitlin Mickelson. Power, speed, control, drive, and nice close, smooth, delicate footwork, and then putting that board on rail, throwing spray, and connecting that all the way through to the inside.
Wow, I really liked that wave.
It was lively, it was loose, it was electric. She looks up for this, and I really sense that kind of energy she's got, but it's a busy start start to the heat. Lots of scores being tabulated by the judges.
So we're waiting for the first scores now of Tully White, the Australian, and Lindsay Steinreity of California to really get a feeling for where we're sitting with things.
It's a great showcase of 3 really strong regular footers. Lindsay, a former Women's World Longboard champion. Tully, a potential world champion. And Tully's got all of those kind of nuances and that body language that really kind of captures the essence of expressive longboarding. She can be very minimalist and precise when she needs to, but every now and then she just uses that little soul arch or that drop knee or just caresses the kind of curl of the wave, and I really like to see that from Tully.
And some more action from Lindsay Steinreity with a score to drop.
So this is a replay of Lindsay's ride. As we see, good again, clean footwork. Lindsay knows Malibu like the back of her hand. She's been competing here for a long time, and she's just anticipating every section, working that all the way through to the inside.
Incredible surfing. She won her world title back in 2011. So she's one of the older women in the draw and has so much experience to draw from with every event that she paddles out in. As we've got some live action now with Tully White on her forehand. Nice setup for that high line nose ride, perches for that soul arch to start. And now setting herself up here, nice and reactive off that board. Finding a beautiful trim line for that 5 to 10 combination. Doing everything that you just described of her surfing. Nice drive off the bottom, sets it up for another nose ride here. Engages that tail and gets that full S turn involved in the pocket. And she just goes down on the finish.
Had she not fallen at the end there, I feel that could have gone up into the excellent range. But still, that's going to be a very strong score from Tully White. We look forward to really analyzing that.
A great pulse of action right now, and the women being able to capitalize on it. Good size set. Lindsay gets a couple steps up, finds that quick nose ride, and she'll kick out behind the section.
They're pouncing on everything that comes through because they've seen some slow heats, so they're recognizing that they need to take advantage of the sets that do come through.
And you can really feel that kind of ebb and flow of the ocean right now, taking those breaks for maybe 20 to 30 minutes before a set rolls through, and then real fast pace for the next set or the next heat that rolls in. And we've got scores coming through across the board. But in that last heat, we saw a great performance, a beautiful performance from the Hawaiian and Khalees Kaleopa'a, and she's with Strider now.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, Khalees, your first trip to the glass this event. Hopefully there's a lot more.
Yeah, it was pretty slow but fun out there. I mean, that last couple of sets that came in looked very promising for the rest of the event, so I'm excited.
When you see waves like that coming in, does it make you feel like you kind of slide into a comfort zone knowing you're going to have more opportunity?
Yes, it gives you kind of peace of mind when you see waves like that. You're not as stressed out, I feel like, when you go into the water because you're like sitting there and there are no waves coming. But when you see that, yes, it is promising.
Well, you did a great job. You did some beautiful surfing out there. Do you have nerves in that first round?
I feel like I have nerves in every heat and every round because, like, you never know. But, yeah, first heat jitters are off and just moving on forward heat by heat.
Well, congratulations, and we can't wait to see more of you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Strider and Khalees. Khalees is really one of those front runners to winning a world title now, building on those points with every heat that she advances through. But she already has her single highest event rolling through with 5,000 points, which is the most that she could have walked into this event with. So she's in a great place heading towards the end of competition. And we've got some situation now. Lindsay Steinreity currently sitting in the lead. She opened on a 6.67, backed it up with a 4.37. So Lindsay's currently sitting in first. Our surfer in blue has priority. Caitlin's sitting on that 4.5 and just a 0.5. So she's got one more score still to drop and now up and riding again. Quick nose ride. And just digs in that outside rail, and she goes down. Tully White, also with another score to drop, is still sitting on that single opening score of a 4.17. So waiting really to see where that second and third place surfer are at.
Yeah, I think when Tully's score drops, it's going to be big. It might be the biggest score of the event so far. Everything about it embodied presence, variety, the body language, the precision. If she'd not fell on that final turn on the inside, it could have been near perfect, and it comes in the excellent range, and it really does demonstrate that Tully White is a contender for the world title.
The first 8-point ride of the morning goes to the Australian, who walked away with a semi-final finish at the Sydney Surf Pro. For her at home in Manly was an exceptional performance there as well. But now you're right, it's really setting herself up as the woman with the target on her back in this event.
And there was variety in the rail turns. She used her trademark drop knee later in that ride, but earlier in that ride, she just engaged that rail very elegantly. She liked to put her hands high up in the air here on that first nose ride, gets a nice soul arch, looks very stylish, and then look at that nice rail engagement to just generate more speed into 4 clean steps up to the 5, back to the 10, walking back, all good clean footwork, keeping that arm above her shoulders. That's the way she felt she needed to express herself and control herself. And there's that beautiful cut back there with an elegant small drop knee onto the inside for another 10, and then takes the fall just there. That could have put it into a 9 if she hadn't fallen on the inside. But what she achieved thus far on that ride was by far the highest score we've seen all morning, and Tully White's going to be feeling good after that.
And she just ticked all of the boxes that those judges are looking for, from style, flow, grace, but the combination of maneuvers, the criticalness of the pocket nose rides, as well as the engagement of the rail. Caitlin Mickelson now chasing a 6.55 to take that advancing top 2 position, and she just finds herself right there in the curl as she comes through that first nose ride. She'll now have a little bit of downtime as she looks to get herself around that foam and decides to kick out instead.
And, you know, due respect for all the mum surfers around the world, Caitlin here with her son Maddox, her husband Niles, on the beach cheering, watching. I saw her take her son in for one of his first waves yesterday. That was a joy to witness, and she's now got that family kind of momentum behind her, and she'll want to kind of surf for them as much as for herself.
And it's amazing to see her back in this year, where last year, Maddox's birthday is next week. It's mid-October, and she had to pull out of the World Championship event as she was just about to go into labor. And that opened up the door for another mom, in Kalia Muniz, to get the call up to those last 2 events of the season, and for her to be able to compete here as that next alternate on the list. Kalia, the 2-time world champion. And so now for Caitlin to find that opportunity coming back into tour this year with her 1-year-old son alongside and getting him into the water at a spot like this is just incredible to be able to witness.
And Tully traveling with her mum Donna, and I know that her dad Alistair will be tuning in. He will be so delighted to see his daughter drop her excellent score on that 3rd ride, backing up that 4.17 with the priority sitting there with Lindsay Steinruddy. So she just needs a 5.51. And like I said earlier, Shannon, Lindsay is a woman who has competed so much at Malibu that she will have a really good read. She most likely has a position that she lines up with.
Down to 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. It's been a big day of women's action so far. We're in our final heat for the women's seeding round. And coming up next, we're going to have the men's seeding round with Taylor Jensen heading out in the water. But we got more of this to come right after this.
Remaining competitors? Alrighty, 11 minutes, 10 on the clock. We got a little action in the lineup. White is sitting in priority. Will she take this and use it? I would. I like it. But she's kind of getting stuck behind her. Can she race around that? She's got to hold on, keep that rail high. She does. Now she's going to work on that scoring potential.
Yeah, those are back in the end section. Unfortunately,
that was all she wrote there.
10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and our surfer in white is having a look. She's chasing a score to get herself into the leading position and has that cruisy takeoff. Just a slow fade to start. Nice couple of steps, controls it from that middle third of the board with that little crouch down, quick rail touch, not even that proper grab, and just comes around that section again. Nice up into the nose. And now engaging that beautiful S-turn setup and just hits that outside rail. So she'll have another score to roll through to see if she can take the lead away from Tully White, who's got that 8 and that 4.17 now on the board.
You could see a little bit of frustration there from Lindsay falling after that turn. She knew that that could have been a much bigger score. She read that wave very well. It ran quickly from takeoff. Tully decided not to go for that wave. She must have thought, I'm not sure I can make that section. Lindsay out of priority went. She did make it, and that rail turn through the inside was fantastic, but then she fell afterwards.
And the scores are in. It's just a 3.5 for Lindsay Steinreity, so that doesn't even factor into improving her backup score to put more pressure onto Caitlin Mickelson. Caitlin is chasing a 6.55, but we've seen her find some really solid waves throughout her career. She's been close to that world title in the past, has finished, you know, up to that number 3 in the world at the finish of the rankings. And she's taken out some great results this season. She walked away with that semi-final at the Duct Tape Invitational in Huntington Beach, which put her right into that conversation for the opportunity to win her world title this year.
Absolutely. She's right up there. All of these women could win here at Malibu, all regular footers. As we see Taylor Jensen getting ready for the next heat, and he comes off the back of that win in Huntington. He looked great on his shaped Thunderbolt construction board that he was riding in the beach breaks. Most likely he's going to be riding a custom Stu Kenson board that might be a new model in the process that he's developing, recognizing the type of equipment he needs to use at Malibu to go for this world title.
And I love that change from him, you know, to know the type of wave that he's going to be out here trying to surf today. It's so small. He's a surfer that's very tall. He's got a lot of weight to him. And so to kind of increase the size of that board, increase the weight on that a little bit more, to just be able to find that trim line and really make sure he's hitting all those points in the judging criteria as well is so important, with him being in that front running position for the world title.
Yeah, and we mustn't ignore the fact that he's a great all-rounder. He rides all boards very well in all conditions. So yeah, he's a firm favorite out here, but with just under 8 minutes remaining, it's Tully in the lead with that incredible 8.0, and the expression she demonstrated on that wave really reminded me that some surfers like to keep their upper body low, but you know, sometimes being expressive with the hands can also work, and Tully demonstrated that.
And it brings in their own element of style into that conversation, which is part of the criteria here for longboarding.
Absolutely. It made me think of the classic drop knee turn that Midget Farrelly did in 1964 to win the inaugural World Longboard Championships in Manly, Australia. And Tully is a local of Manly, of Sydney, of the Northern Beaches, and I liked the way she had her arms high there. Some longboarders prefer that, keeping the wrists below the waist and that kind of those hands low, but the expression that Tully demonstrated there seemed to work with the wave she was riding and the maneuvers she was doing. Everything for me there with Tully looked exciting, and I think the judges really recognized the degree of difficulty as well in the variety of rail turns and the criticalness of the nose rides.
Yeah, that was really beautifully said. She was matching what the wave was offering her, that little bit of extra punch that it had, that little bit of extra spice in the size of the wave, and those critical sections that are different from some of the smaller waves that we're seeing ridden. And so she was matching that little bit of energy, that excitement, with her own physical energy, with her body movement as well, and using those arms and kind of engaging things. And she's an incredibly well-rounded surfer. Seeing the clips that are dropping through from Tully on a regular basis in these winter swells in Sydney, of her paddling out on bonzers and mid-lengths and fishes, all different types of variety, that I think have really enabled her to become such a good, well-rounded surfer, where she already has all of the technical aspects of knowing how to nose right in the pocket, knowing how to maneuver and control a big board in the lineup. But for her to maybe have that expression of riding some of those the boards of smaller equipment, she's translating that very well into longboarding.
And she's also a thinker. She's an environmental science student studying online back in Australia. So all the energy of the Surfrider Foundation formed here at Malibu. She will be inspired by the environmental movement that surfers embody here in California. But this is a break that we cannot forget has really informed the style of Lindsay Steinreity, who's our 2011 world champion, and the Surf Relic event she won here in 2018, beating a lot of these women. So Lindsay can really come alive given the opportunity. She's in third priority, so with just over 5 minutes remaining, will we have another flurry of sets like we had in the very busy start to this heat?
And she's one of those surfers for Lindsay who set the tone for the next generation that we're currently seeing in that success space here on the World Longboard Tour, where she, won her world title back in 2011. That's, 11, 12 years ago. It's a long time ago from her big win at that stage, where she had already been on tour for a while. And so much of her style, so much of her approach to surfing and the boards that she's been riding, a lot of younger women, especially in this California region, have looked up to her as that model for the way that they want to be approaching wave riding. And it's amazing to see her still right there in that pack, performing just as well and just as beautifully with that new crop that's coming underneath.
Absolutely. She's Dana Point born and raised. Her dad taught her to surf when she was age 6, and she rides Ryan Engel Nation surfboards. She did have a big injury recently, recovering from a broken leg, so she's made a full recovery from that, and she's a professor of physical education and does a lot of work in kinesiology and holistic health, so fitness is a big part of her routine.
And she is currently sitting in second place with Caitlin Mickelson chasing a score. We've got Ben Skinner Skindog there, the Brit, having a drink of water alongside Jared Neal, who used to compete on tour, has retired as his wife, Tori Gilkerson, is now the head judge for the Longboard Tour.
Absolutely, Jared Jazza Neal. He's a really good goofy footer. He would love to be out here competing.
He'd be frothing.
But he will be enjoying speaking to Ben Skinner. They're good friends. They've competed a number of times over the years on the World Longboard Tour. Ben, of course, a world title contender. He will want that period to really fill in. He will really come alive if the wave size increases, but he's very light-footed and very capable on the nose. I've seen him almost nose riding above the lip, getting so much hold and levitation on his nose rider he's using that sometimes the nose is even higher than the lip line, which is very exceptional to see. So look forward to some fireworks from the Brit in the men's round coming up soon.
Oh, it's going to be very exciting. So once we finish out this women's seeding round, we're going to head into the men's seeding round, which has 6 heats in it. After that, we're going to be back to women's round 2, which is the elimination round, followed by men's elimination round 2. And then we'll be into women's round 3, which will have head-to-head matchups, so 2 women in the water. And we're going to be running the overlapping format. So it should be about 40 minutes on the clock for those round 3 heats running later on today. And that will give these surfers the opportunity to really make the most of the lineup today, to capitalize on every little wave rolling through. I'm sure we'll see a lot of those being ridden as we take a look at Caitlin's husband, Niles, and baby Maddox.
That's great to see there. So they're rooting for Caitlin. She's in second priority, needing a 6.55, riding those Dane Peterson boards. Pito, one of the kind of Malibu legends of the kind of longboard renaissance in amongst the likes of Carla, Roland Zamora, the likes of Casilla Miador, the likes of Jimmy Gamboa, Josh Fairburgh. They're some of the people who really put Malibu back on the map as a hotbed of longboarding after the kind of iconic hot dogging period of the 60s.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and Caitlin trying to put a little distance between herself and the others. She's chasing that 6.55 to advance, or to take herself into that advancing position to round 3. She won't be knocked out yet because this is not an elimination round. And she's sitting with second priority. It's our surfer in the lead, holding on to that priority position. So Tolly White's securely in that advancing position, but Lindsay keeping a close eye on Caitlin, wanting to make sure that she's the one advancing through into that head-to-head matchup later on.
Yeah, Tully's sitting pretty cool there, but she wants to drop that 4.17. With priority, she'll want to kind of end on a wave. But that 8.0, to hear a score like that in the excellent range, it really gives you a lot of confidence, and especially to consider that she did fall on the inside.
That's right. Had she ridden out complete, she would have, if she'd been able to find that little trim line again, she could have had another nose ride. She could have had some great engagement of the rail and pushed that score into the 9s easily. And I love that the judges rewarded that. They saw the variety, they saw the style, the flow, and the grace coming through within Tully's surfing. As she has a stand up there, that's one thing that's very classic of longboarders, is the ability to stand up on an over 9-foot board, take a look out to the horizon and see what's coming next. And our surfer in blue in second priority now with an opportunity, finds the corner, stalls a couple of times here, waiting for this opening nose ride, finds that hang 5, jams it back into that section, and she's looking to find that trim line through here. Another hang 5 and finds a third. Quick footwork back. And she's looking for a solid finish, chasing a 6.55 to take the position away from Lindsay Steinreity.
That was phenomenal surfing from Caitlin. Out of priority, finding a runner, a wave that had a real pocket and flow and speed, and she surfed that extremely well. But relative to that 6.67 we saw from Lindsay for her opening ride, and that 8.0. It's going to have to come close to Lindsay's opening ride. It didn't appear to have the kind of wave size to allow it, but certainly she gave it everything.
Oh, she's doing everything she can. Even now on the inside with 5 seconds to go, she's up and riding once again, so still waiting for her last score to come through. Caitlin now perched onto the hang 10, and she's just caught behind the section. She'll fall out. Lindsay as well with the paddle, but she won't be able to get up before the buzzer and is behind that section. So scores to come through now. The more important one, her second to last wave, as we take another look at it now.
Yeah, so she chose a small wave. It was good to get that out of priority, and she gave that everything. Great footwork, great speed, nice big stool reposition cut back there. Gets a nice high line for this inside nose ride section. You can see the spray coming off the board, pulls in a nice tight 5 there. So it would need to feel close to that opening ride of Lindsay's. I just don't think the wave size and speed really allowed that, but she certainly gave it everything she could.
Well, scores in. It's a 3.9 for that previous wave, just a 1.93 for the last. So situation remains with White in the lead and Steinreide in second. More action to come right after this.
Alrighty, welcome back, Ryan. 24.5 minutes. We just started this heat. Nobody in priority yet. We do have a little flurry happening here. White was taking a peek on the inside, decides, no, I'm going to be patient, I'm going to wait.
Again in the elimination round.
Back to the Cuervo Classic Malibu presented by O'Neill, and the men are in the water here in the opening heat of the seeding round here at Malibu. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Chanaki, also known as the Waxhead, as well as Strider Wazlewski, also known as the Waz. So Waxhead and Waz here on the booth with me. Glad to have you, Strider. The whole act is coming right here to kind of a home break of yours.
Oh, man, this has been a place in my heart since I was a little kid. I used to take the bus up here from Santa Monica just to go on like a surf trip, and we'd end up, jumping off the bus here and surfing out here as much as we possibly could. We'd have longboards, shortboards, boogie boards. We'd do everything, the old contests we do. There were so many events out here for us, so this place is near and dear to my heart.
A lot of history out here, Shanoski.
That's it. And what sort of boards were you riding when you were growing up here, Strider? That would have been, what, the late 70s?
Yeah, late 70s, early 80s. We were riding all kinds of different equipment. A lot of forefins, actually, on the shortboard side of things from Nathan Pratt and Horizons West. And then on the longboard side, we were riding traditional, like 50-50 railed longboards out here.
Because, of course, as we see Taylor Jensen up and riding, longboarding has never left Malibu, although there has been shortboarding that's emerged here over the years. And one of the best to ever surf it, Taylor Jensen, who's been on fire in the lead up to this event.
Yeah, Taylor Jensen, you can see the powerful, smooth surfing of Jensen coming off a win at the last stop over at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. So Taylor Jensen actually has a chance for a 4th world title if he's able to perform here at Malibu.
Do you feel like his size is an advantage as he whips that board around, or is there just an element of style and grace?
In terms of the rail game, size definitely advantage, but something that Taylor's quite clearly been working on is that eloquent footwork. You can really see the middle of the board and really dissecting the board from the tail, the middle and the nose, and really utilizing that midsection, where given his frame, he traditionally was straight off the tail or right on the nose.
Here we go. In the white jersey, this is Edouard Del Perro out of France. A surfer that makes most of that classic surfing, but actually can do some mean turns from the tail, illustrated right there with that check snap by Del Perro. Back up to a 5, hanging through this inside section. Nice trim line for the French surfer. Continues on, just planted on the nose. And again, loose in his approach. This is a runner of a wave, and great performance by Del Perro. Remember, 2021, this man surfed his way to a title in the Surf Ranch event.
Correct, but he's also one of Taylor, he said it himself, brings out the best in himself as well. So in all the years in Taiwan where the Longboard World title was settled, Edouard had placed second numerous times and been knocked out from Taylor in that side of the draw. And I don't think anything would be sweeter if he could knock Taylor off in this opening heat.
Yes, revenge is sweet, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I love the way, there's a lot of footwork happening, a lot of nose riding here. I love it when the hands are down by the side and the style plays in. I just think it's so eloquent and beautiful when they have that low hand look.
And it's also to do with the board. You see, he's riding a slightly heavier board than what he'd usually be used to. The rails on this are quite big. I picked the board up yesterday, and that's allowing for that relatively quiet body language.
Matt, let me ask you about equipment for someone like Edouard, who in the past I've seen him on a 2+1 setup. What's he riding here?
This is a single fin, soft rails. I guess for the size of the board and the cumbersome nature, it's what I would call a spicy weight. So it's not a traditional super heavy log, but he is also a smaller frame surfer in comparison to someone like Taylor, who could probably deal with a little more weight.
Well, let's hear from the last heat winner, Tully White. She had a convincing win over Lindsay and Caitlin in that final heat of round of 6. She's with Shannon.
That's right. Not only convincing, but the first excellent score of the event, the 8-point ride. Tully, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I was really stoked to get that one. I just happened to be kind of sitting there by myself out the back when it came through. And yeah, it just ran all the way down. It's kind of bummed to fall at the end, but yeah, stoked.
And you've had a great performance at home in Manly this year. You walked away with that semifinal. Where are your goals sitting coming into this event in Malibu?
I think just enjoying every heat and trying to get as far as I can. Last year, I think I got 9th here, so I'd really like to better that. And yeah, I just really look forward. The waves look like they're going to be really fun, so hopefully I get to surf lots of heats.
And you have your mom traveling with you?
Yeah, Mum's here. I know Dad's probably watching and he'd love to be here too, but yeah, it's great to have Mum here. She's helping out me and Declan, traveling from Manly, so she's we've been calling her coach physio manager, but she doesn't really know much about surfing, but she's doing a great job.
Well, great work out there, and we can't see how the coach physio manager goes behind the scenes for your mom.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
There you go, Tully White from Manly, North Stain?
North Stain, yeah, and I tell you what, she's been putting in a lot of work every single morning. Tully's out there with Declan surfing, so I'm really surprised she didn't say she wanted it. She's been getting up right through the middle of winter, at 5:36 a.m. and surfing, practicing for this event, so she wants it bad.
Here we go, live action with the Peruvian. Lucas Garrido Leca on the backhand, gets a nice 5 there. In contrast to styles of both Taylor as well as Edouard. The goofy foot here, getting busy, little switch stance. I like that action there. Has to hang on through a little bit of turbulence, and it does get the best of his rail strider.
Yeah, right that inside section, as we see the waves get bigger, I feel like we're not going to see that thing shutting down as much. When it's smaller, there can be a couple of little, ribs in the waves and a couple of little closeout sections. The rocks change so much out there with every swell, so hopefully we'll see nice lines all the way through as the swell picks up.
Yeah, some of the ladies' heats earlier on in the morning where it was disjointed, they did really well to manage that in the slower heats. It does seem like it's turning on. Edouard under priority, taking off in this, trying to build his total up against Taylor. So He's out to a 7.5 he scored on that first wave, so the judges really recognizing that clean footwork and considerable size of that wave, and locking 10 again. He's hungry. He would have heard that score come in and thought, all right, but given the quiet nature of the waves, he needs to really build that total.
As he finishes off this wave with a great start, and this is going to be a wonderful backup, Matt, for the surfer out of France, Edouard.
I feel like the greatest part about riding the waves in Malibu is that you can literally have a conversation about 3 different things because the waves are so long. And I love to watch the footwork, the rail line. I liked somebody, I don't know if it was you that said it earlier, but the way that when they're trimming on the wave and they lock in and they get that high line speed where they're not actually all the way on the nose, but they just have that rail locked in and you get that glide around each section. There's so many different little nuances to the wave here.
And that's why a single fin longboard here, not that it's necessarily in the rules, actually works really well because you're utilizing the full length of the board as Edouard is here. Sort of that mid-board pump, de-weighting, hands go up, stepping towards the nose. So he's sort of de-weighting, hands up, and then gets to the nose. And a longboard, single fin longboard in particular, really does suit this wave until it gets a little bigger and it opens up a little more.
Well, let's wait for that score to come through, but we can update you on the numbers right now. As you can see, Taylor Jensen with his opening of a 5.5, 3.5 for the Peruvian, Lucas, and Edouard on the paddle back out, still waiting to hear his score for his 3rd wave. But I feel, Strider, that Edouard is going to be in a commanding position once this number drops.
Well, all you had to do was look at his kick out and his posture, and you would know that he is feeling in control of this heat. You can just see the body language, and that's the confidence within that is something that you can see he's thriving off of at the moment, looking to get that sweet revenge like you talked about.
Edouard always does bring out his most competitive side as soon as he hits that water, whether it's the first heat or the last heat. We saw in Glacier, Spain, a couple of years ago in 2019. He was not happy with the score, and he was certain to let the judges know, really showing that passion that he wears on his sleeve. Even having words with former world champion at New York, at the New York event as well, pointing fingers. You know, they were really letting it go, and Edouard will surf right to the end, and he is such a proud countryman for France as well.
Well, France can be proud too because he just got a 5.5 with big lead over Taylor Jensen and Lucas Garrido Leca. Edouard Del Perro with a 13.2 wave total. We're over halfway through the heat, Strider. That is a commanding position to be in. Like you said, you saw it in his confidence kicking out.
Yeah, and you know, it all came down to that first wave. I mean, we had the conversation about how you can go through so many different conversations on a wave. That wave just basically went to Santa Monica. It went from all the way out the back, all the way to the inside, and that's the type of wave that had that line where he could just continue to earn points as he glided down the wave and walked the nose and found a place to just stand up there, throwing his arms up for those turns, then re-engaging and really going through the criteria for the judging panel.
And what this allows him, Matt, is to free himself up. Now he's able to surf under priority. He's on another gem.
Absolutely, and you could see he was feeling it. He hopped up on his board before when he was sitting down on his feet, and he stood up to have a look out in the horizon as if he was on a stand-up paddleboard. But he's feeling it with that kick out, as you said, Strider. Beautiful tip control there. Edouard surfing this one all the way through. Yeah, I mean, why not? It's a perfect Malibu wall coming in. He's 3rd in priority. He's got nothing to lose and everything to gain. So we'll see if that one can better his 5.5.
An interesting thing, I know we were talking about the length of ride and the bigger waves obviously looking like they're going longer, but some of those medium waves, if they've got that steep face on it in the more critical section, that's a part of the judging criteria. So if you can find yourself even a medium wave like he just had that has a nice long line and it allows you to have a lot of tip time up there and then come around for a turn, I think those waves can be scored really well.
Absolutely. Not necessarily one that you'd really wait a long time for, but if you could pick one out like Edouard has here, fantastic tally to go against his first wave. And yeah, you see that foot sort of arching over the nose there. There's no debate that he's hanging 5, but if he gets the 10, he's getting a close. There we go. You see that foot dig in when you're nose riding, and that's the tricky part when you're hanging 10 on a wider nose surfboard, is that when you actually get both feet over in a tight pocket, your right foot, or on a natural footer, the inside foot can actually cause turbulence in the wave. So you will see a lot of the surfers, the dedicated traditional surfers like, say, Harrison Roach coming up in the next heat, who do nose ride off to the side. They will actually put their the front toes over the stringer, and the next one will tap up over the side gently so as to not disturb the flow of the wave. And they can ride higher without that stomping motion with both feet over the front of the nose.
One of my favorite views of watching longboard surfing is when they're up there, looking back at where the tail is hooked in underneath the curl and how it's balancing the board, and it just creates such a cool look and feel, and you can actually understand how you can actually stand up on the nose as the curl holds the tail in.
Yeah, and sorry, Kaipo.
Well, I was just going to say 5.37 for Edward Del Perro, so he has not changed his situation with 10 minutes and 40 seconds counting down on the clock here at Malibu. Can Edward hold on to this lead? We're going to find out as we're going to step away for just a sec and take a break, but we'll be back with more action. It's the first heat of the seeding round here at the Cuervo Classic Malibu.
Just a little sum up the point. Will it filter in here to the inside? Priority with red and then blue.
Yeah, and red with priority, if I'm not mistaken, non-competitor on the short.
Here we go. Red having a look on what looks to be a proper.
Nice setup, gets that 5 to quick 10 right at the takeoff. Sweeping cutback. Taylor's able to generate quite a bit of speed. He's been transitioning himself to the criteria that they've been doing with the more traditional, bigger, longer boards, and I think it really suits his style, actually. I like it. I think he's got a lot of power. He's definitely got the racing flow behind him, and he knows his wave.
Yeah, and a standout for many years. And you can see him all the way through the inside. That's going to feel good. Utilizing that first priority. Rides onto the sand. Yeah, let's hear it for the crew.
Yeah, Taylor needing that second ride there and coming in with, I would say, a fairly decent score to back up that first ride, which was a 5.50. So we'll definitely give Edward a run for his money. He was sitting with that 7.5 and a 5.5.
French and Edward Del Perro able to spend a lot of time in the barrel. Got the job done on the lefts, Matt, and took out a win here under the lights.
Absolutely, and thriving under that pressure that Strider mentioned before. You could see how confident he was, and he would love something like the Surf Ranch where you do get no chance for error, and it's all or nothing, and he made the most of it.
On the inside here, Strider, a section that you know well, and Del Perro threads it nicely.
Well, the wave is you know, it's like creating a performance. You know, it's such a perfect wave at the Surf Ranch that you can actually dial it in and exactly what you want to do, where you want to do it. It really does. A perfect wave exposes your weakness, and that's the greatest part about watching, you know, surfers on a wave like that at the Surf Ranch or here at Malibu. You know, it's a pretty darn perfect wave here, and you can really expose yourself if you have any weaknesses.
Yeah, and you need to be able to have that kind of Mamba mentality where you are just focused throughout the entire length of the ride, because you got to connect all the points, make it all happen. Let's take a look at the replay, Matt. This is last of Taylor Jensen. This was 6.23.
And that was a great setup for Taylor. So utilizing that midsection of the board, he's just waiting for this inside track. We'll see what he gets done here. Popping that one off the top. Once again, the middle of the board. Waves racing away. And I feel like he'll get some more done with that scoreline. Great balance and footwork there, coming through the section on the nose and 2 steps back, releasing off the tail and setting back up again for another tap on the nose. And yeah, Taylor just looking really confident, kind of just cruising in drive at the moment. You know, he's not pulling back any gears or moving forward. He's just cruising a Cadillac at the moment. I feel like he's warming up.
All the judges' scores there. Strider, you see, they went as low as a 5.8 and as high as a 6.5.
Yeah, you know, it's fun to have a different look at the different judges' scores, just because, you know, it's kind of subjective in a sense. You know, you've got different criteria here than we do, say, on the World Tour for, you know, the Championship Tour or the Challenger Series. And, you know, the style element is something that's really cool to me. I just love the fact that they bring that into this.
Well, here we go. California lifeguards, LA lifeguards squirting some water, trying to make a rainbow out there. Nice little drive-by. It's just a beautiful, beautiful midday here in Malibu. Wonderful weather, and we're expecting more surf to show up, Matt.
And if we were back in June, you wouldn't even be able to see that lifeguard boat with all that June gloom that comes in. So a great time of year to be in Southern California. We had the WSL finals a couple of weeks ago where we crowned world champions, and we're here today at Surfrider Beach to crown our Longboard World Champions.
The ladies enjoying the beach down there. You know, it is so fun to watch the elegance of the women longboarders and how well they can ride these waves and read every section. It's just, you know, and also an interesting thing, these guys, their surfboards, they're all right around the same length, I feel like. The rail line can just be a little thinner in the middle, almost the same thickness, but their rail lines are all just tapered down a lot in order for them to sink that rail and do those turns.
There we go. The stylish Kaniela Stewart coming in as the #1 seed to this event and hopes for a world title. It would be the first world title for Stewart if he was able to achieve that goal. But he does have definitely some talent behind him. With Kai Salas also setting up there, another competitor as well as Kaniela's coach and mentor and shaper.
Absolutely, and Harrison Roach and Justin Quintal there. Justin, our 2019 world champion, and Harrison, who's runner-up in this event. And I tell you what, will be very unfortunate if he's not able to string it together at this event, because he'll be considered a favorite when he surfs.
2021. Right here in Malibu, Harrison Roach had a chance of winning his inaugural first world title from me. He was so close. He just needed to make it to the final, was unable to do so. And that's when we saw Joel Tudor go on to yet another world title. As we go back to live action, this is the heat leader, Del Perro. Again, maneuverability as well as the footwork and some time on the tip, Matt.
Beautiful timing, pushing those hips out, arching the back. It's actually it's not just a stylistic trick there, it's a functional maneuver to elevate your board a little higher. You're trying to defy gravity and lift that nose. So it looks cool as well, but it's a de-weighting effect. As you'll see surfers move hips and arms in shortboarding, in longboarding, it's all about the hips and more so the knees than the arms. So another completed wave there. I would assume under priority is just trying to put some pressure on Lucas to get him to turn on something a little smaller so he can consolidate that lead he's got. But Taylor, second priority, second place after a 6.78. And we'll see if this one can get Edward further in the lead.
Talk us through this replay, Strider.
Yeah, beautiful board work right there as he flowed through. Nice tip time, throwing a 10. Beautiful line right there as the board hooks in. Then there's those hips kind of floating back up like you were talking about. Finds the tip again. A beautiful turn on the inside. I feel like he's just found a rhythm more than anything on this wave, which is what you really need to do as a longboarder out of Malibu. Just finding that ebb and flow to find those sections as you come out of those turns and gliding into those steeper sections, and then finding the tip along those sections and then getting back on the tail.
Live action with Taylor Jensen now, just perched on the nose. Nice balancing act by Jensen. Coming through, nice line, gets the 10. Just camped out on the nose, impressive nose riding by Taylor Jensen. Needs a little bit more open face, finds more open face on the trim, and there, the drop knee cutback. Beautiful style in that drop knee cutback coming through the inside here. Jensen finding a little connection, gets back to a 10. And you can see why this man's a 3-time world champ with that talent that he is just expressing here in his opening vision at Malibu.
Not much else Taylor could have done in that wave, and the one thing I love the most is that he wasn't searching for maneuvers. He just let it happen. When he was down in behind the whitewash, he moved to that midsection, and he just let the board and himself catch up. He didn't pump, or he didn't use his hands to doggy paddle through. So for a bigger guy, this is a tiny wave, and he really made the most. You can see him going 5 up to a tight 10. And here, I love how he stayed in the middle, and he just maintained that forward trim speed, just waiting, and now steps it back and then steps forward, stubs the section a little bit now, and he'll get on that tip for a final nose ride here and really maximize his potential on that smaller wave. So fantastic surfing for Taylor, and I think he is just warming up.
Well, a 7.8 will take Jensen to the lead, and that requirement has been heightened just a bit because last score for Edward Del Perro, a 6.53. We're still waiting for last score for Taylor Jensen as he's on the paddle back out. Your thoughts on that wave, Strider?
You know, I feel like he's kind of gaining his own momentum back into this thing. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of time left, so I think he's going to, you know, he'll come in second in this heat probably, but I feel like you better watch out because he's just kind of steamrolling through right now. And when you see that, you know, and the waves are getting better and the size of him and the way that he can throw that board around with style, it's a scary thought.
Yep. Score comes in 6.83, not enough. Jensen will remain in second place. Del Perro in first. And the Peruvian is sitting out the back with priority. Lucas Garrido Leca, but he needs a 9.56, and the ocean's looking pretty quiet right now.
30 seconds.
And in a heat like this with two heavy hitters of Edward and Taylor, I think Lucas's mentality would have been, and being a goofy footer as well, he has to be on the best waves. Unfortunately, wasn't super consistent of sets, and Edward and Taylor had made it work on waves that you wouldn't necessarily paddle for in a free surf if you're waiting, you know, gently for your time. But these guys understanding it's a quiet morning and it's not your standard Malibu, and they made it happen.
Well, here's a trip in for Del Perro. He's going to move on to round number 3 along with Taylor Jensen. Horn sounds, and it is official.
That's the end. Stand by next heat. Harrison,
you don't see that too often on a shortboard. Surfers coming in on their knees and in different positions, but it's another ode to the waterman aspect of surfing, and longboards also very functional for paddling.
Well, we got more action coming up. Next heat will be Harrison Roach, Justin Quintal, and Kyoki Sagibo. All of that action when we return to Malibu. More here at the Cuervo Classic, Malibu.
Stand by. Stand by, guys. We're gonna get this thing underway here. All right, get ready. We're gonna count down shortly. Once I see the 10-second count in. All right, we're going to count it in from 10, 9, 8. We're going to count it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Red, already up and riding, anticipating that countdown, was belly riding into this little inside section, stands up right at the horn. This is Harrison Roach.
Wow, that was sick.
Really an accomplished nose rider. Surfer all around. One of the favorites oftentimes in these events, especially here at a wave like Malibu.
Yeah, and look at the lines approaching. So Harrison not waiting around. Justin and Kyoki are waiting around, as that is the new heat in the water.
Yeah, in the water, as we just saw in the red jersey.
My name's Justin Quintal. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. Growing up in Florida, you have a lot of small days, and that's kind of what got me into longboarding. Yeah, a lot of longboarders, a lot of great surfers, and a lot of fun waves, so I love it back home. The WSL was going to be working on the longboard tour, and they were going to have a full tour, which was, you know, they hadn't done in a long time, so that was really exciting. Yeah, I won Noosa, which was the first event, and then went to Spain. I actually ended up winning there as well. Luckily, I ended up winning the title. Pretty stoked on that.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest accomplishments of my life, I feel like, and definitely proud to be able to say I was a world champ.
To accomplish that feels great. Yeah, stoked.
Justin Quintal, the 2019 world champ. Can he do it again? He's out in the water along with Harrison Roach and Kyoki Sagibo, representing Hawaii, Florida, and Australia, all out of the water. Remember, top 2 move on into round number 3. Third place in the seeding round heats, moving on into the elimination round. Kai Vergara with Matt Chinaski and Strider Wazalewski. And Strider, this is what happened during the break.
A little replay. So he's just trying to glide down the line to find himself the inside section. And just trying to get there, but setting that up can be, you know, a real key with speed on the board. So I feel like that's what he was going for right there, to find himself in the position to actually get up into that position where he's going to be gliding across on the nose.
Really interesting strategy as we look at this replay. Harrison was actually in that prone position on his stomach, waiting for the horn to blow.
No way.
And then once the horn blew, he stood up. So that's a wily competitor, Matt.
I was standing with him, we were watching one of the women's heats earlier, and he did identify, he just got down to the beach, and he identified in one of the slower heats, that end section, exactly where he caught that wave. That was in his head. First thing he saw when he got down here, walked through the path, and he thought, okay, I'm on the inside section. So that was completely telegraphed. Perhaps not as early in the heat, dropping a 7-point ride, Kaipo.
A sneaky 7-point ride, Strider, for Harrison Roach.
I mean, you think about that, you know, what he went through to get there, to get that wave, and then, you know, perform. He was probably so excited, and he have to calm himself down a little bit. What do you think?
Absolutely. Well, Justin was just laughing, just going, where did that come from? They just announced the score. He wouldn't have even seen him catch that. This is Kyoki's opening wave coming from the North Shore of Hawaii. Kyoki made it through this morning's trial round. Beautiful footwork. He's had a clutch wave to make it through that. This is a heavy hitter heat once again, but Kyoki's already had a warm-up surf this morning, so he's no stranger. Oh, just coming unstuck there. If he'd have pulled that, there would have been a fantastic opening wave there for Kyoki.
We'll be waiting for that score for Kyoki Sagibo. But while we're waiting, let's go to the beach and hear it from Edward Del Perro. He's with Shannon.
Edward, you put on a strong performance out there. How's your equipment feeling under your feet today?
My equipment, thank you, Shannon. My equipment is feeling really good. I have good boards. I've been working hard with my shipper and sponsor, so it's good to feel the board okay here in Malibu.
And what's different about your equipment this week than anything you'd normally be riding?
Actually, it's the thing I've been riding for classic longboard style for a bit now. Just like little adjustments here and there on the lift and on the nose, and now I think I feel pretty cool with my equipment, so that's cool.
Incredible. And talk to me about finding the right waves out in the lineup today when it's a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's tricky. Malibu is always tricky on when the first swell comes, so you always have to bet if there could be a set just behind and feel the energy in the water to feel like if there could be one behind. So I got lucky on the third one that wasn't really into the first set, and I was really looking for that one, and I got lucky for the first wave that set the hit for me, so that's cool.
Would you like to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Ouais, merci de suivre ceux qui suivent, et à la choune, on est là, quoi.
Thanks, back to you guys.
Well, there you go. Edward Del Perro looking like one of the guys to beat out here. As we're catching up to scores, Kyoki getting a 4.07 on his last ride. Quinny, Justin Quintal, just with a 1.83 at the 19.5-minute mark.
You know, that scene you see on camera, you think, oh, wow, it's pretty small. There's no waves. But just that longer period swell, it's just there's a lot of in-between time on the sets. And as they come, there'll be more in between as the swell rises. But traditionally here in Southern California, we do have that chill moment where, you have that time in between sets that you do have to wait, and it builds the patience, but also kind of the nerve and the anxiety of what you're going to be able to do on your next wave.
Absolutely, but that wait and that delay is what creates that groomed nature of these waves down this point break as well. We don't have constant wave energy like you'll see in Australia, or you're seeing in Ericeira in Portugal right now, the Challenger Series. You will get some interruption of different swell. Once it hits Malibu or Rincon or Trestles, it usually comes in quite uniform, which allows for that beautiful surfing that we're seeing today.
Yeah, we do get a lot of, like in Australia, that short period, like cyclone swell, but that's just mostly from the wind. But when these long period swells come in like this, it's just so beautiful to watch those lines. The aerial views of it are amazing.
Yeah, Harrison Roach out here in the lead of this heat, also number 2 on the rankings coming in to this final event. this championship event here at Malibu. We're taking a look at the rankings coming into here. You can see Kaniala Stewart out in #1, but Harrison Roach and Taylor Jensen both tied for second. But the sneaky part about this graphic that we're looking at, Harrison Roach and Taylor Jensen both have a win under their belt. Harrison Roach taking out a win in Manly, and Taylor Jensen taking out a win in Huntington Beach. So this tour is a 3-stop tour, best 2 out of 3. This is double points at Malibu. So when you actually look at real kind of championship scenarios, Harrison Roach as well as Taylor Jensen do have the best chance at a world title.
But only just, Kaipo, because Justin's down in 12th place. He didn't surf the Manly event. He has a semi-final finish at Huntington. That's a fantastic result. He could, too, with a good result here, win the world title.
Oh,
so
that's why it's so exciting. Even looking at the #1 seed, Kaniala Stewart, second place. He was a runner-up at Huntington. A win here could win him a world title. And that's the most exciting thing about this Cuervo Classic Malibu presented by O'Neill, is that we're going to crown a world champ tomorrow, guaranteed, and it can be a number of different competitors, Strider.
Well, I just think it would be, you know, I'm the underdog favorite. I would love to see it go deep down into the rankings and have somebody from, you know, back there around 12, 13, 14 to actually win the contest, get that 10,000 points and be a champion. It would be, I mean, it'd be amazing.
Hey, I mean, on the championship tour side of things, I mean, it is a different format, but we saw Steph Gilmore go all the way from the #5 seed to an 8th world title.
Not to mention how many surfers on the old WQS who have gone all year without making a heat. They get to Hawaii and they just go through the last 3 events and end up on tour.
Yep.
After a couple of you know, prime events. And this is pretty much exactly what we're looking at here. It's very exciting.
Exciting stuff, and that's what we're expecting throughout this afternoon and all day tomorrow. A little bit of a lull in the action, so I'm going to visit some little bit of a. I would think we're taking a break. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, we're going to take a break. Thank you. So we'll be back with more news from Malibu and the conclusion of this heat. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Building on that confidence is much easier to do than when you're behind.
Yeah, posting a score in the first 5 minutes kind of puts you in a needing only 1 wave for the rest of the heat. It feels a lot better than needing the 2 waves. But with plenty of time, 15 and a half. If you needed 2 waves, good. But if you only need minutes to get 1 good wave, but we are down to 15 minutes on the clock, 15 minutes. And the priority is set. Blue, red, white.
And a shout out to our local sheriff department. Thank you guys for combing the beach and keeping everything safe and tidy.
Taking a look at the start of the tour here in 2022 at the Sydney Surf Pro, Harrison Roach was able to overcome some difficult conditions when it came to finals day, but Roach powered through for a victory, Matt.
He was surfing so well right throughout this whole event, and that Manly finals day threw up something completely different, and he did come up on top against some very fiery competitors.
I mean, the waves, the size of the wave, you know, riding a bigger board, there's so much challenge involved with that. There becomes a lot more, not just so much about style and grace, but about performing and throwing your board in the right positions. You know, you have waves of consequence like that, and you're trying to attack those things on a longboard. Yeah. It's not easy.
And just hanging on. That finals day at North Stain, it was a short period short interval swell that came up overnight, and it was quite a challenge for all the guys on the longboards, but Harrison Roach was brilliant.
He was, and the way he was sort of attacking and really, well, he was attacking those waves, but still in that really relaxed style. He was utilizing the midsection of the board. I referenced in off-screen the Mickey Dora effect, where Mickey would attack and stab the section here at Malibu, always forward trim, always super composed. And he took the same effect to Waimea Bay. He took off, you know, really relaxed hands, but attacking the wave, going straight down, and he didn't go to the bottom and bottom turn, but he actually cut straight through. Harrison, not comparing Manly to Waimea by any means, but he actually drew a similar line to what he does on a point break on that beach break.
Yeah, and that's really what puts Harrison Roach in a good position as we look at perhaps a world title for the Australian. Lots of surfing to do, but he's got a great start. 7-point ride already under his belt. A little bit of a lull has come over the lineup, and a little talk about maybe some of the history. We're talking about the Malibu Invitational and how competitions happened here throughout decades. Looking back at 1963, Wind and Sea Surf Club was represented by Joey Cabell. Joey Cabell went on to win the Malibu Invitational in '63. Great surfer, great style, and an incredible entrepreneur in the way of Joey Cabell started up the Chart House franchise.
Chart House, I was a patron and an employee. That was one of my first jobs down in Dana Point. I loved it. I had a great time working at the Chart House.
Yeah, so Joey Cabell, another successful surfer, and just smooth as silk style. Like, remember, like some vintage footage of Joey Cabell at Honolulu Bay. Incredible.
Yeah, very quiet upper body, very elegant, also a bigger frame surfer. And I think the key is to really utilize the whole length of the surfboard in all types of waves. We referenced that with Harrison beforehand, but a lot of longboarders have a tendency to jump on the tail and stay on it when the waves are overhead, but it's not necessarily the only way to do it.
Speaking of surfboards, we got Shannon Hughes. She's down on the beach. Let's check in on some equipment. Shannon.
Morning, guys. I'm down here with Taylor Jensen's board that he just took out that second place finish with in the last heat. And this is a prototype model from Taylor that will be coming out later this year with Firewire. So he's just working some kinks out in it. But that was interesting to note that today in the smaller conditions, he's riding a 9.8. And the only difference to the other board that he has here as his backup is that the other board is a ½ inch narrower. So the only changes will be to the width of the board, this one being a little wider for the small conditions. Tomorrow, if it does pick up the way it's supposed to, he'll likely ride a slightly heavier 9.8 that's a ½ inch narrower. And he's one of the surfers in the draw that's got a big quiver with him. Being from Oceanside, he's able to throw all the boards he wants to in the car. Where some of the other surfers in the draw this week, and because we're surfing Malibu, a perfect point break, are just tearing with one board with him, like Kiyoki in the lineup, who's traveling with just a single board.
Thank you for the reporting, Shannon. And yeah, whatever he's on, he should stay on because he looked brilliant on that board.
And yeah, utilizing that full length, as I said, bigger framed surf. He doesn't need to use the middle, and he didn't for many years. We look back on older footage of Taylor, and he was primarily just straight on the tail or on the nose. And you sort of think, what's the point of even riding a longboard at times when these guys are manhandling the boards? But each to their own. Now the criteria has evolved, and that traditional aspect does reward the full length of the board surfing.
Yeah, catch a lot of waves on a longboard.
That too. But then again, if you squeeze out the leaderage and you add rocker, it starts to get a little hard as well.
Yeah.
You know, things start pushing water unless you have a wave to actually generate speed on. But a lot of the boards the surfers are riding out here do lend themselves to this style of wave.
Beautiful day at the beach down here at Malibu. It's a place for one and all. I mean, everybody. I used to come down here with friends of mine that were having a hard day. 1 hour down here at First Point, sitting on the beach, hanging out, you know, just going for a quick surf and hanging out with everybody. Your day has changed for the better. This is such a beautiful place, and the vibe down here is second to none.
Here we go. Quinny, Justin Quintal. Nice cross steps to the nose, trim line, gets to the 10, back to the 5, continues to trim, a nice down carve, and a drop knee bottom turn back to the tip again. Some great footwork by Justin Quintal. Light on his feet for a big guy. And again, nice line on the inside, stuck on that 10, no problem. The cross-stepping, the footwork, putting it all together right until that fin drags across the sand right on the shore.
It is, as a goofy foot surfer with your back to the wave here, it's hard to get 10. It is. It's just something about it. And, you know, riding a longboard is something I've loved to do my whole life. And obviously I've got Malibu to do it at. So it's, you know, you better be doing it if you live here in LA. And it's really a really hard thing to do. To get up there is easy, but to actually get that other foot up top and actually stand on it like you did on the inside is so technical, and your board has to be so perfectly placed on the wave to do it.
Yeah, 100% right, Strider. It is an awkward feeling. You know, you're sort of like on that toe heel pressure. And there's a lot more going on than on your front side, and geez, that's one of his favorite boards there. Slightly narrower nose compared to the wide point ever so slightly back, and that's what allows him to actually stick that nose up above the water, the tail hanging around those hips, just dragging it back a little bit. That's his go-to board that he's won so many events on.
Am I correct in saying that Justin Quintal, when you look at templates on his board, are more on the pig-ish style?
Pig-ish, but very cumbersome, very wide. You know, because he's from the East Coast as well, with primarily short wind swell, you need that volume, you need that length, and you just generally need a bigger platform. Pig-ish, probably Kevin Scavana would ride something relatively along those lines as well, like a large board, but still a pig-ish inspired, and the weight too.
And explain to the audience when we talk about pig-ish, what am I referring to?
Well, we're in the place where, and Southern California is where that outline of the surfboard was popularized. So it means the wide point of the surfboard, you have the nose, you have the tail, and the wide point is back from center, which means the flow of water is actually being restricted by this wide point. And it's slowing the board down, which is why we step forward to accelerate and then step back over the fin to cut back into the section. With that wide point, it's an opportunity for shapers to incorporate a little bit of roll or belly, which allows the surfer to sort of boogie and play and hot dog around the pocket. We're talking a balance of thirds here. You have the nose, the middle, and that tail. And it does allow for these tweaked out sort of technical nose rides. We saw Tully White with an excellent score a few heats ago, really toying with that wide point and playing on that tail, but then stepping forward and then the momentum carrying forward.
Well, playful Justin Quintal, 6.77. One judge went as high as a 7.5. Quintal takes the lead, Strider.
Yeah, beautiful surfing, and like we talked about, it's the judges, they would understand how hard it is to get up there on the backhand out here with your back to the wave and to get 10 like that. And you know, it's interesting. You know, you talk about the board in thirds, and you know, when he's on that front third, the board just takes off. And when it does that, you have to be ready for it to counterweight as well as maneuver, and you're doing your footwork and cross-stepping as the board's speeding up, as your board's hooking in on the back third into the curl, and then you have to balance into the 10. It's like there's so many tiny little nuances that happen in those kind of nanoseconds. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're taking another look at it, Matt.
So you'll see he's up the top of the wave here, steps forward into that front third and toes wrapped over. That tail's doing all the work though. Look, the water's encompassed over the tail. And guess what, guys? Your nose ride's only as good as your turn. And that nose ride was set up from his little cut down. Little stall there. Tail way out, hanging. The tail and the fin are out the back. If you were behind right now, you could see the fin and the tail block coming into play. And that's probably a 17.5-inch tail that's just weighting the back and slowing him down. You don't want to be riding that board when it's overhead, though.
Well, time for Harry again, just snaking into this one. Harrison Roach, currently in second place, just needs a 1.6 to overtake the lead just because he opened up with that valuable 7-point ride. Caught a little bit behind the whitewater, able to get a trim here, but needs to get busy. Little cut down for Roach. Some footwork, but yet there's the extended tip time and just poised on the nose. Finishing off nicely, Harrison Roach.
Very spicy surfing there from Harrison. He's really upped the tempo, and this year I've noticed he's really sort of, his body language has increased a lot. And Kyoki, straight up.
Yeah, Kyoki, you know, you can see the difference in the turn. So the setup for his walk to the nose is a lot less aggressive, but the style is there. He's definitely trying to find it. A little backwash there, so it threw him off a bit, but I feel like he's technically, you know, got everything he needs to do really well in this heat. He just kind of, the waves are letting him down.
And that was only needing a 2.94, but Harry's last score hadn't dropped yet. And there was Malia Kaliopata, who sort of had that clap, but also a grimace at the same time, knowing that fall could have been critical.
Yeah. Kyoki on the paddle back out. He's got a jersey on, but Kyoki's got a couple of different jobs. He's been a photographer, a surf photographer on the North Shore of Oahu for 15 years. So a lot of those photos by Kyoki, if you reference them, he spends a lot of time at breaks like Pipeline, swimming out there, catching in the water angles. Here's a replay, Strider, of Kyoki's ride.
Yeah, well, we talked about it a bit live, and you know his aggression on the turns is a little soft, and I feel like that doesn't set him up into the best part of the wave, and also the wave let him down with this little bit of wobble in it. So you know, catching the rail, going down on the inside, those are all things that are going to factor into the score line.
And the wave is kind of almond shaped, and as I said before, your nose ride's only as good as your turn. But we saw Harry kind of just like stepping back, and we'll see it on this replay here. So this is a real small wave when he took off. This is actually one just before. This is his third wave. Oh, second wave, sorry. It's just a replay from that one.
Yeah.
We'll soon see that sort of leaning forward into the pocket, leaning back into the pocket, sorry. Gets that 10, readjusts, and he's way in the whitewash there, but that came from that setup turn.
Yeah, that setup turn kind of like pulling the arrow, you know, the band back on the arrow and the bow, and really just like as soon as you get back into it and it loads up and you let it go, you really just fly with all that momentum from the wave, which is what you set yourself up for with that turn.
Well, a board with wide point forward, which is what we saw in Hawaii in the late 60s onwards, was like a throwing knife. Every step forward was speed, and you just full down the line. It was all about speed. And here's Kyoki trying to get a 4.51 here. And surprisingly, it was only a 4.33 for Harry on that second wave. So he's not in a safe place yet. And that's not going to do Kyoki any favors. With a minute 20, still time left on the clock with the longboard.
Yeah, again, third place in this heat will advance into the elimination round and be vulnerable for early elimination out of competition. First and second, skip that round and move on into round number 3.
So yeah, you think late 60s Hawaii, Jeff Hackman, Barry Kanaiapuni, you think of early Jerry Lopez. They're all surfing the middle of the board to get speed, and when on the tail, the thing just takes off like a rocket, just like a big projection, like pulling that elastic band or that slingshot, straight down the line. Where if on these longboards, you can do that, but you have to step forward for that speed. And it's usually in head-high waves and under, and then you get on a board with a wide point forward, and it's all about the speed.
A couple of different approaches, and we'll be digging into more of the templates and design here on the Longboard Tour. We're down to 25 seconds, and things are looking good for Harrison Roach and Justin Quintal. You would think they would be the two favorites in this heat, and it looks like they're fulfilling what looks like on paper that should be Strider. Both going to advance into round 3.
Yeah, great surfing, solid. You know, finding the line on the wave that brought them through. These guys are just going to exit the water now and call it a morning. It's so nice to make it through this 1 and 2 slot and have your reassurance to be, you know, the swell's just building. It's just going to have more on tap for later on. So that relief valve just got lifted.
I love it. Harrison Roach and Justin Quintal making it look easy. We're going to step away for a bit, but we'll be back with more action from Malibu.
Section, it swallows him up a little bit, so that is all she wrote for Connie, but it's an opener, and it's right off the buzzer. We like it. It's a good way to start.
Yeah, and look at this. We have proper lines approaching, so this heat might be turning on, E3.
Here we go. It's on like Donkey Kong. Out the back. Looks like it's white. Steven Sawyer.
Ooh, is he going to go?
I think he's going.
Got to.
Question is, will he get through that section there? You gotta set it up high and tight. You gotta have the speed. He gets that nose right. He's on his backhand. Can sometimes
know.
Almost just in front of it, but I don't know. It's got to stay there. No.
Kind of one of those waves where he was like fighting the setup the whole way, and you read it right from the get-go. To be moving down the line there, and it just never got the open wall. So, but early days out there.
That's right. It's still very early in this heat with only 23 minutes.
Welcome back to the action for the Cuervo Classic here in Malibu, presented by O'Neill. And Coniella Stewart got a piece of the action while we were in the break and found the curl in that pocket so perfectly for that opening nose ride. He's got a score to come through from that first ride, as well as our surfer in white, Steven Sawyer, got a piece of the action, Sam.
Yeah, Steven Sawyer on his dad's boards. Des Sawyer, Steven, a great shaper, a former world longboard champion. Coniella on the Kai Salas surfboards, the Mango Jam, a tweaked version of that. But Steven looked like he got the better of that exchange. A much bigger wave, a little bit more open face, but just running away from him at the end.
Just wanting to find that finishing section, and it's been a great day of surfing so far. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Sam Bleakley, and we get to commentate our favorite sport of all time, longboarding.
Absolutely. I mean, I was impressed watching the action in that last heat. Harrison Roach and Justin Quintal, they really locked into every opportunity. They were really nose riding critically even through that inside section. So Coniella Stewart would have absorbed a little bit of what he saw from them. Kayamana Takayama, he's really hungry to put on a show as we see him up and riding.
Getting going on his opening ride on that Old Faithful board that he's been riding for so many years. Quick hang 5 to start. Now waiting for this wave to really offer him that pocket. Nice critical hang 10, pedals off of it, and now just in that trim point in that front third of the board. Engages that rail, nice little redirect here, and beautiful footwork from the California local, and gets to that hang 10 to run around to finish off on the sand.
Threw a little heels in there on the 9-7 Perplexer as we see Steven Sawyer, the goofy footer from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa.
Taking those steps up on the inside rail of the board, steps back, goes a little bit out of control here. He's gonna maybe stick with it and goes for a little helicopter almost to finish as he pulls out. And he'll be feeling very comfortable here on the right-hand point break, coming out of a place like Jeffreys Bay.
So, like Kaylee's Kealiopaha, Coniella Stewart is also riding a trusted favorite board that performs so well for him at the Huntington event, as we see that great tight footwork.
Great tight footwork on the Kai Salas Longboard Co. Surfboard under his feet. Beautiful rail work, nice pop out of that board on those bottom turns as well. Hooks it into a very critical hang 10 as he gets the lift coming out of the nose ride. Engages the rail again, keeping that style, flow, and grace as he connects through for another hang 10 on the inside section. Perfect posture, and goes for the climb to finish as well on the sand.
That was outstanding from Coniella. I would think that could go up into the excellent range based on the fact that the degree of difficulty, the variety, those long hang 10s, and it was really great to see that juxtaposition between that low rail grab backside nose riding from Steven Sawyer, whilst Coniella was doing the upright hang 10 on that inside wave. But unfortunately, Steven fell on that wave. But this replay, the footwork there, Shannon, the setup, there's the 5. Look at how upright he is, so cool, calm, the lock of the tail in the pocket of the wave and walking in and out of all of the turns and then using that to just climb and drop, and that's iconic. You can see how that board locked and lifted, and then he throws in the drop knee turn and works this wave all the way through to the inside. First class surfing, could well go into the excellent range in my opinion.
Incredible performance, gets that finish on as well, runs out so that that fin doesn't drag into the sand and actually break off. Is always a scary thing when you're working with a fin that's anywhere from 9.5 to say 11.5 inches. Scores for first of Connie was just that 2.83.
Now waiting for his second to roll through. Stevie's got 2 scores on the board, a 3.5 and a 1.77. And we're still waiting for that opener of Kaimana Takayama as well as last of Coniella Stewart.
Talking of fins, you'll find that Coniella is riding a Flying Diamonds model, a 10.5-inch fin. He has a signature fin, as many of the Kai Salas riders have. And he looked like every single intricacies of that fin, that rail, that tail, that nose, everything he was riding there just looked in complete sync. That was really high quality longboarding, and I'm really excited to see how the judges pick that apart and how high they go with the score.
Yeah, they're taking their time with it. We haven't seen a single score drop through from the judging panel where we get, you know, that first and then maybe the fifth and then things start trickling through. We haven't seen movement from the panel yet. They be taking a look at the replay, analyzing things, taking note of how critical those hang tens work, to see those lift out of them, as well as the pop in that rail engagement and those bottom turns coming together just so seamless, and with just so much pop and fun to it as well. So still waiting for scores of Coniella Stewart, but in that last heat it was the Aussie Harrison Roach who took out the lead and is now with Matt.
Started off really well in that heat. We saw you paddling for a while.
We'll get back to that interview in a moment, so sorry, just having some technical difficulties as we're down to 18 minutes on the clock, and scores are in for last of Connie. It's an 8-point ride.
Absolutely, goes into the excellent range, so on par with what we saw from Tully White earlier. And the variety and style, flow and grace were really evident in that big score.
Incredible performance from Connie, locks him into the lead. We do have a 4-point ride that's dropped through for Kaimana Takayama in third place now. And Steven Sawyer still holding on to that second place position with another score to drop through. So this heat is well underway, and Connie with that 8-point ride is going to be sitting in a very comfortable position.
So you have to remember, he's still young, but he's got a lot of big wins under his belt from a variety of competitions, the likes of the Mexi Log Fest, the Duct Tape Invitational, the Noosa Festival of Surfing. They are big international events that he has won. Yet to win a world title, but certainly for at least 4 years he would be a contender for a world title, and I think that there'll be a number of world titles to his name in the future.
I couldn't agree more. You know, to take out events like that, like you said, Noosa Fest, Mexi Log Fest, Duct Tape Invitationals as well. Those events hold so much credibility in the longboarding community. The invites, those are all invite-only events aside from Noosa. They hold such a high level of performance coming through from all the surfers that to take out wins of events of those accolades is similar to taking out a win here on the World Longboard Tour.
Absolutely, and this season he's got a third-place finish in Manly, being beaten by Ben Skinner in the semi-finals. That semi-final, if you get the opportunity to watch the replay, was one of the best longboard competition semi-finals I've ever seen. Really close, big exchanges, a lot of scores in the excellent range. And then he got beaten in the final at the Duct Tape at the Huntington US Open earlier in the summer here in California, losing to Taylor Jensen. So he's right up there as seed #1 moving into this final event at Malibu.
It's incredible for him to be in that front-running position. Last year we saw Harrison Roach, who took out the win in that last heat, walk through into this event in that front-running position. And now it'll be interesting to see if Connie can hold himself together, hold all those nerves, continue putting on very clean performances. And as we said in that last heat, Harrison Roach took out the win. Let's try and catch up with him again now.
So Harry, we saw you before that wave even broke, your first wave. You were laying down prone, waiting for that hooter to go. You stood up well down the line, but it turned out to be your best wave. Tell us about that.
Yeah, they were sort of fighting around for a little while, trying to get the heat started, I think, and we'd seen already a couple of waves go by. And I knew that, like, when waves like that come through, they're really, like, worthwhile, trying to make the most out of them because it's quite inconsistent at the moment. But yeah, I just went prone, and then they gave the 10-second countdown, and no, I would have loved to have surfed that whole wave, but maybe I'll get a chance in another heat.
Well, that speed that you're carrying actually worked really well to your favour. We noticed your cutbacks were super spicy, and that probably set you up for some of those nose rides. What board are you riding?
Yeah, I'm riding a Scoop Tail by Thomas Surfboards. It's kind of like a nose rider sort of focused board, but that's in the scheme of Thomas's boards. That's not quite like what these other people are riding here with a real flip in their tail and everything. It just means a little bit wider than what I would normally ride and a little cut out of the tail. So yeah, it feels good for these sort of slow waves. I'm stoked.
And any changes from last year coming into this event?
Yeah, definitely. I was riding one of my models last year, and I felt like I was surfing my best, but I just couldn't get out of like the high 7 range, and I think that was something to do with them wanting to see those really planted hang 10s, and yeah, I changed my equipment to give them that, I guess. And it looks like tomorrow is going to be pretty good, so I should get the opportunity, but still stoked to have a board that turns really well.
Well, looking great out there, and we'd like to see you hopefully up here after next heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Matt. Great to hear from Harry, and those changes to equipment, taking all the things into consideration after such a close run to getting a very first world title for him last year. Sam, what are your thoughts on him making that adjustment now heading into the season?
Yeah, that was interesting, recognizing that a lot of the waves weren't getting up into the excellent range. His surfing last year was incredible. The nuances, the climbing and dropping through the footwork on the rail and the turns, but maybe the difference this year can be a board that facilitates that longer, more critical nose ride, that lift through the hang 10s. That could make the difference.
And to recognize that that is the point of difference from a lot of other surfers in the draw, like Connie, who's been locking in. I mean, thinking of the events where we watched him back in the 2019 season, Sam, the New York event, as we take a look at live action, we'll get back to that conversation about Connie. Stevie now with a couple steps. The 2018 World Longboard Champion, now going switch stance on his opening nose ride to his forehand and pedals back again, now back to his goofy foot stance as he'll kick out. So he's looking to increase on that 3.5, put some more pressure on the board.
So that won't be a significant score for Steven, but the switch stance was interesting because he walked up to the nose goofy, switched so that by the time he was locked on the 5, he was in the regular foot stance, and then he cross-stepped back in the regular foot stance and then switched back to the goofy after the walk back off the nose ride. So tried to do this at home. I mean, look, he sets himself up and then switches to the other foot to roll the toes over the tip, pulls up tight and then walks back switch stance. That's really tricky to do and something that you can have a lot of fun practicing at home.
Scores come through. It's just a 2.67, so judges not rewarding it with any high degree of difficulty, but very challenging nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the beauty of longboarding, is there's so many different things you can do, and then you can try to do them all again switch. And being able to face the wave, even when you put into a switch stance midway through the turn so that you move into facing your chest against the wave, it's a great feeling, and it's really worth practicing the switch stance, particularly on sections where it's running quite quick and you can just face the wave again and you feel a little bit better vision because your chest is kind of lined up with what's ahead of you.
Such a fun dynamic to bring into longboarding and into that conversation on how to have fun in waves that are a little bit smaller, maybe for some of our audience at home that are typically riding shortboards and avoiding surfing on days like this when it's little, it's, you know, waist to maybe knee high on some of those waves, to be able to switch it up and to find something fun to ride in all conditions.
So Connie and Kai deep in conversation there. You can see in the middle in the blue jersey, Kai is talking to Connie. And I love this story. So the board that Kai is on, his 7-year-old 9.7 Perplexer, it's got some creases in the nose, and they were thanks to Connie riding it on a big day, I believe at Oceanside. And it's quite interesting that that board is still going. He still rates it as one of his magic boards, despite the fact that his dad is one of the great international longboard shapers, building and designing some of the most cutting-edge longboard equipment. He's still got this old 7-year favorite that he feels has the magic he wants to use here at Malibu.
Oh, I just love that, as we've got maybe one of the sets of the heat, at least, if not the day, rolling through with Stevie Sawyer on his backhand. Now he's in third priority. Doesn't look like anyone's going to take off on him down the line. He finds that 5 to 10 combination, controls it out of the footwork on a board that he's riding that's very wide, and there we go. So Stevie in third priority needs to kick out after the opening nose ride. Kai now with a higher priority than Steven has that opportunity to go farther down the line, finds some nice nose work, and gets that little pump through, that little rail work to just find that speed to make it around the section. Now comes through the nose ride on the hang 5 from behind the foam into the pocket, and now perched through onto the shoreline in front of our fans that we have down here on the beach today.
Right onto the sand. I love the way he was able to climb and drop from that high point on the board. He wasn't on the nose at that moment, but just like a couple of feet back from the nose, but just rose and dropped, climbed and dropped, and then set himself up for the nose rides through the inside section. Steven, of course, went for that. He was very deep. I don't think he would have made the wave, but look at the criticalness of his backside nose riding. There's the 5, pulls up for a tight 10, nice and high, and even if he was in priority, he might not have made that section, but of course he had to leave that wave for Kaimana Takayama. I think actually Stephen would have made that wave. I think he would have connected through, but great surfing through the inside from Kaimana.
And actually to the point, the point in Jeffreys Bay, the lower end of Super Tubes, has a section like that that shuts down, and if you crouch low enough, Stephen has done it 10,000 times in his life. He'd make it past a section like that all day long because that's his home break. As we take a look at this finisher of Kaimana down to the shoreline.
So that will add to that 4.0. So waiting for a score, just needs a 2.2 to move up into first position. Coniella, of course, with that excellent 8-point ride and staying busy is Kaimana.
Kai having a look on the way back out. He doesn't get into it. We've got 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for last of white and last of blue. At the moment, surfer in red, Coniella Stewart is out in the lead.
Second priority, time call 8:15. So Carla, the blue wave, kept it 4.43. It's only his second wave. It's his best. Has him in second for Takayama.
Really good strategizing there. I like the way he was patient and utilized his priority the way he did. That inside section kind of opened up. White was a bit behind it, whether or not he would have made that section or not. It, you know, was kind of yet to be foreseen, but you know, well played by Blue and in the right time.
Yeah, he just as easily could have let White take that whole wave and not ridden that wave. But now he's in the advancing position and putting the pressure back on White. So that's what we were referring to, the smarts of Blue to take that wave, hold on to the advancing position, and now the pressure on White. Looking for a 4.93 for Steven Sawyer with 7.5 remaining.
Yeah, and you can see him, he's fired up now. He's like, all right, I'm gonna move it up point. I'm gonna go try my hand up top here. You know, keep that blood continuing to flow, keep that rhythm going. And because he's in third priority, setting himself apart from the other two is also probably another beneficial strategy. Time check, 7 minutes, gentlemen, 7 minutes.
Well, he is second.
Back in 2019, Coniella Stewart took out the win at the Longboard Classic New York over Jefferson Silva in a classic display of hang tens.
Yeah, that was the Michael Takayama board that he was so dominant on, the way he was able to just hang 10 through any section. Of course, as you can see from the footage, the waves were small, but that really brought that kind of upright style of surfing into his repertoire, and it looks fantastic. And now he's translating that nose riding with more aggressive rail surfing on the Kai Salas boards.
Yeah, his surfing has just been looking so good. It's been great to see him bring that well-rounded conversation into things with his equipment. As we take a look at the Deep Stats powered by Hydro Flask, he's got that single career longboard event win in New York, and he's wanting to find another one. He's had 29 heat wins, though, on the longboard tour, and about a 50-50 chance of taking it through those heat win percentages at 52.73.
Yeah, Kaimana looking good with that 4.43, Shannon. So that, you know, puts him in a strong position, puts the pressure on Stephen in second priority. But Coniella with that excellent score, he's in prime position. And even listening to Harrison Roach talk about how you've really got to be opportunistic on the sets. He even caught that set before the heat started, stayed riding prone, waited for the countdown and popped up just in time when it started. So he didn't ride the whole wave, but he still got a near excellent score.
Incredible, and to recognize that quality of wave, we heard Soleil Erico reference that in our very first post heat of the morning after she took out that early win, of seeing the wave and knowing that it's going to be the one that holds all the way through, how important it is to have that feeling on it and to be able to find good wave selection today. Noting that there's been plenty of incredible nose rides and great moments, great rail work, but on those smaller size waves without the length of ride to them where they're able to capitalize on multiple maneuvers, those scores are going to struggle to get above that 4-point range. As we've got a paddle here from Kaimana, under third priority, having a look back, and he's going to kick out as well, stuck behind that section.
I think that was a wise decision from Kaimana. He's in third priority, he can stay busy. That was worth having a look at. It could have really opened up to be a good score.
And he's going to have a look at this one again. So now he's also put some distance between himself and the other surfers, and farther down the line means he's going to skip that closeout section, and he's now going to have this nice little pocket through to the inside.
Quick tap to the nose, and he gets caught behind there too. You can sense that frustration from Kai.
But he's busy, he's having a look. He knows that there's opportunities for those wide runners that could really deliver a better score. So Kai Hamada still in second position there, but Steven Sawyer will now move up into second priority, and he really will want to lock that chance to get into that round 3 and not go to that round 2.
That's right. Well, in excellent scores, we saw a great wave ridden earlier today by Tully White, and Matt Chinaski is down on the beach with her board.
Yeah, so I've got Tully White's board down here. She's got the only excellent score of the day, unless Kani or Kai has dropped one in this heat here. But we have a traditional 1966-inspired surfboard, but in the modern day. We have a clip-in and clip-out fin, which makes life a hell of a lot easier to travel. And you can adjust the fin as well. But most importantly, there's actually no concave in the board at all. So this board, as opposed to some of the boards that are in the water right now, is completely flat and rolled right throughout. So in here, zero concave. So Tully was actually turning to set up the nose ride and letting her tail do all the work with nice pinched rails. This is 2 3/4 thick, but the rail feels quite thin and rolled from the bottom and on the deck as well. So a nice petite traditional single fin longboard, but obviously working, and we'll see if she can get more excellent scores later in the day.
Oh, love the breakdown, Matt. Well done getting that fin in and out, making it look so easy down on the sand. And down to 3 minutes on the clock. We've got the excellent score on the board from Coniella Stewart, so finding that second excellent of the day. But Tully had a great excellent ride earlier on today, Sam.
Absolutely, and it was really interesting to hear that analysis of the board from Matt and see Surfers for Climate stickers on Tully's board. She's behind that environmental movement, and we have to really emphasize the fact that one of the great non-profits in surf environmentalism, the Surfrider Foundation, was born here in Malibu, and that is something that we celebrate here at this event. And Tully is studying environmental science, so she's mixing that kind of interest in kind of advancing the kind of brain-based opportunities as well as the physical opportunities with surfing.
Yeah, it's incredible to know, you know, that history coming out of here with Surfrider and for the environmental change that they've been bringing through, and to see so many surfers around the planet really taking charge, applying changes into their own lifestyles, into our own lifestyles of less plastic usage, trying to, you know, get longer use out of the things that we own to be able to pick up the beach and take care of our surroundings so that the rest of the world can benefit in the long run. And it's something that's so inherent for surfers, and it's amazing to know that one of the leading organizations in that, Foundations in Surfrider, began right here in Malibu.
Absolutely. An interesting thing between all these surfers, they're all on custom PU polyurethane and foam boards, but Coniella also has his boards available in the carbon fiber technology in Thunderbolt, and that is a strong and potentially light, or you can add weight to it, but that gives the board more sustainability, and that's an interesting element to Coniella's projection, is wanting to work with organizations that allow that kind of equipment that has the longevity.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock, and you can see a little bit of hustle starting to begin in the lineup, knowing that we're close to that 1 minute mark. Surfer in red has first priority, and he's gonna keep his eyes out at backline. Surfer in white with second priority, now trimming down the line, taking the Harrison approach, and he gets stuck behind the section. Connie's gonna be in a great position though for this one to look to secure himself in that front running position and to get rid of that 2.83. Now Connie hasn't taken off on a ride since his excellent 8.00 early on in the heat, and he's well on his way to another similar score now with this 10 as he holds through the pocket, steps off it just for a moment, and then back to the 10 and a great S-turn into that hang 10 once again, and just executing everything with perfection, with ease, with pop as well, as he slides through to this inside section. Beautiful wave selection and an incredible performance as Kaimana's up and riding, and he kicks out the back.
That was phenomenal surfing. Again, in my opinion, it could well go into the excellent range. I feel as if it could even be stronger than that second wave he got. The way he just read that wave, of course it was a bigger set. It had everything laid out in front of him, but the surfing that he did was so crisp and smooth, great body language, and then coming out of that cutback and accelerating into the sections to get back on the nose. It was a really great display of all-round longboarding, and all done with style, flow, and grace.
And steps out on the sand before the buzzer even sounds, straight to fans on the beach for photos, now waiting for the score to come through for last of our surfer out of Honolulu, and Coniella Stewart. A big score to drop, and waiting for last of Kaimana Takayama as well. but that will be unlikely to factor into the situation. And we've got more action to come with our men's seeding round heat number 4, Ben Skinner hitting the lineup right after this.
That's right, one of the highest heat totals of the day with an 8.0 and an 8.67 for Mr. Connie Stewart, winning that last heat, heat number 3 of the seeding round for the men's. And waiting to start is heat number 2, Ben, Tony, and Tosh. We'll be counting you guys down momentarily. Excuse me, heat 4.
All right, here we go. We're going to count it in. 8, 7, 6, and we're counting. 8, 3, 2, 1. All right, well, new heat in the water. And it's underway. So in the red, Ben, in the blue, Tony, and in the white, Tosh. It's on. Heat 4 underway.
Here. So being here, preserving this beach and this ocean is one of the most important things that I could possibly do as a surfer.
We Are One Ocean activates at WSL events around the world, giving back to local communities through coastal restoration and environmental initiatives. Today, we are joining forces with Jose Cuervo and Surfrider for a beach cleanup to protect this special beach and surf ecosystem.
We'd love to put ourselves out of business with beach cleanups and have a clean beach in the first place. So we're encouraging everybody to help reduce plastic pollution, prevent plastic pollution.
It's very important to protect and spreading the word about protecting our beaches and nature.
I want a clean beach for the next generation.
We are one ocean!
We Are One Ocean, in partnership with the Surfrider Foundation, cleaned the beach here at Malibu in preparation for one of the biggest events in longboard history here at Malibu for the Cuervo Classic, the World Longboard Championships. And we've got some surfers in the water that would love to have that accolade next to their name. And Ben Skinner, Tony Silvani, and Tosh Tudor, all looking for a chance to advance through into the next round and keep themselves into the mix for winning a world title.
Absolutely. Tony Silvani knows Malibu closely. He got a semi-final finish here last year. Ben Skinner got a second place finish last year. Tosh Tudor rising up. If anybody follows him on social media, they know that he is already an incredible tube rider, as well as one of the great dynamic young longboarders, able to surf in a variety of conditions with a timeless style, and again, someone who has put a lot of hours in here on South Swells at Malibu. So East Coast, West Coast of the USA against Great Britain is going to be a really good showdown, this one.
Incredible, as we see Tosh Tudor having a paddle, getting into his opening ride. He'll slide past his fellow competitors in the water. Nice slow approach, already in that cross-step position. Tight footwork to start things off in that trim line, and just that little step back to stall and set himself up for this nice 5 to 10 combo. Now goes for that switch stance style, looking classic as ever here on a morning session at Malibu. And again, a hang 10 perfectly perched in the pocket. Small sized wave, and he's making it look so fun and so inviting as he goes for that switch stance and that grace for the finish.
That was class surfing from Tosh Tudor on a Hank Bizak step deck and 9.6 Tudor surfboards, and he looks so clean and crisp. That backside tight hang 10 there was absolutely incredible. It was a smaller wave relative to the sets that we saw Connie Stewart get 2 waves in the excellent range on, but he's kicked off the heat. He's got a score under his belt, and I think it'll be a decent score.
Let's take another look at it here.
Sets himself up all in the trim line there, eyeing that section, and then plants that 5, comes in for that 10, walks back beautifully, switches stance again, eyes that section further down the line, keeping the board in the pocket for the longer 10, and just drops those arms below the waist during that hang 10. That was a lot of time spent at the tip on this Hank by Zach 9-6 step deck. A little switch stance through that section on the inside, and a beautiful display of longboarding from Tosh.
With the paddle now for his opening ride is the North Carolina local in Tony Silvani. Paddles fast to get into this, straight onto the nose to make it past that opening section. Hangs on to it as he steps off and goes into a big drop knee carve to whip it around to set up for this next hang 5. Now looking a little bit farther down the line just to make it past this section as Ben Skinner stands up on his first wave, up and riding out the back as Ben holds on to the hang 10. Tony goes down in the foam on the inside, and Ben continues to work his way through. Nice whip out of the board and into another great hang 5, and he's feeling it on his opening ride here. Beautiful wave selection, nice little bit of jive coming out of that board as he just pumps off the bottom and sets himself up in here for one more section to finish with. I don't know how many nose rides he's had on this wave so far, but we're going on maybe 10, and goes for that last hang 5 sole arch to finish, with Tosh Tudor now up and riding out the back on his second ride. Still waiting for scores to come through for the first, and finds that 5 to start. Sets it up well. Nice adjustments through that middle third of the board as Tosh goes switch stance again. Now readjusts. Love that cross step back as he's just seeing what the wave is offering and not forcing anything in the slightest, and he'll be caught behind that section to finish. And we have some great scores to drop through from the exchange.
I got the vibe that Ben tuned into the Malibu Magic then. He clearly had the best shape wave, and the lift that he got on the nose was incredible. He's riding a prototype board, a 9/8 double scoop, inspired by his Cherry Picker Thunderbolt model, but trying to incorporate a wider point back to give a looser turning radius, but still facilitate tight nose rides by having those kind of scooped out sections on the tail to have a weight of water to help levitate the nose even more. And you could see through some of those nose rides that nose levitation was almost taking him higher than the lip line. That's a very rare thing to see. And Ben, to me, looked absolutely outstanding on that ride. And he's now going to feel relaxed because he's going to be able to be very patient for the rest of the heat, knowing it's all about those 2 scoring waves.
Incredible performances from all 3 surfers on those opening rides. Tosh drops in a 3.67 for his first wave. And let's take a look at some replays now as we see Tony Silvani.
So Tony on the Stewart surfboards, he gets loose and lively, good drop knee turn, sets himself up for the second nose ride there, runs back to the tail, climbs and drops, and just here the wave gets the better of him and escapes, while we see in the background Ben lifting, levitating on that 9/8 double scoop and then dropping back down through the footwork, and again putting that board on rail with the wide point further back, climbing back up to the tip of the wave and locking again very deep in the pocket. Look at how critical those nose rides are, and there puts a little drop knee and then goes nice and low compression, flex, and then back up to the 5 into the quick 10, and again there's still scoring opportunities. He's on the wave, in the pocket, out on the face there, again back up for a 5, and he gets one more cruisy, stylish sole arch 10 on the inside, looking really strong.
Incredible performance from Skin Dog. Still waiting for scores to roll through, and now waiting for this second wave of Tosh.
Tosh looking oh so stylish there in the glassy conditions, all those flying diamonds reflecting off the face, setting himself up for that 5, locked in really tight, nice and high in the wave, in the pocket, gets a quick 10, moves back to the tail again, getting up for the tight 5, switches stance, faces the wave, still with good scoring potential, walking back again for the readjustment. Great use of the switch stance from Tosh. This is a surfer on the rise, someone who we can really look forward to seeing over the decade, someone who's going to deliver a lot of incredible surfing, not only on longboards, but on all boards.
Down to 16 minutes on the clock, and we do have scores to come through for last of white and last of red. But in the last heat, we saw Coniella Stewart walk away with a great heat total, 2 excellent scores on the board into that 16.67 heat total, and he's with Matt now.
Coniella Stewart, highest heat total of the event so far. What does it mean to be back at Malibu, and how do you feel after scoring those waves?
It feels super good to be here back at Malibu. The waves are fun. It's kind of slow right now, but as the waves pick up, it'll be super fun. Yeah.
And we've been talking about connection throughout this event, and I noticed that you got a shell. Is that any meaning or anything behind that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like my good luck charm. You know, my sister's friend, Candide, she made it for me when I was about like 8 or 10 years old, and I've wore it ever since and never took it off.
And I take it you'll be wearing it right throughout this event, and I hope we see you here by the glass. Have you got anything different from last year that you get to show?
Not much. I mean, I just been training a bunch at DNA Performance with Bryce, and we've been, working on a bunch of cardio, strength, endurance, and fatigue and stuff, and just making sure that we're on for this contest.
You are looking calm, cool, collected, as you have in the last 2 events. You really want to go deep in this event. You think you can win it?
I think so. With the right waves, definitely.
Fantastic, and back up to you guys in the booth, and we hope to see Connie up here after next heat.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Connie, and putting some of that strength training in behind the scenes, which people don't often maybe associate with the longboard community, being that it's a little bit softer, a little bit more cruisy out in the lineup. But the reality is, these are leg burners. These waves are riding for so long. They're getting some of the longest rides that we're seeing in competition nowadays, and they've got so many heats to battle through until that final tomorrow that they have to have everything dialed in before they get here, just to have that physical side ready to go.
Absolutely, and that's always been a big feature of Ben Skinner's longboarding, is his leg strength and his ability to power through sections and stay on the nose in critical sections. He's always had very strong legs, as he's going to back up that excellent 8.0, Shannon.
Yep, opened up with an 8-point ride, scores are through, and he's now getting this small wave underway just to put that backup score on the board. And that surfboard looking smooth under his feet, gets caught behind that section, so he'll duck out. And that leaves our surfer in blue with first priority, white with second priority. And our surfer in white, Tosh Tudor, has backed up the 3.67, improved on it with a 5.10, and puts the requirement into the 4-point range on Tony Silvani.
So Ben just needed a small score to move up into first position. So he was just staying busy, looking to see if he could get a runner. So he'll probably kind of stay out of the pack, out of the zone here to pick up something out of priority. But there will come
scoring potential. He'll fall down into third priority with 13 minutes on the clock, as Ben is now up and riding.
So Ben opting just to stay busy. So Tosh there chose a really good looking wave, but it just ran away from him through that section. Ben staying nice and busy, 12 minutes, 55 seconds to go. So Ben's probably just thinking if he can get like a medium score, then he might go to play the patient game. As we see him set up beautifully here, Shannon, with all those tight steps to the nose, and you can see the lift on that nose ride as well.
Great opening maneuvers from Ben Skinner, finding that lift. Now tracking through to the inside, engages with that drop knee cut back, throws spray with it as well, shows that power, and demonstrates that great footwork again to find another tight hang 10. Sets himself up as he comes through to the inside section, and makes it look so easy, so graceful, as he finishes off right into the sand.
That was smart, wise surfing from Ben Skinner. And did you see the spray off those turns? That was a small wave, but I haven't seen boards throwing that amount of spray off the turns. So demonstrating both grace, control, flow, but also power. So smart surfing from Ben, because he's going to drop a decent score, but now he has that opportunity to be patient. He fades in, 4 steps up to the tip. There's the lock of the nose ride, gets the 10, pedals back, just does a beautiful readjust there, low in the wave for that nose ride, but right in the pocket, and then watch the spray, wham! See the spray generated from such a small wave, and then accelerating through the footwork back into the 10, and pedals back, and again throws a lot of spray, even on that small section through the inside, moving, looking lively. This is the kind of surfing we saw from Ben Skinner last year. It took him to second place at Malibu. This guy is on the hunt for a world title.
He is so close to it. Last year was so incredible to see him find that momentum, to battle out in different types of conditions, and to take down some great names on his road into that final. He took out Harrison Roach, who was the front runner for the world title. Last year, he took out Kevin Scavarna, local Californian, who's just has a great relationship with the wave here at Malibu. and he really put on some incredible performances. He took out Steven Sawyer as well in those earlier rounds. And to see him find himself in that final, and to just watch the joy, even in losing out and not getting the win, the joy that he showed in making it into the finals, a career best for him, was such a great thing to be able to witness.
Absolutely. You know, he's been third on the WSL World Tour before. He's been second at the ISA World Longboard Championships to South African Matthew Muir. He's 11 times European champion. He's had already a fantastic career. There's more to come. And I really can feel that someone in this heat who's going to be the big threat as we move into these last 10 minutes is Tosh from Del Mar, because he's not even 18 yet. He's 18 next month, and he's already had so much experience surfing here at Malibu, and he's going to really kind of deliver a lot of dynamic longboarding over the years that will inspire many generations to come.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. A score is in. A 5.33 betters the situation for Ben Skinner in the lead. Puts an 8.23 requirement on the young Tosh Tudor to take the win. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned right after this.
Priority blue-white.
With those long lulls in the intervals, I'm not sure if waiting is the best thing to do, but at the same time, who knows? Like a great section he's doing, and he's definitely capable of showcasing his skills on this.
Yeah, it's always the tricky question. You have priority, you need the 5. He's probably thinking, oh, I'm going to wait, get the set, look for the 7 or the 8 wave, and then solidify your position. But at what point do you start strapping around to try and get the 5? 8 minutes 30, maybe not yet. He's going to probably give it a couple more minutes, holding on to that first priority.
Welcome back to the Cuervo Classic here at Surfrider Beach in Malibu for the Longboard World Championships presented by O'Neill. There's been so much fun and so many good waves being ridden throughout the morning. And we're just tapping off of that low tide, so we'll have it pushing through the day. And we've got a great brand behind us for this event, none other than O'Neill. And we've got Matt down on the beach with them.
Welcome to the O'Neill tent. We're down here in the First Point Malibu car park where we've got Lauren and Sophia Cohen hanging out. We have Lynn here, so we got the whole crew hanging out. O'Neill is the first wetsuit brand and the first surf shop to be set up in California. And what better place to celebrate this brand, this classic, iconic Californian surf brand, than here at Malibu during our Cuervo Classic presented by O'Neill. We have some hats, Aussies, USA. We've got some straw hats here. It's been 4 seasons in one day. So far, we're up to number 2. I've already done a change of clothes. WSL shirts, our event shirt, and we have some hoodies, but I don't think we'll be needing them till about 3 p.m. It's all going on down here. We've even got an umbrella if you require it. I think more so for sunshade. But the water out there, we're in trunks out there, not in wetsuits at the moment. Perhaps maybe just a wetsuit top. Do you guys think we may have a change in water temperature as we have that swell settle and come in tomorrow?
Oh, we definitely could see, and O'Neill making some of the best wetsuits around. The spring suit that I was wearing yesterday was from them, and it was just the perfect for this environment, for this still summertime feel, but with those crisp, chilly winds rolling through, Sam.
Yeah, well, Ben Skinner, long-time O'Neill wetsuits rider. He'll be sporting his O'Neill shorty spring suit out there. But let's not rule out Tony Silvani, the 35-year-old from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, moved to Carolina Beach, where he now runs the Silvani Surf School on Hamlet Avenue in North Carolina. He rides for Stewart Surfboards, you know, one of the leading long-time longboard shapers out of the USA. And he's the 2011 ISA World Longboard Champion and the 2018 North American Regional WSL champion, and he has competed at Malibu a number of times over his career, so he knows that need for patience.
He knows the need. He knows how to sit there, wait it out, and he knows that he's only chasing that 5.01, which if he gets himself onto the right wave, he could be looking into that 6+ range easily, into that excellent, if the wave facilitates a score like that. So it's smart move by him to be sitting there patiently holding onto that priority for a long time now, as we're down to that 6-minute mark. Now before we went to that break, we did see that 5.33 roll through for Ben Skinner, which secures him in a good position towards the advancing spot, or the leading position. Tosh Tudor chasing an excellent score of an 8.23, but with Tosh just sitting with that 3.67 behind him, the door is really wide open for Tony Silvani right now.
Absolutely, he's sitting there in priority. Ben opted to be busy, and he got 2 waves out of priority that didn't give a decent score, and then he got that 5.33, but he's still sitting there in 3rd priority. So Tony Silvani just needing that 5.01. If the wave comes, you know that Tony can deliver that. Tosh needing that 8.23 to move up into 1st position. So of course those top 2 surfers will move forward into that round of 16, that round 3. The 3rd surfer will surf in one of those heats in round 2, and that is the kind of first crunch elimination round of the event.
Yeah, that'll be coming up soon. We've got 2 more heats left in our men's seeding round, and then we'll see our women's elimination round hit the lineup. As you can see, our surfer in blue, Tony, having a little look here, deciding if he's going to pull the trigger. And here we go with the spin around. He's going to have a look at this wave, chasing a 5.01 to get the advancing position over the young Tosh Tudor. Tony now up and riding. Nice footwork up to the nose, finds that perched on hang 5, and now gets for that 10. Finds that locked in section for a moment, back to that hang 5, and finally pedals back to that front 3rd of the board. Great footwork as he taps in for another quick 5 to S turn. And he's getting all the work done to get himself into that range to find the advancing score. Sat patient waiting for this wave to drop through as well. And he's just going to milk it all the way into the sand with multiple hang 10s to finish as he pedals off and kicks out clean.
That was outstanding surfing from Tony. He was patient. He knows he needs a 5.0. You could see Ben Skinner looking from behind. Of course, that 5.0 will put him into 2nd position there. He needs a bigger score to move up into 1st position, but he rode that wave beautifully. He didn't overwork any section. He kept pace with that lip through the footwork. He put some variety into the repertoire with some rail work and some drop knee turns, and you can see him hungry paddling back out for more, hoping to also try to replace that 3.77 that he'll be carrying as well.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to leave anything to chance, and it's so much that sign of respect to the fellow competitors in the lineup of wanting to get the best scores possible to make sure they can't take it back, as we take another look here.
So there's that long first 10. He got nice and high on that 5, a good 10, and then stays locked in that 5, and then pedals back, just strokes the wave there, taps the nose, and there's that trademark drop knee turn that we've seen so much of from Tony Silvani over the years, and works it all the way through this inside section in trim, gets one more opportunity for a pocket for a 5 and a quick 10, lifts that right arm, gets another 10 through the very last dying inside section and kicks out cleanly.
So scores to come through for Tony, and that was, 3.5 minutes on the clock when he paddled into that. Only his 2nd wave ridden. So held on to that priority for a very long time before paddling in. Tosh Tudor now up and riding, looking to improve on his 3.67 to increase that requirement for the score to drop. And Tosh is doing a beautiful job of just hanging in that pocket on the nose as Ben Skinner is now up and riding, finding that lift out of that hang 10 once again. Tosh still hanging 10 through to the inside section and getting all the work done for both of these surfers. Tosh's wave continuing to just unravel for him as he'll step off in the sand. And Skin Dog's wave doesn't quite hold as open towards the finishing section, but he had some very dynamic nose rides out the back.
That was a beautiful juxtaposition. 2 great stylists, one older, one younger, but both at the cutting edge of longboarding. Tosh just looks so elegant gliding through that nose ride there, and even the way he's paddling back out, cool persona. But Ben had a very critical hang 10 on that opening section, so Ben might have a possibility of replacing that 5.33, but Tosh, of course, wanting to get a score higher than a 3.95 to move up into 2nd.
That's right, because Tony Silvani dropped a 5.27 for his last ride. He's now into 2nd, but Tosh Tudor has a score to drop, chasing a 3.95, and Tony now needs to drop his 3.77 to increase the requirement on Tosh. Straight into the lineup, back straight, perched on the nose, with 5 to 10, 5 to 10, holds that 10 on the last section and goes up for a re-entry on the finish of that. He's going to hold on to this and hope for maybe one more reform. Takes a look behind him. Checks his watch as well to recognize there's a minute left. He's going to get out the back again.
That was solid from Tony. A triple 10 on that 5 nose ride line. So sets himself up, and then 3 times he pulls up for 10 whilst holding that same trim line. I think the kind of size and length of the wave isn't really going to allow that excellent 8.06 he needs to move into first. But at the moment, it's that close battle between Tosh and Tony, because we're waiting for Tosh to drop a score. He needs a 3.95 to go up into second, but Tony might well replace his 3.77, could even threaten his 5.27.
What an incredible battle coming down to this final minute. We had that kind of slow part of the heat in the middle, and now it's really heating up on the finish. 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in the lead, holding on to priority. Tosh now with second priority is having a look at this little lump that almost doesn't look like a wave, but with a longboard, you're able to stroke into a lot more than you could on something smaller. And he's gonna give this one an effort to see if he can link into something just to have one more opportunity to increase the score line. Now we are still waiting for scores to come through for his last wave. He's into this one, but the buzzer has sounded before he can stand. And scores are in for the previous wave of Tosh Tudor. A 5.63 takes him back into the second place position over Tony Silvani. Now Tony will require a 5.47 for his last wave to drop, and we're waiting for that score to come through now.
Yeah, and Ben's also got a score to drop, looking to replace that 5.33. Probably won't change his situation, but it's all about that last score of Tony's. But incredible surfing from Tosh to answer back, and that's a really strong score for Tosh to get in that dying exchange.
Yeah, incredible performance from the young Tosh Tudor, finding that 5.63 and waiting for scores to drop for Tony Silvani, and there it is, a 4.57. It's not enough for Tony by a full point. He falls out in that third place position, and he'll have to battle himself through the elimination round. Coming up next, Declan Whiten, Taka Inui, and Kevin Skavarna are hitting the lineup, so stay tuned for more action, and we'll be right back.
So Tosh hung on there. Tony tried to answer back, but his last wave, he had the sick nose ride, but it kind of closed out a little early, coming in just under the number. But you'll see Tony again in the elimination round. And hopefully we'll start seeing that swell fill in. We're being optimistic.
We're being very optimistic. I think it'll come in.
Okay, it's on the books. I mean, it's on the charts, right? It's on the buoys. Just need a little more.
I mean, the sets, even if the sets were just a little bit more consistent, it would make all the difference right now.
I mean, even these waves at waist high, they pump. Oh, here we go. This might be something on the long range. We'll get out the back. So out in the water, Declan, Taka, and Kevin.
All these heats are stacked.
Yeah, they are, right? Super fun to watch when everyone's pretty gnarly. The top 30 in the world, basically, from both the men and the ladies here in this last event. Really cool to have it at this iconic wave. Probably one of the best longboard waves in the world. First Point Malibu.
I concur. It is definitely.
Yeah, and you're lucky. You get to live close to it.
Out of my head, let me close to the edge, going out of my mind. And it's feeling so good, never knew that it could. Yeah, it's giving me life. Madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah.
Welcome back to the Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard World Championships presented by O'Neill. We are in the seeding round. Heat number 5 is out in the water, and the clock is already ticking down as we see Kevin Skavarna out of Dana Point, California, making his way down the line. Parallel stance for Skvarna, looking for a little switch stance there for the kick out. And rapid fire in this opening of this heat. Taka Inoue decides not to go and holds priority. Thank you for joining us here in Malibu, where we're going to be crowning a champ tomorrow on the sound for both the men's and women's in the Longboard Tour. Declan Whiten continues on, and Kevin Skvarna again. So a lot of waves getting surfed right now as the swell starts filling in here, as we were expecting this afternoon for increase of surf out of the south-southwest, and that is lining up things nicely as we look at 2 days of competition here at the classic California Point Break. This is Malibu First Point. And we've got a lot of catching up to do. And thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo, joined by the Waxed, Matt Chinaski, as well as WSL CEO Eric Logan. Thank you for joining us, Eric.
Hey, thanks for being here. Good to see you, Waxy. How you doing, bud?
Great, fantastic.
Yeah,
Thanks for
yeah,
having me
good.
too.
How great are these conditions we're having? It's beautiful out there.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day. We're expecting it to increase in the surf. We've seen it on the buoys already, but the wind, Elo.
Perfect.
Perfect. This is quintessential California dreaming today.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, when you grow up your whole life, you sort of like dream like, okay, I want to have a perfect longboard wave. I want it to be sunny. I want to be in shorts. I don't want to be in wetsuits. I want it to be glorious. And that is what we have today, and actually tomorrow too.
Yeah, and isn't it exciting? We've already crowned men's and women's world champs at Trestles. We knew that was a one-day event for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We're going to do the same thing here, where we're going to crown a longboard men's and women's world champion. That's going to happen tomorrow.
That's going to happen tomorrow. And, you know, it's one of the things that, as the World Surf League, is the most important thing we do, which is crowning world champions. And I think when you look at the field that has been assembled here today, it sort of speaks for itself. And then we look at, you know, obviously Honolulu and what she's able to do, and you just look at the men. Just the field is so deep that anybody can come from a lot of different places. And the surf is allowing the competition to be in a place where it's really great, because you're seeing everybody be tested in a variety of conditions. And as the swell continues to improve, it's going to favor certain surfers over others.
As we go to live action here, Waxhead, Kevin Skvarna.
So Kevin, starting his account with 3 waves already. This is his 4th wave. I think those previous heats really would have excited, but at the same time also been a daunting prospect to say, are we actually going to get set waves? I'm not going to count on it. They're going to start busy. And Declan and Kevin, as well as Tucker, they're confident surfers.
Yeah. Kevin, an interesting surfer. He's got his own longboard model on Infinity Surfboards out of Dana Point, California. And another interesting about Kevin Skvarna is he's recently competed in the World Kneeboard Championships. Talk about a versatile surfer.
Well, and I think that's what we see with these longboarders, you know, versus these other disciplines that I think a lot of people see us with, the CT surfers or the Challenger and the QS surfers. It's a completely different thing. And I think, you know, Tori, our head judge, she's done a great job of really breaking down the criteria for the fans who are enjoying these world-class athletes doing, you know, an art and words that we don't hear on the CT. You know, style, grace, and things like that really become the differentiation as you watch here. When you look at, like, you know, what's happening, it's a completely different form of surfing, and I think it's a wonderful thing to showcase the best in the world.
Yeah, it is a contrast to modern longboarding when we look at some more traditional modern shortboarding, I'm sorry, as we look at more traditional longboarding, where it really is about speed, flow, and grace.
Yeah, not to mention the practicality aspect, Kaipo. The longboard appeals to, you know, hundreds of different types of conditions. You know, you've got places in the Philippines, you've got Indonesia, Thailand, Korea, Japan, all these little surfing subcultures where longboarding is thriving, and there's a new generation that are looking at longboarding as their form of surfing. It's not like that and that, they are longboarders.
Yeah. Well, you know, last year we had a breakthrough performance from England's Ben Skinner, and he's on his way with some momentum already with a heat win in the seeding round. Ben is against the glass right now.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Ben, I mean, you hit the ground running there, straight in with an excellent score. How did that feel to get such a strong, smooth start?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, it's really slow today. When the waves come, they're amazing. But, you know, it's always the fear of not getting one. So the set came. Luckily, there was a slightly smaller one behind, but it seemed to have a better line than Tony's. And, yeah, I surfed it well, and I'm pretty stoked to get the score, you know.
One of the distinctive things was the lift on those nose rides. You know, tell us what you're riding and why this board allowed such critical lift on the nose in the pocket.
Well, I'm riding a new model I've been working on called a double scoop, and essentially it's got a double scoop running through the deck of the board in the tail. And yeah, it just feels incredible out there. Once you get it locked in the pocket, just gets so much lift and stability whilst on the nose. So definitely did its job today, yeah.
And you know about that Malibu magic, having gotten a really good run last year, a finalist, you came second here. You know, how do you get in rhythm with this place to really bring the best out of your surfing?
Well, to be honest, it's just trying to get into the next heat so you get another half an hour with a few people out, because it's such a special wave. But, you know, to surf it in the free surf, it's really busy, and it's a pretty special opportunity to be able to surf a heat with 2 people. So my motivation is pretty much just getting back out there with one other person for another heat. So I'm going to keep that going, and yeah, it feels good.
And you've got a massive fan base around the world, particularly in the UK and Europe. Some messages for your family and friends and your business partners tuning in from the UK?
Yeah, I mean, thanks to everyone for all the support continuously. Yeah, I mean, you know, it feels like you're all here. Love you all. And on to the next round. Woohoo!
Brilliant performance from Ben Skinner, so let's get back to some live action.
There you go, Big Ben Skinner, and he's a craftsman behind Skin Dog Surfboards out of the UK. Interesting story is that Ben Skinner made a shortboard actually from the Skin Dog Surfboards for Taka Inoue, which he gifted him over here. Taka Inoue, our Japanese competitor out there, Elo, he's good. You talked about the well-roundedness of someone like a Kevin Scavano, kneeboarding, longboarding. Taka Inoue is a great surfer on any kind of board.
Yeah, and I think what you see is all of these surfers, whether or not you're a longboard surfer or you're a shortboard surfer or a mid-length surfer, the gift of being able to surf these different crafts is what's really exciting. And I think when you sort of zoom out and you think through about the World Longboard Championships that's at stake here, which we'll see tomorrow, it celebrates the well-roundedness of those surfers. And I think as you start peeling back the onion and look at the connective tissue that happens with all the surfers, you know, regardless of what the craft you surf, you know, we're all connected, you know, with professional surfing. And I think, you know, that's the exciting part about the World Surf League is that we begin to celebrate not only that, but we celebrate big wave surfing, we celebrate the path to competitiveness, you know, with our championship tour surfers. And then we look and we talk about what's in store for longboarding as we look at the World Championship this year, and we look at what's going to happen next year and how we continue to grow the sport. And it's really exciting, and it makes it real bullish. And coming back to what you talked about just for a second, you know, I think the thing about longboarding that's so exciting from a league perspective is that, you know, most people are surfing boards that are 8.0, 9.0 and bigger. And, you know, not everybody can look and see what a John or a Kelly or a Gabe does on what they ride. But to so many people, and a vast majority of the people, they're surfing longboards. And I think this becomes so relatable, and it motivates people when you see it to get out there and give it a go.
Yeah, and, you know, it's just the right tool for the right job. There's times where you need to have a longboard in your quiver just to make it surfable and have fun. Have fun like Taka Inoue, who gets a 10 to 5. Balancing right on the tip there, our Japanese surfer, but a little bit hung up. Waxhead, got a little greedy perhaps?
Yeah, Taka's kind of feeling the nerves. You can really see he's animated, but I'm surprised he hasn't started his account with more waves. Generally speaking, Taka is the one to have mounted 5 or 6 waves on his other competitors, perhaps playing that waiting game, but I'm not sure if today's the type of day that he needs to be waiting for those set waves, because Declan out to an early start, and here we have Kevin Scavana. He's been waiting for this one. This is perhaps that wave that Taka was waiting for. Beautiful opening nose ride there for Kevin. 4 steps back. See how he's... I talked earlier with Strider about balancing the thirds. Kevin in that top third of the wave. Now he's in the middle. Beautiful 6 steps up to the nose. Wraps it down to the bottom of the wave. You see him sort of in the middle wave. Now he's in the bottom. It's a 3-stage process. And beautiful cut down there for Kevin. All about the nose ride in this wave for Kevin. If you can get another 10 in here and straighten out. So a nice solid keeper wave there for Kevin. And behind him, Declan Whiten.
So the set came through, Whiten in the back, and a nice perch on the nose there for the surfer from North Stain, Manly Beach. And he kicks out Taka. Quick back in action, but the third wave of the set looks a bit smaller. Taka doing a good job of getting on the nose, however. Little style points on the inside. And a beautiful hang 10 through that section for Taka Inoue.
That's a knee-high wave for Taka, maybe not so much for Taylor Jensen or Ben Skinner, but Taka really making that one count.
One of the most loveliest competitors that we have here. Tucker and his mum are just a highlight at every event. She films every single heat, every free surf, and she's a fantastic ambassador for the sport, giving free footage to the other competitors to analyze. I'd be like, Mum, what are you doing, sharing that footage around? But it's stoked. That is part of that longboard community that we have.
Oh, let's get through some replays. Elo, you know Kevin.
I do. Kevin Dana Point kid, local kid, coming up the street here. I mean, again, talk for a second, if you don't mind. The amount of skill to move, a 9-foot board and get and balance it up in the nose.
If you have a look at that water flow off the rails there, and he's trying to stop that board from purling, and just getting that nose right in that perfect time when the tail is weighted down by the whitewash. Super technical. That actually looks like a mini surf ranch wave there, and that's why we're here at Malibu, right? Beautiful surfing there by Kevin. There's not really much more he could have done on that wave.
Yeah, the infinity looks pretty good.
Yeah, and so we'll be waiting for those scores. But, Elo, back to you and back to the World Surf League. Right now, we got more programming than ever. You can almost watch surfing 24/7 because when we end up here in Malibu, we have a whole nother competition going on at Ericeira in Portugal.
Yeah, we do. And, the Challenger Series is in full swing, and this is the part of the year that the Challenger Series really kicks into gear. And, last night, we made history, Kaipo, with the first Indonesian surfer who qualified. Rio had sort of run away and hid from the field in the Challenger Series, and I think, it's quite an accomplishment to qualify for the championship tour this early in the Challenger Series, also being the first Indonesian. It speaks to his skill set and his level, and I think we are long overdue as a sport to have a professional surfer from Indonesia.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is stop number 5 on the Challenger Series. That is the EDP Visla Pro happening over at Ericeira. As we see live action here, Declan Whiten with a big cutback, and Rio Waida already, he's got a seat, he's got a place. We're going to see him in 2023 on the championship tour.
Yeah, and even when we're done with Ericeira, as we look at this wave here, the beautiful thing about the Challenger Series is that, we are going to continue to compete in Brazil, and also we'll have the final. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness.
Taka Inoue coming back right now. Had a shaky start, some bad wave selections at the first half of this heat, but now the Japanese competitor all over the nose, hanging through there, making the difficult look very easy. Gets a 10 on the inside before straightening out. And daijobu for Taka Inoue.
That was a very technical wave there for Tucker. It still wasn't the biggest wave of the heat so far, but he really made it count. With a couple of near misses and near falls, he knew he had to bring it back by doing something major, and that he did. It'd be interesting to see where the judges went with that. Not much rail work, but some great nose riding. So 4 steps up to the nose. You see him sort of wait on that back foot, and then he's hanging 10 here. His toes on his back foot are over the nose, and now they're together.
Wave. This is going to be wave 6 for Taka Inoue. So the judges got their work cut out for them. Inoue continues to surf through here. And Taka takes it to the sand. So as we're waiting for all of these scores to populate, we're going to step away for just a bit, but we're going to be back with the conclusion of this heat. Stick around for more from Malibu. This is the Cuervo Surf Classic Malibu presented by O'Neill.
Definitely are in this heat right now. Some of the best surfing we've seen of the whole event. Some of the longest nose rides. Actually, the last 3 heats, nose rides off the charts right now. Perfect conditions. Blue, your 3rd wave, because I don't remember how many we have coming in for blue. So hold on, we got someone going. Looks like white.
White is also going to try to make the most out of this one. Hang 10 through the whitewash. Nice carve. He's going to try to make it right back up there. Another hover hang 10. These guys are just showing off at this point.
Yeah, it's a clinic right now.
Wow, nose ride switch stance. What? For White. He's going to walk back.
And get out of there. And look at this. This thing is just turning on right now. Red. Cross step. He's going to get 5 over. This thing's going to go dead zone in the section there. He's going to get out of that. Now the judges might be able to work on some scores here. Standby surfers, 7 minutes. Handful of scores yet to drop in. Once they all get in the computer, we'll break it down, but it's going to be close. Now I feel like it was white and red.
Back at the Cuervo Classic Malibu, presented by O'Neill. Seating round, heat number 5, out in the water. This beautiful California afternoon, sun's shining down, and the waves have come to play. Throughout the day, we've seen the swell increase, and as we look at our current situation with scores, Kevin Skvarna out in the lead with a 7.43 and a 4.5. We still have more scores owed to us by the judges to give you the accurate situation. With 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown, I'm Kaipo, joined by the Waxhead as well as WSL CEO ELO, Eric Logan. Well, we talked about some of the things that have been happening, ELO, and the excitement that we have with all of our different tours. Our Longboard Tour, the Challenger Series, which has its own great narrative on its own. We've already qualified one man, if you're just joining us. Ryo Waida, we're going to see him on tour. And we got more to come.
We have more to come. You know, after we wrap up in Ericeira, not to get too far ahead, back to Brazil, Saquarema, and then, of course, ending, you know, at Haleiwa, your home turf, Kaipo. And I think as we look for this race for requalification, it gets really exciting, and we start to see, you know, at this part of the field, who's going to be separating, and it's an exciting time to watch it. And, you know, that's going to continue through December. Obviously, we're wrapping up tomorrow with crowning our world champions for our men and women here in Malibu. And, you know, we're also just weeks away from the big wave season opening, you know, and we have our 2 premier events, our paddle event at Piahi and obviously Nazare. So, you know, even though the championship tour was concluded at the Rip Curl WSL finals and we don't start again until the end of January with Pipeline, there is so much surfing still happening in the world of the World Surf League.
Yeah, and there's exciting stuff coming down the road. We got World Champion tomorrow, and we're going to see the 5 women and the 10 men that are going to join already qualified surfers for that 2023 championship tour. We've announced the 2023 championship tour schedule, and it looks epic. It
looks epic, and it's a beautiful tour. The first 5 stops, again, are the same stops that we started with, which will really test the surfers in a variety of conditions, and that's really what it is before you get to the mid-season relegation cut line. From there, we go back here to California. We've had a year off from the Surf Ranch, but we are so excited to get to the Surf Ranch, and it's going to be an interesting time as Jesse Miley-Dyer and the team are talking about what the Surf Ranch will be with a smaller field this time. And then from there, we will then go to El Salvador, back to Brazil, and then we'll hit the J-Bay, and then the end of the road at Teohopo'o, as we lovely like to call it, and then back to the Rip Curl WSL Finals and Trestles next year. So an exciting year. If you look back at this past year, you know, we had drama and stakes like we've never seen before, and I think next year, when you look at this new class of surfers coming in from the Challenger Series, I mean, imagine, you know, not to say that Caitlin Simmers has made the tour yet or not, but, you know, Caitlin Simmers looks really good on the women's side. To look at her compete against the world's best is going to be super exciting.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for it as we're live action here with Declan Whiten, who's just taken the lead because his last score dropped a 7.07. So Whiten wants to contain that lead. Right behind him, Kevin Skvarna, who's currently in 2nd place on the backhand. Get some nice nose riding time there with that semi-parallel stance onto kind of a 10, Waxhead.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's a tweaked out 10, that's for sure. He's got a wider nose on this board, Kevin, so he's hanging 10 through there. But Kevin's locked in a 8.17 on that longer, beautiful transitioned wave that we saw earlier in a 5.83. But Declan, 8.10, backing it up with a 7.07. So that early start, those throwaways of a 3.10 and a 3.73 gone. We've now gone into the excellent range with Declan, but
Behind him, Taka Inui in blue, only needing a 5.99, scoring an 8.17 on his prior wave. And this is Declan just trying to consolidate that lead. I would say with 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, this was more of a, this is the excellent range score that he banked, and that will be because of that transition. The nose, the tail, the middle of the board. I love that bit where he was hot dogging from the middle, utilizing that middle of the board, theoretically pumping from the middle.
Catching up to live action here with Taka Inui. Again, searching for that 5.99 to get into second place and avoid that elimination round, which was going to happen right after the seeding round for both the women and the men. So we'll catch up and see what happened with Inui.
The conditions improving, you know, from your point of view. What we see is we just see the repetition and more wave after wave after wave after wave. Does the strategy change in middle heat? Because this is the best waves we've seen all day.
And as we look out over to the camera right now, we've actually got something like Cape St. Francis, you know, Bruce Brown's film, where it's the endless summer. You've got these beautiful cylinders rolling down the point. That tide has bottomed out. So it'll be seeing an increase in wave quality and quantity, and that's what we're starting to see, the lower period. Wow, this is a switch nose right there by Kevin. He's actually a goofy foot. He's pretty safe there in second place, but I don't know if he realizes that Tucker only needs a 5.99, and he's going to get...
This is going to eat up the clock for Kevin Skvarna, because that board's going to go all the way to shore. 1 minute and 20 seconds counting down. And still some scores owed to us by the judges. So Skvarna far from safe at this moment. And we're catching up with Taka Inui just finishing off a ride. So Elo, the drama builds in this. Is a very, very tight heat amongst these three competitors.
Well, and I think that this is what's great about professional surfing and competition in general. And again, regardless of the craft, these are excellent athletes. All of our men and women are, and the heat strategy plays into this just like it does across every facet of sport. And what's so exciting for us as the World Surf League is to be able to showcase this on the world's largest surfing platform with longboarders and create this event that is going to be where we crown our men and women world champions tomorrow.
And most importantly, there is actually a framework in there for the regional qualifiers, so we will continue to see.
Well, we're going to inspire another
Yeah.
generation of surfers, and no matter what your craft is, that you can get involved. And I dare say that there is going to be a time that we're going to see in surfing where we're going to see a crossover athlete who's going to be able to do both and be successful in both.
Yeah,
I
think,
see it coming.
Yeah, and I think that goes from longboard to shortboard to big wave. Because again, you know, people that come to mind are Courtney Conlog, who wants to compete on the big wave tour. You know,
Laura Enever
is another great example. And I think that's the exciting part about our sport. And celebrating the longboarders the next 2 days is really exciting. Look at the scores.
Well, here we go. It's going to come down to these last couple of scores for Kevin Skvarna and Taka Inui to avoid that elimination round. Again, Inui needing a 5.99. Score is still dropping. Kevin Skvarna likely not to improve upon his scoreline, so it's all going to be about Taka Inui's last wave, which is a 5.6. Not enough, and Inui will remain in that third place position.
I think it was just the wave size for Taka. Amazing surfing, especially on that 8.17. Phenomenal, best wave of the heat. But unfortunately, his other waves weren't set waves. And he actually pulled the trigger, if you can remember, on that 5.83. The wave behind him was Kevin's 7.43.
Well, Declan Whiten and Kevin Skvarna moving on to round 3. We'll see Taka Inui in the elimination round. Thanks again, Elo, for catching up with us, and hopefully you can come back in here and call more heats.
We're enjoying the beautiful day. Everybody come down and join us.
All right, we'll be right back after this break. More coming from Malibu.
Still got to get through that heat. Standby heat 6.
Yeah, Taka and everybody was putting on a great show. That was some phenomenal surfing.
Yeah, that was some nose riding there on some smaller conditions. And next heat, standby. Well, there's a little lull right here, so the boys aren't going to worry about it too much.
Well, they must be amping after that last heat. That was one of the best heats I've seen all day.
I mean, the last 3 heats kind of turned on. We're kind of getting out of the lull a little bit, where that heat was fairly pumping through the last, like the middle 15, 20 minutes there.
guys hold your positions.
With surfing and how much ingrained tradition there is in it, and so much ingrained tradition in Cuervo, they really feel like they work together in such a kind of synonymous way. We have some agave boards here, and it's just beautiful. You have an agave plant. It takes 7 years to be able to be harvested and turned into a tequila. And then from that plant, after it's been harvested for the tequila, you can also create a surfboard.
Building and riding boards with a wooden core versus foam and other different mediums is you're down in the water a little more. You definitely have a different inertia. As long as they're not glass tube heavy, I think they have a really neat place in the longboard especially.
What could be waste, actually creating something with it that we could ride, that has been amazing.
A nice look at what Cuervo's doing with agave surfboards, wooden surfboards, and a couple of craftsmen making those boards. Gary Linden and Wayne Rich crafting some unique and sustainable surfboards. We're back here. This is the final heat of the seeding round here at the Cuervo Malibu Classic, presented by O'Neill, Kai Salas, Cole Robbins, Phil Rosman on the water, and Kaipo, the Waxhead, and Strider Wazalewski talking you through the action.
We're back. It's ready. Oof. That last heat was, well, there was non-stop waves, I felt like. I mean, the amount of numbers that are on the board just shows you that our swell is filling in.
Absolutely. 26 waves surfed in that last heat, and the majority of them were what we'd consider keepers in previous heats as well above the 5-point range. Started off slow, but that tide switched, and it's almost like, as in Australia they call it Huey, has just flicked the switch and turned the tap on, waves are coming.
Well, all three surfers now starting with a little bit of a lull. Strider, what do you think about Malibu? Does it take some breathers after like a flurry of a 25-minute heat just last heat, or do you think we're going to expect more swell?
Everybody on the beach watching that last heat knew that this was going to happen. It's just common when you have a flurry of waves like that for the ebb and flow, right? So you have to take a breath to get another one, you know, and it's just the way it goes. And right now there'll be another set. It will pile in this through the, you know, probably second half to this heat, but it's definitely going to chill for a minute.
Yeah, well, North Stain in Manly, they're cheering right now because their guy Declan Whiten just won the last heat, and Declan's with Sam Bleakley on the glass.
Well, that was one of the most active heats of the day, and Declan, you were on fire. How did it feel to get such a strong start?
I was just stoked. It was firing our whole heat. Like, it's been a bit of a slow morning, but I'm gassed now. That was non-stop out there. It was sick.
And straight in there with that degree of difficulty, holding those long hang 10s, you know, how do you decide to commit to those hang 10s through those sections?
The waves are just perfect. Like, they have, at the moment, the tide's really good. It's got a good pace on it. Like, when it was a touch smaller, it was kind of, they'd run off a little bit. So, I mean, the waves are so amazing out there that it was just, you just had to stand there. You didn't have to do much. It was sick.
And good camaraderie to see Tully also performing excellently and getting that 8.0 on the board.
Yeah. I mean, Tully rips. Everyone knows she can do that. So it's good just for that first heat to get out there, get some good scores, and kind of let yourself know that you can do it. So I'm stoked for her and stoked to get through as well.
And I know you've got all the Manly community behind you and the whole of Australia. So some messages for all your fans back home in Oz.
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to everyone in the Manly community. We actually did a big fundraiser for Tully and myself to get here, so thank you guys. We couldn't do this without you. Big shout out to my parents watching at home. They actually cut their holiday short to get home, make sure they had Wi-Fi to watch as well, so shout out Mum, Dad, and all the boys on the beach watching, all the Manly guys. Thank you. I'll see you home soon.
Incredible surfing, Declan. Look forward to seeing more of it, and let's get back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Sam. And yeah, everyone in Manly up early. It's about 6:30 there in Australia right now, local time.
Yeah, maybe a little earlier.
Little after 6:30 in Sydney.
And he made it worth it. Made him get up early and worth it.
Now they can get on with their dawn patrol there. Well, no waves written as of yet with Kai Salas, Cole Robbins, and Phil Rosman. We got Phil Rosman out in the water, Waxhead, and he's a two-time world champ.
He
2007, 2016.
Phil Rosman, he's just, you know, he just keeps coming back, and he just does enough to get through each year, and everyone knows that he's one of the most, if not the most experienced competitor in the lineup, and you know it's going to be a scrapping heat when Phil's out there because he leaves nothing left. Cole Robbins, consummate professional as well, but at Malibu, he is gnarly. His nose riding and his technical ability on waves from, you know, that ankle high to head high size, especially at Malibu, is, you know, on point. And Kai Salas, well, from 1 to 10 feet plus, Kai's a threat. And these guys are heavy hitters. This is going to be a crazy heat, and I think they're all going to be waiting for set waves.
Yeah, Kai Salas coming off of a win of a qualifying event in Pismo Beach just last week. So that's some great momentum for the Hawaiian. And Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara, he is a maestro at right-hand point breaks. So like you said, Matt, he's going to be very skilled in these conditions, Cole Robbins.
I think he'll be thinking perhaps the heel hang, which is one of his fortes, could be an element of difference if it gets down to that. As we see our surfer in red, Kai Salas, doing a Harrison Roach, laying down and hunting that inside section. Not a bad choice because this thing's lining up really well for Kai. 5 to 10. Now he gets in the middle of the board. See that? Sort of de-weighting, cruising through, and it'll hit that racetrack. And he probably would have liked to have been on the nose through that, but looking good nonetheless. Beautiful carve there for Kai, as we see Phil up behind him. And great opening waves of both surfers.
Rosman, a little bit of a bobble. He's going to lose his wave. He's going to be in for a swim. Kai Salas finishing off on the sand strider.
That was beautiful work right there. Not too sure what he threw on the beach right there. We'll have to find out, but that was fun to watch both the surfers up at the same time gliding through that and just see the contrast in style.
Big tail block on the board of Kai Salas, Matt.
Absolutely. I think we'll have a little investigation in that board later on. An enormous tail. Wider the tail, the more stable the board is going to be.
Looks like it's a new model for Kai Salas. Kai Salas Longboard Company. He's got the Mango Jam. He's got the Guava Jam. But that board and the size of that tail block, it looks like he's developing a new model.
I think so. We haven't seen that one yet. I would say it's a very Californian style surfboard just from looking at it. Obviously it worked well on that wave, but it's amazing. Kai, we talked, and I drew reference earlier to bigger wave surfing, but the way you surf a barrel on a longboard is from the middle of the board. And that can be on a high performance longboard, on a gun, anything 8 feet and over, you need to move forward. Kai's actually moving that board like he would on a performance board from that midsection. That board's probably 24 inches wide, and he's still able to do that. So showing that the board's not just a big, wide nose rider, but it does have some versatility and some maneuverability from all elements and all parts of the board.
That wider tail, you know, is that it's going to create stability, but I mean, it seems like it's created maneuverability.
Well, that's where the tail kick that we see, you know, the flip in the tail can actually add some of that maneuverability. It's giving the board rocker, but it's a compromise between release and drag as well. So here we have, it's dragging perfectly there, allowing him that top third of the wave. And here he gets moving in that midsection. Probably would have been a great time to step to the nose there.
That's an interesting section right there.
But
yeah.
soul arching.
Soul arch, beautiful. Style is part of it. Less is more. We're not saying we're not scoring maneuvers, but the thing is the judges aren't looking for tricks per se. They're looking for a complete package.
Yeah.
And that is part of it. You see that at the likes of J-Bay and Bells, and even the Surf Ranch, where you hold back on a section so you can unleash on the next section. And sometimes you don't need a double pump. You can just do that high line, load up, and let your board thank you for all that speed in the next section.
Hey, we got some board talk. Let's keep on the subject right now. We got Sam Bleakley down on the beach with a board from Chloe Coleman. Sam.
Absolutely. We've got Brazilian beach culture represented here at Malibu. It's so good to see all these different nations represented and all this brilliant board design. And what's so special about the board that Chloe was riding in her round one was it is shaped by the son of the great Neco Cabone. So this board, this green one behind me here in my hand, that's Neco, Sao Paulo shaper, one of the biggest surfboard factories in Brazil. And now he's taught his son Marcelo how to shape, and Marcelo has shaped this magic board for Chloe that she's been using here at Malibu. It's a 9'6". It has a very soft rail. The soft rail is making a real smooth transition between the trim and the turns, and it has a nice wide nose. And Chloe uses a 10-inch fin on the board. So this is a real kind of embodiment of the fact that longboard culture exists in beaches all over the world, and it's something we can all get amongst. These are the types of boards that allow us to enjoy small waves, point breaks, and do all that kind of dance-like footwork and nose riding that really celebrate a unique style of surfing. And we've got the women's division, the round 2, to look forward to coming up very soon.
Thank you, Sam, for the report. Enjoying all the knowledge coming from Sam Bleakley. A standout in his own right on a longboard, as we got live action here with the Brazilian Phil Rajman. A small wave, but able to really balance and use the entire board throughout this ride. Calm body. Rajman kicks out, and we're going to see it's going to be his second scoring wave. First scoring wave was a 2.5. Did much better on his second attempt.
Yeah, and Phil's, that board does, even though it's I think 10 feet long, the board does look small under Phil's feet, just showing that he is a larger framed person. Oh, I mean, silky footwork and timing there from Kai. That just looks so good to the eye. Pulling out of that one, but it was looking good. Just, he looks so reserved, but in a positive way, in a relaxed way. And not in a, you know, the wave's a horrible way, but just in a way of, hang on, this is a long event. And Cole Robbins, wow, opening up his account. We did talk about his nose riding mastery, and oh, wow. And he's Wayne Rich there. He's one of his favorite boards. And the nose digging in there. Jeez, he was lucky that thing
just missed him.
Just missed his face, yeah.
Yeah, a little grazing of the board for Cole Robbins with some impressive nose riding for the Santa Barbara surfer. And he's on a Wayne Rich board.
He's on a Wayne Rich, and you saw the fin there at, you know, it was unique. A lot of the surfers are riding like a George Greeno styled fin, or the Takayama inspired.
Yeah, but his had a really large tip on it.
Yeah, it was similar to the Dork style fins, and it's just when boards were evolving from specifically right before longboarding ended, 64 to 1966, they were playing around with the widths of fins.
Yeah.
And that had a big tip, but it also was slender in the middle, back out to a wider base. So it allows for tip control like this. And he'll step it back into a little whip, well, not in this section here, but before a little whip turn. But that big base of the fin and that wide tail is what provides stability.
How's this strider for Phil Rajman?
Yeah, the board looks really small under his feet in comparison, and a lot narrower than what we just saw. So it's interesting, the different body types to board, right? Because all these boards are like basically over 9 feet, and the size of the board under their feet just looks so much different, and that's just how big the surfers are.
Absolutely, yeah. Phil's boards, you know, usually rides about a 9.8 or a 10.0. It could be between 9.6 and 10 foot on the upper echelon of the board scale. But Phil's got a plan in mind. He knows Malibu. He's surfed here a lot, and he's done really well on the coalition events in his age division as well. So he's no stranger to Malibu, and beautiful tip control there from Phil.
I mean, I feel like these guys are literally just having a great time right now because of how fun the waves are.
Yeah, but at the same
it's
time,
competition, but
these guys are gnarly. They've competed against each other many times, and there's a rivalry there that may not be discussed, but you can feel it, and it happens across all types of surfing in different forms. But this is a heavy heat. I can feel it from here, although Kai Salas definitely feels, to me, watching him on the waves, although the wave scores aren't reflecting it at the moment, but he is looking the most relaxed. Perhaps that win coming off from Pismo last week was just enough to say, hey, Kai, you got it. You can win. You're not just destined for semi-finals or second place finishes.
Yeah, Rajman on the replay here. And we're going to check in with a 3.17 for this ride for Phil Rajman.
And you know, just on the fin talk, I've been riding a board with a lot less tip, and I feel like it's got less control when I'm up on the nose. And so that thicker tip is going to give me more control.
Correct. I was going through Tully White's board earlier with Sam and Shannon on the broadcast. She scored our first excellent score of the day. It was my FCS model fin, which is what I call an all-rounder, and I can slip it into most longboards between 9 and 10 feet. I'll bring it in a booth later on. We'd have some tech talk with fins. Wider base, stability. Wider tip, stability. If you slender out the tip, more maneuverability.
More tech talk coming your way, but first we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action here from the Cuervo Classic Malibu, presented by O'Neill. Be right back.
do, whether it's flip your coin or say your prayers or, you know, do your ocean wave dance. I don't know. Now might be the time. We've got 12 minutes on the clock for these gentlemen. This is heat number 6. This is the final heat for the seeding of the men. And we are going to be hopping into our elimination round for the ladies. Heat 1, we'll be seeing Caitlin Mickelson in the red jersey, wearing blue, Elise Lemoyne, and wearing white, Victoria Vergara.
The Cuervo Classic Malibu Longboard Championship presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Cuervo, the official tequila of the Longboard Championship. By O'Neill, first name in the water. By Turtle Bay, official resort of the World Surf League. And by Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League.
We are back at the Cuervo Classic Malibu, presented by O'Neill, and it is a glimmering afternoon as we're in the last heat of the seeding round for the men's. First and second move on to round number 3, and third place into the elimination round, which will be following this seeding round. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Chanoski, the Waxhead, and Strider Wazalewski, the Waz. Great afternoon, guys. Strider, I mean, you gotta love the way. Well, you live this life here in Malibu. It's a pleasure to be here.
It is. It's a beautiful place. We got great little waves. Usually about 400 more people in the lineup. But you go to battle out here on a big south swell if you want to wave. But it's worth it. The wave is absolutely perfect, and you find yourself gliding quite a bit.
Oh man, how's this story, Matt? Elise Lemoyne is going to be in the elimination round. She is actually the defending champ here at Malibu, but she is facing a potential early elimination if she's not able to perform.
It's absolutely wild that she finds herself in the position that she's in on the rankings. She's chasing a top 8 qualification spot, not just a world championship. She's surfing the best she's ever surfed this year. She's surfing relaxed and she's looking really smooth on her boards, but she's come up against some really hot components and just hasn't been able to string together too many heat wins. But she's going to be hard to beat. And that board, check that one out on the beach. As you can see, that big wide tail, similar to what she won, if not the same board she won last year at this event.
Situation in the water, we have Kai Salas out in the lead and with priority. Kai in the red jersey, and here he goes. He's going to utilize the priority, looking to better a 1.67, which he has in his scoreline right now. Salas off to the start, cross step into the nose, and get some time on the nose there. Now in the middle of the board, beautiful trim, weaving down the line, building up some speed with great style. Kai Salas, and unfortunately, that wave ran away, and now his board's going to run away from him too, Strider.
Yeah, I love that part of this with the longboarding. You don't see any leash plugs. There's no leashes, and you're just, you know, you're risking body and everything to go for the board, just, you know, so it doesn't get away from you sometimes. I mean, when the waves are pumping, that could be the end of your heat.
Okay, I respect surfers on longboards with no leash plugs. I think it's classic longboarding. I've always been a fan of that, Matt, and it seems like a lot of the surfers are leashless.
And it's, I mean, in Hawaii, you've still got canoes and boats going through the lineup, and they do it with precision. At many lineups around the world where you do have a lower skill level in general, leash plugs are a very, very good invention.
True, safety, right?
Safety. We are watching
for
the world's
experts
best
only.
as well.
Let's keep it for experts only.
But this is also, not to forget, a controlled environment. We're surfing Malibu. This is literally the most uncrowded it's been all year. And there's 3 guys in the lineup. There's no one for the board to hit. But for the most part, the reasons longboarders don't wear leashes, it's not at this elite level, it's because they get in the way in waves like this. We're performing lots of that footwork and crossing the leg, you know, crossing feet.
You know what?
You don't want to trip over your leash.
Well, and well, my grandfather, who's an old surfer, you know, to his memory, he said, "Hey, bro, like, if you fall, you're supposed to swim. You deserve to swim if you fall. That was that mentality of that generation, you know? They didn't have leashes. Here we go, Cole Robbins trying to mount a comeback. Surfer for Santa Barbara finding some nice time on the nose. A little cut down for Robbins, stalling to get back into the pocket. Trying to get that trim line, gets it for a 5 on the inside, take it to a 10. And a controlled finish for Cole Robbins.
Beautiful timing and poise for Cole Robbins there. And this is the type of surf that he is. Oh, yeah, they got that little heel. We'd call that a little, it was a heel hang, but I wouldn't say a fully committed one. So won't get any major points for that. Wouldn't be considered a major maneuver, but he is one of the best. And I feel like if he can get through this heat, or at least bank a couple of mid-range scores, you'll be looking to see more of that. And that's the classic showmanship of Malibu. Surfers like Johnny Fain, not so much Lance Carson. Dora used to do a little spin around on the nose as well. Steve Bigler and Jackie Baxter, those surfers were the ones that used to do those heel hangs, those little kicks, and it was part of that showmanship that waves like Malibu allow the surfer to express themselves.
Well, Kai Salas started getting pretty expressive on that wave.
Back at it. I mean, I feel like we're going to see a lot more surfing as this heat plays out because of that, you know, you got that ebb and flow. And so now I think we're seeing that other side of the heat, which is great for these guys to finish off strong. You know, you want that chance to actually get enough waves to perform and show what you have.
And it has been a very evenly matched heat so far as we look at the numbers. Last ride for previous ride for Kai Salas, a 2.8, but we're waiting for his last score. Cole Robbins always has a 4.5 in his score line. We're waiting for the score, Matt, for this wave right here for Kai Salas.
So just pushing those hips back, and it's a tiny wave for Kai, but to be considered a backup for him. Just going to try and complete this and build his heat tally. So middle of the board palm. He's already got that 10 on the outside section, and the judges are looking for complete waves, not necessarily single maneuver tricks per se, and just banks that one off the top. So a completed wave for Kai won't go excellent.
Strider Cole Robbins, he needs a 2.34 on this wave to take second place right now.
Oh, he's gonna catapult himself into first place, I think, with this wave. It was a beautiful ride. You know, a lot of multiple maneuvers where he's throwing the turns, then running to the nose. You know, he's throwing 10s out there. I mean, beautiful all the way through the inside where he finishes strong right here up on the nose again. So, you know, it's hard to say what he's going to get, but I feel like this is definitely going to turn the tide for this heat, and he's going to put himself in a great place.
Right you are, Strider Wazalewski. A 6.53 for Cole Robbins, and Cole vaults himself up into first place from third place. Kai Salas falling back to second place. The judges owe us a score for Salas. Salas needs a 5.21 if he wants to retake the lead. Tense times, Matt, for Phil Rosman, our Brazilian competitor, because he is now in third place, and you don't want to be in third when the horn blows.
That's it. 4 minutes left, but he does have priority. So chasing a 4.97, which has just gone up to 7.36. So that really does put him in a predicament here, where he'll either wait for a set wave and try and get that 7.36 in a single score, or will he try and break it down and try and get rid of that 3.67 and get something close to, say, a 6.5, which may be a little more manageable.
Time not on his side, though.
Not at all. But, hey, we are on longboards too, so paddling out is not necessarily... And if we see one of those flurries like we did in the previous heat, who knows?
Kai Salas just creating a wave there. Here we go, Phil Rajman. This is an important wave for the Brazilian surfer. 7.36 is a big ask if he wants to move into second place. Doing a good job of getting to the nose right there. Trim line gets to the 10, back to the 5, little cross step to the back, and back up onto the nose to this final inside section here. Matt, well-surfed wave so far, and a cross step cutback.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Wingnut on that one. His tasteful opinion on that cross-step cutback, which can actually be an obstacle. It's kind of gnarly. I would liken that to a foam climb, where it's a lot of risk for very little reward, considering it's a set-up stall type of maneuver, but variety nonetheless. And that was Phil's best wave. Not sure if it's going to go into that anywhere near 7.36, but if he can jag a wave on the way out, this is going to be a very interesting 2 minutes.
Hey, by the way, you mentioned Wingnut. I want to say a big aloha to Robert Wingnut Weaver, and happy anniversary, 31 years married for Wingnut. Here we go, replay, Strider, and Phil Rosman looking for that 7.36.
I love it. He was so patient in his approach right here, where he just found the nose, walked back up there. You know, these little cross step, it's so hard to put your feet in that position and turn the board like that. It is a huge risk. So I'm really impressed with, you know, the surfing that he did right here. I mean, it was beautiful, clean, and finishes strong on the inside. And, you know, for him, on the way back out, I'm just hoping he can get another wave and put himself back in the mix.
Yeah, well, they may not even read out his score for that. So he's got a minute 55. You can see him, gee, look at those big shoulders, just, you know, making his way back out. You don't want to be looking at Phil when he's paddling back into the lineup.
Numbers in, 5.5, not enough for Phil Rasman, so he's going to have to continue to search. His requirement has been reduced to a 5.54 to move into second place. Cole Robbins now in second place, and that blue P by his name has priority. 90 seconds to go, Strider. This is an opportunity for Cole Robbins to play a little bit of defense.
We'll see. I mean, like, you know, you were talking about earlier, they are super competitive. And he's not going to let him get away with anything. You can see him looking back at him right here. So there will be some interesting cat and mouse right here, because he wants to stay out there just in case the set comes. Man. Doesn't want to lose priority.
Yeah.
Because if he paddles into where, you know, his opponent is, he could lose priority.
Absolutely.
They've already stated that if you're on the inside, you won't be awarded priority.
Yeah, well, Cole Robbins does have priority, and he's going to keep a watchful eye. I feel, I mean, your normal kind of competitive coaching, Matt, and you can comment to that, I'd be all over Phil Rosman if I was Cole Robbins, like a cheap suit.
Absolutely, but Cole also knows the waves at Malibu. Given that we are on longboards, it's pretty easy to track down a wave. Chances are, if it's going to be something of a 5.5, it's going to have to be considerable. It's going to have to show itself on that outer bank for it to actually form.
So he can just kind of protect that outer zone right now, knowing that nothing inside where Phil is currently sitting is going to provide enough of an opportunity for that score.
Being a non-elimination heat as well, Cole's probably just wants one more wave in. A good one too. So sitting in that prime spot out the back. So that's a nice shot where we could see the lineup. The surfers are sitting in almost the proper takeoff spot, given the conditions that we have here today.
Well, clock winds down, horn sounds, and the heat is over. So Kai Salas takes a win here. The Hawaiian marches on to round 3 along with Cole Robbins. We're going to do a little march. This time we're just stepping away for a break, but we'll be back with more action here from Malibu. Stick around.
And we're back into the action and having a quick look here. Our surfer on her forehand. Alice Lemoyne, quick steps up to the nose, riding a great looking surfboard, and in that blue jersey, quick tap to the 10 to get things going as she trims through this section. That little pump there just to gain a little extra speed to try and make it around, and she goes down. And it's been a great day of surfing here so far. And Alice is gonna have to take a swim early in the heat to get to that board. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the current British Open Longboard champion, Sam Bleakley. And Sam, Alice has a swim ahead of her.
Well, Alice won Malibu last year, so she knows this wave closely. She's very stylish. She rides the Luffy surfboards built by the great Portuguese surfboard shaper, also a great surfer himself. His daughter, Raquel's becoming one of the top European longboarders. But starting with a swim, that does not feel nice. That really sends those butterflies, builds up those nerves. So she's really going to have to collect her board and calm herself down. And you hope that you don't get a ding when you lose the board, because those cobbles can ding the rails.
Down to 22 minutes on the clock. Alice Lemoyne is in the water up against Caitlin Mickelson and Victoria Vergara. And this is the elimination round officially. We've got one of our runners in the world title race in Caitlin Mickelson, looking to book herself a spot into the next round to keep that dream alive at number 6 in the world. Our other two surfers here looking for that requalification specifically for next year's tour. And this is our first elimination heat of the day. We will be seeing that bottom surfer sent home.
Absolutely. The way I think of this round is you've gone from the frying pan to the fryer. It's gone from hot to hotter. You know, you really, the heat is on and you really have to deliver, because those top two surfers will move into round 3, but there's going to be 2 surfers who are going to get eliminated out of these next 2 heats, and neither of these women want to be that person eliminated. They want to keep surfing Malibu. Like Ben Skinner said in his post-heat interview, one of the perks of getting through the heats is another uncrowded session at Malibu.
And that just never happens unless you're surfing out here in a contest. It is one of the more crowded lineups in the world here in Los Angeles. There's a massive population of surfers in the area, and it's hard to sneak through and actually find yourself on one of those set waves. So what a dreamy moment to be able to find yourself in those rotations, get some of the best waves of your life possibly here in Malibu, as well as get some scores towards a world title campaign.
Absolutely. I mean, it was the first crowded wave in the world. Even from the late 50s, early 60s, Malibu would hold a crowd. But it's one of those point breaks that even when it's busy with a good attitude, you can find waves. You have the opportunity to share waves with friends. You have the opportunity to pick off some of the waves that get missed on the inside. But it's really interesting coming here as a traveler and seeing the way that the regulars read this wave and where they sit and how they kind of subtly adjust. And like a local said to me yesterday in the free surf, it's like if you have to overwork this wave, then it doesn't deliver. Like a good relationship, when it comes naturally, the wave delivers.
And we've seen that, you know, the surfers that have found themselves with excellent scores today, or even into those 7-point ranges, they've been those surfers that they've had the wave facilitate that opportunity to get that big score for them. And the surfers that have forced things a little bit too much, those points have been, you know, taken into consideration. They haven't gone quite as high. As we're down to just, 5 minutes gone within this heat. Still plenty of time to go. Alice Lemoyne dropped in a 3.33 for her opening ride. After that swim, she's already back in the lineup. And Victoria Vergara has a 1.67 on the board. So our 2 surfers originally from the Reunion Island representing France, currently sitting with a couple scores on the board.
Yeah, and this is the top 20, but there's 3 French women in the top 20 and 1 Frenchman in the top 20 on the men's. So that's pretty incredible across the 40 surfers competing: Edouard Delpera, Alice Lemoyne, Victoria Vergara, and Zoe Gropignon. So France is vibrant, as always, in surfing. Produces some great shortboarders, but we have to respect that there's a vibrant longboard culture in France as well. And the epicenter of longboarding tends to be around the Biarritz area. Edouard Delpera runs a surf school in Côte de Basque. That's one of the kind of heartlands of French longboarding. Famously, people have been surfing there since the late 50s, early 60s. But you've got surfers like Victoria and Alice who are based more up in the Hossegor area, which is famous for, those powerful, heavy beach breaks. But also on the small, clean days, it's great to longboard up there.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves around for them to be able to hone in their craft on a longboard. And it's not too much of a distance between Hossegor and Biarritz. It's close enough to be able to drive down for good surf if you know Biarritz is going to be on.
And it's west-facing coast like here, so they have that same experience of getting those beautiful sunsets like you do here in California. And both of these French women have visited Malibu a number of times. And as I said at the beginning of the heat, Alice Lemoyne actually won
the Malibu contest last year. She wasn't in the world title campaign. Honolulu Bloomfield had already been crowned world champion by the semi-finals. But Alice Lemoine to win out here, that was a special moment. And we've witnessed this woman evolve year by year. And she really is a dynamic longboarder.
That was an incredible journey for her as well, because coming into that event, she did have a shot at the world title. She would need to win, though, and it would depend on how other surfers fell through. So if Honolulu Bloomfield had fallen out prior to the quarterfinals, Alice would have had a shot at winning the world title, but she was going to need to have that victory. So it was incredible for her to actually achieve what was set in front of her. She did everything she needed to on her side. It went against her as far as a world title because the other surfers in the draw did what they needed to do. But I felt like that was so incredible to see her rise to the occasion and to get the job done that she needed to for that final event. And in the last heat, we saw a great performance from the Hawaiian, the powerhouse in Kai Salas, and he's looking good heading into round 3.
Very much so, Shannon. Kai on fire out there. You know, you're a surfboard builder and surfer, so does it help you to build your own boards?
Yeah, for sure. I feel super in tune with my equipment, and I feel like my boards have been working better than they ever have in my life because of that, just because I know what they're going to do, and I design them for specific waves, and yeah, it's been good.
It's almost like a little cheat sheet. I love it. So for you, you know, coming off a win in Pismo, you got a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I've never had a contest like so back-to-back like that, so I feel still like in contest mode, so it's a really good, you know, warm-up contest before the big show here.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you back here on the glass, I hope.
Yep, hopefully. Thanks.
Great run from Kai here in California over the weekend, taking out the win in Pismo in some dreamy conditions, small, fun running lefts and rights. And now in dreamy conditions, we're seeing Caitlin Mickelson up and riding on her first wave in the red jersey. Nice footwork to start after that opening nose ride, locks into a long hang 5 through the section and just pumps down to that bottom of the curl. And she'll get caught behind. Now up and riding behind her, Alice Lemoine. And she gets straight into that hang 5 to nice tight hang 10. Back to the hang 5, and she's holding that nose ride for a solid amount of distance as she gets that trim point through. Finds another hang 5 and goes for that sole arch to add in that style to the equation. And she'll finish off with a nice little re-entry on the inside.
Yeah, that was fantastic from Alice. You could see how she really read that middle section and was able to accelerate at the right time. I like the beginning of Caitlin Mickelson's ride. I love the takeoff. She came off the bottom, she stalled, and she set up for the footwork onto the nose. Really good critical nose ride. She got a second nose ride, but then that wave ran away from her through the inside, in contrast to Alice, who seemed to just get those pumps through that section where it needed it that allowed her those nose rides through the last section of the point break here at Malibu. So Alice looked to get the better of that exchange. Looking silky. She tends to like to bring those arms up in the nose ride, particularly that right arm. We saw that classic posture with the right arm up and the left arm down. Personally, for me, I like that emphasis of body language. I tend to like sometimes seeing a longboarder use their arms like the wings of a bird. I think it's quite elegant and it's quite functional. Other longboarders do, though, prefer it when the surfers have their arms lower and they have that kind of a more minimalist upper body language.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those differences come through and to see all of the style points between the surfers. In Alice's run last year to that win, one of the biggest wins of her career alongside of that ISA World Championship that she has from a few years back at home in France, it was fun to see her with her equipment, playing around with things, and on a board that she was actually unfamiliar with to take out that win. As we take a look at the replay here of Caitlin.
You can see how she set up off the bottom beautifully for that first nose ride, and this is that second nose ride, locked nicely in the pocket on her Dane Peterson board there. But this wave just ran off, so it's in those nose ride situations where, do I nose ride through the situation, or do I do what Alice Lemoine does after this second nose ride, where she starts to kind of roll and climb off the rails? Here we go. Roll and climb, drop and climb. And that just gives her the acceleration to get onto that second nose ride section. There, those arms, those hands splayed out. One of her trademark features is that really open palm style of Alice Lemoine. And she ends with that little float. So Alice Lemoine dropping a mid-3 for that first score, but a 5-1-7, which could be a really important score to move her through to around 3.
Yeah, that sets her up in that leading position. Caitlin's opening ride came through as a 3.17, so had she been able to make it around that section, could have had another point or so in finding another nose ride possibly. Caitlin in that second place position, chasing a 5.33 to get the win away from Alice at the moment, as we're at about that halfway mark in the heat. And Victoria, she's been quiet. She just has that 1.67 on the board. She is sitting with priority though, and we saw her do that in her earlier heat this morning, holding on to that priority for a long time, playing that patient game, and it paid off.
Yeah, it's very interesting comparing that 3.17 and that 5.17 between Caitlin and Alice, because the advantage for Alice came, like I said, in the way she kind of pumped off the middle of the board, just engaging the rail, climbing and dropping, whereas Caitlin opted for the critical nose ride through the section. When those pull off, the degree of difficulty is high, and you can't get a really dynamic locked-in 10 to connect the section. But just the way that wave ran off, Alice felt like she did the right thing at the right time to maximize the score.
Down to 12 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Alice currently sitting in the lead with the single highest score of a 5.17, and just a small requirement to shake things up in that third place position of a 1.51. We'll have more action at Surfrider right after this.
Alrighty, Frankie, we're looking at 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. The situation is Alice in first, Caitlin in second, Victoria in third. Victoria sitting with priority, and my eyes might be lying, but I feel like I see something coming. I think I see something brewing out the back as well, Carla. It looks like the competitors are also checking it out, seeing what's going on. I think Victoria in white is looking out this way on the second peak. White using her priority, taking off here on the inside, getting that tip time. Alrighty guys, just been informed, this is a 30-minute heat, so we'll be adding 5 minutes. So instead of a 10 minutes, we've got 15 minutes left. We've got white and red on perhaps the best waves of the heat thus far. White bringing it all the way to the inside. Great little roundabout there, cut back from red, throwing it all the way into the inside. Ladies, finally
Saturday, I won't feel it, man. Just left the boss, who's an animal. Now let me tell you something.
10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and a strong paddle from the priority holder in Victoria Vergara. Now, she held on to that priority for a long time. She's only got that 1.67 on the scoreboard, so this is a very critical moment for her to put a good score on the board against the other two surfers in the water. And so far, she is doing an excellent job of great footwork, nice tight fives, keeping that board in the pocket and that trim point. As Caitlin Mickelson taking a slightly different approach out the back. Great, beautiful rail work coming through from Caitlin, and getting some nice nose work for Victoria, coming all the way through to the inside on another classic wave and a classic day here at Malibu, California. It is early October, and the conditions are as beautiful as can be with that swell on the rise. We're expecting to have some incredible conditions through for finals day tomorrow. And surfers like Caitlin, up and riding right now, kicking out on the inside, really want to be in the mix there and avoid getting eliminated right now in this heat.
Those turns from Caitlin were just gorgeous. The movement, you know, that first turn in particular, the way she just walked in and out of that turn, the flow, it was pretty radical rail work, but she did it so gracefully and so elegantly. And it was nice seeing that contrast between Victoria with the upright stance and the footwork on that smaller wave, and out back behind Caitlin Mickelson absolutely shredding. I think that's going to be a really strong score for Caitlin. That's some of the best rail turns I've seen today. I think that really kind of captured the qualities of the design characteristics of the Dane Peterson board that she likes to use here at Malibu, the looseness it allows through the turning arc as you walk in and out of those rail transitions.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing from Caitlin. Love seeing that bit of variety thrown in the tail. Like you said, just how seamless and how silky it looks. She's got that speed coming through each of those transitions and engaging the entire rail rather than pivoting like a shortboard, but just engaging the rail of that board to find that trim line.
Absolutely. Critical surfing in the pocket, degree of difficulty, rail work. That was really prevalent in Caitlin surfing there. So I imagine that's going to be perhaps one of the highest scores, if not the highest score of the heat. She didn't have a critical nose ride through those sections, but she certainly had incredible style, flow, and grace.
Scores to come through for last of Mikkelsen, and we do have a score in for last of Victoria. It's a 4.93, so that takes her into that advancing position and puts the requirement as just a 3.44 onto Caitlin Mikkelsen. And so we'll probably see that shift up as scores drop through from the judging panel, and then that race for second will really start to come into play. Alice now holding on to priority, sitting with that 5.17 as her high score, as we've got the Pelicans flying past, and we've got Avalon Gall getting ready to paddle out for her next heat, which is Elimination Round. Heat number 2, she'll be in the water up against Mason Trimmer and Zoe Grospignon.
I have a feeling the judges are really analysing the video replay of that Caitlin ride to really determine how they want to reward that rail work. There was 4 turns in that ride that were exceptional, particularly the first turn. They were similar. She did the same 4 turns throughout the ride with footwork between. She had a nose ride at the end of the wave. Had she got a critical 10 earlier in the wave, perhaps that could have been something that might have gone up into the excellent range, that ride. But I think the judges will really be exploring how they're going to reward that. And this is a little bit of a statement for Caitlin to think, okay, what do I need to do when this score drops to take that a little bit further to move up into the excellent range and really book my spot in round 3?
Yeah, you said that so well. I think getting that opening nose ride, that critical statement with a 5 or a 10 really sets things up to then start engaging that rail a little bit more. And scores are through. It's a 5.53, and it's enough to take Caitlin up into the lead. So judges loving that rail work, recognizing the criticalness of it, and now showing her that she needs to get those nose rides to get a little bit higher.
Yeah, it was an interesting score. As far as free surfing and video surfing and photography, some of that movement there would have been the quality of the cover of a magazine or a segment in a video section. But I think the reason it didn't go higher than that 5.53 was because it didn't have a critical nose ride in the earlier section. But I love what I saw on the rail work.
Now Victoria up and riding again, uses priority over Caitlin on this one, decides to go. She was in a maybe better position down the line, and she just goes down, manages to hold on to that board. It's always a little bit of a hard fall when you possibly hit that rail or the board flips out underneath you. And she's now chasing a 3.58 to get that advancing position.
Well, with that 4.93, that's a strong score to carry in this context. Soon to be into those last 10 minutes. It's going to be extremely close. Nobody's run away with this heat, but the fact that Alice Lemoyne is sitting there in priority, just chasing a 3.454, that's really going to give her a good advantage.
And a paddle now from our priority holder. She's chasing a 3.54 for Alice to take that leading position, and finds a nice sized wave with a great pocket for that opening hang 5. Holds it for so much hang time, finds the 10, back to the 5, back to the 10 again now. And cross steps off the nose, stays in that front third though to easily engage that next hang 5 section with the sole arch. Holds it for so long with that backwash rolling through. In this wave starting to have that feeling of the waves that we saw her on here last year with a little bit more size, a little bit more water movement to it, and she'll finish off on the inside.
That was beautiful surfing from Alice. I think perhaps the degree of difficulty and the criticalness of those nose rides was not extremely high. I think that opening 5 was quite on the shoulder, but it did allow her to connect into the pocket for a quick 10. But I think that the judges will really explore that. But Victoria looking so stylish backside here at Malibu. Her wave selection has been choosing some of the smaller waves, but no lack of graceful style from Victoria.
Oh, such graceful style. Like you said, that backhand approach looking really good this morning, and goes for that quick hang heels, the run back to the center of the board to throw in some variety for the judging panel.
And you've got to be careful not to knock your fin out on the inside there, because that last maneuver into the shore break, whether it be on the nose, a turn, even a kick out, you get into very shallow water and you could easily just take out that 10-inch fin in no time.
Scores to come through for last of blue as we take a look at last of white for Victoria.
sets herself up beautifully, stretching out for the 5 there, very elegant and stylish, pulls up for a tighter nose ride into a good locked hang 10, a little wobble there, but committed to a high degree of difficulty to get that hang 10, hence that risk and hence that wobble, but walking beautifully, gracefully, very stylish surfing from the French woman.
And into live action with Caitlin. Couple steps forward. Times it out for that first hang 5. Now engages that rail again. Really beautiful top to bottom work on this wave. You can see that backwash starting to come into play. Throws a bit of spray as she cuts back into the foam here, and she's looking for another nose ride and goes down. So the previous score of Caitlin came through as a 5.53. She's now looking to increase on a 3.17, but we're waiting for that last score of Alice Lemoyne, and that's going to be an important one as we take a look at the replay.
It was excellent nose riding. She stretched out for the 5 there. She's a little bit out on the shoulder, but look how she then trims into this tighter pocket and gets the 10 there. It's a long 5. The judges like this. They gave it a 6.33. Had she been a little bit more critical on that opening nose ride, it might have got bigger, but it was incredible nose riding, long, stretch, smooth, smoking it through the inside, and navigating that backwash and putting that board on rail, feeling good, and Alice Lemoyne looking strong in a fairly dominant position now with that 6.33 and that 5.17.
Yeah, great score, a 6.33 for last of Alice. Caitlin had a look at this one.
So she would have been thinking, I need to nose ride my way through this wave. After that 5.53 where I did a lot of good rail work, maybe the nose ride is going to get me up into the excellent range. And that was probably what she was thinking on these lines. Degree of difficulty, pocket nose riding, and setting herself up for each section to get back up for the nose ride.
Puts that finish on as she comes through to the inside section here. Nice little rail work as well. And then that's where she goes down on the nose. So scores to come through for last of red for Caitlin, as we're down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. She's going to need a 4.27 in order to get that advancing position. And Alice sitting up in the front. And we've got Strider Wasilewski wandering around the contest site. Hey, Strider.
We're in the parking lot. We got some parking lot talk going on right now. Kai's the shaper and a big unit himself, but we wanted to know how much these boards weigh. There's a lot of talk about how much these boards weigh, and so we're going to put it on the scale. We're going to give it a little tap, just get the numbers going, maybe tap it with the board again, and then we're going to see what this thing weighs in at. Any guesses out there on what we're coming in at? Kai's a big unit. Let's see where we come in right now. 19.3 pounds. What do you think, Kai? Qualify?
Right around 20 pounds. This board's 9'9", 24 inches wide, by 3 1/8. So it's a good sized board and good weight.
Well, we got the big boy boards over here. I think there could be a weight expectation for next year's tour. We'll see how that goes. But right now, we're riding the big boy boards out there out of Malibu, enjoying his time. Kai Salas, board builder and contestant here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Strider. Over 19 pounds. I wasn't expecting it to go that high.
No, it's a 9.9 big board there, and really working beautifully for Kai. He won in Pismo on that board. He looked phenomenal in round 1. He's going to be pushing for a world title, and next year 15 pounds is the weight that surfboards need to be for the WSL Tour events. So that's not extremely heavy. 15 pounds is very common for longboards to be heavier than 15 up to even 30 if you get a real heavy log. But some of the more lighter weight boards, surfers might have to kind of readjust, work with their local shaper or change designs to get something that meets that 15-pound criteria, give them a bit more flow and glide through the sections.
And we can see the O'Neill booth set up here in the parking lot. And it's been great to have that team behind the scenes here and to have an endemic brand like O'Neill sponsor the Longboard Tour this year. They've got Honolulu Bloomfield as a team rider, a 3-time world champion now. I mean, what a great sport and a great discipline of surfing for O'Neill to back behind them.
And Sophia Cohen is also an O'Neill rider, and Ben Skinner, O'Neill wetsuits rider. So they got good representation here across both the men's and the women's.
Incredible. It's been really fun to have them around the contest site this morning. And if you're in the area, you can come down and check out everything that's happening here at Surfrider Beach in Malibu. It's obviously a beautiful day. The sun is shining. It's pretty warm outside, actually. And we're expecting those temperatures to get even hotter tomorrow with some light winds coming through, a little bit of onshore through the afternoon. We can see a little bit of that sort of coming in, the texture and the surface of the ocean now as we're heading into that afternoon. It's about 1:25 p.m. And it is our surfer in blue who has first priority and first pick of the lineup right now. She's going to take off in front of surfer in red, Mikkelsen, and straight to that 5 to 10, perched 10 for a second and holds that nose ride for so long, nice and in the curl in the pocket. And she's also hearing from that last score that she needs to get that nose ride in a more dynamic place on the wave and find that critical section.
Absolutely, Shannon. I think she risked that. You know, that was like going for the critical nose ride early on, high degree of difficulty. Her Luffy board, it's a model called the One, locking in, allowing that 10, looking really strong, and it could well replace that 6.33.
Now Victoria using her priority on this one. She's chasing at least a 6.1 right now to take that advancing position, and she'll fall out of that opening nose ride.
So she didn't quite have that trim speed. She was very high in the wave there. Sometimes to set up for the nose rides, it's dropping down into the bottom of the wave that allows that momentum, that rail engagement for the tail to lock and the nose to lift, and for you to really project in trim on the nose. In contrast, Alice Lemoyne, she just really put it all on the line on that opening nose ride. I think she would have reacted to the score that was dropped for that 6.33 and felt, I really need to go critical on this opening section. She did fall on the inside, which could affect her score, but I love what I saw on that opening nose ride, and it's kind of becoming a little bit reminiscent now of the type of surfing that we saw from Alice last year that took her all the way through to the finals and a win here at Malibu.
And you know what else happened last year for her? She lost out in her first heat and had to surf her way through the elimination round and then went on to find victory. So from that point on, she was in head-to-head matchups in round 3, but she took out that second place finish out of the elimination round, round 2 last year, and then ended up winning every head-to-head matchup from there on out for the win.
And she comes off the back of winning one of the regional events in Europe, the Boardmasters Longboard QS WSL event, qualifying Europeans for next year's World Tour. She won that in Fistral Beach, Newquay, in fine style earlier in the summer. So she's really got that good result under her belt, and she's also a multiple French champion. She won the ISA World Championships in 2019. I believe she's 7+ French titles and 5 European champs.
8th.
Oh, you've got some
French
intel
title.
on that. Yeah, there we go. So that, I mean, that's phenomenal. And French surfing is strong. You know, they've produced a lot of really strong women. Now they've got Zoe Gropignon coming up. Victoria Vergara has been a standout for France for a long time. So it's highly competitive when it comes down to the French titles between these women.
Oh, incredible. And to think of that, you know, regional qualifying series running for Alice to already have locked in a win there for her qualification towards next year is a great move in the right direction. But she's got a little bit more work to do here and bigger things on her sights. But Victoria Vergara, Vic, is chasing a 6.10 now to take the advancing position. And it just seems like the ocean is quiet and everything is working against her at the moment with just 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
But Victoria, she might well get eliminated here if she doesn't get that 6.10, but she's a very well-rounded professional longboarder in the sense that a lot of her status is based on her role as a model and ambassador for the brands that sponsor her, and she gets really positive coverage celebrating the beauty of longboarding in video and film. And for her, competition has not been a primary drive, but it's great to see her back on the tour, and she's definitely got one of the nicest styles in women's longboarding.
Oh, it's just so beautiful as we finish out this heat and the buzzer sounds. We'll be losing Victoria Vergara, first surfer to be knocked out of this year's Cuervo Classic Longboard Championships here at Malibu. And it is Alice Lemoyne who takes the win and is advancing through alongside of Caitlin Mikkelsen. And we've got more action to come with women's elimination round heat number 2. Avalon, Mason, and Zoe will be in the water right after this.
Counting in this second elimination heat in 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right, there you have it. We are starting heat 2 of this elimination for the ladies. Third place, unfortunately, will be eliminated. First and second moving on into the round of 16.
And then I think back into the round of 16. Yeah, sorry, men's elimination round. I got a little ahead of myself. All right.
That is White up and riding. Miss Zoe getting her start right away in this heat. Nice little peeler. Keeping a good canvas. Gets a little 5, quick to the 10. Staying just in front of that section there. Hoping to get through that inside runner. Hit off the top. Nice finish. Nice little open ride for White.
Yeah, you called it truly a little peeler as it was just perfect ruler edge. Gonna be a nice opener there.
Rolling out of my head, living close to the edge, going out of my mind. And it's feeling so good, never knew that it could, yeah, it's giving me life. Madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah. Madness, madness, yeah.
And during the break, we saw Zoe Grospeon get this opener. Nice tight 5 to start with. Pedals back, finds that trim point, the curl of the wave. Nice little rail to keep things moving forward with momentum, and hits the finishing section with style. And she'll be looking for that first score to drop. Avalon Gall getting a piece of the action as well, with some quick footwork on a smaller sized wave, and just patiently waits it out on that Michael Takayama to stand up in front of her and to get this nice nose ride. And she goes down for the finish.
Yeah, it looked like Zoe got the better of that exchange. Zoe riding boards built at the Euroglass factory in southwest France, designed and shaped by Phil Grace. Avalon Gall on the Michael Takayama boards. Her model is the 9.6 Annihilator. And Avalon is just such a stylish surfer based in Laguna Beach. And she used to ride Tyler Warren boards, originally was with Michael Takayama and is now back with Michael, and she just looks so at home on those boards. It really is an embodiment of style and grace when you see her perched on the nose.
Having a paddle now, Zoe up and riding on her second, actually her third wave. She's got a 4.33 for that opener, a 1-point ride, and now finding that trim point through this inside section as we see Mason Tremor up and riding out the back. Zoe getting another nose ride and just looking so pristine as she rolls through into the shoreline. Drives back on the tail as Mason is perched on the nose for such a long time.
Mason has read this wave incredibly well. I think it's going to be a really strong score. If she can finish off through this inside section with a little bit more dynamic surfing like she's already delivered. She just had such a beautiful trim line and just read all of that speed and movement and used her footwork. But a beautiful long backside hang 10 from Avalon Gall. And you can see that Mason is still nose riding through the inside. So these three women here have just put on a phenomenal display. It's not often we've seen three women riding at once through the set like this, so the judges have got a lot to pick out, because even through the inside section there's been some critical hang 10s that the judges have really got to factor into the score.
And this is great positive signs of that swell that we've been waiting for it to arrive. We showed up early this morning hoping that there would be a little bit more pulse to the action, and it was a bit more quiet than what we were anticipating, having been down here last night and talking to the surfers in the water. And so now to start seeing that flurry of action where we're seeing a good set roll through with a quality wave with each of those surfers. As we head through the end of the day, we should see some really good action coming through. And let's talk about these replays.
Well, this is great because you get to contrast the lines taken by both of these women. You see, this is a smaller wave from Zoe and White on the inside, and she takes that low line after the first nose ride, whereas Mason slightly wider but higher, but you can see she's really about to lock into the pocket beautifully there on that nose ride. And she's got that slightly bigger wave. And now that I actually start to analyze them, I realize actually Mason's nose rides were a little bit wide of the shoulder. The live action for me looked a little bit more critical than the replay, but beautiful surfing from Mason and working that wave all the way to the inside. But probably the strongest nose ride is this one of the exchange, this backside 10 there from Avalon Gall. It was really exceptional, and she backed it up with a second backside tight 5 to 10 there as we see her milking this section all the way through, and we know she still kept busy all the way through to the inside. She didn't give up, so her arms wobbled a little bit there, but she was back on the nose for yet another 10. So that's a really difficult one for the judges to separate. They got their work cut out.
That was great surfing from all three surfers. Like you said, having a kind of another glance at Mason, it was a little bit more out of the pocket, a little bit more of a shoulder nose ride, but some great composed footwork as well, and waiting for those scores to drop through. In the last heat, we saw Elise Lemoyne walk away with a victory, and she's through to the next round.
Elise, a interesting current event as the defending champ, found yourself in the elimination round, but got through. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous for this round, but yes, I'm super happy to make the heat, and yeah, now let's go.
Now let's go. Let's go on to round number 3. We're going to have overlapping heats. How is that going to change your approach out here?
Oh, I think it's good. Maybe it's another way to get some wave. So yeah, I think it's going to be good, and the wave is actually pumping, and there are so much wave, so that's good.
Look forward to seeing you in round number 3. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Bye.
Great to hear from Alice. I did have a chat with her as well before she was paddling out, and she was so excited because there was more opportunity than her heat this morning. So having that positive outlook, and it pays off for her with the win.
Absolutely, she's pumped. You know, she just wants to get back out there, and it's so iconic to see the Malibu wall in the background. You know, that's the kind of, you know, the motherland of so many amazing boards stacked up against that wall, the graffiti, celebrating all the greats, the likes of Carson and Dora, and it's really just great to really see all these Europeans as well celebrating that heritage. You know, wherever you are in the world, if you're a longboarder, you're inspired by the surfing history of Malibu. It shapes longboarding, and it's one of the meccas for any longboard traveler. And I know that Alice would have really always kind of fantasized about surfing Malibu growing up, and to get the opportunity to compete here and surf in quiet Malibu, and the further you go in the event, the more heats you get in quiet Malibu. That is something that everybody's hungry for.
So much excitement coming through from those surfers, you know, advancing through, knowing that they're going to have an opportunity to surf perfect waves like this, peeling down the point. And it's such a great venue for us to be able to celebrate traditional longboarding. It was a little bit of a challenge in those first 2 events of the season, the Sydney Surf Pro at Manly and for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational in Huntington, because they were challenging beach break conditions. But now we really get to see traditional longboarding on display.
So these scores have dropped for that last exchange. So as I expected, Avalon got the best of the exchange, that 5.50, and that was those 2 critical backside hang 10s, I think, really separated her. Mason had the best shaped wave. It had more size, but the fact that she was just a little bit wide of the shoulder through those long nose rides perhaps was the difference between her going into the excellent range and sitting on that 5.33. Zoe's wave was decent, but it didn't allow that critical pocket nose ride that we saw multiple times from Avalon. So the judges would have really spread out those 3 rides and really recognized that Avalon had the money moments in there, and that's why she got the biggest score.
And she's sitting in that second place position at the moment, just needing a 3.03. But at this stage, it's so early in the heat, thinking that there will be more of those nice pulses, those good sets rolling through. We'll see the Californian with more opportunities. And it's been fun to see her, you know, in the mix here at Malibu, but also for someone like Avalon growing up in that Laguna Beach area, as you mentioned, having Dana Point, having San Onofre right there in her backyard. What an incredible place to grow up, and a rich surfing history that just encompasses the whole of Southern California.
Yeah, and her life is more than surfing as well. Her dad, Ray, is an attorney, and he is teaching Avalon all about his business. So that's an opportunity for her to absorb and adapt and grow with in the future. So alongside that brilliant surfing, she's a regular at Sano. She's also got this opportunity with her father's business. We can see Ray there watching the action. Her boyfriend, Kayamana Takayama, there will be rooting for her. And they would have really appreciated the judges recognizing the degree of difficulty on those nose rides. I really am pleased to see that score drop and put Avalon on a slightly bigger wave, and I think she's the biggest threat in this heat.
And that slightly bigger wave could facilitate that excellent score in a moment.
Absolutely, and you know, this is all so close. I mean, there's a lot more time left on the clock. Mason just needs that 2.35. All of the women need a second score, really. They're carrying those high 4s or those mid 5s. They want to be replacing those backup scores with hopefully something in the excellent range. And we've seen some heats get very busy where you have a flurry of sets, and others where you have a slightly quieter run. We haven't seen such a big set yet in this heat, but Mason in her free surfs, I've noticed, she's one of those women who really tunes into the good set waves, and I think her current base in Australia surfing a lot at Noosa probably has prepared her a lot for the vibe at Malibu. Although this is a wave she would have surfed a lot in her youth anyway, I think picking and choosing the right waves at a point break, you can gain a lot of experience at different right-hand point breaks around the world. And Noosa can be kind of quite transferable to what you might need to do on the wave face at Malibu. It's a slightly quicker wave at Noosa. Malibu perhaps maybe is, you know, it's a slightly easier to ride wave, but to commit to the degree of difficulty, that's where the judges are looking to really give you those lower scores if you don't commit to that degree of difficulty.
Coming up in the next heat is Taka Inui of Japan, sitting there with Hiroka, who is competing on the women's side, and Taka's mom there with the camera. She's always down on the beach. I've seen some great clips dropping through from so many of the different surfers from their time in California here.
Taka's been doing some insane nose riding. I mean, I thoroughly recommend any of you longboard fans out there to just follow him on Instagram. And he's like a kind of live wire. He kind of an uncoiling spring. The amount of energy he has in his surfing is phenomenal. Sometimes as a coach, somebody might want to just say, look, just slow down a bit, because what you're doing skill-wise is incredible. The nose rise he was doing through the inside section in his heat, where he came in 3rd position, if he could have done those on sets out back, he perhaps could have beaten Kevin Scavana and Declan Whiten in that heat.
His energy reminds me of that of Italo Ferreira. Just constantly Energizer Buddy, drinking however many cups of coffee, ready to go, and bringing it all into the lineup. As we see Zoe now, waited a while for this one, sits it up with priority, and just times it out for a quick tap to the nose. Now resets that line for a second hang 5 and goes down. Now what went wrong there?
Well, that looked like she had everything composed. You know, she really carefully selected that wave. She moved into it. She faded in. She had her eyes looking down the line. What you'll notice when you see good surfing happening at point breaks is the surfers are not looking a couple of meters ahead of them. They're looking sometimes as, you know, as many as kind of 10 or 15 yards down the line to anticipate the section. And she set herself up beautifully here. A couple of cross steps there, just pausing, the nuances, the subtleties, readjustment to get those last 2 steps for a tap to the nose. And here locked in for a beautiful 5, but just comes a little bit high in the wave and just nosedive. So the frustration will really hit hard there, because that was a good wave, and she's in 1st place with that 4.33 and that 4.2, but she did have an opportunity to replace one of those scores on that wave.
Especially knowing that the other 2 women have the 2 highest scores of the heat. Mason now locked into a beautiful nose ride, that back arm lifted high. Nice S turn to set up through to this next section. Tight 5, straight in the pocket, holds on to it in a critical section, and now trimming through this beautiful green face. Love seeing that spray come off of the bottom of the board as well. Trims it back and sets herself up here for another nose ride through for the inside section. Beautiful posture, holding that backhand high the entire time. A little bit of movement from the front hand and that left hand.
I love that from Mason. I actually preferred that to her 5.33. I felt the second nose ride was really dynamic and critical, looking really good on those Thomas Bexon built surfboards, and I love that rail turn towards the end of the wave. So it'll be interesting to see if the judges go higher than that 5.33. For me personally, I felt it had a little bit more kind of pizzazz and liveliness. She sets herself up here with this nose ride, but the dynamic nose ride for me is this second one. Look at the readjustment there as she walks into this second nose ride and locks in nice and tight in the pocket. Beautiful sparkle factor there, and then again puts that board on rail after this last bit of footwork, really smoothly riding all the way through to the inside for one more tap of the 5 and just elegantly cross-stepping back to the tail. That is a incredible display of longboarding, and you know, these are the types of images that will inspire longboarders all around the world. If you can't cross-step yet, you know, these are the people you need to enjoy watching and studying, and you know, this is the dance of longboarding at its best.
Beautiful, beautiful performance from Mason. Scores to come through now from the judges. She's chasing just a 2.35 to get that advancing position over Avalon. But like you said, just linking it up, that second nose ride, perfectly perched in the curl as well, which shows that degree of difficulty for where she's placing that commitment on the nose ride.
Absolutely. This is going to be an interesting score because it wasn't as big a wave as her 5.33 that some judges scored in the 6s. You know, you have the 5 judges dropping a score, the highest and the lowest are eliminated, and then the average is taken from the remaining 3 scores. But I felt like I saw more variety, more degree of difficulty on that next wave from Mason. So I would expect it'll come out higher than the 5.33.
Scores are dropping through, and across the board, it's a 6.5 for Mason Schremer. Takes her into the lead. Now puts Zoe chasing a 7.5 to get the leading position, and Avalon down into 3rd, chasing a 3.03.
And that was fantastic. And you know, almost the judges kind of scored her down on that 5.33 because they recognized that she could have surfed the wave to a higher degree of difficulty further in the pocket in those opening nose rides. But what she did, Mason, on that smaller wave was she really maximized everything. One judge even dropping a 7 for that. So Mason in a really good position now with that 6.5 and that 5.33.
And making that adjustment from the 5.33 to go, okay, I need to be more critical. I need to make sure I'm in the pocket in order to get those big scores. Nice setup here. Bottom turn, throws the spray, now lines up that high line right on the nose. Controls everything with those 5 toes locked over. Finds a second pocket nose ride through to the inside. And she's now freed up in that leading position and under priority to just start taking off on some waves.
Yeah, and there was some cool stuff happening there. That won't be a significant score for her, but the way she kind of climbed and dropped on the nose was really good to see. And we got Avalon really pushing for the trim speed in the paddle here, Shannon.
Oh, pushed so hard to get into this. Now sets it up for that opening hang 5. Nice and in that spot, pulls it in for a quick tight 5, back to the hang 5. Linking it in for a long time now, back to the tight 5, to the hang 10, back to the 5. And pedals off the nose with great footwork, but just gets a little bit too heavy on her toes maybe as that outside rail bites in.
That was an incredible nose ride. I mean, my hair went on end, as it always does. When I see really dynamic longboarding, you know, it's so exciting to watch. And that nose ride was exceptional. If she didn't fall on the inside, I think that wave could have been a really significant score. It's definitely going to replace her 2.17. She's looking to get a 3.03 to move up into second position, but that nose riding was exceptional.
Now scores in for last of Mason, a 3.17. And taking a look here at the speed that Avalon carried through this nose ride.
I mean, look at that setup there. It's beautiful surfing from the Goofy Footer from Laguna.
Incredible performance. Scores to drop as we go to a quick break. We'll be back for more action.
And there it is, red, 4.8, so enough to turn the heat. White, now holding priority 1, you're in 3rd, and you need a 5.97. So red drops the 4.8 to back up the 5.5. Now white needs a little better, 5.97 with 11 minutes 20 on the clock. So the judges rewarded Avalon for the long nose ride, even though she came undone at the very end. The work was done. 4.8 turns the heat. Now Zoe Groperon looking for a 5.97 to turn it back and get into advancing position where you need to in this one, because 3rd, it's the end of the road.
That's right, with 10 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. We still got plenty of time, but it is getting narrow. We want to see a couple more lines come in, a couple more peelers, as I like to say.
Yeah, you know, over 10 minutes.
Surf culture, and especially the culture of longboarding, is really about tradition. And Jose Cuervo is really about tradition.
Malibu, California, a jewel of the California coast, as well as an iconic wave.
I think it's so fantastic that Jose Cuervo has come on to support this event and also really support longboarding and surf culture. They're very synonymous with each other. It just makes so much sense, and you know, I know all of us are stoked.
gets all the way up in a beautiful hang 10 trim line.
Full use of the board, nose and tail.
Beautiful footwork.
Making the most of that one for sure, right onto the beach.
That classic style 5 to 10s.
With surfing and how much ingrained tradition there is in it, and so much ingrained tradition in Cuervo, the fact that they're working together and supporting longboarding, it's a real blessing.
Longboard legend Cassia Miedor has a long history here in Malibu, and it'll be great to have her around the contest site this week and to have a brand like Cuervo supporting for the Cuervo Classic this week.
Cassia, one of the queens of Malibu, has really kind of inspired that modern generation of female longboarders around the world. She was a trendsetter along with Carla, Roland Zamora, who is another legend here at Malibu. And both of those women really kind of put the finesse and flow of the feminine side of Malibu longboarding on the map from the late 90s through the 2000s. And I really can't express how much of a positive impact they had for the next generation that we've now, you know, seen coming to fruition, the likes of Avalon Gould, Mason Schremer, and Zoe Gropignon.
Even for me growing up, being able to see footage, to see clips and photos coming out of Cassia during my teen years was so inspirational as far as the type of surfing that I wanted to be doing, and for so many of us growing up in the Southern California region.
And it's interesting, Shannon, that 4.80 drop for Avalon's last ride. So the judges really rewarding that critical, dynamic, high degree of difficulty, backside nose riding, the 5, the 10, the back to the 5, again on the 10. But slightly penalized for the fact that she did fall on the walk back into that last section. So it keeps her in second position, but right now the pressure is on Zoe. Zoe got to the semi-finals here in Malibu last year, so she would be hoping for a big result, and right now she's needing a near 6 to move up into second position.
And that's, you know, she still has 8 minutes on the clock, but that's a big requirement now sitting on top of her. She's been trying to find a few scores. She's taken off on 4 waves in this heat. Her best scores being in that 4-point range. She hasn't even been able to lock into the 5s, which are the counting scores for our other 2 surfers. She has been waiting with priority now for a while, and she's going to have a paddle for this one. You can see that dedication, that determination on her face, and it's a good-looking set as we see a couple of waves going unridden just in the foreground, and Zoe now up and riding on one of the bigger waves of the heat. Quick tap to the nose, and resets her line here to find that slightly longer locked in hang 5, now that 5 to 10 that she's been waiting for in the pocket in the section. Sets it up again for another 5 to 10 combination. Pedals off. She's made it past that speedy section and now just works her way through to this inside with a bit of rail work as well, and starts to bring in that variety to the conversation that the judges are looking for. Straight into the 5 for the shore break finish, and she's just chasing, well, she's chasing a 5.97 to take the advancing position, and that's the wave she's been waiting for.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a really strong ride. It was one of the biggest waves, if not the biggest wave of the heat. I think even she would be critical of the way she rode those first few nose rides. She didn't quite lock anything in, but she was certainly looking down the line, and whatever she did in the beginning there set herself up for making that whole wave. None of these first 3 nose rides locked in. Both of them were just taps and no lock or hold or trim momentum, and then she just starts to hold it a little bit longer here, and that's where she pulls up for the tight 10, and now she's really connected with the waves. So that opening section, she did get the right trim speed and line. She didn't do anything too dynamic, but that 10 into all of this work through the inside is really where she gets busy, and the fact that she rode this wave through the inside with such speed and control is really going to give her a good chance at getting that 5.97 that she needs to move up into second, and that is an important factor for someone who got to the semi-finals last year.
She had a great result here last year, waiting for the score to drop in for last of Zoe, and thinking of her being back in California now just a few months ago at the Duct Tape Invitational in Huntington Beach. She had a cracked rib from surfing, took the rail of her board into her rib and had to surf with it. She had an early knockout because of that, and that was a crazy thing for her to kind of go through, to battle with, being that it was the second event of the series, that she wanted to improve on the result that she'd had at the first event of the series at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly. And for her to have to go out early with a massive injury was such a shame. Now to see her coming back into that conversation, putting on a beautiful display and looking healthy is really positive.
Absolutely, and she's riding a 9.4, a custom shape, that cream coloured board from Euroglass, shaped by Phil Grace, and she's been looking phenomenal in the free surfs, and that really was one of the best shaped waves of the heat, and she gets a 6.93, Shannon. So she is moved up into second position, putting the pressure on Avalon Gull.
Yeah, she takes out the highest wave of the heat with that 6.93. She waited patiently, knowing it was going to be the wave selection that got her there, and then being able to surf well to get that score. So she's sitting in a good position now with Avalon chasing that 5.57, and we're under 5 minutes on the clock, so that pressure getting a little bit stronger. And Avalon's not sitting with that first priority. It's sitting with Mason, looking at less than 5 minutes on the clock. Whether or not we'll get 2 solid waves like that rolling through, it could be just a single one.
And it was interesting because obviously for her to connect through to that midsection where she really started to deliver the scores with that hang 10 and that rail work, those first 3 taps of the nose, the board obviously didn't want that. It just wanted trim speed. She was using the footwork, and you could see she was thinking, can I hold on the nose? And each time she got there, the board said, no, you need to keep trimming. And she came back. It happened again and again. But then by the time she did lock into that run of the face, she was really on fire. And that's where the big score started to come alive, the chance to get that locked in 5.10. And she rode that wave all the way through. So that was great read of the waves from Zoe Gropignon. And now the pressure is on Avalon with just 3 minutes, 50 seconds left, looking for that 5.77.
Looking for the 5.77, sitting in second priority. So it's not a terrible place to be in that priority roster. But if the right wave comes through, it's going to take a substantial wave to be able to get to that near 6-point ride. It's not going to come from one of those really small ones or those inside kind of scrappier waves where we're seeing beautiful surfing done throughout the day, but the judges haven't been rewarding even highly technical surfing on those really small ones outside of maybe that 4-point ride. And so she's looking back to the beach now. She's got her dad there. She's got her partner. She's got the crew behind her. And just knowing that some things are in her control right now and some things are completely outside of it.
Yeah, one of the great kind of coaching techniques is that phrase, control the controllable. So, you know, things to do with like your board design, your wax, what you're wearing, the fact that you've got your watch set, all of those controllable elements. Those are the things that you can really get a grip on. But you're not going to be able to get a grip on when a set comes or when a set doesn't come. But ultimately, you want to work to the priority system. Once you've got those 2 scores under your belt, you want to really start to build on your scores. There's no point if you've got 3 waves and taking off on waves that you feel aren't going to replace one of your scores. And the interesting situation here is Zoe's in 3rd priority, but she's got that 4.33. So she might be thinking that she could move down the point a little bit and maybe scrap for something that could run through the inside and replace the 4.33. Or maybe if there is a set, the first 2 women are going to go Avalon and Mason, and she'll be sitting in priority in that dying minute.
Now, Avalon is currently sitting at number 9 on the ranking. She's tied in that equal 9th place alongside Natsumi Teoka and Mason Schremer. And so for her, losing out in this means that she'll fall outside of that top 8 moving forward for the rest of the event with the rankings. And that's going to be a real, I guess, load to bear coming into qualification for next year's tour, with possibly an extra regional qualifier thrown into the mix for the North American region, if she gets another chance for that.
Absolutely. Avalon is a world title hope. You know, she's an incredibly talented longboarder, and she will be in the scene for many years to come. And if she does get eliminated here, I'm pretty confident it won't take her long to re-qualify because her surfing is at that level, and she competes regularly at the club contests and at a variety of international events. So she's hungry for that competition culture in longboarding. So I don't think it will take her long to get back to this place, but she definitely deserves to be in the top 20.
Absolutely, without a doubt. As we're down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock, and we're finishing out our second heat for the elimination rounds. This will be it for the women's elimination round, just losing 2 of those women from the conversation right now. Coming up next, we'll be into our men's elimination round, and we've got 6 surfers: Taka Inui, Phil Rajman, Keoki Sagubo, and Tony Silvani, Lucas Guerrero-Leca, and Steven Sawyer that will be in those elimination rounds coming up next. And then after that, we're going to fall into our women's round 3, which will be head-to-head competition, woman on woman, and we will be running an overlapping format for that, so the women will have a lot of time in the water to pick the best of the conditions today.
I mean, I think Avalon's done some of the best nose riding in this heat. I think had she not fallen on that 4.80 at the end, that could have been a much bigger score. I think Mason and Zoe have had the better wave shape. They've read the waves, they've connected all the way through. But what we've seen from Avalon is that degree of difficulty with the backside nose riding, and that, you know, that's something that we can really celebrate. She's one of the best nose riders in the world.
Down to 5 seconds on the clock, and Mason having a paddle here with priority on a small-sized wave, and she'll not be able to get into it. But advancing through will be Mason, Schremer, and Zoe Gross-Payon. And as you said, one of the best nose riders in the world falls out of this event in Avalon Gull, and we'll see her for many more years to come, but a shame to see her off of the tour for now. We've got more action to come up with the boys jumping into the booth and a men's elimination round, heat number 1, hitting the water.
Beautiful afternoon here in Malibu for the Cuervo Classic Malibu World Longboard Championships presented by O'Neill. And, well, comes to that point in competition where we got to start sending people home. And that's where we are right now. We're in the elimination round for the men. 3 surfers out in the water. And what happens is, third place, they get sent back home. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Chanoski, a.k.a. the Waxhead, and Auntie Megs.
Hello.
Megan Gardinas, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So what do you think about the action today? You've been on the beach all day long.
I have been on the hot beach all day long. The waves are a little small this morning, but the waves have been picking up, so we're excited to see all the action today.
Yeah, I concur. What do you think?
I think it is heating up. It's 2 seasons already in this day. We had that cold offshore wind this morning, and we're got that sea breeze starting. Waves are starting to pulse a little bit more, and I think we're going to see some fantastic surfing in the next few heats.
Yeah, well, let's break it down into the surfers in the water. Kilki Saguibo, the North Shore of Oahu, came through that trials heat early this morning, first heat out on the water, and now he's in this elimination heat, along with Phil Rosman, 2-time world champ out of Brazil. Rosman pumping down the line. Looking activated, Matt.
Activated, I love that. You can see the flex of that board. Wow, you can see the nose flexing. That's an Auntie Meg special there. But he's from the middle of the board there, so he can set himself up for that iconic cross-step carve. And that one, tricky as, functional. He's surfing from that midpoint, making life very technical for him as he walks to the nose. And
Little hand drag.
Hand drag. That's a hang 10, right, Megs?
Yeah.
That's a Hawaiian style 10 with both feet over the front of the nose.
Yeah, you know, that's how we do it there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see all 5 toes. None of that tucked in, a California or Australian style, you know, like.
We grab on for dear life.
I see that.
So there is really some differences, and I'd like to hear from you, Megs, on the differences of hang 10s. I mean, just as Matt pointed out, there is some different techniques.
There is. Especially on this replay here, you can see little hang 5, pumping. He definitely was trying to beat this section. Here we are. Oh, he is pumping just to beat that section.
There's the flex. You saw that little, like...
Wow, he is working this wave.
Poor board.
It's a little barrow in the background, too.
Is that the surf ranch?
I don't know. It kind of looked like it, huh?
Absolutely.
There's that 10. Here we go for a nice little drop knee.
Alrighty, we're waiting for that score to
Walking
drop.
up there, little hand drag, and then that will slow down to bring that board, that nose of the board up a little bit, so that way he can put that weight for that second foot for that hang 10.
Okay.
So that was the point of that.
So that was all in design right there, Matt, was coming through there, that little hand drag. Now we're going to pay our attention to Kyoki, finding some time to camp out on the nose. Nice little cut back there. Gets more in the trim line.
And you'll see Kyoki actually carving back, not using his hand to slow down, but actually turning to slow down. No hand movement there on the wave. And on the outside, Taka well deep in the pocket, also copying Phil with that pump, and unfortunately about 40 kilos too light. Couldn't catch up with that wave like Phil did. Kyoki, that's a great opener.
That was a very good opener.
He surfed really well in those first 2 heats this morning. Was unlucky not to progress through the seeding round.
Megan, you know Kyoki well. Can you tell us a little about Kyoki Seguibo?
I know him ever since I was actually very young.
Yeah.
I was probably going on 20 plus years, just doing the surf contest, the amateur, and then going into pro. He surfed Queens a lot with us when we were younger, and then he moved out to the North Shore with his girlfriend Rosie Jaffers, who's also a beautiful surfer as well, and they basically run Chun's Reef.
Yeah.
And his style, he actually was a progressive surfer before, 2+1, hard rails, and then he kind of went over onto the softer rails and loggish. Here he is on this replay. Beautiful walk, hang 10, camping there for a minute. Oh, that, I love to see that spray, that heavy foot down of that little drop knee.
Yeah, just slowing down that momentum so he can walk back up to the nose in the pocket. That was really well timed. Taka was on his way there, but yeah, it did just run away.
So we're still waiting for the score right here as we're checking out this replay for Kyoki Seguibo. And the only score owed to us by the judges. They're taking some time, Megs, and that makes me feel like it should be a pretty meaty score, if you would. Anytime the judges take some time, they're looking at a couple of replays, and now the score drops, a 6-point ride. Your thoughts?
I think that was a very well-ridden wave, a really good opener for him. So I think he's on his way to a really good heat.
We got time to talk about Hawaii longboarding. There's kind of two schools in Hawaii. You got the Chun's Reef crew, that's on the North Shore, and then we got the crew from Queens. We're going to get back to that conversation because right now Phil Rosman up and riding. Rosman, nice 10 on the nose, switches to 5. Just a little bit of hoverboarding, levitating.
There's that
through
little
that
backwash.
10. And has to negotiate a little bit of that backwash. Inside here, Matt, a little more opportunity.
Yeah, just de-weighting, trimming through here. He's going to look for that cross step carve, and there it is, trademark for Phil's. And he's very delicate with his feet for a bigger guy. 6 steps up to the nose. It's not necessarily how many steps you do to the nose, it's more so the positioning of it. You know, Phil obviously feeling like it's also a stalling maneuver. When you're taking more steps to the nose, it's like, I'm going to get there, but not just yet. You almost count it in your head. You're like, oh, I'll just fit a little one in here. So you don't have to put your hand in the wave to stall.
Are you counting steps up to the nose, Megs?
I do, yes. When
You do?
I'm surfing, I do. I've been working on, I ride more of a high performance board, so I do a little bit of a run. But now that I've been surfing more single fins, and like you said, it sets you up to actually not have to stall. It's an actual natural stall.
Because you start surfing the board shape as opposed to the fins.
Exactly.
And you're using the weight. And this board, it's not that light. As light as it looks, and we can see that flex, it's really not. I mean, he just is really manhandling the board. But it does look twitchy and light under his feet. But it's really, this is a great camera angle showing that precise footwork from our former world champion, Phil Rajman. He is just a fixture on the World Longboard Tour.
Love the focus on the footwork there on the replay. So we'll be waiting for that score for Phil Rajman. While we're waiting for that score, let's check in with the last heat winner. Mason Schremer is with Shannon Hughes.
Mason, you made it through the elimination round. That was a tough heat against a couple of talented surfers. How did you feel finding those 2 good waves?
I was really nervous actually, but I was just trying to be patient. Sets are coming in now, so you just kind of have to wait it out, I guess. And then, yeah, it ended up working out well for me, which was good, so I'm happy.
And I noticed as you were carrying the Thomas in, there's a big ding that's been repaired in the bottom. Can you tell us the story behind that board in Old Faithful?
Yeah, so it's my favorite board. I've had it maybe since I was like 17 or so. I'm 22 now, so I actually got it. That was the first board I got off of Thomas, and it was my favorite. And then got rid of it for an updated version. It got sold to somebody else, and then I ended up not liking that one as much, so I found the guy who bought it back off of him, and then I keep it and I don't ride it too much. But it has quite a few dings in it, but yeah, I just keep it for times like this. I found out I was doing this contest, I got in, and I was like, yep, I'm bringing the Old Faithful to this one, so it was good.
And how much did it mean for you to get the call up to be here this week?
It means a lot. I was so excited. I've been just a wild card all season, so it's been really iffy, kind of. Even Huntington and Manly, I didn't really get the call up till the week or two before. So I was so happy to be able to surf in this one.
Well, congratulations, you're into round 3, and we'll see you out there later today.
Cool, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations. We're going to see Mason Schremer again in round number 3, where we're going to start utilizing, Matt, the overlapping format.
Terrific. And I think it's going to be unreal. There's going to be a lot of waves on both sections, outside and inside. In that previous women's heat with Mason taking the win, it was interesting to note the waves were coming in flurries, but as they paddled out, they were turning around and catching waves as well. And they were catching mid-range scores, which is exciting to watch.
Megs, I think it's a good call because I think the consistency has been showing a lot more as the swell's filling in. So having those overlapping heats, we're not going to waste any waves.
Exactly, I agree. And that, like you said, following up on that you can actually get a very good score. Actually, sometimes your top score on the inside, and with those 2 different priorities, that's going to be really crucial with all the waves that's coming in. So.
Yeah, we've utilized the overlapping format a number of times. It's been very successful. It equals a lot of waves being ridden, and that's exactly what we want. Catching up on some scores right now. Throughout that interview, we saw Kyoki Saguibo have a chance, got on the nose, but then was not able to pull it back in. So he is putting himself in danger. He's still got a 1.67 in his scoreline, waiting for a score for Taka Inoue. Taka out there in the red jersey. Taka just needing a 4.51 to move into second place and bump Kyoki out of that advancing position. Taka doing the meerkat right now. Matt?
That's always a good indication for a body to board weight ratio. And just someone can stand up on their surfboard like that, you can assume they're either light and the board's big for them, or the board's just really big and really heavy. I think it's a combination of Taka there as well. He could stand up on most boards, I think.
Can I call it a meerkat?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I agree. The way that he was hanging 10 this morning,
he moves
meerkat
fast
for
too.
sure.
You know, he's reactive.
Here we go. Inoue.
He's changed boards.
Speaking of meerkat, here he's on a wave.
And he's changed surfboards from his earlier heat.
Oh yeah, he has, huh?
Pumping
Wow.
from the nose. Stretch 5.
Is he gonna get a barrel?
Almost. Can he get to 10 here? So that'll be interesting to see how the judges, they generally, if you're stretching 5 and grabbing your rail, it's super safety. The stretch 5, as long as it's leading to something, the judges will, that could have been if you'd gone to a 10, for example, that may have been a keeper.
Sometimes we call a stretch 5 a cheater 5, and then you grab the rail, you're really cheating, Megs.
Yes, it is. But sometimes we have to do it. If it means that we won't fall, sometimes it'll save you.
And there's chop. Oh, that would have been a good time to grab the rail.
So Taka staying really busy and now getting a little bit of the hoverboard action there with the 10. And gosh, he's had brilliant moments in his waves, but has not stitched them all together into a ride.
Same with Phil Rajman just falling off on that wave too. Yeah, it's anyone's at the moment. Kyoki did open up with that 6, but his backup, he fell on a 1.6. And yeah, Taka's opening was a 3.17, and Phil chipping away. He's working hard, 4.67 and a 4.83, but no one's really grabbed this heat. You'd see that outline of that board, a wider nose, which there isn't too many boards here that have that sort of a narrower tail and a wider nose. A lot of the Kai Salas and Michael Takayama boards are wide nose and tail, and they carry that width all the way. But Taka, being a smaller frame, might need that narrower tail so he has some ability to turn the board.
Kyoki on the nose, has to battle through that, stays with the wave. It's a small wave, but a nice trim line. And
there it is, that floating maneuver on the hang 10. And all he needs is a 3.5. And he's definitely staying busy on this wave.
If he can complete it.
Yep.
Great backup there for Kyoki.
Yeah, Kyoki Seguibo, not just a talented surfer, but a talented photographer as well. We talked about him, 15 years in the surf photography business, water photographer. And in my mind, that is the toughest discipline to be, not just in photography, but in not just surf photography, I mean, but in all photography, to swim in the water, giant waves, to capture those images.
He's obviously got a great understanding of waves, just the way he judges this. See this here, and arch now. And that's that. You can see the belly of the board holding him up there. See the water displacing under the middle of the board. And that's, I mean, that's a slow feeling. You don't want that on a bigger wave, but giving it's Malibu and we're trying to stay in that pocket, that's what those rolled bottoms and that slightly wide point back gives you, that ability to levitate.
Talk us through this one, Megs. What happened there?
That little slip up there. I think he needed a little bit more wax on his board, but he finished it off with this hovering hang 10. Talk about meerkat, like you called him. That was definitely a meerkat move, but went down at the end.
Yeah. Well, I just call him meerkat when he was like, checking the surf and standing up on the board and looking over the horizon. Much like meerkats on the African plain, we'll get into that vertical position to see if there's any predators on their way to their little, meerkat life.
Okay.
A nice little side note here, Tucker's riding a hatchet fin in that board, which is popularized here and in the South Bay. He actually won the Hot Dogger Invitational event just down in the South Bay, I think in 2019. And that's a hotly contested invitational event in what's considered, compared to Malibu, a pretty average beach break. And he took it out with a lot of showmanship and blew a lot of minds.
I like that you brought up the term hot dog. I want to bring that that term back. Hot dogging. You know, the godfather of hot dog surfing, Mr. Rabbit Kekai Jr. that we all know growing up in Waikiki, one of the best uncles of all time.
Yeah, original beach boy. Always making sure that all the kids were taken care of. He even had a keiki contest.
Yes.
Every year I remember doing it, and he had it on just the plain foam board, so it was an even playing field for everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Some great memories growing up in Waikiki, as you did, Megan. And when we talk about Queens as a featured break, well, we're on a classic break here at Malibu, but Queens really is producing some great longboarders as of late.
They are. I mean, they are everywhere. From the lefts at Queens to the right at Queens, they cover the whole field on the beach at that beach break. So, I mean, I don't know what they're feeding them. Maybe more poi? I don't know. Maybe more Kahlua pig with cabbage? I don't know.
Well, look at Taka. He's really comfortable. Maybe he can put it together on this ride. Taka Inoue. Last wave was a 3.67 and was not enough to get him out of third place. He may be able to do it right here with he needs a 4.01. And this time he puts it together for a finish.
Yeah, and once again, for the viewers at home watching that, a lot of really cool moments with Tucker's waves there, but having to utilize those hands to get speed. We're on 9 feet longboards. We don't need to get speed with our hands. We can just cross our feet. So the judges generally not penalizing, but just not acknowledging maneuvers that come from that extra doggy paddle, so to speak. As you see Phil using that feet, it's a smaller wave and he's getting that pump on. Yeah, not going to happen for him. He opts out of that wave and he was still in the lead with Kyoki chasing a 3.5.
Yeah, well, now the judges are going us a few scores. So with that being said, we're going to take a break. When we'll be back with the scores, updates, and more action from the Cuervo Classic Malibu presented by O'Neill. Ah, doesn't that look good? Malibu Farm, a incredible location at the end of the Malibu Pier, and delicious food coming out of Malibu Farm. I had the curry chicken kale salad today, Matt, and it was delicious.
Or a couple, as you accused me of having. But Malibu, well known for its food, well known for its waves and its hot doggers. But we talk about iconic characters, and I'll get into that with Strider, having, I'm sure, partied with many of them in the 70s and 80s and 90s. But we got legends like Terry, Tube Steak, Tracy, one of the original hot doggers, and we talk about enforcers, we talk about localism, we have the iconic Malibu wall in the pit. You actually had to walk past the locals to get out in the water back in the day. How intimidating must that have been?
That's when, yeah, guys were telling, hey, go back to the valley, dude. Like, you know what I mean? There was a real sense of culture and localism here at Malibu, for sure.
I'll tell you a funny story. I've heard of Mickey Dora. He always turned up on the pumping days, and nobody knew why he would just time it perfectly. But he had a little viewing point up on top of the canyon. Nobody knew it. And he used to always check it before, and he would never be caught down here checking it on a bad day, so his reputation would remain intact. And here we are talking about him 70 years on.
Here we go, yeah. Matt Shanaski, as well as Megan Gordinas. This is Auntie Megs. You can find her on Instagram. You can find him as the Waxhead on Instagram, and I would recommend a follow for both of these surfers because you guys put out some really entertaining content.
Try.
Yeah, come on.
Try.
I love your stuff, Megs.
Thank you.
And Waxhead, I'm always blown away with some of the tubes that you're getting through on those mid-lengths. Hats off to you. You got some good days in Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney's been fantastic. Australia, product of our environments, both of us really. I think we both represent our areas with, you know, the spirit and the culture that we grew up with, and flying the flags for longboarding in general. This is a cultural lifestyle. It's more than a sport. It's more than an art. This is a way of life, and we'll be doing this. When we get knocked out of an event, we do it beforehand, we do it after. You know, it's just one of those things.
We're living it. I'm riding this wave till the skegs hit the reef, bro.
Till the skegs fall off.
Till the skegs fall off, Megs. What have you been up to lately?
I've been up here in California for about a month now. We had the qualifier in Pismo. I also did Supergirl down in Oceanside. Just trying to, you know, get my feet wet in California and surf a bunch up here.
Well, we've had all squad together, a lot of Hawaiians hanging, but right now the East Coast is represented. He's going to be in the next heat. That is Tony Silvani. And we'll talk about veteran competitors. Tony Silvani is one of those veteran competitors. He'll be coming up in the next heat with Lucas Garrido Leca, as well as Steven Sawyer in Elimination Round heat number 2.
I think Tony Silvani is like the Jadson Andre of the longboard tour. You know, he's always stoked, he's always smiling, he's always up for a chat. No negative vibes, and he's super retrospective when you chat to him. And I don't think anyone could dislike Tony being on tour.
You really can't. He's the sweetest man ever, and he will talk to you about absolutely anything. Even if you're on a sad day, he'll cheer you up. He just has such good energy.
Good vibes. Well, let's get you updated with what's happening in the water. When we went away, we were waiting for some scores. The scores have come through. Kyoki Seguibo, 4.67 and a 6-point ride. That puts Kyoki in the lead. Phil Rosman holding on to second place. Taka Inouye in the hot seat, needing a 5.43, but there is Kyoki calmly sitting on his board. We talked about Kyoki as a surfer. We talked about Kyoki as a photographer. He's also runs a magazine, Lost Not Found, one of the editors and founders of that magazine, Megs.
And what they're doing so far in showcasing the talent in Hawaii and also all over the world, they've been doing such an amazing job. And it's kind of like an old school magazine where everything now is, you know, on the internet. They have actual hard book covers, and it's
nice,
cool.
right? Isn't
really
it cool?
Nice. It's quality.
I love books. I am of the magazine era. I'm old enough to just, you know, when magazines ruled surfing. So it's nice to have something tangible, Matt.
Absolutely. And besides all those accolades of our heat leader, Kyoki, he's also a father and a really nice guy. Talked about Tony and congratulated Tony on talked about Tony and what a great guy he is. But super sweet, Kyoki. Very, intellectual when he gets into a chat over a beer or over a coffee. He's always up for discussing surf culture as well. And being a Filipino Hawaiian, he's got his roots firmly planted and a true ambassador for his culture as well.
Where here he's going with a nice hang 5 megs to 10.
Oh, look how relaxed his arms are.
Yep.
This beautiful cut back. As we see Taka in the back, working his way through this wave.
Kyoki finishes off on the inside with a nice little float. Now it's Taka's turn to see what he can do. All the attention on the Japanese surfer. Stall to another 10, Matt. 5 hanging for a while.
Well, he's doing exactly what he needed to do. It's not, once again, a smaller wave, but he hasn't overplayed it or oversurfed it. And if he can complete this, wow, he's really pushing the envelope. Ah, wow. And I would imagine, even though it's a smaller wave, he did all he could. So I would be surprised if he didn't get that that 5.43 on that wave, but we'll have to see.
Here's a replay, Megs, of Kyoki.
Look at this beautiful wave as he's trimming on a high line, finds the middle line, goes back and forth, and this big cutback turn. Nice and calm, his arms are very relaxed, as what you would love to see. Little pump, nice little floater finish. Getting it sealed in.
And we see Taka too in behind him. A little bit of elevation there, 4 steps back, a little redirect, and then Meerkat-esque, and we have a little bit of, see that nose rocker. That's not so much levitation, that's more the nose rocker coming into play there. And then beautiful footwork and poise, just very calm and very well timed. And holding this through here, it's, I don't know if I think a lot of the score was milked already, but he wanted more. And surfed that thing as well as he possibly could. So we'll see what that one locks in at.
Well, Kyoki, as we see the paddle battle on the screen to get back out in priority, Kyoki dropped a 5.67, so he did increase his lead over the pack. We're still waiting for the last score of Taka Inoue. Both surfers, Meg's not giving up because first one to the peak is going to get priority.
Absolutely. And Taka does need a score of a 5.43. And he's going to actually need to maybe go out there and get on it on a bigger set. So he needs this priority. And it looks like he's got it.
This priority is important. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. If it was any less, he'd probably just sit wide and try and get something. But he's waiting for that score to drop.
Inoue gets the priority. He's waiting for the score. Our Japanese competitor, Megs, is putting himself in a really good position right in the final couple minutes of this heat. And we may see a shuffling of standings right now in this heat at the 2-minute mark.
And I think Phil, for this last 10 minutes, has been, and he gets the score. Taka has moved up into second place, and he's probably just getting that relayed to him now, which is, and he's lost that priority that he paddled hard to get.
That was baffling to me, but he's still in second place.
He's gone to second place, so he probably didn't hear that, and now he has, and he's gone, okay, I probably should have sat there. But Phil, the pressure's been on Phil.
See, now, and he's waving. You called it straight on, Matt, and now he's realizing the situation. He realized that he's in second place. He's realizing that he had priority, and he let it go. Now waiting for an update from our beach commentators.
And there's a lot to process as a competitor, especially coming from a different culture and speaking
a different language.
Or English. English is your second or even third language. He knows more Portuguese than English. So you're wondering about time, priority. Those two are very important, and he's waiting on that score to be locked in. He can't understand in the water as well. It's even for us with clear hearing with our first language, it is difficult, and a little error, but there's nothing he could have done. So, but he's still in second place, and the pressure's now on Phil Rajman, 2-time world champion, searching for a 5.12, and it doesn't look promising.
Rajman's going to have to dig deep right now, Megs, in that he needs that 5.12. He does have priority, but the clock is his enemy, down to 35 seconds. It looks like there's some lines.
It does look like there's some lines coming in. It's so crazy how the time can either work for you or definitely not. Phil is wanting way more time, and Taka wants the time to run out.
There, Phil goes for the Meerkat stand-up, check for a set.
Like he's going.
And there is a bigger one out there, but it may not come in time, so he's opting for this, and all eyes on Phil.
And Phil needs a 5.12, so let's see how he surfs this wave.
So this is going to be it for the 2-time world champ. Phil Rajman gets to the nose, needs to perform on this wave. He's going to come up a little short in this section, and losing some opportunity as that wave rides on by. He claps, thinks that he's got it. I'm going to go to both Matt and Megs. I'm going to start with you, Matt, first. Do you think he got the score?
I don't think he got the score, but it was one of his best nose rides.
What do you think, Megs?
I agree. I don't think he got the score. He got stuck behind that whitewash and kind of slowed him down. So I don't think it's going to be a 5-1-2.
Smiles hitting the beach and just waiting for the decision from the judges. Remember, Kyoki Saguibo got a wave as well. He got a 4.23. Not going to factor in the math. Kyoki with some sportsmanship with Phil Rosman on the beach. And we're waiting for scores.
And this is what I love so much about longboarding is no matter what, win or lose, you come in, you hug, and you smile. As soon as the horn blows, we're all best friends again.
Hopefully.
Hopefully,
If
you're
it's
right.
not always the
Unless a
case.
priority thing happens, then, we have to walk separate ways.
It's a very rare occurrence that this doesn't occur, though. Yeah, you're right.
Taking another look at Phil Rosman's wave. Again, he needed a 5.12, and early indication shows that he's not going to get the score, and he doesn't. A 4.2, not enough for Phil Rosman. And gang, we are going to lose the two-time world champ in this elimination round. Kyoki coming from the trials is going to find himself in round 3 along with Taka Inouye. We're going to be back with more action from Malibu. Cuervo Classic Malibu, presented by O'Neill.
This place is so special to me. I spend so much time here. So being here, preserving this beach and this ocean is one of the most important things that I could possibly do as a surfer.
We Are One Ocean activates at WSL events around the world, giving back to local communities through coastal restoration and environmental initiatives. Today, we are joining forces with Jose Cuervo and Surfrider for a beach cleanup to protect this special beach and surf ecosystem.
We'd love to put ourselves out of business with beach cleanups and have a clean beach in the first place. So we're encouraging everybody to help reduce plastic pollution, prevent plastic pollution.
It's very important to protect and spreading the word about protecting our beaches and nature.
I want a clean beach for the next generation.
We are one ocean!
We are one ocean. As we cut to live action here with Tony Silvani perched on the nose and trimming a beautiful high line 5 to 10 combination for the East Coaster. Why not a floater to finish off? This is heat number 2 of the elimination round, and a nice start for Tony Silvani. Right behind him is Lucas Garrido Leca representing Peru in the blue jersey, and Silvani again. Nice start, and that's the way you want to start a heat. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Shanosky, the Waxhead, and Auntie Megs, Megan Gordines, all on the set here. I want to talk you through this action, and we got a lot at stake because someone is going home.
And this is Lucas finishing off stylish, goofy footer. He's got a very similar style to one of our trialists, Joao, and during the free surfs leading up, it was really difficult to distinguish between those two surfers. But the one thing Lucas has got is he gets really low and he twists with his backside, moves that back foot around. We'll see some of that in this heat. We've got the, I guess you'd call him the, well, he's just a stalwart on the World Tour, Tony Silvani. He's not really in either camp of a high performance or traditional. He always rode sort of that mid-performance style board, Megs, and take us through this replay.
And here he is hang fiving. Kind of did that little pump just to get in front. Walking back, hang 10, quick hang 10, little tap. Judges love to see that. Oh, and parking it up there for that hang 10. And this is very rare to hit the lip like that, get that little floater, and then make it around that whitewash section.
Yeah, a lot more going on that wave of Tony's compared to Lucas's behind. It kind of sucked all that energy out. Much cleaner wave face for Tony as well. Was a little bit of whitewash disturbing Lucas there, and they're kind of tricky ones to surf. You're taking off, you've got to commit, beginning of the heat, but it's always a little bit of a bummer considering you know there's set waves out there.
Well, the score in for Silvani, a 6.17 as we're enjoying on this replay. Lucas Garrido Leca beaching this wave. Lucas has actually, in addition just to being a great surfer, is a smart kid. Got his degree, a college degree in both business and sports management. So not only a good surfer, but a smart surfer as well.
Definitely going to call him up for my, to be my agent, sounds like.
Hey, he's got the skills. Well, you know who else got the skills? Keoki Seguibo came from the trials. Now he's on his way to round number 3 via this last heat win, and he is with Shannon. Let's hear from Keoki.
That's right, another trials for you to enter into at the start of this event, same as every other event for the year so far. How does it feel to now be advancing through to round 3?
It actually feels great.
All right, well,
it's kind of like a revamp for me to get things like rolling.
Keoki, we had a little bit of audio difficulties there, but we'll get back to that interview. But what I do want to say is for Keoki Seguibo is ho mai kai.
Oh, wow, mai kai no.
Ai.
Kaipo, wow. I'm very impressed.
So Auntie Megs likes my Hawaiian. Ho mai kai is the means congratulations or your expression of congratulations in Hawaiian.
We've been talking about connection, Megs, and I want to ask you, what does it mean from a Hawaiian? There's always been that American and Hawaiian rivalry since the 1960s. Do you guys feel that coming over representing Hawaii? Do you feel a rivalry between the US and Hawaii?
I wouldn't say much as a rivalry, but we definitely have, we're definitely competing a lot for, you know, Hawaii is a state of America, but it's
I should say California almost is a you know, a Californian possession of surfing almost. That was briefly shared by Australia in the 70s and again in the 90s, and then in between it's been, you know, California and back to Hawaii again. You guys are leading that charge with longboarding at the moment.
Yeah, and how you said that it was definitely a cultural thing. It definitely is for us. From the second that we're born, we that's where we come from, is from the ocean. We get so many things from the ocean, our food, our water, our salt. So when we surf, it's definitely just, it's in our blood. So,
yeah. Well, and then it's actually when you talk about Hawaiians and surfing and coming from it, it's actually a cultural practice because in ancient Hawaii, surfing was much more important than just you know, an activity or a sport. A lot of times surfing, you know, described your hierarchy where you stood within the hierarchy in Hawaiiana.
Sport of the kings.
Exactly, and only certain chiefs could surf in certain areas, and that's kind of how we do it back home too. It's like, oh, you're from the North Shore, you're gonna come easy into Queens. If we're from Queens and we're going to Chun's, we ease our way in there as a respect thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, respect is a big thing. Well, now let's get back to Ho'olohe Mai. Let's listen up. Let's get back to Keoki Seguibo with Shannon Hughes.
All right, back into it, Keoki. Talk to us about fighting through the elimination rounds.
Oh, the elimination rounds are like really tough. The first 2 events, you know, I started off in the very beginning, so I had to work everywhere to get up there. And, you know, coming back from a long hiatus and not doing any events and jumping right into the fire, you know, these WSL events with the world's best surfers, it's really like a mind game to really figure things out for yourself and get back into that, you know, that rhythm. But after the first few events, I really have like this big gorilla on my back just to make one heat. You know, luckily I went through that first round. I didn't got last in the seeding round, but I mean, that was just like a win for me. So like pretty much like I got nothing to lose for this event. So I mean, that and everything, how everything turned out, it was actually really good. I'm really stoked and really pumped and good to get back in there again.
Oh, incredible attitude. And talk to me about that paddle battle that you had with Taka in the lineup.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, after that wave, I knew Taka was, you know, coming out, and I kicked out and I seen him turn the motors on. And then I was like, hey, it's on. So we're paddling, we're going and going. I can kind of feel him coming up, and I just like stopped for a second just to get a breath. And he was right there. And when we finally got out to the outside, we both look at each other. We're like, thank God, that was it. But it was good, you know. Paddle battling, surfing with Taka, he's the next generation. So I really look forward to seeing that kid, you know, do really well in the next future events as well. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you for putting on a great performance. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to back home?
Yeah, I'd like to say hi to my son Seth, Rosie back home. She's probably watching right now, but she's been my support system. And yeah, hi to everyone, aloha, and thank you.
Well, we got one stoked Kyoki into the next round.
All right, yeah, Kyoki. And during that interview, Megs, check this out. We call him Steezy Steven Sawyer, and he brought some steez into this ride.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that you said that correctly. But look at him trimming high on that, tapping that hang 10. Just staying busy, trying to find that high line, pumping, making it past this whitewash, going switch, which is very impressive. Hanging 5, walking back switch. I don't know how they do this. That is just impressive.
That was a well put together wave, Matt, and he earned a 6.83. Your thoughts on the score?
Perfectly placed. His tempo was very even on that wave. He was looking like a certain goofy footer. We say in inverted commas Gramps, so to speak, and he was very reminiscent of that on that wave. Just a very low body language, almost hunched over a tad. He's riding a Michael Takayama, Fear the Spear, and he's not on one of his own Sawyer.
That's surprising to me. Yeah. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's surprising to me because Steven Sawyer is a surfboard shaper. He makes his own equipment. His dad's a surfboard builder as well.
Correct.
But he's trying a little different flavor out here.
Correct. He has ridden Michael's in the past, and he has owned one. That one could be a borrowed board, I'm not sure. We'll have to get some insight on that, but it looks amazing. I loved how he was actually pumping from the middle of the board, which you don't see on the backside very often. Here he is backing up the wave.
With the hang heels, walking back switch.
Oh, and that was unfortunate because that was some great footwork, but the wave just gave up on him, Megs.
It did.
What happened there? How do you stall out when you're in that situation?
I think with him doing that little hang heels, it kind of stalled him a little bit too much. And then as he was walking back, he got heavy-footed and kind of slowed him down.
It's funny, in the context of this heat, it may not factor in as a missed opportunity being third in priority in a smaller wave. But in some of the earlier heats, this wave was a heat winner. If you did that and fell off the back, you'd be kicking yourself. But that's just to show the consistency of the waves we've had. He's loosened up. We didn't see any attempts of heel hangs earlier on in those first rounds. But now as we move forward, we may see some surfers open up a little.
Yeah, well, I love the heel hang and the walking back aspect and the footwork, using the entire length of the surfboard, but also adding some of that variety mix.
Yes, absolutely. So I think with Michael Takayama's, the way that they plane on the wave is very impressive. And I think it has a lot to do with that tail, that little kick in that tail that holds it into that wave. And that's what gets you up there and lets you stay there.
And have you ridden one?
I've ridden one once, but it was on a good wave.
Right.
So I didn't really do it justice.
Same with me.
So that big square tail, finned out, with the kick in the tail is something that I've only noticed within the past few years in longboarding. Is it relatively new?
Nope. It stems from a nose riding contest that was held here in 1965.
So that would not be new.
No. And they used to put fins on boards. There was one event in particular. It was the Moray Pope Nose Riding Invitational. and the fins that were putting in boards were like 18 inches. They were catamaran style setup where they were trying to hover the tail and really trying to get the thing really levitating. Yeah, no, it was like a foil. It really was, and that's how crazy they went. Some of the fins came through the backs of the tails as well, so it was like almost like a karate chop. If you step backwards, you're slicing your foot open. But nose riding variations at Malibu have been, been right throughout the era, but they disappeared for many years. For about 30 years, those designs took a hiatus, and in the late 90s, we saw a resurgence with that traditional longboard crew, and specifically speaking, nose riding really becoming the force. Surfers like Jimmy Gamboa, Josh Fabro, Dane Peterson, Casimiro, Carla Rowland, all coming out of this area, really putting their time in at Malibu, and then you'd have sessions from, surfers like Devin Howard coming down, who's probably improved over the years himself at a spot like this. Really, as age catches up with those surfers, it's almost like they're improving with age. You see it with Kai Salas, Taylor Jensen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call it reinvention. I'd call it a deeper connection.
I agree, because I'm still competing, and I feel like it's kind of like fine wine. You're kind of getting better with age, and I feel like I'm actually taking in a lot more as far as the longboard tour expands, that there's certain things to a board and a wave that need to tie in together to get a score.
I feel like overall, other than the exception of the 11-time world champ guy, that you have a longer shelf life as a professional longboarder, just because you can sustain your craft for many more years, into your 40s, 50s, who knows?
Nat Young, who's won 3 world titles, starting with his 1966 world title, but with that resurgence of longboarding in the mid to late 1980s, he rewrote the book. Some would say he won world titles doing his own brand of surfing, and he was the surfer to pretty much set shortboarding up in 1966. That was considered the last longboard event per se, and after that it was considered shortboards, and he won the first longboard world tour in the resurgence in the 80s as well.
That's right, 88, 89, and 90, a world title years for the original Nat Young. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with the conclusion of Elimination Round, heat number 2. Stick around, more action to follow. It's the best, FUWAX, I'm telling you right now, and it's a family operation. Looks like we got a couple of the refs coming to join us here at Malibu. not official referees, but I like the costumes, and I like the fact that one of them is riding a Bonzer.
Little water patrol.
Water patrol, there we go.
Is that what that is? Little water patrol?
It must be. It must be. So, you know what? We'll keep the boundaries here. We're going to keep the boundaries to first point. We're at the Cuervo Classic Malibu World Longboard Championships presented by O'Neill. I'm Kai Vergara along with Matt Chonaki as well as Megan Gordinez on the call. And it's actually, you know what, I struggled with Steven Sawyer before.
A lot of S's.
But there's a lot of S's. But I also struggle with the waxer name. It's Shanosky.
Shanosky.
Yep. Chonosky.
Chonosky.
Yeah.
We're having an absolute good time over here. We hope you're having a good time too. This is day number 1, 2 days of competition here at Malibu. And what we're going to do by tomorrow afternoon, Matt, we're going to crown both world champions for both men and women.
Yeah, let's just have a little feel of this baby.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be the weight test with the wax head. And how's it feel?
Let me see. Ooh. Does it look good on me? Hope I actually get one of these.
Hold that up together.
There we go.
That looks good.
Right? Looks great.
2023, we're coming.
Yeah.
Have a feel, Kaipo. There you go.
Be careful.
Okay, everything.
So that's that's what's up for grabs, and a whole stack of money and a lot of points, but also bragging rights. Longboarding, in its essence, is a it's part of our lifestyle. It is really a tip to that, a nod to surf culture, but we live and breathe this stuff, and these surfers, whether they get knocked out or whether they win, they'll be probably doing the same thing tomorrow or the next day, going home to their breaks and hanging out in the weekend with the same crew that they've been practicing in the lead up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will. I know that the Queen's crew is going to be at home. I know there's a little bit of waves at home in Waikiki, so I know a lot of the kids are ready to be like, all right, let's go back home and surf in warm water.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that cold here, but you
It's
guys came
actually
from
really
Pismo. It was pretty cold up there. But, you know, Queens, we talk about Queens, and that's a classic surf break. Queens named after because the Queen Liliuokalani, had a beach house there right at the site, and that was one of her favorite breaks, hence it's named Queens.
Yep, that's right.
And then if you want to ride a canoe or you want to rent a board, you go next door to Canoes.
That's right. Wow.
Right? Yeah.
You know your history.
Wow, I've been around for a hot minute, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But getting into the action here, Steven Sawyer, he's out in the lead. He started off with that 6.83, which was a well-orchestrated wave, backed it up with a 3.33. Tony Silvani in second place and has priority with a 6.17 in his scoreline. So the veteran Tony putting himself in a really good position, being in second place with just one wave ridden, Megs.
Yeah, I think what he's doing is really playing the priority game, seeing how the last heat, how that was taken away from Phil at the very last minute from Taka. So I think he's really making sure, because you really only need 2 waves. The judges aren't judging on 10 waves. They're judging on 2 waves. So all he really needs is another 6, and it looks like he can secure a spot.
Well, he's putting himself in the best possible position as a surf coach. Matt, Lucas, what's he need to do?
Well, he can't restart the heat. We have 8 minutes left. I think he's capable of getting that mid to high range score, but at this point, you really just need to make sure the next score is better than your competitors, either a 6.17 or a 6.83, just to feel that confidence and go, okay, I'm back in this. Whatever score I get now is a bonus. Stevie's only got a 3.33, and we have we don't have a backup there for Tony. So it's anyone's game at the moment, and I feel like by the end of this heat, there's going to be 3 more major waves surfed. That's what I'm predicting. And I'm hoping that each surfer gets at least one of those.
Well, there you go. Looking at a time management right now, 7 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Megs, when do you compete, do you wear a watch? Or you just count on the beach announcers?
I count on I should be wearing a watch, actually, is what I should be doing. But I think with me, if I see time counting down, I make myself nervous. And a lot of the times is I keep looking and looking and looking, and I end up I'm distracted, exactly, and I don't end up looking actually what I need to do.
Funnily enough, although Tony's got priority, he did look the most nervous out of all 3 surfers out there in the water. And here he goes to pull that trigger. Holding that priority isn't always as relaxing as one may feel. Loads up that pressure, and here he goes, second wave. It's a long time to wait.
Well, has to contain that and now perform. Tony Silvani streaming up in the nose. Looking good so far.
Oh, what a good line.
Very technical footwork from Tony. Hasn't put a foot wrong on this wave so far.
5 to 10 combo to finish for Silvani. And why not a swooping little drop knee cut back to finish off. He waited a long time, and he made it worth it.
He liked that wave. You know he did. He liked it.
That little look back to the judges and a little foot kick. Let's go.
He's fired up. With 6 minutes left, that was probably the right call to get that second wave.
Couple mule kicks on the way back out for Tony Silvani. Let's look at it one more time, Megs.
Here we are. We're walking to the nose. He's got this beautiful high line. I think he's riding a Stewart, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Hang 10. Walking back. He goes for a top 10 here, I think. Yep, there it is. It almost like creates this little barrel over your foot, and I think that's like one of the prettiest things you could get as a hang 10. This nice carving turn to set him back up onto the nose for that hang 10. Walking back, finishing strong, and he definitely loved this wave.
Yeah, great wave. And, you know, with that traditional longboard, you can see him paddling back out, built by Stewart. A lot of times when I think about Stewart, I think about modern longboarding because Bill Stewart, along with Ben Ipa and Sipi Sabato, really guys who brought those modern kind of longboards, and now it's reverted back to traditional longboards.
Yeah, correct. In Australia, you had Bob McTavish as well. In Hawaii, there were shapers that actually didn't stop making longer boards for places like Makaha and Queens as well. But the biggest problem was blanks. No one was actually making blanks aside from windsurfer blanks, which then turned into tandem boards. In some places, lifeguard boards became the choice of small wave equipment in places like Hawaii and Sydney, Australia as well. And here at Malibu, here we have Lucas. He's trying to get a 5.67 on this, and he's well on his way. I love that back knee sort of like cocked in, and he's leaning forward. A little grab rail there just to regain his balance. And 4 minutes 20, he could at least chip away at this 5.67 if he doesn't get it in one go. But Steezy Sawyer behind him.
Absolute steamer of a wave here. Hanging 10, hanging 5, walking back almost switch, it looked like.
Oh.
He's going to save it.
A little bobble, but a save by Steven Sawyer. He gets to the 5 on the inside. Graceful.
Thinking about that hang 10.
Nice footwork. Was thinking about it for a second, but wants to finish it off on the sand, which he does.
You know, sometimes in that position as a competitor, you think, oh, did they see me fall off? Because you know that the beginning was so good, the end was so good. And unfortunately, when the score gets yelled out, you're like, yep, they saw me fall off. But he was well on his way to a...
And he's opting to do the runaround, and he is sprinting because he knows he only has 3 minutes left.
This is a big runaround right now, and we were waiting for that score for Tony Silvani. He came in at a 7.67. He waited a long time for that wave. He performed on that wave. Silvani out with a strong lead, so Steven Sawyer is going to be fighting for second right now as we take a look at the replay, Matt, of both of these surfers.
Yeah, and second priority was with Lucas. First priority was with Steven, which is why Lucas is on that smaller wave. Stevie opting to wait. Wow, beautiful transition there for Stevie on the outside, which put him really high. That beautiful carve down, and as he rose high, got onto the nose, and it was here. Just dug a little rail, but back up. That was quite a seamless pop back up, and very precise footwork here on the inside.
Look at the nose on the board of Steven Sawyer. No wax on the nose. Does he have some type of slip check or some other kind of like spray on?
Slip check.
Slip check, yeah.
Yep, which is also a very 80s style adaptation. A lot of surfboards in the 80s, including longboards, had slip check up and down the whole length.
Yeah, you applied that by spray can, correct?
Yeah, in the process, you can do it either way. It can be afterwards or during the manufacturing process, during the filler coat process. You can either... I've had boards where the filler coat isn't sanded.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have the weave of the glass there.
Correct. It gets very dirty though, but in that case, the board's black. So, but the Takayama's Kai Takayama has it on his favorite blue board as well.
I've seen that. I've seen a couple of the Takayamas row through the beach here with a little bit of that.
I'm watching the screen, you guys, because Steven wants his score.
Oh, priority too, maybe.
And didn't
looks like
get
he cut his foot.
priority. We're still waiting for the last score for Steven. So he needs a 3.34 to get into second place, because the last score from Lucas Garrido Leca at a 5.67.
Oh. He's not happy with that priority ruling. I don't think he did run around. And that's not an easy run around. There's lots of shells and remnants of the reef that are washing up.
And it looked like he kind of had a little cut on his foot. He was checking under his foot.
I mean,
believe it.
It would be highly likely that he could cut his foot with that runaround. Not the friendliest beach to do a high-speed runaround. A lot of little landmines out there in the sand.
Funnily enough, it used to be a live reef back in the 80s and earlier.
There it is. Look at that. Yeah, you gotta watch your step.
When you have enough adrenaline, though, sometimes you don't feel it. And when you're out there, you're like, oh, my foot feels a little funky. I wonder what it is. And all of a sudden, you just see like this little cut on your foot. You're like, all right.
That's pretty much every tourist's introduction to surfing Hawaii, whether it's North Shore or Waikiki or something. You're getting a cut.
You know what? Steven Sawyer, never mind. You can reset right now, because he just got a 6.5 and he went back into second place. And Lucas Garrido Leca needs a big number, a 7.66. Steven's still pleading his case, but he's on the winning side right now, Matt.
Yeah, maybe he did forget he fell off as well, because he was well on his way to almost an excellent score on that wave, but the fall off, you just can't do that at this level. There's cameras, judges are eagle-eyed, they're not going to miss it. But that was great surfing, and he's looking really spicy.
Here he goes. This is going to be a trip in for the South African. And that's why we call him Steezy.
Steezy with the little, trying to do the little hang heels to finish off. Because why not?
Why not? I mean, he's on his way to round 3 along with the veteran, Tony Silvani. Goes out there and scores a 6.17, then betters it with a 7.67. Strong showing from the East Coaster. Thank you, Auntie Megs, Meg Gordinas. Thank you, Waxhead, Matt Shanowski. And thank you for watching. But don't go anywhere, because we got more surfing at Malibu. Is the World Championships right on the other side of this break. Stick around.
Longboarding was the start of surfing, and I think to honor that and be a part of it is really cool. When you're at Malibu and you're just watching the surfers, like, they just put on a show. You know, it's such a longboard-oriented community, especially, you know, Malibu, you know, First Point is like the, you know, the highlight of longboarding. I'm just like so thankful to be growing up here in such a longboard-oriented place.
2018 World Longboard Champion goes to Soleil Erico.
I just started crying, like bawling. Like, I've never really cried like that before in a long time.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, this is insane. I can't even believe it.
It didn't really set in until I held up the trophy. It was just like such a dream of mine, you know, throughout like my whole journey.
And we're back to the action with Soleil Erico in the water up against Maria Fernanda Reyes, the local in Soleil, with a front-running position up against Maria, who's here, you know, out of her home area. And it'll be great to see how she does. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Sam Bleakley for the call.
Yeah, Soleil fulfilled that ambition to win a world title. She did that in Taiwan in 2018. Can she win a second world title on home turf? She's originally from New York. She learned to surf in Hawaii, but moved to Malibu here. And that's where she's really perfected her longboarding. And she looked really good in round one.
She looked incredible. That board underneath her feet looking so good, as, you know, a shape that she's been working specifically on, and it's been looking really good under her feet.
Yeah, the model's called the Velvet Hour. You can buy it in Thunderbolt Technologies. It's worth having a look. There's a nice spiel about it on her website, and it looks like it works really well. In contrast, you've got a slightly different design being ridden by Maria from Peru. She's riding boards built by Piccolo Clemente, 2-time world longboard champion. His boards are clearly inspired at the moment by Michael Takayama's wide-tailed, flip-tailed boards that facilitate a lot of lift and hold in the nose. But there's also a lot of kick in the nose you'll see from Maria when she's up and riding. The boards look light and lively. They're quite wide, but Maria rides them really nicely.
Oh, she put together a great performance throughout this morning. Really looking good on that equipment, that Piccolo Clemente shapes, as you mentioned. And the women in the lineup are currently on hold. We do have a changeover in the format coming into this next round. So we're now going to be heading into women's round 3, the round of 16, which is head-to-head matchups. And to take advantage of the waves on offer today, we're going to run into overlapping heats.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's very exciting for the surfers coming into the overlapping heats out of priority, because what happens is of the 40 minutes you get the heat from heat 2, that group coming in, they get 20 minutes out of priority, where of course Soleil and Maria will have first and second priority, Tully and Alice will have third and fourth priority, but that just frees them up to explore the lineup a little bit and perhaps take a wide swinger, an inside runner. And we noticed with the overlapping heats last year at the World Tour Finals in Malibu that a lot of the biggest scores of the heat were dropped at the beginning of those overlapping heats.
Yeah, really important moments on both sides of it, but 40 minutes on the clock for those surfers in the lineup. We're still waiting for that call, so let's go down to catch up with Tony Silvani and Matt Chinaski.
Tony, you had a really good heat win there, got a little tight towards the end. Can you tell us what was going on with that lull? We saw you with a couple of minutes to go, actually looking more nervous than your competitors, but you ended up keeping with that win.
Yeah, I stayed patient the whole heat. You know, I sat out there for 15 minutes holding priority, and that's crucial, you know, when one other surfer has a score of a 4.5 and the other one has a 6.83, and we're all tight throughout the whole heat. So I knew I had to get a backup wave, and I was going to wait patiently because, you know, Malibu will definitely deliver, and I've done well here, and, you know, I'm fighting hard in this contest to do well.
And I love to hear that you're fighting hard. Are you going to go for the win, or are you just happy to re-qualify? What's on your mind at the moment coming into this event?
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't know that I was actually in contention of the world title, but there's a lot of scenarios that would have to, you know, fold in order for that to happen. But my main goal is to make it back on the World Longboard Championship Tour. I love the sport so much, and you can see it in my surfing.
Absolutely, and I love that confidence you're possessing. You capitalized on that second wave. What have you been doing for training back home?
Actually, I've been just training here. I've been surfing my brains out, you know, every day, surfing down at Sano and Ventura. I've just been dialing in my Stewart surfboards, and I'm really, really happy to be here. So let's move on to the next round.
And anyone at home you want to thank?
Yeah, of course, my family. My mom and my sister and my nephew are coming here tomorrow, so that's going to be really nice. And just all my friends and everybody that supports me. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tony. You're a stalwart on the tour, and we love watching you.
Thank you.
What a great interview from Tony, always bringing that energy and that positive environment to the other competitors around him.
Yeah, that was a really nice interview. You could see the passion. He really believes he deserves to be here. He believes, he knows he has the quality to get big results. And like he said, you know, you can see that in my surfing, and he's being expressive, but he's also being very stylish and precise on those Stewart boards. And he rode really beautifully, particularly through those inside sections in that last heat. His nose riding was really nice.
Well, we've heard the buzzer sound, and this heat is now underway. 40 minutes on the clock for Soleil Erico and Maria Fernanda Reyes. Soleil currently sitting at equal number 3 in the world alongside Rachel Tilley, and Maria down farther in the rankings, looking for that opportunity now to get her requalification for this year's tour by jumping into that top 8 off of a good result, and to then have to avoid the pressure that comes alongside of having to qualify out of the regional QS.
And what's really interesting at this level of competition is Soleil's now in round 3. She won round 1. This is the second time she's surfed, but she's only ridden 2 waves today. She you know, and that's the art of being patient and being able to recognize that it's just about those top 2 scores that count. That is something that Taylor Jensen was famous for doing very well and is still famous for doing well, that patience. Soleil has really absorbed a lot from time spent with Taylor, and she was very patient in that opening heat, and I'd anticipate she's going to be equally patient now, knowing that it's just those good sets that are going to matter.
You can see her there blocking her eyes from the sun, just waiting for that first set to roll through, and it's been great to see that dynamic between her and Taylor and that journey towards her winning a world championship title back in 2018, for the work that they put in behind the scenes, and to be able to see her now a few years older, a little bit more mature, bringing that into her own surfing and really continuing to capitalize now as she takes a little knee paddle there to see this first set that's beginning to roll through.
And just for both the women lying on their boards, you can see the difference in rocker. If you look at Maria's board, it's got more tail flip and more nose kick. Soleil's board is flatter. You can really see the tail kick as Maria sits on that board and the nose kick, you know, so much more of a rockered outline, which creates a slower trimming board, but a looser to turn board.
Yeah, that's an interesting one with how slow it is today, you know, thinking that a few of the surfers would opt to ride a board maybe with less rocker because they want to have that speed in that trim line. But for Maria, so far, it's paid off well for her, and it does allow her that looseness in the tail.
Yeah, well, the flatter the board, the faster it will trim. The higher the rocker, the easier it will be to turn, but the slower it will trim. So surfboard designers and surfers are always trying to find that middle ground between maneuverability and trim speed.
Down to 37 minutes on the clock, and coming up in our second heat, so we've got 8 heats in this round of 16. Tully White and Alice Lemoyne will be heading out into the lineup. Now for the first 20 minutes of this, we're going to be sitting with just these 2 surfers out there. They're going to have first priority because they're the only heat in the water. Once the next heat joins in at the 20-minute mark, we're going to have Tully White and Alice Lemoyne sitting in a second priority position, while Soleil and Maria hold on to that priority moving forward through the rest of the heat. And we'll be bouncing back and forth between heats as we get through the day. And this is where things will really, I think, at the end of this round, Sam, we're going to see a real shake-up in the rankings.
Absolutely. This is where, you know, world titles can be lost. You know, you get eliminated now, you're out of the running. And this big names can go down in the next couple of hours. You know, I would thoroughly recommend staying tuned in, because when the sets come, we're going to see some excellent exchanges.
Oh, it's going to be a high, excellent surfing coming through from all of our surfers. And taking a look at some of the names, those top seeds in every heat coming forward: Chloe Calmon, Caitlin Mickelson, Honolulu Bloomfield, Sophia Kalane, Rachel Tilley, and Khalees Kaleopa'a, all with that opportunity to clinch a world title.
It's interesting to see the kind of travel partnerships that emerge. So Tully's traveling with Declan. Both Tully and Declan Whiten, both from the Sydney area, both won their heats convincingly with scores in the excellent range. Tully's mum, Donna, is with her, so they've got their own family unit. The Hawaiians seem to be this extended family unit with a lot of support. And then you've got other surfers traveling as a duo. You've got Zoe Gropignon and Chloe Calmon working together. So Alice Lemoyne there, I'm not certain who her travel partner is, but I think that the kind of shared energy you have from a travel partner is really healthy.
Well, for Alice this week, she's staying at Frankie's house, local surfer here, alongside with Rachel Tilley. So Rachel and Alice have traveled the world together. They've got a great dynamic between the two of them. So they're going home and having dinners and everything after competition.
And Frankie Seeley, a great Malibu surfer living at Topanga very close, and she had a really good backside hang 10 yesterday on the inside section. She's a phenomenal surfer, and I'd like to see her qualifying back into this top 20 in the future.
Yeah, it was great to see her in the draw at Pismo. Didn't have the result that she was hoping for, but like you said, just such a high quality of surfing that comes through from Frankie. She's been doing a great job alongside the rest of the crew on the beach mics today, so we've been able to hear that local Malibu voice coming through and calling some of the action live.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to recognize all the different regions that we've got. California and Australia very well represented. We just saw East Coast, Tony Silvani there. We've got Peru in the water. We've got Brazil. We've got Europe. But the emerging Asian longboard movement is very exciting. I don't think it'll be long until we see Indonesian on the World Longboard Tour, perhaps a Filipino or Filipina, male or female Philippine surfer, and maybe even a surfer from South Korea. There's a vibrant longboard community in South Korea and a really high standard emerging, particularly from the women in South Korea. So I think that's a factor that might come in to play next year, is perhaps 1 or 2 Asian surfers represented in the top 20.
And that would be amazing as those regional qualifiers kick up and we get some of those surfers from other areas of region in that conversation with the Japanese competitors who have such a long history and culture of longboarding and are competing at the highest level in this world title campaign this year.
Absolutely. Natsumi is a brilliant longboarder, been on tour for a number of years, and Hiroka is also, she is a really strong longboarder, surfing very well today. So Japan well represented, Taka Inui as well in the men's, he's been on fire.
Yeah, he's been surfing so well. And speaking of Indonesians that we could see maybe one day graduate to the World Longboard Tour, we've just seen Rio Waida qualified officially this morning for the World Championship Tour next year, which is just incredible to see Rio reach that after working so long and so hard for it, as we've got some crew down on the beach supporting our surfers in the water.
Malibu beach culture at its finest there. It's just been such a beautiful day. It's been hot. It's been clean all day. We've seen the pelicans gliding across with the sets. We've had that midday flying diamond sparkle factor, those glassy sections. It's really beautiful when people connect through to that inside section. You get that lovely glassy wall and people kick out right on the sand.
And it gives a little bit of an amphitheater feeling. Now, we're not up high on a bluff or anything looking down at the surfers, but the whole way that the point rolls through into this lower section, it gives that feeling, that comfort that you're right there with the surfers and you can almost touch them in the water.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that made Malibu so iconic and famous and such an important proving ground and testing ground. The fact it's south-facing, it's those warm, full-time south summer swells, and also the fact that it's got that kind of social space. It's very easy to access. It's got that easy to walk over cobble point. It's that culture that really creates that vibrancy. And when surfers started to move north and it's a little bit colder, they sometimes miss that warm water Malibu vibe that you have here, which has been a hotbed for some of the most innovative longboarding in the last few decades.
Yeah, it's been amazing to be able to see that continue to grow and to develop, and just to paddle out in the last few days and to see the young up-and-coming talent from this area. This afternoon at the end of competition, the rising tides will be taking place right here at Malibu. They'll be paddling out as the last heat finishes off, and it's going to be the first time that they include boys into that conversation, so local girls and local boys. And we've noticed, Sam, just the quality of surfing coming through from those young surfers in the lineup this week is just incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, come to any session, any time of the day here at Malibu, particularly kind of off school hours, and the level of surfing from the youngsters is outstanding. And, you know, this is a place where you learn quickly as well. If you get a bit of space on the face and get through those sections, you're going to learn to cross step, you're going to learn to nose ride. And 1 week at Malibu is perhaps worth, you know, a month or 3 months at a lot of other point breaks around the world for longboarding.
That's a really great way to phrase it, because if you're surfing a beach break, if you're surfing some of these waves that don't have that extended moment to really try and test out your footwork, to try and test out where you're nose riding, it takes a whole lot of waves to build up that time. Where here at Malibu, if you link into one wave, you've got that trim line for a long time to get a feeling for things and test it out.
Absolutely, and it's very easy to be cautious on the nose here and to play it safe, but to take that risk and go for that hang 10 when you're in the pocket, the feeling is extremely rewarding. And all of these competitors, what they do is they're willing to take that risk. Alice Lemoyne getting ready for her next heat. That's going to be really exciting to see her surfing against Tully White. Tully, a lot of good energy from that first heat, but Alice winning the Malibu event last year.
Coming away with a huge victory last year. She'll be coming up next against Tully White. Now we're down to the 30-minute mark in our first heat for the round of 16, and these are overlapping heats with 40 minutes on the clock, and we do not have restarts available for our competition this week. So there will be no restarts. That's the official call from up in the tower. And thankfully for these surfers, they've got 40 minutes on the clock, so 10 minutes down. It's essentially like surfing a normal heat for them with 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they know that the sets are going to come. I mean, it's difficult when you have 10 minutes without a set, but they're sitting in position, they're ready to pounce when the sets come, and they've still got just under 30 minutes left to get those best 2 scores.
Now, taking a look at some of the matchups that we're going to get to see now for the round of 16, we see Honolulu Bloomfield sitting there on the beach with her dog Goober and her partner Clay. Honolulu is coming up against the Japanese competitor in Hiroka Yoshikawa. And Hiroka had almost the first excellent score of the event this morning. She kicked out with a high 7 after such a beautiful long wave, one of the first waves that connected really far down the point. So for her, I think there's that huge boost of confidence knowing that she's found one of the higher scores of the event so far in today's action while coming up against the 3-time world champion in Honolulu.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be a really tricky heat for the Japanese surfer because Honolulu, she's able to always build her momentum, and you know, when put under pressure, she tends to be able to raise the bar. You know, when she needs a big score, that's when she'll bring in some of those more dynamic, longer 10s, and the use of that cross-step turn is something that I'd really like to see from her as we see Tully White with the vest on, getting ready for that second heat.
Taking a look at that surfboard as Matt Chinaski was taking a look at it earlier with no spoon in it at all. As we take a look now at the opening ride for our first heat for the round of 16, things are underway with Maria just getting hung up on that opening nose ride section, but that'll force priority into play now, and Soleil will be able to put herself exactly where she wants to be in the lineup.
Well, she obviously felt like she had to get busy, and she pounced on that, perhaps was a little bit eager, perhaps needed to stay being patient. It's not going to be an important score for Maria. She didn't really lock into that wave, but as soon as she stood up, you saw she was kind of high in the line, and it didn't really kind of allow her to drop into the steeper section of the wave to generate any trim speed or a rail turn maneuver to set up for some footwork. But she wants to stay busy. You can see that backwash just bouncing across the face there, not getting onto the nose, but up and moving, and 2 scores on the board.
2 scores on the board. Now she's freed up, having caught waves. She's not going to be stuck in that mindset of should she go, should she not go. So she falls in that finishing section, but again, she's going to start feeling that little bit of rhythm, get that kind of cold. Not that it's cold outside today, it's actually quite warm and the water's warm, but just to get that blood flowing.
And when she just caught the rail at the end there, I don't know if you noticed, but the vibration through the board, it flexed. These Piccolo Clemente boards, they're traditional templates, but they're quite lightly glass, so they hold a lot of flex. As we see the replay setting up there, a little touch of the tip doesn't hold the nose, very high in the wave. It's a small wave, but drops a little bit deeper into the wave to get that second nose ride, but all on a soft shoulder. It's not going to be a strong score, but at least she's got things moving. That will kind of dust out the cobwebs a little bit for the Peruvian.
Scores to come through now for that second wave, well, for both waves actually, for the Peruvian in Maria Fernanda Reyes. She's been a mainstay on the Longboard World Tour for a number of years, and it's been just so much fun to see her surfing develop, to see her equipment change as well, and to see the influences, like you were mentioning before, that Peruvian contingency has taken off of board designs from Michael Takayama for Piccolo to be bringing that into that conversation. As we see possibly a little line rolling through here. Soleil Erico in red is sitting with priority, and she's going to let this one slip by. So Maria, she's going to jump on the opportunity and set herself up on a bigger size set. Quick steps up to the nose, locks in for a 5 to 10 combination. Sticks the 5 still, goes up for another 10, still has yet to take that front foot off the nose for a very long 5 to 10 combo as she comes through to the inside. And now she's looking for something to finish with here. Another nose ride, pocket section, quick tap to the 10. Pedals back, back to the 5, and just keeping that board in that trim line, moving all the way through to the inside. And she'll have the best score of the heat coming through.
Wow, that was excellent from Maria. And Soleil let that go. She decided she didn't want that. She looked for the wave behind. She wasn't able to catch the wave behind. So it remains to be seen if Soleil made a mistake giving that wave to Maria, because it proved to be a really good wave, and Maria surfed it phenomenally. A lot of good nose work, a lot of good footwork, and some long hang 10s. Perhaps if we're going to analyze a little bit of the criticalness of the hang 10s, they're a little bit out on the shoulder, but this first 5 is nice. Quick 10 locked right in the pocket. You can see her now low down on the wave. That 10, you can see it's quite wide of the critical section of the wave. So the judges will recognize that there wasn't a high degree of difficulty for the second hang 10, but there was for the first hang 10. Gets another tap of the 5, a quick close together nose ride there, bringing those heels together for one more time through the inside and putting the board on rail on what will clearly be the best wave of the heat. And it remains to be seen if Soleil made a mistake letting that one go to Maria.
So we're down to 24 minutes on the clock. In 4 minutes and 36 seconds, our second heat will be jumping into the water and kicking things off. Scores to come now for last of Maria. Her first two, a 1.43 and a 2.33 that got that blood flowing, freed her up then to be on the hunt in the lineup and to be able to set herself up underneath that priority, but then to be able to take a pick. And a score's rolling through now that's going to put a decent requirement on the board for Soleil Erico, who's sitting there with priority, the local Malibu surfer, born in New York, raised in the islands of Hawaii, and spending so much time here in Malibu. Checks her watch and is now waiting it out for the next set as that score is nearly locked in for Maria.
So I think when the judges really analyze that ride of Maria, what they'll be looking to perhaps not penalize but recognize is that there was only really one critical nose ride in there. There were a lot of nose rides that was slightly out the pocket, wider on a little bit more of the open face, which is much easier to do than nose riding in the steeper section of the wave where the degree of difficulty is much higher. So that might come through in the score. You know, viewers at home might be expecting a really big score because of the length of ride, the energy exhibited, the quality of the surfing. But I think the judges will really look at the positioning of Maria in the pocket on those nose rides, and that would perhaps be a chance to criticize the score. She was slightly out the pocket on a lot of those nose rides, bar one hang 10.
Great breakdown, and to take into consideration where we've seen those scores go up into the high 6s, 7s plus, has been from very critical nose rides. Now 23 minutes on the clock, a score still to come through for last of Maria Fernanda Reyes. Soleil Erico out the back with priority. Beautiful footwork, graceful nose rides. That's what we're here for in Malibu.
That was a highlights package from today so far. That was really good to see. Great production work from all the team there, and reminder of the quality of the waves we've had this morning here.
And scores in for that last wave of Maria Fernanda Reyes, a 5.67. Takes her into a convincing lead, putting a single requirement of an 8-point ride on the score for Soleil Erico now. Down to 20 minutes, 24 seconds. And we do have the surfers in the next heat that will be kicking into their heat in about 15 seconds time for Toli White and for Alice Lemoyne.
So the judges kept that score fairly low, I think, kind of penalizing the fact that there wasn't a high degree of difficulty on a lot of those nose rides. She could have gone bigger on the shape of that wave if she'd been a little bit more critical throughout. So Soleil looking to need an 8. That's potentially like a couple of 4s or 2 6s, and she'll have a total of a 12. So it's not just that 8-point ride she needs, but Maria looking to now replace that 2.33.
Getting some work done at the start of this wave, sets herself up for this second nose ride. Little rail work there as well to readjust and set her line. Locked into a hang 5, pedals back and has a little glance behind her as well, as we see Maria continuing on the inside, and Soleil finally taking off on her opening ride for the local, the 2018 World Longboard Champion in Soleil Erico. Gets some great footwork and nose riding done on the outside. Beautiful rail work and engagement. She S-turns her way through this wave, cuts back into that section and sets herself up for those pocket nose rides if she can find them through to the inside. Quick 5 to 10, back to that 5 and 10. And now negotiating that bobble on the inside. And up and riding behind her, the surfers in the second heat, which will be under priority, have now hit the lineup with Alice Lemoyne getting out and going on her opening ride.
So Soleil definitely raised some hoots and cheers from her local fans here on the beach at First Point Malibu, and that was exceptional. Patience paid off for Soleil. The way she read and rode that wave was outstanding. The line she took, the early part of the ride, she stayed high just at the right moment and dropped in just at the right moment, and then started to really come alive with a variety of footwork, nose riding 10s and rail turns, and a couple of those rail turns in there for me really got me excited. I think that was an outstanding bit of surfing from Soleil, and I think she's going to be a real threat for a world title here on home turf in home waters at Malibu.
She's just looking like a different surfer right now than what we saw of her paddling out in her heats last year here. Maybe a little bit, you know, too much of those jitters, that nervousness coming into play for her competing at home for the first time on such a big stage. But now she's got that through her system. She's back here for a second time, and she's setting herself up with some beautiful surfing so far. Scores to come through for the opener of Soleil Erico. Also scores to come through for the opener of Alice Lemoyne. And Tully White having a paddle on this. Now they are in the non-priority heat to kick things off, and she takes off in the backwash and will just pedal back to finish.
So the attitude of these surfers now coming into the non-priority heat, they just want to stay busy. They want to kind of get some scores under their belt, because they know in the last 20 minutes of their heat they'll be in first priority, and they'll be able to be more choosy and have first pickings of the better sets, like the one that we just saw Soleil wait for very patiently. She had to wait for over 20 minutes to get that set though.
Scores to come through. Tully White with a quick kick in and out, so she's got a score on the board. Now waiting for Soleil and for Alice to get their scores to roll through. And for these overlapping heats, we do have 2 heats that are happening at the same time, and we can see the surfer in the priority heat now having a paddle. So Maria Fernanda Reyes has first priority in her heat, and she's surfing in the priority heat, so she has first pick of anything that comes through the lineup between these 4 surfers. Quick steps up to the nose, and now engages that rail for a little bottom work as well. Pumps off and sets herself up for that next nose ride. Now going clean across the face of that wave as we got a paddle out behind for Tully White, and Maria finding another great nose ride through to the inside. Pedals back, engages that rail and that tail, and gets that quick soul arch 5 to 10 combination, puts all that weight over those front 2 toes, and kicks off on the sand as Tully is finishing off on the outside.
That was incredible nose riding from Maria through the outside. She read through the inside. She read that wave very well through the outside also. So this is going to be a very significant score for Maria as we see Soleil getting her second scoring ride.
Soleil now up and riding, looking as loose and groovy as ever in that opening S-turn. Finds that nose ride quickly, drives off the bottom. She's just getting so much kind of pump and momentum and speed, but keeping that flow within her surfing. Finds that 5 to 10, locks in for a long 10, and keeps that board in the perfect position on that wave, engages the rail, throws a lot of spray, and is looking like a tough surfer to beat. Bringing through this sort of style, flow, and grace. The cheers on the beach, we can hear them from the booth, and scores to come in. Now first of Soleil, a 7.33 and a backup to drop.
That was ice cool from Soleil. I'd say that will surpass her 7.33. I had a feeling that first wave would be borderline excellent range, but that wave for me was just incredible. I think this will go higher. she sets herself up so nicely here, really loose. I love the body language. And there's the 4 steps to the tip. There's the 5, pedals back, and then again, uses this loose, lively rail work, the nuances there with readjusting the trim line with the cross step, and watch this hang 10 locked in, and then soul arches, drops those arms down by the hips, and again goes back up to the tip, and this loose turn throwing spray, similar to the types of turns we saw from Ben Skinner earlier in the men's division, and gets another 10 through the inside, soul arch, hand up. That was a beautiful bit of surfing, and I think that might well go up into the excellent range, Shannon.
I couldn't agree more. So a 7.33 for her opening ride. Sat so patient into the second heat paddling out. It was past that 20-minute mark. She was ice cool sitting out the back. Didn't even flinch at some of those smaller waves. Maybe one quick look over her shoulders, but nothing that was going to go ridden by her unless it was going to offer that excellent score potential.
And she's doing some great marketing right now for that board template. I mean, that board is really looking lively, electric, loose, and it's also allowing critical nose rides. So Soleil Erika waiting for that score to drop, but Maria Shannon drops a decent score for her last wave.
She gets a 6.5 for her last wave, so she's increasing it, figuring out what the judges want as well. Maria now sitting on a heat total of a 12.17, with Soleil chasing a 4.84 to take the advancing position and flip this heat on its head. Now scores still to come through for the opener of our surfer in green, Alice Lemoyne, who got off to a very quick start on the buzzer for the opener of her heat. She's now sitting with priority over Tully White. So Alice can take off on any wave over Tully, but both of them need to wait to make sure that neither Maria nor Soleil want the waves coming through the lineup.
Of course. And to see the patience that Soleil exhibited, I mean, that was impressive because she had to go a long time, literally over 20 minutes, half the heat, being patient. But she knows that it's a 40-minute heat and she drops an 8.23. That was excellent.
What a sting. Now Maria is chasing an excellent 9.06 to take the advancing position. And Soleil just would be receiving that news now that she's got 2 very solid scores on the board, sitting in that 15-point plus heat total.
Wow, what a great display. And she just looks so cool, calm, collected, unflustered. Her body language is about composure. She feels safe, comfortable. She feels in tune out here. She looks at home, and that's going to be very difficult for other surfers to beat.
Maria now chasing a 9.06 for the Peruvian to take that chance to keep advancing through. Now these are elimination heats, so top surfer making it through into the quarterfinals, bottom surfer falling out of the draw.
And you can really see with all of those women sitting on their boards that Maria's board has got the most tail kick. You just see that scooping up, that flip in the tail there. Maria surfed very well on that 6.5, so a 9.06, you know, that's a big one, but maybe she could improve on that 5, 6, 7, something like a 7 or an 8, and then she'd have something a little bit more attainable to go
And
for.
I have the feeling that the 5.67 that she took off on was a score. It was a wave that could have facilitated her surfing up the score, or kind of surfing just what it had as the basic offer or even below. Now, had she done something maybe a little bit more dynamic, even engage that rail a little bit more rather than hanging to those hang 5s outside of the pocket for longer, she could have surfed that score up a little bit more.
I love the kind of snaking, the kind of rail climb and drop turns that we're seeing from Soleil. We saw them from Caitlin Mickelson as well. She had that kind of approach, and it's really, really lively and exciting to watch as we see Maria up and riding on what looks like a really good wave.
Beautiful set wave rolling through, and Maria Fernanda Reyes with an opening hang 5 in the pocket, goes for a quick tap to the 10, gets a second hang 10, holds it. Now on the hang 5, back to the quick 10. And now pedals back, starts to set herself up for this inside section. For the Peruvian, finds another locked in 5, and she's looking to improve on a 6.5 as her high score, kicks to another 10 as well to kick off on the shoreline. If she can improve on that 6.5, it's gonna chip away as well at that excellent 9.06 requirement. But now the local in Erico is up and riding once again. Great footwork, quick taps to that 5 to holds the 10, pedals off, and now engages that rail, and that's that full wrap and cut back that we've been talking about. That little stylish moment of just facing back to the ocean as well. Beautiful rail work from Erico, and just nearly loses it on the finish. I don't know how she pulled off the end of that.
I love that.
Wow.
The rail turns there. These are some of the best rail turns I've seen all day. And you know, that's men and women. Those rail turns were just explosive. They were dynamic. They reminded me of that kind of involvement surfing, longboarding that we got from the likes of Nat Young in the kind of mid to late 60s. And they just really look exciting. And also the footwork combined with that. And the way she gave that body language, just paying respect to that breaking curl of the wave. This is a new Soleil Erico I'm seeing. Somebody who's really kind of embodied all of the qualities and skills she's had, but just refined everything. And now bringing in this powerful redirect off the top, off the bottom, and then that is very stylish. But all the time, she's right in the pocket. And the way she recovers from this turn on the inside after this nose ride is pretty impressive. That's good balance and control, and everything about this woman surfing to me looks like a real front runner for the world title.
And then we had this as the answer from Maria.
She looked good on that opening nose ride there, but it's all trim based. So the difference between Maria's wave and Soleil's wave is Soleil's got much more dynamic rail engagement. Maria's all trim based, looking down the line, readjusting back up to the tip. This inside section, she's already quite wide of the pocket, so the more critical nose rides were outside. But when the judges compare both rides, Soleil's had a lot more excitement, and it could well be the highest wave of the heat. I mean, the rail turns that Soleil exhibited there, like I said, for me are some of the best I've seen in both divisions today.
Well, she just improved on the 8.23 with an 8.67 and puts Maria Fernanda Reyes into a combination situation now, requiring 2 fresh scores on the board to get herself into that advancing spot. Last of Maria came through as a 5.83, which did increase her heat total. It was an improvement on the 5.67, but now she needs fresh scores on the board because we just saw an 8.67 from Soleil.
And this is the judges saying that this is not a nose riding competition. Nose riding, critical sections, hang tens, they're of course fundamental to high degree of difficulty longboarding, but rail work, critical turns in the pocket, and Soleil was just in that zone the whole time. She never ventured more than a foot out of that pocket. She was always in that power zone, and it was a really beautiful display. And the way she recovered from that last nose ride into the turn really kind of like was the icing on the cake for an exciting dynamic bit of longboarding.
7 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock for the priority heat, and we'll take one more look at the 8.67 of Soleil.
So this came out as the top score. Look at that nice tight 10 there. And here she just comes alive. There we go, sweeps that board. And you can see that kind of feel of a V-bottom, kind of redirecting, switching planing edges coming back into the section. Again, nice and lively, throwing spray, getting a high line, and then dropping back down and recovering. That was a really exciting bit of surfing.
Incredible performance coming through from the local representing the USA, coming out of Malibu, California, and feeling like she can maybe take a breath for a moment because she has Maria in a combination situation. And she's looking strong heading into the final 7 minutes. In our non-priority heat, we do have Alice Lemoyne and Tully White still battling it out. Tully's built on her 0.87 with a 3.2. And Alice Lemoyne opened up with a 4.33, just as 0.7 behind that. So currently it's our surfer in green, Alice, currently sitting in the leading position over Tully White. They've got 26 minutes, 47 seconds still on the clock.
And of course, when Soleil and Maria finish in 6 minutes, 40 seconds, then Tully and Alice will go into that priority position. And I feel as if in the conditions we've got today, it's going to be those second halves of the heat where things come alive. Last year, we had kind of fairly consistent waves throughout the heats, and therefore the surfers out of priority were getting more rise. But right now, that patience, that priority is key to picking off those 1 or 2 good sets that come through every kind of 7 minutes.
Coming up in the next heat, heat number 3 will be joining the lineup in 6 minutes time as Soleil and Maria exit. It will be Chloe Calmon, the Brazilian, up against the Hawaiian and Sally Cohen. And that's going to be a really solid heat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Chloe, phenomenal. You know, we know how she surfs, and Sally improving so much over the last few years. A goofy footer against a regular footer. You know, will they have a flurry of waves at the start? I think that's what they'll be hoping for, to paddle out and you know, get a counting score. What we've seen from Tully and Alice paddling out is they've not been able to get a look in of scores that count, because Maria and Soleil have had that priority, and they've been able to get the kind of lead in on those bigger, better, longer set waves.
And it's everything that we knew coming into, seeing the forecast ahead of time, knowing that it was going to be slow here, that we were going to see those good sets rolling through, but it was going to be few and far between, knowing that the point of difference for the majority of what the judges are going to be seeing is that wave height as a difference. Getting onto those set waves, something that has substantial size to it in comparison to the beautiful footwork and the tight critical hang 5s and 10s we're seeing on those smaller waves. You're going to need the big scores in order to, you're going to need the big waves in order to get the big scores.
And 3 surfers for me have exhibited more dynamic rail surfing than any others, and they've been Soleil, they've been Caitlin, and they've been Ben Skinner. And if you have the opportunity, surf fans tuning in, to watch the replay of heats from Ben Skinner, Caitlin Mickelson, and Soleil Erico, look at the rail turns they're doing. Those, I think, are the type of rail turns, if you can combine that approach to the rail surfing with critical nose riding, that's the type of surfing that can go into the 9s, perhaps the perfect 10s.
Perfect 10s is everything that we want to see, and this is the type of wave that we would expect to see something like that handed out this week. Down to 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Our surfer in blue is sitting with priority, Maria Reyes, and she is in that combination situation, though, meaning she needs 2 great scores, 2 excellent scores now to take the leading position away from Erica.
And she's performed fantastically. There might be other heats in this round that she could win on her combination of 12.33. She has surfed extremely well. We did criticize that 5.67, referencing the fact that perhaps there was more scoring potential in the ride, but she replaced that with that 6.5 and that 5.83. And Maria can hold her head up high and with pride. She has surfed brilliantly, but she's come up against local Soleil, who is absolutely on fire, as Alice Lemoyne, out of priority, perches onto a 5 long 10 soul arch on her Luffy the One model, which in some ways is quite similar to design characteristics to Maria's board in the background. You can see the nose kick and the tail flip, but Alice styling all the way through with another soul arch hang 10 on the inside. And Shannon, this is a really strong score for Alice and might end up being a keeper for her top 2 scores.
And amazing that she found it in the non-priority heat. As we take a look at Maria still trimming through the line on this one, finds that 5 to tight 5 and goes down over the outside rail. Great call as far as their boards looking so similar, and you could really tell the shape of their board as it was sitting in the wave, that kick in the nose as well.
And that was interesting because, she put that all on the line, degree of difficulty, risk. She had a very deep in the pocket hang 10, and the outcome was she fell because she pedaled back in a very steep section, but it's that risk going for those hang 10s in the steep section that really make the difference.
Taking a look at this last one that we saw from Alice Lemoyne, kicking off with that great hang 10.
Yeah, that was a really good opening 5-10 soul arch. And then look at this one here. She just stays nice and low and then climbs back up on the nose ride just here. Just gets that little tight soul arch hang 5 there and goes back in for another tight soul arch 5 with that back arm up, those palms open. All trim-based surfing, but extremely good on the nose, and it'll be a decent score. But watch Maria here when she falls after this critical nose ride. See how deep she is in the section. So she's paying a lot of attention to the degree of difficulty, risk. There's the 10, and then nearly dags the nose there, but it's this 10 just here where she gets locked in the pocket, her toes get completely wet on the inside, and she's so deep she dags the nose. But it's taking those risks that sometimes result in the wipeout, but they're the risks you need to take through all the sections if you want to compete with the likes of Soleil.
Well, scores in just a 3.77 for last of Maria, but putting that risk on the line is exactly that. You have to do that in order to compete with the type of surfing that Soleil's being, that she's been showcasing. And well done to Maria for putting that commitment through. And had she made that, it would have helped that score, and it would have been such a good feeling as well to put that risk through and then to be able to pull it off. And we got a good score that's dropped in for Alice Lemoyne. A 6.27 could very likely stay in her top 2 scores in the back half of this heat.
Yeah, so that's interesting. It's kind of close to the types of scores we've been seeing from Maria. So there's kind of trim-based waves where it's footwork 5s, 10s, footwork 5s, 10s with readjustments between. It seems like at best they're coming up in the 5 to 6 range. But then when there's a dynamic element of rail engagement between that, that seems to be what's putting the surfers up into the excellent range. We've seen that from the likes of Declan Whiten in the men's division, and we've just seen that brilliantly displayed from Soleil Erico. You know, being able to drop a 7.33 and carry that 8.23 and that 8.67.
On the countdown, less than 30 seconds on the clock for Soleil Erico to be on her way in for our priority heat with an incredible performance, an excellent heat of an 8.67 and an 8.23, displaying what the judges want to see from nose riding and rail surfing, encompassing the variety that we want to be seeing from those judges' eyes, and showing the rest of the field, both men's and women's, how to find themselves with a couple of excellent scores. As the clock sounds out for Soleil Erico and Maria Fernanda Reyes. Maria put together a great campaign and has a 9th place finish overall for this year's Cuervo Classic here in Malibu. And we'll have more action coming up with Alice Lemoyne, Tully White in the water, Chloe Calmon, and Sally Cohen joining right after this. And it was back in May that we saw a great display of performance in some rainy, stormy conditions in Manly for the Sydney Surf Pro, where Chloe Calmon walked away with a runner-up finish behind Honolulu Bloomfield.
And it was great to talk to Chloe earlier and find out that Neko Carbone's son, Marcelo, is now shaping boards, and she's riding a purple board 9.6 shaped by Neko's son, Marcelo. So carrying that kind of Sao Paulo legacy, new advanced surfboards, one of the biggest board factories in Brazil. And that was a really good performance from Chloe, and she's up and riding right now on the replay, Shannon, and it looks like she's got that trademark setup with the drop knee. I love seeing that. This wave, a smaller wave, she's out of priority because Alice Lemoyne and Tully White are in priority, but look at that beautiful tight 10 through the inside section, and just great grace and flow, and then incorporating that switch stance, which we're seeing from Khalees Kelly-Opaha as well. So the goofy footers bringing the switch stance into their repertoire, as we see a replay from Sally Cohen, answering back with some strong, smooth footwork, arm up, soul arching on the nose, great posture, great control, pelican flying through the shot, and Sally looking really graceful.
Beautiful surfing coming through from Sally for her opening ride. And we've got scores to come in for the opening exchange of Chloe Calmon and Sally Cohen. They are now in the non-priority heat, which means that Alice Lemoyne and Tully White are a few minutes into their priority heat. Alice currently sitting in the lead with a 6.27 and a 4.33 for 2 waves caught in their non-priority side of things. Tully White with just that 3.2 really to speak for, and she is sitting with priority in the lineup now.
So those scores dropped for Chloe and Sally, both came out pretty similar in the 4s and the 3s. So now it's that opportunity for Tully and Alice in that priority heat to really say something here, because neither of them have really had many waves. But Alice's 6.23, that's a very important score, and she might well carry that score through to the next round if Tully doesn't answer back with a couple of bigger scores.
And Tully, I think hearing the scores that came through from Soleil in that previous heat, and you know, they're already in the water for her to be able to see those waves rolling through, knowing she still has more than 15 minutes on the clock, she's got time to wait it out patiently. She is chasing a big score now of a 7.4 to take the advancing position. But if she waits for one of those sets, Tully's surfing as well. She is one of the better ones in the draw, as we're talking about those names that have really showcased that variety in their surfing. Tully was one of those to bring that really into the conversation earlier this morning with those great nose rides as well as engaging that rail.
Yeah, she got an 8.0 and fell on the inside. I mean, that says something. You know, she could have got a 9 if she hadn't fallen. And she had a beautiful drop knee turn in Manly that became one of the kind of cover images and video clips of the event that really embodied that classic Australian style. So we know that Tully can demonstrate that type of involvement surfing that Soleil just exhibited in that last heat. And I know I've expressed this a number of times, but I really feel as if that's the type of surfing that the longboarders need to do if they really want to win this event, to go from 7s to the 9 category and beat the big names in the crunch heats in the latter rounds.
And that brings in that variety into the conversation, that, yeah, all of the different things that the judges are looking for, and they've been very clear in that judging scale today. It's exactly what they're looking for, and the surfers needing to perform to that.
Yeah, style, flow and grace, of course, is important, but its degree of difficulty, its critical section of the wave, its variety, its rail surfing, its nose riding. Chloe knows competition culture inside out, but she also knows that you have to have that rhythm. You have to have that little bit of magic, that little bit of luck to be in the right place at the right moment to get the sets at Malibu. Because as we've seen through the day, there can be slower heats and there can be busier heats. But we've also seen that with a 40-minute time frame, if you're as patient as Soleil, you can still get 3 excellent scores.
And taking a look at the head-to-head matchups for the surfers currently in the lineup, this is the first time that Alice and Tully have matched up in a one-on-one space. For Chloe and for Sally, they matched up a few years ago, back in 2019 at the Longboard Classic in New York. It was a quarterfinal finish for the two of them, and Chloe went on past that and took out the win, the single matchup win against Sally Cohen. So they've got a tiny bit of history, at least at this level of competition. But again, as you're talking, you know, earlier in the day, Sam, about all the different events that roll through between Noosa Fest, Mexi Log Fest, other invitational events, the duct tapes. There's so many events that these surfers get invited to surf in throughout the year that we don't get as much publicity around, we don't get as much conversation around, that they're having all those little moments outside of just being in a WSL jersey to build that knowledge of their fellow competitors, to be able to understand how each one of them operates in the lineup, how they function in certain waves, how they, you know, use their strategy to come into things. And so it's great to see some of that coming into play now this week.
Absolutely. Sally from Haleiwa, Oahu, and she's riding the Dan C surfboard, Stan Cobley, handcrafted in Hermosa Beach. And we have to remember that Sally at this break got 2nd place behind Jen Smith at the Queen of the Point competition, and that is a really competitive event. She's also been the 2022 Queen of the Pier champion, and she won the Surf Relic event in 2019 at Trestles. Her footwork and her nose riding have come on leaps and bounds in the last few years, and she has a really good repertoire of rail engagement to really kind of impress the judges. So give her the waves, and I think Sally Cohen could really be a big threat here at Malibu.
Well, in the last heat, we saw a great performance, an excellent performance from the local and Soleil Erico, finding a couple of 8s. Let's catch up with her now.
Very much, Shannon. Thank you very much. Amazing performance out there. You know, you said you weren't sure if you were going to make it out there, you said.
Yeah, after 20 minutes of not getting a wave, I was like, this isn't happening right now. I was like, I just need an opportunity. And then thank God a couple sets came. And I, like, in my heart, I knew they were going to come because every heat had sets prior. But yeah, it's just when you're out there, it's just so stressful. But I made it out.
Do you feel any pressure being a local here at your home break?
I do feel pressure, but also, like, it's really exciting because everyone I love is here, and I know most of the people on the beach, so it's more of, like, it's a good feeling. But it is a lot of pressure.
Well, it sounds like love wins. Congratulations, back on the glass. Keep the roll going. Local girl on fire.
Thank you.
Incredible performance from Soleil, and Love taking her through and holding on, knowing that those sets were going to come, you know, having that gut feeling that you know it's going to be worth the wait, but then actually to pull through with that and not pull the trigger a little bit earlier. Had she gone on that smaller wave that came through as one of Maria's counting scores in the end, she could have been sitting outside that priority rotation when the set rolled through, and the entire heat could have flipped in Maria's favor.
Yeah, there was that first exchange that we thought, was it a mistake for Soleil not to go? Maria got a really good shape wave, but it proved not to be. But I'm really impressed with her composure. To be at your local break and to not exhibit the look of pressure or nerves is very impressive. And I think that there's a really good energy behind Soleil, and you can hear from her referencing just she knew in her heart the waves would come. You know, that type of connectivity sometimes is the relationship that you know, breeds a winner in an event.
We're down to 10 minutes on the clock. Alice Lemoyne hanging on to that 6.27 and that 4.33 from the non-priority part of their heat from that first 20 minutes. And right now, it's put her in a great position. We're down to, you know, under that 10-minute mark. Tully's been holding on to priority for a while and just needs that 7.40 to take the advancing position. But the waves have been so quiet, and it doesn't look like there's anything coming for the moment.
We want to see some opportunities for Tully and Alice, definitely. I mean, Alice has got that 6.27, which is a really important score for her. Alice from Nice, originally in France, but she grew up in Reunion, which is where she learned to surf, but now she lives in Biarritz. She rides Luffy boards, designed and crafted in Portugal. She's been a World Surf League Longboard Tour second place surfer, and she won Malibu last year. So she knows that she can achieve the world title that she's aiming for. She won that with the ISA Games in 2019 in Biarritz. And in her head, she's got the confidence. But Tully, for me, she's one of my favorite surfers for that kind of all-round style and the finesse and the presence and the body language. So I'd really like to see Tully just to get that opportunity to express herself, to get a set so that she can really kind of showcase to the world the type of surfing we saw from her in round one.
It would be such a shame to see her knocked out here without having that chance, that opportunity to get herself onto a set wave and to really be able to showcase the surfing that we've already been seeing from her in all of those free surfs. And now that dynamic comes into play too of overlapping heats. There's those differences to surfing a normal heat. Now we've got 4 surfers in the lineup as we take a look at, you know, all that comes into play with that. There's 2 heats happening at the same time. Once that first heat starts, each subsequent heat after that starts halfway through the prior heat before, so that's where at the 20-minute mark, you're going to have surfers exit the lineup and new surfers enter through. And that heat that's been in first actually has unconditional priority then over the following heat that comes in second. And of course, those normal priority roles are at play within these overlapping heats. So that all comes into play on a, you know, man-on-man or woman-on-woman situation. But there's a few different things that come into play with these. And for some of the surfers that weren't in the draw last year for this event, they haven't surfed overlapping formats before.
And sitting there with priority, you can see Tully in the white singlet there. She's on a 9.4. It's a board shaped by Johnny Gill through her sponsor Rhino. It's a Keo, and it's built in Brookvale, which is very near to where Tully lives in Sydney. And she's a surfer of the Northern Beaches. But up and riding now, Sally Cohen with a great soul arch from mid-board after that nice opening nose ride.
Great way to start off, and sets herself up now for another nose ride through the section. Soul arches again quickly, pedals back, and kicks out on the shore break. So she's now going to have her heat underway to build on that 3.67 and found that under priority.
I love her style, Sally. That's just great. I mean, the body language, the movement, you know, the arm up, you know, the kind of the looseness of the hips, the flex in the knees, the quick footwork. I like the way she even did this soul arch off the nose, up to the 5, and then just bit of body language there. For me, that's the kind of beauty and excitement of longboarding. And then a good rail turn there, a nice readjustment, and then gets that nose ride through the inside. It's not as long as some of the rides that we'll see from the surfers in first priority, but it's replaced her, it's gone higher than her 3.67, so it's put her in a strong position in the out of priority heat, Shannon.
Sitting with a 4.6 now, it builds on that score line and has her sitting in the leading position over Chloe Calmon. Now, Chloe has first priority over Sally Cohen, and Tully White has still been sitting so patiently. She's only got those 2 small scores on the board, and she's probably in that. You can see her moving around there in the lineup now on the green board in the white jersey, now trying to decide, has she waited too long? Does she need to get busy on something smaller?
Yeah, it's a really difficult moment now for Tully White because she's now pretty much got to go massive. She needs a 7.40. So, you know, there's about a couple of minutes ago, she would have been thinking, well, you know, if I can get a couple of decent scores, it's going to change the situation. But now it's all or nothing on potentially one good set.
And that puts so much pressure. I mean, Sam, you've been competing for so many years. What's it like knowing you've got a small amount of time, maybe one more wave to go, and you need a big score on the line when you take off on that wave?
It's the difference between the people who can win world titles and those who don't get that far up the leaderboard. And she's going to have an opportunity, and this looks like a really nice opportunity for Tully. So we just hope that she reads it well in that opening line to give herself maximum scoring potential.
Nice fade to take off, chasing a 7.40 to advance. Taps up to the nose, finds that locked in hang 5. You can see a little bit of backwash on this wave, but she's keeping that body posture smooth and stylish as ever. Connects in for a critical, more in the pocket hang 5. Nice little reaction there with the rail. And she's caught behind the section. She's going to go for that rail grab and stands tall again to try and finish with the nose ride on the sand.
She gave that everything, Shannon. For me, the wave was quite deep on the cobblestone point. It had a lot of wash in it. It was a very hard wave to ride, but she rode it very well. But a 7.4, we've got to think about some of those near excellent scores that Soleil was getting, you know, and it just didn't feel like the wave shape was going to allow that close to excellent score, despite the fact that she rode that really well. I mean, look at this setup. Look at that high stance there. 6 steps up to the tip. There's that first 5. Locks in really cleanly. Pedals back to the tail. Readjusts. Gets to the bottom of the wave now, in the middle of the wave, and then locked in a very deep pocket hang 5. It's a smaller wave, as you can see, but she rides it so well here. She's just having to just hang on tight through for one last tap of the nose, and it comes through as a score probably that won't be enough, but certainly a wave that she rode as best she could.
And she's now chipped away at the requirement, so scores are in. It's a 4.60 for last of Tully. She's now chasing a 6.01 to take that advancing position as the scores have adjusted, and she's sitting on a slightly better situation, but still a big requirement. And now, surfer in green, Alice Lemoyne will have first priority over her in these last 3 minutes.
So we've noticed that Tully has gone and sat deeper than Alice Lemoyne. So she's putting Alice under pressure immediately. There's a little bit of movement that the surfers are recognizing there. It's coming quite close, so fingers crossed in these last 3 minutes we will see another exchange. The opportunity is there now for Tully, needing that 6.01, but she would have loved to have had these scores earlier in the heat.
Well, with that lull in the action, let's check in with Strider down on the beach.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, over here at the Epiphone activation over here, we got a bunch of really cool guitars that they've got set up here. Cesar Guekian is the president of brands for Gibson and for Epiphone, and he's an avid surfer. So I just want to give a shout out to him. And big thanks for sponsoring the WSL. They've been having a great relationship. They've actually got some insane wraps right here that they've done just for this event that we're going to be giving away to some of the winners here down here at the Malibu Classic. It's going to be epic. So whoever wins the Cuervo Classic here at Malibu is going to take home a brand new little guitar. And you can come on down here, pick one up, get rad if you're rad. I'm not that rad, but I don't know, I'm not going to get rad. I'm not that good. So
can you play us a little tune, Strider?
I could, you know, it's just, oh, that's about as much as I have. No, I'm a little better than that, but I'm not going to do it right now. I've got one hand. Actually, Jimmy could probably play one hand, Jimi Hendrix, and he's left-handed like me.
There you go. The new Jimi Hendrix, Strider Weslewski. Great. What a cool prize to win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, rad is the perfect description. I mean, surfers are going to cherish that prize forever. I mean, well, they're going to cherish a world title above all. You know, that's the aim of so many of these people. Some have already achieved it. Others have not yet. There's a lot of people in contention, but that is an extremely cool prize. And you know, the culture of Malibu emphasized music is a big part of Californian surf culture. Dick Dell and Deltones, all of the great bands that came and pioneered that surf music sound came out of Southern California. And you know, look at those guitars. They are going to be a joy to play.
So fun. And it is likely, looking at the draw, that whoever wins on both the men's and women's side this week will win the World Longboard Championship. It's not a guarantee depending on how things fall through, but there is a high likelihood that the winner of the event could walk away with the world title. And we could see that world champion then walking away with a guitar to sling on their back. As we've got Toli positioning herself so much farther up the line, now all the pressure is on. Down to 45 seconds on the clock, Sam.
So she's taken a big risk here. She's gone super deep. If she takes off, then if it's a decent wave, of course, Alice has priority. She can take off. Tully will have to kick out. But if there's another wave behind, then Tully would have priority. So interesting strategy. So we got her having a look, Shannon. Is Alice going to take it from her, or is she going to recognize that the scoring potential isn't there for a 6.01?
I mean, Toli's going to have to go, but for Alice, she's got to know that it's a good wave that's going to facilitate that score into the good range, that 6-point ride. Great 5 to 10 combination for Toli White to start off, doing everything she can on this small inside runner over the reef. Cross step cut back to trim through to that inside section. And as the buzzer sounds, she's put in every last ounce of effort, but unfortunately it looks like the current number 6 in the world will be falling out of the draw.
Yeah, Tully has been a phenomenal surfer for the last few years, and I know there's a world title in this woman, and I really, hope she comes back stronger, because she definitely deserves to be in the top 20.
And what an incredible performance for Alice to capitalize. She didn't even take off on a wave in the back half of her heat, that last 20 minutes. Those 2 scores coming from the start. And she's advancing through into the quarterfinals for Alice Lemoyne with a 6.27 and a 6.33.
Well, congratulations, Alice, but heartbreak for Tully, because after that excellent start this morning, getting that 8.0, she really would have really felt that she had some momentum behind her.
And a nice moment for Alice and Tully as they come through to the inside. And Alice Lemoyne advances through into the quarterfinals. More to come. Stay tuned right after this.
Score coming in for Chloe. Second wave for her comes in at a 3.17. She is holding tight there in second. In priority, she needs a 3.95 to advance into first. Sally's last wave coming in, just a stick, not a big word noting. We've got Caitlin and Mason still yet to get on the board.
Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro. Pipeline.
Wow.
This is the best moment of my life. I never thought I was going to ever accomplish this.
Ethan Ewing is going to break through and get his first championship tour win here at stop number 9.
One of the most radical takeoffs of the day. McGillivray pulls off the impossible. A perfect 10. Big lunge into the first section. Super deep. At the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals, Carissa Moore is your world champion.
Let's go, Hydro Flask. Let's go moments. And tomorrow's going to be finals day here at the Cuervo Malibu Classic, and you can vote. World Surf League, Instagram, vote for your Hydro Flask Let's Go moment. That's going to happen tomorrow, which is going to be finals day. Right now, we're catching up to the round of 16 and a new heat out in the water. Caitlin Mickelson against Mason Schremer in the overlapping heat format. And in the priority heat, we can see Chloe Calmon hanging onto the rail to clear that section and get back into the open face. Again, overlapping heat format with 4 surfers in the water, but 2 head-to-head matchups in those within those 4 surfers out in the water. I'm Kaipo, joined by Matt Shanaski, the Waxhead.
Thanks, Kaipo. What an afternoon we've had. Unfortunately, the waves have started to fill in, but it's not as consistent as we'd hoped. Unfortunately for Tully in that last heat, not able to capitalize on those scores and build any momentum throughout. And that's going to be the tail of this incoming tide, I think, making the most of what's on offer. If there's a wave, you got to surf it.
Yeah, and priority's going to come into a big play right here when there's big lows and less waves. Here's a replay. This is Sally Cohen.
Yeah, Sally just digging the nose in there, and Chloe was before her. Sally's best wave, she picked up way down the line, actually, about halfway down the line. And here's Chloe, delicate 5, staying high on the wave. And she goes up for another one, that beautiful purple tint, and locks in 10. And she'll come around here and try and link up with the section. And she does get around it. And stepping back into a little carve and a nice drop knee redirect. Beautiful, calm and poised surfing there from Chloe. And yeah, definitely knows what it takes to get a heat win out here. She's no stranger, and she's got a lot of fans on the beach cheering her on as well. But hey, Sally, that 4.6, she picked that up halfway down the line, Kaipo. None of the other competitors, including Tully, who lost out, or Alice, were able to identify that.
Tell us a little bit about this new matchup in heat number 4,
Yep.
Matt.
So Caitlin, she's a new mother. She's been on the tour for over 10 years. She's seen it go up and down. She's seen surfers come and go, but an absolute stalwart on the women's side of the World Tour, along with Lindsay Steinreity and Chloe Calmon, so they're veterans. And Mason Schremer, she's been up and coming, it feels like, for an eternity, and she's finally here in the big leagues. And she has been getting wildcard and finding her way through each event. This is her 3rd event, and she'd be looking to really go deep. And she's been working on her surfing a lot at Noosa, riding her Thomas surfboards, originally from Hawaii, and Sally Cohen. So she's chasing a 5.57 to advance. A nice clean wall. You can see it doesn't have that cylindrical barrel that we did see in earlier heats. The tide is coming in. And that's why we get those almond-shaped waves that Southern California is probably more renowned for, Kaipo.
Yeah, Sally Cohen finishing off that ride needs a 5.57 to take the lead from Chloe Calmon. While we wait for that score, let's check in with the last heat winner. Elise is with Strider Wazalewski for the post-heat.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, Elise, kind of a tough heat there. You got all your waves in the non-priority side of the heat. Were you stressing at the end there when you were waiting?
Yeah, I was. I didn't take a wave until like 20 minutes. So I was lucky to get some wave with the first hit of the girl. So yes, I'm pretty happy, but it was so slow.
And you fly the French flag, but you're actually from Reunion Island. Is there a lot of great longboarding waves there?
Yeah, of course. We have such a good left. It's named Saint-Leu. And yeah, we have a lot of spots for longboarding, and it's so nice.
Sounds great. Obviously paid off for you. Happy to be back on the glass, looking to win the event, right?
Yeah, it's a good place, Malibu. And yeah, I love to be there, and I hope there are some way for tomorrow for the Finals Day.
Well, we're looking good. Forecast looks great, so we can't wait to see you back out there tomorrow.
Thank you. Et merci à Johan qui m'a regardé à la réunion, et je fais des gros bisous à tout le monde qui me regarde. Merci.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, merci, Strider. Here we go. A replay now of Sally Cohen, and the score came in, and it was enough, Matt, a 6.83 for this ride.
That wave really opened up for Sally, and she capitalized on it. Throwing caution to the wind, but here we go. She gets a lot done on the inside. She gets at the 5, and then she'll redirect in through here. But you can see it really giving lots of opportunity. Not once did it shut down, getting that 10 on the inside section and finishing cleanly with control. And the judges are looking for that clean footwork, those rail transitions. but it really is coming down to the wave choice. So some judges going as high as a 7 on that and as low as a 6, so 6.83 locking in for that, needing Chloe, who does have priority. She's chasing a 5.61.
Yeah, the pressure is going to shift on to the surfer out of Brazil, Chloe Cohen. She had a semifinal finish at this event just last year, so she's going to have to channel some of those good feelings and good wave selections that she showed in 2021.
The waves are very similar to that finals day last year where we did have considerable sets, but there was long lulls in between. We had a little bit of backwash, and it wasn't the perfect Malibu scenario. Although it's a not closing out right-hand point break. It's running, you know, in that direction from right to left, and it does offer opportunity. It's just sometimes you want it to be a little more perfect, and other times you just got to surf what's in front of you.
Yeah, that's you're going to have to stay in the moment as we look at the clock ticking down. Priority in the entire lineup with red, Chloe Cohen. Second choice of waves will be with blue, Sally Cohen, because they are the priority heat. Non-priority heat, Caitlin and Mason are going to have to navigate around the choices of both Sally and Chloe.
I want to touch on the goofy footer versus regular footer position in this heat. So Chloe on her backside, with Sally on her front side and Caitlin and Mason. I think being a little more almond-shaped the wave, any disadvantage, if there was any with that stance, is diminished, as we saw with last year's champion. And people have gone deep in this event before have been goofy footers. You know, he doesn't have that spinning, you know, barrel that's racing away on you. We saw Phil Rajman in a heat before, really pumping to get that speed. It's almost impossible on your backside.
Here we go. Sally's going to take this one under the priority of Chloe Cohen. Gets onto the nose, navigates a little bit of backwash, but that did cause a bobble for Sally Cohen. Nice little roller coaster high line there. Snap coming through this inside section. Once you get to the nose again, taps a 5. Big cut back and beaches it. We'll see if she improves upon her low of a 4.6.
Lots of these waves coming in. Sally started off her campaign sitting a little wide as well in that non-priority heat. She's identified those areas, and she's going to be backing up that 6.83. We'll see if it goes near or better than a second wave, but a lackluster heat for waves. Still 9 minutes left on the clock. Wave selection will be key.
Yeah, it will be huge, as well as the priority rotation. Now, we have seen Swell hit the buoys, but I really feel it's taking a little bit of a nap right now as the tide changes. Here we go, replay, Sally Cohen.
Delicate footwork and a tight 5 there, almost a 10 for Sally. And there's these rail transitions here. Stepping up to the middle, and nothing, you know, super critical or extreme, just surfing what's in front of her there, but that's all she does need to do, and that one locking into 3.9, so it doesn't go into a 2-wave total.
Situation has not changed in the priority heat, and a patient Chloe Cohen out in the lineup. Chloe comes in here at this event as the number 2 seed, so she has a very high seed in this event. And she's got a chance at a world title. And you've worked with Chloe. I mean, what's she need to do to get that goal, get that world title?
In many of the cases she does the hard work. You know, she goes home, she trains harder than most competitors. She's dedicated, great relationship with her sponsors and her shaper. And in many of those events, I think back to Taiwan, form surfer of the event, the waves are well overhead. She's charging, and you had to. When you're up against that caliber of competition, you can't play it safe. And Chloe, in the last few years, she hasn't lost heats by playing it safe. It's just the waves, and you have to be in tune with those waves. She's had events here in the past where the waves have gone flat, and she's been there and holding on with her other competitor, Sole Eriko, holding on to, remember, like a 1.25 for 30 minutes. And it does happen, and there's many a world title that has been lost in many disciplines of surfing due to lack of waves, but her time will come.
Yeah, I think she's due, and then just keeps on applying herself, and she does have a wonderful energy around her as well, just even on land.
Absolutely, and a true ambassador for Brazil and longboarding in general, really flying that flag. A proud professional athlete, and she would love nothing more than longboarding to go to the Olympics, and I'm sure she will be right there representing that flag like it, you know, like it if it was happening tomorrow, she'd drop everything and she'd be there.
Yeah, well, we've seen it in shortboarding. That Brazilian storm has actually demanded progression on the shortboard side of things. And in that, the progression and the success of the Brazilians has bred a whole expansion of the fan base there in Brazil. I mean, we're talking rabid surf fans and a wonderful surf culture.
And longboarding's exactly the same. There's a huge longboard movement in Brazil. There always has been since the 80s. And traditional longboarding in particular there's a lot of young up-and-coming surfers that'll be watching this heat, tuning in right now. And Chloe is their idol, and they just will be representing someone surfing for that Brazilian flag. But style and that beach culture that comes, that beach flavor that comes with the Brazilian the Brazilian flair is really on show in longboarding. There's some really good surfers coming up, and Chloe's leading that way.
You know what else? As I look at the deck of Honolulu Bloomfield as she walks down to the beach, you know what else came out of Brazil that I really appreciate and up the game when it comes to traction? Fuwax. Special formula developed. It's a family operation there in Brazil. And Fuwax really has changed the wax game with that secret formula that they have.
And speaking of Brazilian and Fuwax, Chloe's no stranger to using some very good wax under her feet, and she'll be hunting for a considerable score on this wave. We'll see if this one's able to give it to her. Less than 5 minutes on the clock, and a nice 10 there, but a very small wave for Chloe.
Wow, so interesting wave selection for Chloe Kalman, needing a 5.61. Caitlin behind her in the non-priority heat. That wave just dissipates into some deeper water, and now Chloe Kalman and that conditioning that you were talking about, Matt, very evident on the paddle back out.
Absolutely, and here's Sally locking into, staying nice and high. We saw that waves are fattening up, so staying nice and high, close to that pocket. Redirecting through, and straight past Chloe as she paddles back out to regain priority. And possibly missing a section here. Sally playing it safe again. But there isn't a lot of section out there. It is fattening up a lot.
Gosh, a lot of it comes down to the rhythm of the ocean right now. And Chloe Kalman taking that smaller wave, utilizing priority. Little did she know, a bigger wave was behind it, just a few seconds behind it for Sally Cohen. And I feel Sally's going to get the best of that exchange. We're going to have the situation remain the same in this heat in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a flurry. And Chloe does know Malibu and has been in this position before. And yeah, Sally picking the bunch of those sets. But still quiet in the other end of the heat with Caitlin and Mason as well. Not a lot of waves on offer for this overlapping heat.
Well, Sally's able to get a nice trim there. And of course, finishes off in control. Last wave for Chloe Kalman. This right here, unfortunately for Kalman, just a 2.5, so not going to help her in the situation.
Yeah, that one just fading away. Even the wave behind has a little bit more energy, but it's a tough situation. It's really difficult looking out there at the moment. Timing sets isn't really doing much favor, Kaipo. It is changing, and it is a difficult one to be surfing in right now. But 3 minutes left on the clock. The energy is high. She's got a lot of fans on the beach here supporting her, and she has what it takes to try and find that wave.
Scores are populating for Sally Cohen, and likely the need for Chloe Kalman is going to increase once those scores are locked in. A couple more judges to decide, so we can give you the situation, and a 5.83 increases the need for Chloe Kalman into a 6.84. Kalman with priority, but only 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, hoping for a set.
And we do have a little bit of movement on the horizon at the moment. And that's our current heat there with Sally jumping up on the board and Chloe in red to the left there. So needing a 6.84. And also jumping up. Is it the first? Is it the second wave?
This is a big, big decision making, and looks like Chloe's decided upon this wave. So we'll see what lines up. This is the all-in right now for Chloe. Come on, cross step into a nice 5 to 10 trim line.
Beautiful.
Parked on the nose, Matt.
Absolutely perfect timing, not a foot wrong on this wave. And doing all she could, and that was a good wave selection. She chose the best one of that. Sally will have a run on the inside. But Chloe doing all she could on that wave, a fantastic wave for our surfer in red, and she'll be watching Sally on this one, who'll be trying to drop that 5.83. And we have our competitor, interesting one, racing through the inside with Chloe watching what's going on. It's going to be a paddle battle, the minute 20 left on the clock. It's coming right down to the wire, Kaipo.
Well, here you go. Chloe's got a head start right now, wants to assume priority out the back. And we need 2 scores for each of our competitors. Set the situation. Again, Chloe needs a 6.84 if Sally did not improve upon her situation on that last wave. Feeling that I'm getting is that Sally probably did not improve upon that score, so Chloe's needs going to remain the same, but we're going to wait to confirm that when we see the numbers.
You know, on first thought, that was one of the best 10s we've seen in this heat so far, and she did surf what was in front of her. The competitor in me is feeling, you know, your heart goes into your mouth as you're paddling back out. You're breathing. You just, everything's tingling in your body, but it is what you train for. And yeah, both surfers really want this. It's a tough one. 25 seconds left. They may not hear what's required. The judges may take their time looking at this, and early signs are good for Chloe so far.
All right, again, Chloe Coleman needing a 6.84. But we still need a score for Sally Cohen to really round off the math. A 7.1, Chloe Coleman moves to first place. Just a couple of seconds remaining, and we'll see if this one counts. It's an inside wave for Sally Cohen, so probably will not factor into the decision. The judges do owe us a number for her previous wave. Sally needing a 6.11 to turn the heat. Clock is off for Heat 3 in the round of 16, but judges are still out on their decision and the numbers.
Yeah, it did come right down to the wire, and she was wishing that wave in, and she surfed what was in front of her, Kaipo. Despite a couple of, you know, mistakes there looking for waves, that wave did finally come, so it does look to be like it was her time, but we still have a score to be locked in from Sally.
Sally walking up the beach. Again, needs a 6.11. She's going to get the news on the sand. And the news for Sally Cohen is a 5.1, not enough. One more score owed to us by the judges, 3.9, not enough. So it will be Chloe Coleman coming through that heat in a clutch situation, holding on to priority, and performing when she needs to. She got the news just now from the beach.
You don't see that in longboarding very often, but I don't know why she was stressed out, because she saw Sally's wave on the way out, but I guess you never know.
She needed to hear it.
Yeah, you're feeling so much, and it's hard to process, but well done to Chloe. That was a tough heat, and she'll feel fantastic after that one.
Yeah, Chloe Coleman, happy, and a ticket to finals day with a clutch performance. More on the way from the Malibu. From the Cuervo Classic Malibu right now. Let's take a look back at 2021 for Honolulu Bloomfield, where she surfed brilliantly at a number of different venues and achieving not just a win at the Surf Ranch, not just a win at Malibu, but a 3rd world title, Matt.
Yeah, well deserved from Hono. You know, she continually defies the odds, even if she's not the favorite going into an event. Her connection with the ocean is really what counts, and it is quite evident in the variety of those conditions and locations. She does end up on top more often than not.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield able to get chaired up with the Hawaiian flag. Can she make it 4? Well, she's got to get through this round of 16 matchup against Hiroka Yoshikawa. Here we go with Hono. And just wanted to get a quick start is what my feeling, Matt.
Absolutely. And as I said to you at the beginning, Kaipo, it is all about surfing what's in front of you. Obviously, getting towards the end of the heat, requiring a score, you need to take off on an appropriate wave. But in an under priority heat situation like Hono is right now, she has nothing to lose by, you know, gaining momentum.
That's right. The non-priority heat clock is set for 35 minutes and 15 seconds, counting down. Priority heat down to 15 minutes for Caitlin Mickelson and Mason Schremer. Caitlin just surfed a wave, and is gonna be her best score so far in her matchup against Mason. One more judge left to decide, and it will be a strong number. Let's take a look at this one.
So Caitlin, no stranger to Malibu, and she's riding a Dane Peterson surfboard. Dane's one of the Malibu locals from the 90s and 2000s. And she's just nothing too radical in this wave, surfing this one, once again, what's in front of her. And I think that's very important, not anticipating anything. And that score has been reflected with that 5.67 and Mason Schremer on the replay.
Yeah, Mason. So this happened during the break, and Mason surfed this wave. We already got the number, and this is a 2.73, Matt.
Yeah, smaller wave for Mason. Great body language, but, oh, and here she is. This is live action. Staying really nice in that upper third of the wave. 2 steps back to the tail, redirecting. Great poise from Mason Schremer. She's waiting a long time for this wave, so it doesn't look like there's any jelly legs, which is something that does happen when you wait a long time and the nerves get to you. She's looking very confident. We'll see what this inside does for her. Holding the 5, gets a little close 5, and falling off the back as it approaches the shore break. So will the judges deem that a make? Will it come down to it? At this stage, she was chasing a 6.67, so we'll have to wait and see.
And take it off with the backwash. That is Hiroka Yoshikawa, surfer from Japan, with her matchup with Honolulu Bloomfield in the non-priority heat.
Bit of beach break flavor or Hawaii flavor there with that backwash, Makaha-esque. Oh, beautiful nose ride there for our surfer in white behind her, Caitlin Mickelson. Carving around, using that rail. And there's a pocket nose ride before that. It's been Natsumi finishing off, Hiroka finishing off there. Here's that flurry we've been waiting for quite some time. Caitlin making it happen there, our surfer in white. Beautifully surfed wave. On the right side of the backwash, just timing everything perfect.
And she kicks out. Now we're going to turn our attention to Honolulu Bloomfield. So 3 waves set, and a nice rally back and forth between all of our competitors. Hono poised on the nose with a long hang 5, take it to 10. Little tripped up, doesn't let that bother her, however. Nice turn right as she nears shore. So strong wave for Honolulu Bloomfield.
I tell you what, both competitors of Honolulu and Caitlin were watching those waves. Mason was paddling out, watching Caitlin going, okay, I just got a good one. I think that one might be better. And Hiroka was thinking exactly the same thing. That's always tricky as a competitor, Kaipo. You lock in a score, you gain momentum, you think, great, I'm back in this heat. And then it begins again, that feeling. And it's conquering that, working with the ocean, knowing your board, your self-confidence, all that training, and knowing the spot as well, the connection.
And really, it's kind of, a lot of times, Matt, it's that on-the-fly decision-making, especially when you have priority, whether you take the first wave of the set. I mean, it's all yours. You're first in line, but it really is that split-second decision-making, because once you do make an effort, a concerted effort for the wave, you're either on or you lose priority. So you really got to think about it.
And in that previous heat with Chloe, I saw Sally paddling right next to her, making a go. And Chloe wasn't sure, just going, oh, but once you paddle, 30 seconds left, you have to go. And she did and made a good choice. But it can work the opposite way too. You put that pressure on the opponent. We don't see that too often in longboarding, but we will as these heats narrow down and we get to the pointy end of the competition. We'll see some replays shortly, but the judging criteria, Kaipo, touching on nose riding and rail surfing, we saw all surfers represent that in their previous waves. And critical parts of the wave, an almond-shaped wave, not that hollow section. If you can somehow locate the pocket by cutting back, using that rail, using those footsteps and letting the board find its way into that pocket, which is the power source of that wave.
Well, Chloe Cohen found her way into the quarterfinal by a clutch performance at the end of her heat, and Chloe is with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Chloe, that was a tough one. I mean, right at the end, you guys were battling it out. Cohen was, getting great waves. Tell me how that felt to have to wait for the score at the end.
So as the tide was coming in, you could see some bigger sets coming through. The 2 heats before mine, there was some like head height sets, and some of the athletes that were paying off, like taking the time to wait for the set, they're being awarded with great rides. So that was pretty much my goal out there now. Just focus on the sets. Now with the overlapping heats, with 40 minutes, it's much better. You don't have to go for any wave. You can sit and choose for the set. But I guess I waited too much. And me and Sally were battling out, and then as soon as we got priority over the other heat, I thought, okay, this is the time. But then the set was never coming through. And yeah, you can never go easy with her. She's a great surfer too. Could never underestimate her, but I never stopped believing until the very last wave. So when the wave came, I was like, okay, this is my shot. I gotta do it all, and that's why that's where I put all my hard work in, and really stoked that it paid off.
Well, congratulations. I think you said it all, and the main thing I take away from that is don't stop believing. So congratulations. Nice work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Well, Pada bangs to Chloe Cohen for that effort, and some brave microphone skills with some Ariel Speedwagon. Was that Ariel Speedwagon?
Oh, I don't know if even Chloe could make that one out. She's thinking
Journey? Yeah, maybe Journey. That was Journey. A la Strider
Shazam wouldn't have picked that one up.
That was tough. Anyway, hey, things happen. All right, so the scores are all in right now. Actually, the judges owe us one more score from Honolulu Bloomfield. But last score for Hiroka Yoshikawa, 4.67. Mason Tremor on her last ride got a 5.67. Caitlin Mickelson, 6.83. Tremor here, live action.
And Mason, another set wave. She knows how to find them. So 5, 6, 7 on her last wave. She did play it a little safe and was incomplete on her final nose ride. Fantastic transition turn there from Mason. Really elegant surfing, but she needs to push the envelope. She's chasing a 6.84 to advance. And you don't get many set opportunities on a high tide Malibu, and she's got to make this one count. Caitlin's out behind her as well. So she hasn't hit the 10 yet, but some great surfing, and she opts out of that. And so does Caitlin, so she'll regain priority, no doubt, and more sets on the horizon. This is Surfer in Blue.
Hiroka Yoshikawa, poised on the nose, just hanging her toes over for that 5. Pumping through this section, looking for a more open face, grabs the rail for some stability, finds the green wall, back on the nose for a 10, hangs there, planted. A nice swooping cutback for Yoshikawa. Honolulu Bloomfield right behind her, has to kick out to the priority heat in the way of Caitlin Mickelson in the white jersey. So Yoshikawa beaches that one. Unfortunately for Honolulu Bloomfield, she had to yield way to Caitlin Mickelson because she is in the priority heat, and Caitlin makes her way to finishing off her wave on the nose, but unable to go complete. Honolulu Bloomfield, Matt.
A lot to unpack in these last few waves, Kaipo, and Hono, wow, losing control, gaining control again. So that was considered to be a very critical turn there, Kaipo. And we'll see how the judges agree. and she finishes complete. Wow, that was a great flurry of waves and incredible surfing from Caitlin Mickelson, who actually cut off Honolulu. We saw that in the shot, and that's completely as part of the rules.
It's not just another day at Malibu. It's actually the priority heat was with Caitlin Mickelson, so Honolulu Bloomfield had to yield, and Honolulu actually did a good job of recognizing that and getting out of the way of Caitlin.
And it's not a common circumstance in longboarding, so Hono obviously watches some of the shortboard events, which is the only time you can really reference. We did have it last year, Malibu, for the first time, but as you can see for the people at home, the top left corner, Caitlin and Mason are the first heat, the priority heat at the moment, so they do have right of way, and Hiroka and Honolulu are playing second fiddle at the moment until it's their time in 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, Yoshikawa had a great start, had to overcome that section right in the middle, but was great at the tail end of this wave.
Yeah, really good transitions there from Hiroka as you saw that bottom turn comes up really nice and high. I love that from Hiroka, that transition. And then Hono giving way out the back, pulling out, seeing that Caitlin was looking at that wave. And by every instance, Caitlin may have just been having a look, but Hono had to go on the safe side and not interfere with Caitlin, who made this count. This here, bang, 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 straight up onto the nose. Quick 10 into the whitewash. Perhaps some lactic acid building up from these set waves, and incomplete on the final maneuver for Caitlin. So that'll be a tough one. See if that one goes into a top.
Watch that jam by Honolulu Bloomfield.
So it'd be interesting to see where the judges go for that one as well, Kaipo, because she sort of lent into it. Looked like she'd fallen off and lost momentum, but she pulled it as well. So
yeah, it looked like she overpowered the turn a bit, but she was able to recover and finish off with a nice nose ride. So her previous wave, however, Honolulu Bloomfield really connected everything in the criteria. So we're going to see some big number drop for Honolulu Bloomfield.
We touched on that judging criteria before, Kaipo, but really the key element is performing controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, but utilizing the length of the board. So, you know, flowing rail turns, the footwork, but you've got to commit. You've got to show the judges that you're not afraid to put it out there and get critical with those nose rides. And we'll see what that third score locks in, that last wave of hers, see if the judges deemed that wave as a critical maneuver or a loss of control.
Well, third wave, a 4-point rise. Second wave, we're still waiting on the judges. As you can see in the graphic, Judge 1 gave her an 8, so she's up in the excellent range there. Judge 4, an 8, into the excellent range, a 7-point ride. The low mark for Judge 5, still waiting for the final two judges to put in their number.
So that was the wave before last. Yep. We had that flurry.
Yep, the previous wave. Of course, we put 5 scores up on the board. We take off the high number. We take off the low number. We average the remaining 3 numbers, and that's how we come up with wave scores.
And Mason locking in a 6-2-3, which was her best wave. So she's still chasing a 6-2-8 to go into the lead. So she needs to drop her 5, 6, 7. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Well, yeah. I mean, someone's going to have to wake up judge number 2 and 3 right now. We got an 8, an 8, and a 7, and we're still waiting for the decision as the clock starts ticking down in the priority heat with Caitlin Mickelson and Mason Schremer. Mickelson on the lead in the priority heat, still waiting for the decision in the non-priority heat.
And no doubt they'll be looking at some replays there, Kaipo.
There it is. It's in. 7.83 for non-priority heat. Honolulu Bloomfield goes into the lead. And here's a replay for you, the viewers.
You see a very tight 5. Her toes are... There we go. Gets the 10. And you can see that wide point back, just displacing the water in a way and holding her back in the pocket. Beautiful surfing there from Hono, and finishes cleanly on the inside as well. Super in control, relaxed body language. You can really tell when Hono's feeling confident. You know, her hands are sort of relaxed and everything's sort of flowing from rail to rail.
Yeah, and judges owe us yet another score for Honolulu Bloomfield. The last wave surfed for Honolulu, and that comes in at an 8.07. So, near excellent showing so far from Honolulu Bloomfield in the non-priority heat. 2-wave total of 15.9.
And Caitlin paddling under priority, opting out of that. With nothing to lose, second priority, 1:30 left on the clock. Applying some pressure to Mason.
Yep, in the priority heat. Caitlin Mickelson out in the lead, 1:24 on the countdown. Mason Schremer needs a 6.28 to advance. Mason Schremer, you can see her in the green jersey, and she does have priority, so she's just wishing a set her way here at first point.
Looks like there is some momentum, but Kaipo, she's gonna be chasing her best wave of the heat. She's gonna have to push it because she had 2 set waves already, and she played it relatively safe, and the judges wouldn't have deemed that first one complete, so she's got to push it to get anywhere near that 6.28.
Oh, paddling into this one and looking grim right there. Loses priority. Maybe wave number 2 in the set was the one to go on, but now surprising for the heat leader, Caitlin Mickelson, to take a wave rather than to exercise her priority over Mason Schremer. So here's Mickelson, live feed right now, and doing a pretty good job. But Schremer, she's going to have an opportunity too, Matt.
Absolutely. I think that's a lot of respect Caitlin has for Mason by going that wave, trying to better her score. And Mason behind her, she's got to push it. She needs to get close to that score. It's tapering away. Will it have an inside bowl? See Caitlin on the inside. Some fantastic viewing here for our... Oh, wow, Mason coming through this. Is it going to bowl up the inside? It's pretty almond shaped right now. She'll need to get a 10 or a pretty critical turn.
There she goes with the 5 on the inside shore break, making her way on the inside. And is that going to be enough? Is that going to be a 6.28 for Mason Schremer? That's the question I'm asking you, Matt.
I don't think it's going to be there. We'll have to have that replay again. I just didn't see any of those critical nose rides. She had to deliver something, and that wave wasn't as good as her last. The actual wave quality wasn't as good as her last 2. So we'll wait and see what the judges came in at. But Caitlin could still better her 5, 6, 7 as well, which is her low score.
Oh, we'll take a look at both rides once again on the replay.
So 4 steps up on the outside, manages the backwash for Mason on the outside. A nice carve, sets it back on up in the pocket. Elegant footwork for both surfers, and Mason more of a setup turn, waiting for that critical inside bowl, which she never really got a really critical section. Holding that 5 though, surfing what's in front of her, and her hands are tired. She's doing what needs to be done, but will it be enough? We'll have to see.
All right, well, we'll be waiting for both of these scores for Caitlin Mickelson and Mason Schremer coming out of that replay. This is now the priority heat. Honolulu Bloomfield with a strong lead over Hiroka Yoshikawa, and Honolulu finds another beautiful wall to spend a lot of time on the nose. Just camp there.
Yeah, Hono's looking really confident right now on that board. It's a worrying sign for her competitors to see how in tune she is with the waves as well. Set after set, she's just finding those waves, Kaipo, and don't know if that one will have eclipsed to a 7.83, but a beautiful surfing there from the Hawaiian in red.
Still waiting for scores for Caitlin Mickelson and Mason Schremer in heat number 4 of this round of 16 to decide who goes into the quarterfinals.
So I noticed Hono wearing a full suit. She's an O'Neill sponsored surfer, and obviously O'Neill, the first wetsuit company and the quintessential Californian surf brand. But it's super warm, that water, Kaipo. In Australia, I'd be calling that 20, 21 degrees. In Fahrenheit, can you translate?
20, 21 degrees in Fahrenheit to, you're going to have to give me a second on that.
All right, we'll get that one up. But it is warm out there. Saw some scores locked in. Mason's still waiting on her one to be locked in, but Caitlin's was locked in, and that didn't eclipse her 5, 6, 7. Close. Some judges gave it as high as a 6-1, as low as a 5, so it averaged out at a 5, 4, 7.
So it's all about that last ride from Mason Schremer. She still needs that 6.28. We're still waiting for those scores patiently, and no indication as of yet from our judges. So Caitlin did elapse, it was an error at the end of that heat for Caitlin to take that wave, try to surf some offense rather than go out there and defend, because if she defended, Mason would have never even had this opportunity to catch this wave. Now, as we look back at the replay one more time, Mason Schremer in the green jersey and needing a 6.28 in this matchup to advance into the quarterfinals.
I mean, it's a perfect Malibu wave coming through, and Caitlin probably, you know, it was respect for Mason as well, but it's pretty hard to turn up a gorgeous wave like Malibu when you have priority. It's very difficult to find that on any given day with a free surf. But Mason gave it all on that wave. The 40-minute heat, leaving it right to the last minute. And judges just deliberating on that.
Well, while we wait for the judges, I'll get back to your water temperature. 20 degrees Celsius.
Yep.
That's 68 degrees Fahrenheit, just to confirm that into the imperial system from the metric system.
So some surfers opting for trunks and other surfers opting for full suits.
Yeah.
But it can tell you what, in wax terms, you're not using cool wax out there.
No,
it's warm water wax.
You'd be using Fu Warm or maybe the Summer Cool.
Yep.
Or maybe
Summer Cool.
Summer Cool on like kind of the grippier side, or the Fu Warm, you know, if you want a little bit slickness. We're still waiting for those scores for Mason Schremer, camping out. Caitlin's having a conversation on the beach, and she's waiting as well.
But we have now our priority heat, Hiroka Yoshikawa, who's in a combination situation with a 15.9 combo. She's got her hands tied, but if we do see some consistent sets rolling through, she's going to have ample opportunity with almost 15 minutes remaining. And Hiroka, she does push it to the edge. She's not known for holding back, so Ono can't counter her chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, Matt, we're still waiting for that score from Mason Schremer, so I don't know if I have to leave the set right now and walk over to the judges' tower and just say, hey, what's up? Let's get some numbers in. Schremer needs a 6.28 to turn the heat. And judges are finally punching in some numbers right on the line here with a couple of 6.3, so there must have been a lot of conversation up in the judges' tower about that last wave for Mason Schremer. 1 under, 1 over. And it comes at a 6.33, just enough for Mason Schremer. She moves on to the quarterfinal. What an effort.
Incredible surfing there from both surfers, and heartbreaking for Caitlin there, but priority error in that last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Well, and a priority error from Mason too, missing that first wave.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, she's going to rethink that one, but it will be Mason Schremer on to the quarterfinal, and we're on to a little break right now. Take it easy, enjoy these messages, and we'll be right back.
With surfing and how much ingrained tradition there is in it, and so much ingrained tradition in Cuervo, they really feel like they work together in such a kind of synonymous way. We have some agave boards here, and it's just beautiful. You have an agave plant. It takes 7 years to be able to be harvested and turned into a tequila. And then from that plant, after it's been harvested for the tequila, you can also create a surfboard.
building and riding boards with a wooden core versus foam and other different mediums is you're down in the water a little more. You definitely have a different inertia. As long as they're not glass tube heavy, I think they have a really neat place in the longboard especially.
What could be waste, actually creating something with it that we could ride, that has been amazing.
On the paddle here, Honolulu Bloomfield in the priority heat. She's got the lead over Hiroka Yoshikawa. Hono finds her way to the nose again, and always a stylish, centered balance, quiet upper body, and great wave read for Honolulu Bloomfield.
Phenomenal start to this wave, Kaipo. If she can finish this off, this may go into her top two. Beautiful judgment and just positioning of that board. That's looking so good under her feet. And yep, she sure does finish that off. Tremendous surfing from Hono. This may go close to excellent again. What can we say? She's in tune.
She sure is. And she really wants to put an effort to give herself a chance at a 4th world title. We have a new heat in the water. Sophia Cohen against Natsumi Taoka in the non-priority heat.
Natsumi and Hiroka, despite both coming from Japan, I think Sophia coming in may be a favorite, as with Hono, but both of these surfers from Japan, they leave nothing left. They go for it. They go hard. They're renowned for both, you know, getting excellent range scores, but at the same time having a crazy wipeout reel as well at most locations. They send it, both surfers. So fireworks coming, I think, lined up if Hiroka can get into a wave and push Hono, who's out in that combination lead, needing a 15.9. So she's going to have to break it down into 2 different waves, Kaipo. And Natsumi and Sophia yet to open their account with just under 30 minutes remaining.
You can see Hiroka Yoshikawa patiently waiting, but she's going to get some news real soon. Well, actually, it did not change the situation. I was anticipating a change on the situation, but last score for Honolulu Bloomfield does not improve her situation. A 7.8 for last for Hono. So Hono still with a 7.83 and 8.07, but does have Hiroka in that combination or that 2-wave need.
Yeah, surprised in that last wave. I thought from Hono it was really well placed. Perhaps it didn't offer any of those super critical moments that her nose rides on previous excellent range scores did offer, but some great positioning, and I love that, seeing a pulled back version of that wave, and the camera angle was perfect to allow that. Just watch Hono trim through it. It's been an amazing heat to watch so far, but still 8 minutes 30 left on the clock. Anything can happen, and our biggest competitor is the ocean. If you don't get waves, you can't win.
Yeah, you got to be on them. So Yoshikawa is certainly right now positioning herself, putting herself. She identified the set. Here comes the set. There's a good-looking wave. Priority with Yoshikawa. Yoshikawa fades the takeoff. Nice bottom turn. Cross steps up to a 5 through that section. Planted on the nose. Good job of navigating there. Centering her balance. Takes it to a 10 for a sec. Cross steps back for a nice little cutty. Hoping for this wave to stand up on the inside. Has to get down. This is some dicey situation. Taps the nose again, Matt. Looking good so far.
Oh, just coming unstuck. Kaipo on the inside. All that hard work was done on the outside. You could tell she really wanted to get that 10, and she did. But the wave fattened up. We're seeing a huge high tide, 1.9 meters this afternoon at about 6:30 p.m. We're approaching that fast, and the water's washing up on this shore break. We actually have a proper shore break at the moment, and it's pebbly. It's not sandy, so there is a little bit of you know, there's not danger for these experienced surfers, but if you do lose your board, it may end up with some rail cracks. But Hiroka, she's smiling, she's stoked. She got a set wave at Malibu. We'll see how that one locks in, and Natsumi opening up her account in green.
All right, this is Natsumi Taoka. A nice little mid-wave. Oh, and just that wave got away from her. Nice start, sectioned off. Nothing she could really do. She is in the non-priority heat. She's going to eat up a little time with this swim, however.
You know, on that last wave of Hiroka's, as much as she probably thought there was an error there where she had to sort of paddle to get that extra speed, had she have just completed cleanly, it may have been well and truly enough to pull her out of combination situation. But here's the heat winner of our priority heat at the moment, Honolulu Blomfield, up and cruising, coming right through the racetrack section, 5 and 10. Beautiful camera angle here, looking into the wave. I love that, just showing the complexity of nose riding and the timing, and more so the positioning, Kaipo. See how she's staying high on the wave, trying to find what little pocket there is on this higher tide conditions at Surfrider Beach.
Well, beaches that one, and Honolulu already with one excellent score, that 8.07, a very good score of the 7.83. We'll see if that improves upon her situation out there. She has firm control of this heat. But first, let's review Hiroka Yoshikawa's last wave. Everything looked like it was going right at the beginning.
She got on 10. She could have got to 10 before that. She's looking, goes. Focusing on the 10, great. She gets the 10. Not as long as she perhaps would have liked, holding that 5 for longer, but here it goes wrong. She didn't go down to the bottom of the wave. She stayed up top, and it lacked energy. And from here on in, she's thinking, oh, I've got to do something. And she does, but she falls. So unfortunately, a lot of that hard work's come undone with a sloppy finish, and it earned her a 6.17. So she is out of combination situation before we've seen this wave locked in from Honolulu. She's paddling back out now after this. We've got a score to drop for this one, but
You know what, Matt? You are 100% right. 8.4 does go up into the excellent range for Honolulu Bloomfield. So just as Yoshikawa got out of that combination position, she got thrown right back into it. Hiroka Yoshikawa needing 2 waves of 16.47 to overtake the lead of Honolulu Bloomfield. Honolulu having an excellent heat. This is Sophia
Cohen. So she's waited quite some time, 25 minutes to go on her heat. So she's waited over 15 minutes for this wave, and she's going to make it count. So she's becoming quite the savvy competitor with her win last week at Pismo Beach at the regional qualifier. And behind her, beautiful soul arch from our priority heat, which is Hiroka trying to get back out of combination situation. Beautiful wave for both surfers, but Hiroka on the pick. And catch back up with Hiroka. Lovely transition turn there. And our Japanese surfer holding this, and she completes.
Well, this should at least get her out of combination. She finished the wave. She did some great footwork. She utilized the whole board. She's checking off all the criteria. So, and now the speed paddle back out.
Kicking those legs back up. And, you know, why do the surfers do that? It's to release the pressure on the spine, Kaipo. It's to try and use that torso and those QL muscles through your paddle structure and free up the shoulders. You see that a lot in surf lifesaving in Australia, but also just in the Catalina board race as well, when they're going from knees to prone.
Yeah, you got to switch it up just because you can't stay in one position. And it does actually allow you have some different angles of approach with your hands and stuff, which is important, especially on long distance paddle.
Absolutely,
right?
And you're breathing. You know, if your legs are weighing down, you'll see a lot of the longboarders have one foot up, and you'll see Sophia here on the right of our screen paddling out sort of, just one left leg kicking around. Surfers have their own style. Chloe Calmon's got a real kick when she's confident. She slaps that water with her foot. Hono, much the same when she's paddling for a wave, almost kicking. But everyone's got their little habit. See the feet just elevated there. It's something unique with longboarding, and it's questions that I get asked quite regularly. These little idiosyncrasies that make a lot of difference.
7.8 checks in for Yoshikawa, and she does break that combination. Yoshikawa now needing an 8.67. 2 minutes remaining, and Honolulu Bloomfield with the lead, a big lead, can now play Guardian out in the lineup because she also has priority.
And she's already had, nearly 4 excellent scores, and she had 2 lock-in at excellent, so she had the 8.40 and the 8.07, but she's dropping a 7.8, a 7.83, a 6.10, and then the medial scores of a 4 and a 3.27, so an incredible heat for Hono. She's just building confidence.
Yeah, Honolulu cooking in this round of 16. So, I mean, if we're just looking at some of these performances in this round, Matt, Honolulu Bloomfield, you got to put her down as one of the favorites, as well as an impressive effort and surfing performance by Soleil Erico as well.
Soleil Erico ripping, Honolulu ripping, clutch performances from Mason Schremer and Chloe Calmon as well. You know, don't underestimate what a clutch performance can do. That pressure cooker moment, and you come through the positive end of it, it can do wonders for someone when they come back tomorrow to surf their next heats.
On the replay, this is Sophia.
So Sophia, quick feet up onto the nose, that high aspect of the wave. There's nothing down low, no power. So you're trying to milk what little power we have left, and behind her, yeah, it's Hiroka's 7.80. And you see that one bowling up behind her. Still some incredible looking waves coming through. That one almost cupped out, but it held up just enough for Hiroka to race through. A little rushed, but I would be too when I'm surfing a wave that I haven't had anything like all day. And she nearly falls, but regains. And the judges will take notice of that sort of rushed footwork, which is perhaps why that wave didn't go excellent, but it was teetering on that. It went to, one judge gave it an 8.2, but as low as a 7.3. We throw those out and average out the 7.8s. So it was a 7.8.
There you go. That's right. So clock's going to run out for Hiroka Yoshikawa, and she will bow out of competition in this round of 16. Horn sounds, and it is official. Honolulu Bloomfield continues to march through the draw. She's on to finals day, and we'll be on to a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stick around.
I won't feel a man. Just left the boss, who's an animal. Now let me tell you something.
Kicking things off early in her campaign for the opener of heat number 7 is the 2015 World Longboard Champion, Rachel Tilley, straight to the nose for a tight hang 5. Pedals back, trims around Zoe Grospignon, and continues to connect down the line. We'll see if she's able to make it around the section from the opener of her heat. And up and riding behind her was Sophia Kalane, who is in heat number 6, finishing out the last 20 minutes. And Rachel kicks out on the inside section as we saw Sophia continuing through the outside.
So that would be Rachel's second scoring ride. Sophia has a 5.57, so this is possibly going to go higher than that 5.57. So a strong start to Sophia. Sophia here with her mum, and Rachel's got the whole family on the sand as well. And I spoke to Rachel's parents earlier, and I just kind of asked, you know, what's the vibe? You know, how do you think she's going? And the vibe was positive, and they were really confident that she was in a good space to really perform at her best as she comes up against Zoe Gropignon from France.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. Current rank number 3 in the world for Rachel, number 14 for Zoe. Zoe had some great rhythm here last year. She advanced through to the semifinals, her personal best result at a competition of this level and esteem, and she's finding a little bit of that momentum again, battling her way through that last elimination round, where Rachel Tilley wasn't here last year. She didn't compete at the last 2 events of the World Tour through that 2021 season because she was working in Australia and couldn't leave the borders because of border closures to actually come across to compete at home here in California. So for her, this is the first time competing in overlapping heat formats, as well as the first competing for a world title here at Malibu, though she's surfed here so many times.
And what's really interesting is she's riding a 9.2 that's a remake of an 8.9 she used to have from Terry Martin that's now been remade by Terry's son Josh, who builds, creates, shapes the fantastic equipment under Rachel's feet. So reconnecting with her roots, a period of time where she rode a square tail. At that period in the amateur events, it just had to be 3 feet over your height. So an 8.9 was okay to qualify for the longboard division. Now, of course, it needs to be 9 foot plus. She's gone for a 9.2, and that board has a little bit of heritage, but it's been adapted for today. And I love the lineage. I love the narrative behind that surfboard.
And that's been a shape that they've been working on behind the scenes. They actually shaped another one also with that replica of the 8.9 first, a white board with these beautiful flower inlays. And Rachel's been testing it out this last week, but it didn't quite have the nose riding capability that she wanted. She said it was feeling really good on the tail, but didn't quite have that locked in moment for those extended hang 5s, hang 10s that she knew she would need out here. So Josh actually over the weekend decided to craft this new board, make a couple little finite detail changes just for those nose riding capabilities, and that's what Rachel's surfing here at Malibu.
Wow, that's incredible. So the story she shared with me is old news because Josh has built that board in the last few days.
He's just built it. So it is off still similar to that model, but there's also a travelette model that Rachel has surfed for years and years, a model that her and Josh had built together. So it's taking a couple of those little nuances, and she literally had a surf right before heading up to Pismo Beach and last week, and decided that board that they'd made off of the original 8.9 wasn't quite going to have. She had everything she loved about the tail, but it wasn't going to give her that ability to really lock into those critical nose rides for that extra moment, that extra second that she needed. So they refined it over the weekend, and Josh got this one straight to her.
Talking of Pismo, the winner of the event in Pismo, Sophia Cohen, she's just dropped a 6.43. Adding to that 5.57 puts her in a commanding position. So Natsumi Teoka, she needs a big score, a near perfect score, but she can chip away by replacing those 2 smaller scores. And we've seen some really good free surfing from Natsumi, but the question about Natsumi is always, how can she react as you get those speedier, bigger waves?
Yeah, she's a very, very solid surfer in those smaller waves, those fine little runners. The performance that she put on specifically at the Sydney Surf Pro this year in Manly was exceptional, and we'll get back to that as we see Rachel Tilley now up and riding. So she dropped in a 4.83 for her last ride. She's now getting more feet in the wax. Beautiful S-turn, sets it up in the pocket now for another nose ride after that opening nose ride out the back. And she just goes down on the finish, and that board's going to head in towards the shoreline. Now it is an important note to all the competitors, and they're aware of it. Sometimes, though, the audience on the beach isn't quite aware of the fact that these surfers have to go get their board on their own. If the board goes all the way into that shoreline, it's actually not allowed for somebody to run up and help and push that board back out to them in the lineup. Wherever it ends up, the surfers have to go get it from. So thankfully for Rachel, she's picked it up quickly.
Full commitment on that opening bottom turn. She really got low and came extremely high. It was a high-risk maneuver. I think that fall at the end is really going to impact the score, but I love the opening section of that wave. I like the way she came hard off the bottom. She came extremely high in the lip to set up for both of those nose rides. But I think if that fall hadn't happened on the inside, that score would have been much higher.
Now in the priority heat, Sophia Cohen's currently sitting in the lead. Negotiates the backwash with ease. Finds another nose ride here, a little arch back on it as well, and connects through for a great looking section. And you can hear the cheers come through the beach as she gets to that perched hang 10 through the pocket. Nice wrap back into the section, and she's gonna line it up for one more inside moment, and she'll kick out before that fin hits the sand.
That was pure class. I mean, the lock and the hold in that nose ride, when she locked into that 10, that was kind of some of the critical nose riding that we also saw on the Michael Takayama boards from Avalon Gould. But Avalon being a goofy footer on her backside, Sophia, she just looked so at one in that section. And when we get to see how deep and tight she was in the pocket, you really recognize that the commitment and the degree of difficulty was there. And I think the judges are going to reward that highly.
She's currently sitting on that 5.57 and a 6.43 as her high scores. And let's break it down now.
So there's the 5. Look at that soul arch. Great body language. But see how deep in the section she is here. There's the 5. And then she's right in the pocket and pulls up for the 10 and drops those hands down by the hips and pedals back with 6 steps to the nose and engages that rail and readjusts and gets one more opportunity to readjust the feet just for a smooth kick out. Excellent surfing from Sophia.
Scores to come through now. Surfer in green sitting with first priority in the lineup. In the priority heat, there's only just over 10 minutes left on the clock for Natsumi and for Sophia. Natsumi currently chasing a 9.57, but scores starting to lock in now for last of Sophia, and she could be increasing on that backup score. We'll see how it comes in. And in that last heat, excellence is what we would have expected and exactly what was delivered from the 3-time world champion in Honolulu Bloomfield.
Shannon, I mean, that was amazing to watch Bloomfield out there. I mean, really excellent surfing. Looked like you were having a blast. Did it even feel like a heat for you?
No way. I kind of like the under priority because you could just like go out, like wait for everyone to catch a wave and then kind of like get one under priority and just surf it and have fun. And I feel like the whole heat I was just like catching waves and having a blast, you know?
I saw your dad here with you. Is he part of your coaching team?
Of course. He keeps me calm.
And then what about your equipment? Are you traveling with a bunch of boards or just one?
I've been riding all kinds of different boards, but I've been liking, or the board I'm riding right now is a Bing. I don't know, it was a friend's board and I was like, oh, can I try it? And so I tried it and I was like, well, I'm gonna take this and keep it. And she sold it to me, so I'm stoked on my board. And stoked on the waves. That was a really fun heat.
And tomorrow we're forecasting for even bigger surf. What do you think?
I had no idea, but I'm very excited.
All right, well, we can't wait to see you surf again. Thanks again for the show, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Strider.
Those facial expressions say it all from Honolulu. Great conditions will be coming tomorrow for finals day here as we see a quick in and out from Zoe. Beautiful footwork, but she'll just put herself back into the lineup. As scores are in for last of Rachel Tilley, a 3.83, and scores in for the last of Sophia Kalane, a 6.27. So it increases her lead and now puts Natsumi into a combination situation.
Absolutely, yeah. So Natsumi, the pressure is on. Beautiful views there, the luxury, the glamour of life in Malibu juxtaposed to the kind of expressive, performative surfing we're seeing on the Point Break. But this is a great part of California. This is, you know, the hotbed of hot dogging. This is a place where board experimentation and longboard performance has really thrived and prospered. It's the birthplace of the Gidget story, the Gidget movies, the celebration of beach culture, and it really has had a big impact on global surfing for many generations.
It's been amazing to be able to watch that unfold and to have it impact our lives and to have us grow to that love of longboarding because of something that really started and created that global movement right here on the beach at Surfrider.
Absolutely. Sophia Cohen just looking so strong on her Michael Takayama boards there. So nothing into the excellent range, but she was on smaller waves during those rides. But up and riding is our surfer in red, Rachel Tilley.
Rachel drives off the bottom for that opening turn. Sets herself up for a hang 10, puts those hands high, and now negotiates her way through the inside with a great S turn to set up. Really gets those toes locked in over the nose for that nice 5, and drives through that tail again for that finish on the inside section.
I like the spray off that last turn. I like the variety. I like the soul arches. Really looking lively. Rachel, was a smaller wave again, but it will certainly replace that 3.83, I believe.
Now scores to come through for Rachel. Zoe at the moment is chasing a 6.99 in the non-priority heat, 27 minutes on the clock there. Down to 7 minutes on the clock for Sophia Kalane and for Natsumi Teoka. And Natsumi now up and riding as we start to speak of her. Quick cross steps up to the nose, straight to that 5. Nice composed body posture. Just gets that nose to bite into the surface of the water for a moment. but gains control again as she continues to slide her way through to the inside here. Looking so comfortable, like she's finding that style and that grace as well. Taps up to another 5 to 10 combination on the inside and is looking to break that combination she's currently sitting in.
So that was really smooth surfing from Natsumi. I liked it. I liked the finesse, the flow, but there have been other surfers who have put in a more committed nose ride to that section. And then when you see her in the middle of the board, that's been the part of the wave where we've seen some critical rail engagement from the likes of Rachel Tilley and Soleil. And that has really kind of bumped up those scores to deliver that variety, that footwork flow, that style and grace.
Scores coming through now. And she was sitting on just a 2.43 and a 1.83, so this is going to really kickstart something for her, getting herself into that conversation as we take another look at it here.
So she takes a high line, there's 4 steps, gets the 5, nice lock and hold on the nose ride, little soul arch, little splash off the nose as she gets back up for the second nose ride. Here we could see a committed longer 10 from other surfers. In this section, I've seen some real big rail engagement. That's the kind of section where we saw Soleil really putting that board on rail and cutting back. Caitlin Mickelson, Honolulu Bloomfield doing a similar thing. But as far as trim and flow, Natsumi made the most of those nose riding opportunities. But as far as rail engagement, perhaps there were some missed opportunities there.
Rachel Tilley with this score to come through as well.
That was a really nice 10, hands up. I love the spray off the tail of the board there. You can really see that wider tail, that hip in the board. And look at the spray come off this turn here as well. Bang! Smooth, stylish, flowing surfing, but also that kind of wow factor, that level of kind of excitement to the surfing, and gets a 4.90.
So scores reflective maybe of the size of wave, but Rachel would hear that information, start to digest it now, as Zoe is just patiently waiting for the next set to roll through to get a piece of the action. We're still waiting for the last score of Natsumi to roll through. She's sitting under second priority and looking to break the combination. There it is, a 4.67. So now Natsumi's chasing outside the combination situation. She's chasing an 8.03 to get the advancing position. So a huge requirement for her on the board. But reflecting back to Natsumi's performance specifically at the Sydney Surf Pro, away with that 9. It was the very first time in a WSL Longboard Tour event, outside of all the other events she surfed in, that she's gotten a 9-point ride on the board.
Yeah, and she got a 5th place finish in Manly. She got a 9th place finish in Huntington, losing to Rachel. So she's had some really good results this season. I'm just not certain if she can really contend in the bigger way. And it's just that kind of drivey surfing that seems to be separating them from some of the other women who are more trim-based with the footwork, the touch of the 5s, maybe the short 10, and back and forth, but all in that clean trim line.
And in that trust in themselves and in the equipment to then engage in the rail through those moments. Like you said, for Natsumi to kind of have that little rail work, that little pump down the line, rather than deciding to put that pressure onto the back foot and to really engage to get that turn thrown in, to find some sort of change of direction.
But always looks good on those Nobo Ogashuri boards. She's a 2018 copper medalist at the ISA Longboard Championships, and she's multiple Japanese and Asian champion from Chiba, which is a hotbed of Japanese surf culture. She's having a little communication there with Sophia. So needing a big score. Sophia, you know, has just got those 3 waves, but they've all been strong waves. And Sophia is, to me, somebody who's just going to build momentum. And I think she'll be really strong in the potentially bigger waves tomorrow if she does progress through to the next round.
And she put on a great performance at Pismo Beach, walked away with a victory just a couple of days ago to set herself up with that guaranteed or close to guaranteed requalification conversation for next year's World Longboard Tour. Of course, she's sitting within that zone right now at number 8 in the world, so the farther she makes it in the draw, the more security that she has to keeping herself in that top 8. But she put together an incredible performance there in Pismo, in different kind of conditions than this, really thriving in those lefts as well. As we're down to 2 minutes on the clock for Sophia Kalane and Natsumi Teoka. These two, Rachel and Zoe, they've got 22 minutes still remaining. They're about to tick over into that priority heat as well, where we'll see them, if a good set rolls through, having that opportunity to get the best waves. And paddling out next, after this 2-minute mark, we'll have our final heat of the day entering the lineup with Khalees Keleopa'a and Lindsay Steinreity.
That's going to be an incredible exchange, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the switch stance that Khalees brings into her repertoire. I mean, down into these last 1 minute 40 seconds, Natsumi has got a big ask to get that 8.03. But like you said, in Manly, she got a 9. It was the first time she got a 9 in her WSL career. So she knows that she can do the type of surfing that can go into that near perfect range. But will she get the opportunity sitting out of position? Because Sophia has got priority, Natsumi's got second priority.
There you can see our surfer in red putting her hand up, checking the clock and wanting to hear from those beach announcers. The beach announcing crew is doing a fantastic job handling. The number of waves caught in a longboard competition is standardly maybe more than a shortboard competition because surfers catch a wave, the length of the board, they can be out at backline so quickly, and when it is consistent, you can see so many waves being ridden. But then with these overlapping heats, that adds into that element. Of course, it's been a little bit slow, but that team's been doing a fantastic job of keeping the surfers updated and also entertaining everyone down on the sand. Yeah, they've been doing a great job. I'm really impressed with Sophia's surfing in this heat. Calm, cool, collected, a solid stack of scores, that 5.57, that 6.43, that 6.27. She's just looked very sure-footed, and that was one of the big elements of her performance in Pismo. She rarely made mistakes. Wave selection was phenomenal, and she was very committed to every section. She never hesitated, always making the most of the sections available with those critical nose rides and then putting that board on rail when she could. Down to 10 seconds on the clock, and it looks like there will be no opportunity. Natsumi sitting in second priority anyways, but a great performance from Sophia Kalane. And for Natsumi Teoka, she's put together a great year this year on the World Longboard Tour, and we'll be looking forward to seeing much more of her next year. And another solid finish for Sophia Kalane, advancing through into tomorrow. Coming up next, Rachel Tilley against Zoe Grospagnon, and Khalees Keleopa'a up against Lindsay Steinreity. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Joining them in that final heat of this overlapping method, we've got Khalees Keleopa'a and Lindsay Steinreity. Out the back, we've got some action happening. In priority is Zoe, and she is in dire need of an 8.06 in order to advance into the first place spot. She is going to get that nice fade left or right into the pocket there, setting up for the nose ride. Bringing it back, trying to set up again. She wants to make sure she's getting through that section, trying to maintain composure through that high tide. Gets a little quick 10. Green from our second or non-priority heat is up and riding as well. That's Lindsay Steinreity. Blue still working it on the inside. She's looking for that 8-0 at the very least, just to chip away and make that spread a little bit less significant. Nice job from Zoe, bringing it all the way to the inside. We'll be waiting for those scores to drop. She's working with some really small waves, but here we got Green also in that non-priority heat, working it all the way to the inside with that.
This place is so special to me. I spend so much time here. So being here, preserving this beach and this ocean is one of the most important things that I could possibly do as a surfer.
We Are One Ocean activates at WSL events around the world, giving back to local communities through coastal restoration and environmental initiatives. Today, we are joining forces with Jose Cuervo and Surfrider for a beach cleanup to protect this special beach and surf ecosystem.
We'd love to put ourselves out of business with beach cleanups and have a clean beach in the first place. So we're encouraging everybody to help reduce plastic pollution, prevent plastic pollution.
It's very important to protect and spreading the word about protecting our beaches and nature.
I want a clean beach for the next generation.
We are one ocean!
Great to see the team from WSL Pure and Surfrider cleaning the beach alongside a lot of the world's best longboarders just yesterday morning. And now Zoe Grospignon, open riding. Quick nose ride to start things out. Just readjusts that line and sets it up for another 5 to 10 combination. Quick tap to the 10, and she pedals back, engages that rail as well, and now drives off the bottom as Lindsay Steinreide is getting ready to go on her opening wave just behind. Zoe still with a section here to finish off on the inside, and she finds that connection with the rail once again and just goes down as that board slides into the sand with Lindsay Steinreide, the 2011 World Longboard Champion, up and riding and trying to find that trim line to make it past the section. She does well to find herself in that speed point in the board in the top third and to find a finishing nose ride.
Yeah, I really love that finishing nose ride. That was exceptional there. This is going to be an important opportunity now for Zoe because she's only carrying a couple of ones. So, of course, that 8:006, that's a big ask, but she's going to really now have an opportunity to start to kind of have a go for progressing through this heat because Rachel's got a 4.9 and a 4.83, so she's not ran away with the heat. And that ride of Zoe's, I think, was extremely strong.
Scores to come through for Zoe as well as for Lindsay Steinreide. Lindsay in the water up against Khalees Kaleopa'a, who took out the win at our last event at the Duct Tape Invitational in Huntington Beach, just down the road, and has set herself up with 5,000 points towards her campaign, which is a great place to start. So scores to come through for Zoe and for Lindsay. But coming up later today, just as the sun is setting, we're going to see the girls from Rising Tides hitting the lineup, and Matt's with them now.
Hey guys, so we're just going to go through this super quick. Rising Tides, presented by O'Neill, is giving this platform to the next generation to surf with their heroes and see what it's like down here at a WSL event. And now, girls, I'm going to go through all your names very quickly. What is your name?
My name's Victoria Duprat.
Where are you from?
I'm from Encinitas, California. My name is Marlo Harris, and I'm from Dana Point.
My name is Star D'Elia, and I'm from Oceanside, California.
My name is Healy Skelton. I'm from Santa Cruz, California. I'm Reed Van Wagner, and I'm from Carlsbad, California.
What? I'm Bo, and I'm from Carpinteria, California. I'm Leah Murphy, and I'm from Santa Cruz, California.
And we'll get to you guys later on. But this event is all about providing that platform. So you guys, are you inspired to see what happens out here and you're going to chase it one day yourselves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get some waves to yourself at Malibu, so you're lucky. Okay, last question. What's your board of choice?
I'm Log. Soleil Erico, the Velvet Hour. Yeah, she's my favorite. Oh.
No, I said look, board, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Anything goes. Favorite surfer, log.
I think both shortboard and longboard.
Perfect. Mixture.
Yeah, both shortboard and longboard too.
Same, both shortboard and longboard.
Unreal. So we have some multi-discipline surfers here. Back up to you guys. How good is it to see some smiling faces in the next generation?
Oh, so fun. So they're going to be hitting the lineup right after the finish of our last heat of the day. They're going to get 30 minutes all to themselves here. This won't be live broadcast. We'll be taking a look at all the highlights tomorrow. But such a fun activation. I've had the pleasure being part of it at a number of events this year and when it first kicked off a couple of years ago. And to be able to see that next generation, and a few of those faces have popped up between the California Rising Tides events that have happened over the last couple of months. So they're getting their third jersey on today from the US Open and from the WSL Finals. And now they get to surf with the world's best longboarders.
Absolutely, supporting the youth, giving them a voice, a platform, and they're going to be in there with some of the para and adaptive surfers as well. So it's a really important movement from the WSL. You see Chase Leader from Montauk, New York. He's going to be out there. He's a really great surfer, also riding those Michael Takayama boards. And it was great to sense the energy there. And that is something that Malibu delivers. It has this youth vibe. No matter how old some of the surfers you might meet are, they're all Groms at heart. And they're rediscovering the joy of surfing on every ride.
And this is the first time that local boys have been invited into Rising Tides. It's been started by a few women behind the scenes at the WSL to engage with the next up-and-coming girls generation. But for this event, there's just so many talented longboarders in the space here in Southern California that they wanted to engage that community as well. So it's going to be a great crop of girls, of boys, and of a few adaptive surfers in the lineup getting to share the best of First Point.
So Shannon, that 4.40 was the score that Zoe dropped. So very important because it's on par with the types of scores Rachel's been dropping. So she now needs just a 5.33. That was strong surfing from Zoe and it puts her right in the mix here. But Rachel's got priority. So she'll be looking to replace one of those 4s with a better score as we see that classic evening Malibu light. Maybe a little bit of a wind chill there. Rachel just kind of perhaps indicating that there's a little bit of a chill in the air here all of a sudden.
Yeah, that little bit of onshore starting to puff up. Now Rachel and Zoe are in their priority side of their heat, so they'll be waiting for the wave with a little bit more consequence to it with some of that size. And you know, the environment down here today, it's been so friendly. There's been such a good setup for the athlete zone, for the VIP zone, for everyone just down on the beach under the umbrellas all day, that most of these surfers have hung around. They've been watching all of these heats. So they've seen the heats that have been really slow. They've also been down on the shoreline to just kind of lick their lips at the sights of seeing those solid sets roll through and the heats where it's really been on, and you've been able to see both of the surfers or all three surfers in the lineup really get a taste of the action. And I think that's kept those stoke levels really high as we head into the last couple of heats of the day.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield said in her post-heat interview how she likes the overlapping heats because she feels that first half of the heat, it takes the pressure off. You feel more like you're in a free surf. You're able to just be much more free and easy about the waves you choose. And we can see that Lindsay Steinreide, our 2011 Women's World Longboard Champion, she kicked off with a 4.83 in the heat out of priority. So that's going to be a real confidence booster for her.
A score that hopefully she's not holding on to, but she could be by the end of this, as we're down to 10 minutes on the clock for Rachel and Zoe, 30 minutes on the clock for Lindsay and Khalees. And Khalees looking for her opening ride. So about 10 minutes down. She hasn't taken off on anything yet. She hasn't bothered with any of those real small waves through the inside. And she'll just be sitting there patiently waiting for a good wave to roll through.
All the women group closely together there, but it's really going to be an interesting exchange between Rachel and Zoe as we move into the last 10 minutes.
In that last heat, we saw Sophia Cohen take out a great victory, and her friend Khalees Kaleopa'a is in the lineup now, and we'll catch up with Matt and Sophia.
Sophia, another heat win. How's it feel to be back at Malibu and a little bit more consistent than earlier, or did you get caught in one of those moments where you didn't know whether to catch the sets or catch whatever was on offer?
There was a couple sets out there, but it was a little slow, but stoked to get some waves. Yeah.
Well, it obviously worked for you. Khalees is in the water now. Are you amped to watch a heat as soon as you finish this interview, or are you guys supporting each other, or is there a little bit of competition going on?
For sure supporting her. I'm excited to go watch her after this, but we talked before her heat, and she said that she's good job, and we'll see you in the beach in a little bit. So.
Oh, unreal. So you guys sharing those surfs at home, and obviously you're all training together, seeing each other and what you're up to. Is there a feeling when each of you make a heat that it's like a connection? You're like, yep, they've made it, so I'm going to make it now, go one better?
For sure. It's definitely a little battle, and you're like, who can make it the farthest? But, you know, it's always a friendly competition. But, yeah, I love her with everything.
Now, after your final win in Pismo, you said you're going to go have some ice cream. Getting through tonight, what's your diet going to be like? What are you going to do tonight to get ready for tomorrow?
Probably just have a dinner, have an early night, and come back early tomorrow and see what tomorrow has instead.
Maybe this time tomorrow you'll be having ice cream, hey?
Maybe, you never know.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Well, she's booked herself a spot into the quarterfinals. She's got some valuable points heading into next year's tour, but she also has that chance to walk away a world champion. As we're down to 8 minutes on the clock and still just very quiet out in the lineup. Great to hear that little bit of camaraderie, the time that these surfers, that Hawaiian pack coming out of Honolulu, coming out of Waikiki, spend together in their free time all surfing and getting to see each other score the world's best waves has really pushed them to become the elite of the elite in world longboarding.
Absolutely. That's what happens when you get a group, you push one another. And Malibu is continually created groups that have taken longboarding to new places in the period of Josh Fairber, Jimmy Gamboa, Dane Peterson, Cassia Meador, Carla, Roland Zamora. They all took longboarding to new places. And right now the Waikiki movement is extremely dynamic. And it was a joy to see Khalees Kaleopa'a and Sophia Cohen in a final together in Noosa in February 2020. And that was when I thought, Sophia, she could get a world title before long. I'd already seen Khalees competing for a number of years, so I knew the talent she had, but Sophia is equally talented.
And a paddle now from Khalees Kaleopa'a, getting up and riding now on her opening wave. Couple of steps through that middle third, finds a quick tap to the 5, and drives off the bottom, off into the lip as well. Board looking nice under her feet, and she gets that first wave ridden.
Yeah, she'll be pleased to get a wave ridden there. So you can see that she was looking to really connect with any section that was available. You can see that how loose and lively she is off the tail of her 9-2 Kai Salas. You know that given the wave, she can really deliver a massive score.
Zoe now cruising through to the inside. Bit of rail work to start. Gets that quick tap to the 5, but doesn't get that ride out of it as well. So that'll go incomplete on the finish. And she's still sitting under second priority to Rachel Tilley.
So she's still carrying that very low second score. She actually replaces it. She gets a 2, so she drops that 1.67. Zoe actually was raised in the French Alps. She moved to Biarritz in 2006 when she started surfing, and she has really come on leaps and bounds, considering that at heart she was born and raised in the Alps, and you know, the coastal part of her life is a more recent aspect, and considering she's here competing for a world title, that's pretty impressive.
And would have started surfing in her teen years as well, coming into it a little bit later than a lot of these surfers that are raised in surfing families and put on a board as just as babies, like we saw of Maddox Milkinson earlier yesterday. And we see a bit of footwork here from Khalees, just staying active on the inside again. She's in that under priority heat, or that non-priority heat. And so she's free to just fill out the lineup and take a moment now before she paddles back out.
Yeah, so Zoe and Rachel in that priority heat, moving into the 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. Khalees Keller-Pahar just getting busy. She just wants to kind of get moving. She doesn't want to get cold. I think that might be a factor now into this last heat, is the fact that the temperature is going to drop, and if you're going to sit still for a long time, you might get cold. And I think she reacted to that. She recognized the need to just keep moving and warm up a little bit.
And that's the same thing coming into these early mornings here in Malibu. You've got that wind that comes through from the canyons, and it's really crisp, even though it's heated up to be close to the 80s through the day here. And you've got everybody walking around in their bathing suits, their board shorts, and shorts and tank tops through the day because it gets so hot. But in the early mornings here in Malibu, even on the hottest of days, it still has that crisp feeling to it. And the same thing comes through in the evenings.
And it was great listening to those women from Rising Tide talking about what boards they rode. Someone referenced the Velvet Hour model that Soleil rides. With Khalees Keller-Pahar, you can buy her Waikiki model in Thunderbolt construction from Kai Salas Surfboards, and it's really good to think these are models that these women perhaps might have tweaked versions of for events, but there's versions that are available for the public to consume and enjoy. And if you like the way certain women surf, look at the boards they ride. They might have a pro model that you can go and buy, you can save up for, you can put on your wish list.
And just a few weeks ago, I was out surfing at Cardiff down in Encinitas in Southern California, and a young surfer paddled out. I don't know what her name was, I don't know what her background was, but she paddled out on a Kai Salas board. And I thought, she has enough insight to this scene to have selected that board, whether it was off the rack or maybe had some insight from friends or something. She would be too young to be competing at this level now, but to know a good board to select, and possibly to know that Khalees is riding boards like this, and to see her style out there that day at Cardiff, it was exceptional.
Yeah, well, Khalees is on the 9-2 Waikiki model, and it's the board she won the Huntington event in. She's trying to visualize that set to come through to give her that opportunity, but she knows she's got 23 minutes. It's a lot of time.
Now talk to us about visualization, because that's such an important part of being a competitor and really imagining that before it even happens.
Absolutely. I think control the controllable is one element of making sure that all of your equipment is ready and your attitude is in a good space. You're in a comfortable environment that you know will bring the best out of you. But when it comes in to tuning in with the rhythm of the sets, sometimes obviously a bit of luck comes into it, but visualizing yourself on the best waves, surfing at your best, is a technique that a lot of competitors use and a lot of athletes use.
Here's Khalees in that moment of possible visualization.
She's visualizing the world title right there. Brilliant.
Now, heading into last year's WSL finals on the shortboard tour, I had a conversation with Sally Fitzgibbons, and she said that she had mind surfed her way all the way to the finals. So taking that into account, that these surfers that are competing at the highest levels, when they're going to bed at night, they can picture those waves, going to bed before, last night before competition started out this morning, picturing yourself on one of those long nose rides, engaging the rail here at Malibu on a classic wave. With Zoe now up and riding, and the surfer in the priority heat under second priority decides to go on this. She's going to just crouch down low, make it around that section, and continue to look for the opportunity to do something dynamic here. She's going to need to find another nose ride as we have Khalees up and riding out the back. And Zoe goes down on that finish, and Khalees finds that very tight 10. Nice wrap back for the goofy foot into the pocket, and then trims past that section. Another great engagement of the tail. And she looks for that finishing nose ride. It doesn't quite connect for her. And it looks like we've got a good looking set as Khalees is putting on the hustle in her paddle now to get out the back. With Rachel Tilley now in priority, setting herself up on a good size set, and goes for that soul arch hang 5 to start. Now finding that trim, that flow, and that feeling as she slices through this wave, and now goes to engage that rail after some more great footwork, and sets herself up for a nice tap to the nose for that hang 5, digs that back foot in, and kicks out clean.
Wow, that was great. A bit of kelp to contend with on the inside. That was quintessential Rachel Tilley. The way she just leant back there, that expressive posture that we love to see from Rachel. I think that will be her highest score. And I think we're going to get a good score from Khalees Kealiopaha, but I don't think Zoe will get the score that she needs to move into first position.
Lindsay now getting the end of this set under the non-priority heat. Quick bit of footwork here, and she's looking to make it around the section. We'll see if she can get there. You can see how much that little bit of backwash is coming into play now for the surfers throughout this afternoon as well. And nice S-turn to finish as she kicks out on the shore and hopefully saves the ankles. She did have that broken ankle last year that was really hectic for her, so she's made a great recovery to it, but I always get a little bit scared for her when she comes through to a section like that.
So she sets up here nice and smooth, 2 steps, gets a bit lower, sees the nose ride section, 2 more steps, there's the 5, locks onto the 5 and locks onto the second 5, pulls into a very quick 10. See how she grabs the rail there just to stabilize herself. She's just eyeing up that last section, and then she's just going to pedal back to the tail and put that board on rail. And here's where you were just a little bit worried about that leg, but she's absolutely fine. She's made a great recovery, but this, Shannon, was great. Look at that trademark Rachel Tilley soul arch there. I love the way she leans back, the expression and the body language, the way that sometimes her hip is further forward than her front knee, and the high stance, but using the flex in her knees and hips to generate power. And look at the spray coming off her board on that last turn. That was really strong dynamic surfing from Rachel Tilley.
And then we saw this from Khalees, just digging that rail in.
Khalees looked brilliant here. You know, again, that flow, that tall, upright stance, and she, before that section there, she did have a good tight nose ride. So I think it'll be a really strong score, but Rachel just ran away with that heat. Zoe just didn't get those opportunities to come back at her.
And in the end, Rachel Tilley drops in a 6-point ride, takes out the best wave of the heat, and takes out Zoe Gross-Payon. We'll be right back with more action to finish out our final heat of the day with Khalees and Lindsay. opening day of the Cuervo Classic Longboard Championships here at Malibu, presented by O'Neill, is nearly finished. We've got 16 minutes on the clock, and we'll see. Will it be Lindsay Steinreity, the former World Longboard Champion, or Khalees Kaleopa'a, the hopeful World Longboard Champion, who's currently up and riding? They'll be advancing through into the quarterfinals as Khalees goes for that classic switch stance, keeps that flow, that trim, and that grace in her surfing with a beautiful hang 10 to finish as her own reflection is shining on the wave in front.
That was beautiful surfing. The switch stance there was just perfectly timed, and those 2 hang 10s. And even when she's on the hang 5, her heels are so near each other, and that is a real kind of lesson of longboarding, being able to keep that stance close when you're up on the nose. She's actually going to do the runaround to get further in up the point there. In fact, she's not. She's just doing a short walk up the beach there. But I love this, Shannon. Look, there's the setup. Look at the way she just readjusts and then into the 10, and then pedals back, switches stance. She doesn't even have to hold the rail here. She just squats a little bit lower and then readjusts her line, and then gets this second longer hang 10 there. That was the most critical of the nose rides, and there's beautiful sweeping turn away from the section. That was excellent surfing. I don't think that the length of the ride will really allow the score to go into the excellent range, but I think the way she performed on that wave was just phenomenal.
The score's in. It's a 6.23 to improve on the 4.4 for Khalees, and puts Lindsay chasing a 5.81. And in the last heat, number 7 for the round of 16, we saw Rachel Tilley booking herself a spot into the quarters, and she's with Strider now.
Thank you, Shannon. Rachel, back on the glass. It's got to feel good. That smile just is not wiped off your face.
Yeah, I'm really stoked, and it was just such a patience waiting game out there, and was just trying to keep my composure. And I guess for me, I only caught 1 wave in the back in the priority half of our heat. So for our cycle of waves and how they worked out, the first half of the heat was kind of key, and those 4s really ended. I thought I would be dropping them, but they really ended up playing into it all.
Everything counts. Everything pitches in. Have you thought about tomorrow? And the forecast is looking really good.
Well, now I'll think about tomorrow. I've just been trying to take it heat by heat, and Zoe is such a great competitor. So been thinking about the task at hand, and now I can think about tomorrow and get excited, hopefully, to surf just a lot of waves, because I'm really enjoying myself.
And you don't change anything with your equipment or stay on the same board?
I'm going to stay on the same board. It's been feeling really good, and I feel like I'm just continuing to gain momentum on it. So I'll try and keep everything the same and continue to build up.
All right, well, we love the smile. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Rachel for booking herself another quarterfinal finish here at Malibu, and looking positive heading into finals day tomorrow.
Great energy, and we have to remember that these women are juggling a multitude of approaches to fund their longboarding. Few of them are able to exist primarily on surf sponsorship and competition earnings. A lot of them have careers at hand, and Rachel has been working for the World Surf League, and she is an extremely intelligent woman who has a lot of big opportunities within the whole industry of surfing, and I'm very excited to see where her career will go, but you sense that there's another world title that she needs to win first before she branches out into that bigger, wider career in some form of the surf industry.
That's right. She still has so many competitive years ahead of her that she's actually walked away from that job with the WSL and is now pouring fully back into her competitive side of life in this back half of the year, which is paying off hugely. She got the call up as a wild card into, or as one of the alternates on the list for the first event in Sydney, because last year, due to that job, she was stuck in Australia and couldn't travel over for the events to keep her requalification. So it's been great to see her back in the jersey this year and looking very hopeful heading towards another world title.
And maybe that break from competition was healthy for her. Maybe it allowed her to reassess, because she's still a very young woman, and she won that world title so young in her life. And the fact that she knows that she's got a lot of working opportunities within the surf industry, and now she's come back hungry going for another world title, I think that's given her a much more fresh approach. And you can see by the way she emphasized the fact she's present, she's having fun, that when she's in those spaces, she knows she's going to surf at her best.
And she's been surfing incredibly well. Down to 12 minutes on the clock. Khalees sitting in the lead with that 6.23 and a 4.44 on the board. Lindsay Steinreity sitting with priority though. Still plenty of time on the clock for her to chase down that 5.81. And Lindsay is a great competitor to see around the space. We've seen her from all those years, from the early years of competing in China through Taiwan, and now back into a more developed Longboard World Tour. For her approach, her styles remained pretty similar. She's been one of those surfers whose equipment may have changed slightly, you know, sticking more to those single fins now from the 2+1s originally. But for her, that style has really been kind of ever present throughout her years of competing.
She's always had that California smooth style, and when she won the World Longboard title in 2011, it was a 2-event tour. There was an event in Biarritz, and the title was crowned in Hainan, Ryubei, China. And she's someone who has been present in the top 5 for so many years that you can never rule her out. And this is a very close heat as we move almost into those last 10 minutes, because Lindsay's carrying that 4.83, looking to drop that 3.17. Khalees got that 6.23 for that really beautiful bit of backside hang 10 nose riding that we saw in that beautiful rail turn on the inside. So that's the strongest score of the heat, but Khalees is also carrying a score in the 4 range, so it's very close at the moment.
So close. Khalees sitting with that 4.4 as her backup score, would like to increase on it. And it's been an incredible day of surfing all around. A great way to start things off. Slow between the heats, the sets within each of the heats. But that's added to that level of excitement and anticipation, knowing that the pressure is on for these surfers, that when they have that opportunity, because they're so few and far between, they have to step up and perform. And the surfers that haven't been able to do that so far today are the ones that have fallen out of the draw.
Absolutely. And Lindsay is a professor of kinesiology, and she knows the value of making it through these heats, of getting that rare opportunity to surf uncrowded we haven't seen the best of yet is Alice Lemoyne. You know, she's got through the heats, but we haven't seen her on fire, and we know that she won Malibu last year. So perhaps some of those women who've already come out guns blazing, you know, they're going to feel very confident, but maybe some of those women who are just building in momentum and we haven't seen peak yet, they might be some of the threats tomorrow.
And for Sophia, for her having not quite found that excellent range yet, I'm curious to see what kind of scores she'll be dropping when those conditions improve and we get a little bit more size tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's really going to come alive in the slightly more juicier surf that we might have tomorrow. And Khalees Kealio-Paha with that 6.23, that's the big score in this heat. But both of those surfers carrying fours. So Lindsay Steinrider could easily get a 5.81 out of priority.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and our surfer in white has first priority. She's going to have a look at this one for Khalees, and Lindsay will have to bow out of it. Khalees looking to improve on that 4.44. Nice tight footwork into that hang 5. Gets caught up coming out of the nose ride and knows that's going to damage the score in the end, so she kicks out. And that's a waste of priority.
I mean, the wave just didn't allow much. I mean, they were already both sitting very deep, looking for slightly smaller waves, because that's what has been coming through in the last 20 minutes. And as soon as she set up that trim line, you could see from her body language that she knew there wasn't much more on offer. Look, she's having a good look down the line, sets herself up. She goes for that tight 5 into that 10 possibility, recognizes there's no nose ride pocket there and kicks out. So Lindsay will be sitting with priority, needing a 5.81, but it all comes down to whether we get like a flurry. Is there going to be 2 or 3 waves to a set that will give both women an opportunity to get a good score?
Down to the final 4 minutes of action today. We will see the crew from Rising Tides getting ready to paddle out. They'll be hitting the lineup as we head into the post-show and break down all of the action that we've seen throughout. But the pressure is now on. One of these surfers will be advancing through into the quarterfinals. For Khalees Kealio-Paha, she's only sitting on a single result because she only surfed at the Duct Tape Invitational in Huntington Beach. She missed the first event of the year in Sydney.
And she looks so good at the Duct Tape, beating Honolulu Bloomfield in the final. The flow and the connectivity between those flat sections at Huntington, the way she kind of rode that bowl through the pier side and really linked up all the footwork. I love the variety we see from Khalees, and she embodies all that style. But right now, this is a massive opportunity to go for that 5.81 for Lindsay, our 2.11 World Longboard Champion.
And the wave has the size that could facilitate a score. Goes into that nice hang 5 to tight 5. Pedals off, now engages that rail. Beautiful S-turn, sets it up here for the inside section. She's got some great work done now on the first part of this wave. Can she hold it together as she comes down to the finish? Finds another nose ride as that shore break starts to come into the question. And she's going to turn around quickly to get herself back into the lineup. But she's chasing her best score and a 5.81 off of that wave to get herself into the leading position.
It's going to be very close. I just hope that Khalees Kealio-Paha gets the opportunity to give a go at the score that she might need if Lindsay does get that 5.81. And sure enough, Shannon, there is a wave coming through and Khalees Kealio-Paha is up and riding.
And she has all the opportunity now, taking a look at the wave size, the shape, to improve on that 4.4 as she goes for a tight 10. Another 5, pedals off, engages that rail with a beautiful S-turn to set up for this next section. And great cross-stepping back. Nice switch stance, nose ride on the inside just to push that extra bit of limit.
The Hawaiian crew like that. That was brilliant. That could well borderline on the excellent range. That was just so smooth, velvety. It matched this lovely evening light we've got. They're paddling back out for more. Lindsay waiting for a score to drop, but we get the replay first of Khalees Kealio-Paha. There's the 5, holding nice, tight, long 10. That was a really good hang 10, high degree of difficulty in the pocket. But then the way she engaged the rail here and set up for one more nose ride, plants the 5, pulls back in to a tight 5, and then again adjusts, climbs and drops, and then uses the switch stance and walks up to the nose switch. That's a very difficult thing to do. That's going to be a big score, and it'll increase the requirement of Lindsay. So Lindsay on the board needs a 5.81, but it's going to be much bigger than that Lindsay requires now.
Scores coming through now for last of Lindsay Steinreity, and it's right on the bubble, whether or not she'll actually get that advancing score of the 5.81, but like you said, the requirement will be increased. And last in for Lindsay, it's just a 5.70. She chips away and only is chasing a 4.94 at the moment with a score to drop for last of Khalees. Lindsay is sitting with priority. She's got 30 seconds on the clock, and she's going to have a paddle into this one. Now knowing that she's going to be chasing an even bigger score as they're starting to drop through for last of Khalees, and looking like the best wave of the heat, the best score of the heat, as Lindsay begins with the cross step turn to set up for this opening nose ride, 5 to 10 combination, holds the 5, goes for a second hang 10, just gets that little splash off the nose for a moment, locks into the 5 again, and she's got this final opportunity to throw in that variety of the drop knee cutback and to finish out on the sand. But her requirement is up to a 7.70 because last of Khalees was a 7.17.
Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal surfing from Lindsay to answer back, and she gave it everything, the 10s, the rail work. I don't think it's going to be the 7.70 she needs, because I just don't think the wave was big enough or fast enough compared to Khalees's 7.17, but she certainly surfed it extremely well. That was a really great exchange, and we'll have to leave that to the judges to decide.
And I love that she got the opportunity, because she would have heard that her requirement had dropped down into the 4s because she chipped away with a 5.70, but knew that there was still a score to come for Khalees. So she did what she could, but it's not going to be enough, just a 4.30.
And Khalees was phenomenal. This woman is silky, she's smooth, she's velvet, and I think she's a real contender for a world title.
Incredible performance from the young Hawaiian and our 2011 world champion, knocked out of the draw in Lindsay Steinreity. And we're going to go to a quick break, but don't leave, because we got the 8:05 post show coming up next with Kaipo Guerrero and Matt Chinaski joining myself, Shannon Hughes, in the booth.
Cohen across this thing, big hang 10.
Another trip to the nose.
Dancing his way to this beautiful section. In control, that was so much style.
Trim style through this inside section. Why not switch that? Unreal. We want to welcome you to the 8:05 post-show here at the Cuervo Classic Malibu. It's the Longboard World Championships presented by O'Neill, and it was a spectacular day, opening day of competition here. Legendary Malibu Pier there with Malibu Farmers on the end. I'm Kaipo, and I'm joined by Shannon Hughes as well as Matt Shanoski, aka the Waxhead. And I'm going to start with you, Matt. What a day.
Unbelievable. We did predict an increase in swell and more consistency, and that we got, and we had it in spades.
Shannon, your thoughts on today?
Oh, some beautiful performances, slow between those sets, which we knew we were going to be expecting today, but to see the standout performances and to see plenty of excellent rides being ridden today from both the men and the women, I think just showcases what we have on offer tomorrow.
Yeah, we're excited for tomorrow because we are going to crown a world champion, perhaps. That World Championship can come back to Hawaii. Looking in good form right now, advancing to the quarterfinals, is Kelise Kaleopa'a, and Kelise is with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Kelise, that was a nail-biter right down to the end. There was, you know, a question of whether you should have gave up priority or not. Yeah. Talk to us about that.
The competitive mindset, like for me, I struggle really hard with because I love surfing, like, because it's surfing. So yeah, I struggle with like priority and stuff, so I wasn't too sure to like go or not, or wait to like hold her back, but things played into my favor and I'm super stoked.
Well, one of my favorite parts of the day was when you were hanging 10 on the inside and the sun was shining on you and casting a perfect shadow onto the wave. Beautiful surfing. So I just want to say thank you for that. And another one, congratulations. I can't wait to see you on some better waves tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully the waves are getting better. You know, the tide kind of just killed it for the afternoon, but I think tomorrow and like overnight as the swell comes in, should be a really fun finals day.
Well, hopefully you're back up here on the glass.
Hopefully, that's the goal, so yeah.
Congrats, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Great performance by Kelise Kaleopa'a. One of the top performers today, but Shannon, there's been a number of women who put on a show out there. Come to mind, Honolulu Bloomfield, as well as Soleil Erico.
Oh, Soleil put on an incredible performance. And for her being the local surfer here, knowing Malibu, knowing First Point so well, it was great to see her rise to that occasion to take out the Peruvian in Maria Fernanda Reyes in Mafa, who's an exceptional surfer and has competed at this level for so many years. But Soleil demonstrated that wave knowledge and that patience when it all really came down to it, Matt.
Matt, I mean, Soleil really showed that this is her home court in this heat.
Absolutely, and she, I think, really excited some of the men to go out there and strut their stuff as well and show them what was possible with that increasing swell. So Soleil here really increasing that connection between her hands, her hips, and her knees and ankles. You can see a full body approach here. Everything in flow, footwork super precise, positioning on the board, absolutely perfect, and that is why she had one of the highest heat totals of the day, and she's looking in good form as with Honolulu.
Took away a couple of 8-point rides and sat so patient waiting for those waves to roll through as well. She actually gave away a wave to Maria in this heat that Maria got into that 5-point range on, and she didn't know if it was a mistake. She said, actually, I spoke to her after that heat, that it was a little bit like she thought she'd made the mistake in the moment, but she was going to wait it out for the sets. And in the end, it paid off so well because we got to see her perform on these beautiful, you know, shoulder-high waves here at home for her. And like you said, just the use of her entire body, that knowledge of the equipment that she's been working on, it's all dialed in for her, looking very positive heading into finals day.
Oh, yeah. She's going to be one of the favorites. As we look into finals day, we're all set for the quarterfinals for the women. Soleil Erico is going to come up against Elise Lemoine. Your thoughts on that matchup, Matt?
Elise, last year's winner and growing with confidence, and nothing to take away from some of those other surfers, but everyone is learning how to surf Malibu. So there's people hot on Soleil's tail.
What about the other side of the draw? Rachel Tilley versus Khalees Kaleo. Your thoughts, Shannon?
Wow, that's going to be a wild one because Rachel's in form. She's just taken out the win at the Supergirl Pro back in Oceanside, but Khalees Kaleo put on a beautiful demonstration. So that's going to come down, in my opinion, to wave selection rather than how it's actually surfed.
Yeah, it's going to be evenly matched surfers as far as skill, and that's going to be a great one to watch. And that's why you're going to want to tune in tomorrow, because we're going to crown world champs. Shifting gears to the men, Matt, and there were some great performances out there. A mate of yours, Declan Whiten, put on a show.
From Norstein, he's been surfing every day, as with his fellow competitor, Tully White, and it went to show that practice really does make perfect. Waves in this heat were actually really slow to start with. Kevin and Declan had surfed 5 waves before they'd even collected any of their keeper scores by the end. 28 waves in total in that heat, and most of them in the last 15 minutes, Kaipo.
Such a wild one, Shannon. Kevin Skvarna also went out there and put on a show. 2 waves equaling 14.16 for Skvarna, but it really was Declan and his aggressive approach. It was unfortunate for Take Inoue here to get eliminated.
I mean, he had an 8-point ride in his score line, and for him to not be able to find that backup, that was one of those heats that everyone was hoping for today, where every single surfer had the opportunity. They had great waves available to them, which was not the case in so many other heats. Talking to Declan as he was leaving the beach today, he said he was just so stoked because he was the one that happened to be in the lineup when that flurry came through.
Another thing comes to mind with fellow countrymen. We had Hiroka surfing in that amazing heat against Honolulu. Some fantastic moments, but unfortunately the Japanese surfers unable to string it together when it counted most.
Yeah, but we're getting set up. There's all the numbers there for the seeding round, heat number 5. Declan and Skvarna moving on into the round of 16 for the men when we resume competition here at Malibu. Well, everywhere we go, we like to do some good as we show up. And when we have WSL events, we also have the We Are One Ocean activations, Matt. And it's a time where we join with local organizations to do some good for the environment, whether it's planting or beach cleanup. We did something over here at Malibu, and it was awesome.
The Surfrider Foundation, sorry, that was the Surfrider Foundation, and we cleaned up the beach here on the Monday before the event started as well.
That's correct. Yeah, let's take a look at what we did. A little beach cleanup over here, and a lot of the surfers joined in on that effort for We Are One Ocean.
This place is so special to me. I spend so much time here. It's my favorite wave in the world. So being here, preserving this beach and this ocean is one of the most important things that I could possibly do as a surfer.
We Are One Ocean activates at WSL events around the world, giving back to local communities through coastal restoration and environmental initiatives. Today, we are joining forces with Jose Cuervo and Surfrider for a beach cleanup to protect this special beach and surf ecosystem. Cleanups help remove litter and protect wildlife while raising awareness about other issues in our ocean and galvanizing communities to care.
Malibu Beach is a classic point break and is the epitome of longboard surfing in Southern California. So we want to protect it and keep it clean so that future generations can come and surf a beautiful, clean beach at Malibu Surfrider.
Having these brands come together to build community around beach cleanups is incredibly important. These are low barrier of entry events that allow us to come out and learn more about our ocean.
Surfrider Foundation is stoked to be part of the We Are One Ocean coalition to highlight the need for clean water. We'd love to put ourselves out of business with beach cleanups and have a clean beach in the first place, so we're encouraging everybody to help reduce plastic pollution, prevent plastic pollution. Everybody can help out by bringing their water bottle, ditching single-use plastics, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, we got everybody here, pretty much the best longboarders in the world. All of them are here, and we're helping clean up the beach here at Malibu. And just to keep the beach clean is very, very important.
As surfers, we all use the ocean and nature every day, and I think it's very important to protect and spreading the word about protecting our beaches and nature.
very happy to be here in Malibu, and it's very important for us keep the beach clean.
It's always nice to come down and support a good cause and pick up trash for the next person.
I'm do beach clean because I want a clean beach for the next generation.
I want to tell young surfers when the beach is clean, I feel really happy.
You may look down and see a piece of trash, pick it up and throw it away.
Just coming down here, picking up some trash is not a big ask, and it doesn't take that much time, but it can make a big difference.
We want to help keep the ocean clean for the marine life and for recreation. We want to keep the coastline accessible to everybody. It should be a place that everybody can come out and have fun and enjoy a day at the beach.
Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations.
We are one ocean!
And thank you for everyone who came out to the Surfrider We Are One Ocean activation. It was a beautiful morning here. It's been a beautiful day here, Shannon. And when we look at the performances today, we've got so many great performances that Flying Embers is going to highlight for us. We not only have one Flying Embers wave of the day, we have actually two.
Incredible. I mean, how is there not like 10? There were so many excellent scores thrown down and so much excellent surfing today.
Yeah, well, let's check it out. This is the Flying Ember waves of the day.
And just executing everything with perfection, with ease, with pop as well. Beautiful wave selection and an incredible performance.
The way he just read that wave, of course it was a bigger set. It had everything laid out in front of him, but the surfing that he did was so crisp and smooth. That was phenomenal surfing. Again, in my opinion, it could well go into the excellent range.
But now the local in Erico is up and riding once again. Great footwork, quick taps to that 5 to holds the 10. Beautiful rail work from Erico.
Those rail turns were just explosive. They were dynamic. This is a new Soleil Erico I'm seeing.
Flying Embers, born in Ojai, brewed in Ventura. Well, this is my favorite part of the day. It's we're going to take a shot at our Cuervo top 5 waves of the day, top 5 moments of the day. Let's check it out, starting with number 5, Shannon. In our top 5 moments, Tully White came on strong, scoring an 8-point ride.
Oh, she scored the first excellent score of the event when it was still just so glassy and pristine here this morning. Riding that beautiful Australian-style log, looking perfect under her feet, and rode her way into an 8-point ride to get off to a very strong start. Unfortunate to see Tully now knocked out of competition later in the day as the conditions changed and she didn't quite have the opportunity. But for her, a proud moment to walk away with the first excellent of the day.
Beautiful surfing from the young lady from Manly, Matt.
Absolutely, and she really was the first surfer to really showcase that flair and that body language. Everyone was a little stiff in the morning with the slower waves, and Tully really loose, really free, and she looked like she was going to go on a roll today. Unfortunately, didn't get the waves in her next round.
But yeah, just executed so easily, and I love the way that you said that, Matt, that she was the first surfer to bring in that liveliness to her surfing this morning, and that caught fire. The rest of the heats after that today, we saw that whole approach coming forward.
That's right. Number 4, Edward Del Perro, Matt. He put on a show, a 7.5, a 6.53, 14.03 two-wave total for Del Perro.
Looking very lively, Edward. Much the same as Tully, using that full length of the board. Really showcasing a really nice mixture of the judging criteria, rail turns, nose riding. Critical sections when they were there, he was holding those nose rides for a long time, and his body language was very relaxed compared to the Edward we've seen in the past.
Yeah, that equipment looking really sharp under his feet. His approach now in the traditional format and looking at the judging criteria, he's done really well to adjust his whole approach over these last couple of seasons, and to be able to see him put on a classic display here at Malibu reminds me of his run to that victory last year at the Surf Ranch.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking free. He sounds free in his interviews, and a fired-up Edward is one to watch.
He's one to pay attention to.
Well, we're going to see him finals day. Honolulu Bloomfield, Shannon, a couple of excellent scores in this showing at 8.2 and an 8.07 for Bloomfield.
And she's finding herself into the quarterfinals one of the front runners heading into that world title conversation, and you can tell why here. Got a little bit stuck up on that turn, but some beautiful nose riding on either side of it, somehow recovered from that moment, and then found that inside finish. And in this heat, it took her a little while to find that excellent score. She had some 7s on the board as well, but then to be able to just lock in and to feel free and loosen up with that 40 minutes on the clock, Matt, allowed her to find that excellence.
She came in strong, 2 excellent scores banked and 2 high 7s as well. Unfortunately for Hiroka, her opposition, who posted a very healthy heat total herself, she was in combination most of that heat, and Honolulu looked really confident on that board of hers.
Yeah, that equipment looking good. A Bing that she borrowed from a friend and then purchased from the friend, and now is riding on a chance to win a 4th world title.
New best friend for Honolulu Bloomfield. Well, Kaniala Stewart coming in at number 2, and Connie, Shannon, just classic footwork, classic style, classic turns.
Oh, that Kai Salas longboard under his feet looking so sharp as well. Finding these perfect rides, and these hang 10s, he's able to hang 10 through any section that he tries. Literally puts no effort in, so no surprise to find him walking away with a couple of excellent scores today, Matt.
We've really seen improvement in Carney, and it's all those little in-between parts that are proving the difference. You know, it's that whole board mentality where he's not utilizing one more than the other. It's all flowing, and everything looks super connected, and that's the key, I think, and a pattern we've seen throughout all these top 5 waves.
That's right. All of the top 5 waves, all of the best scores of the day have really utilized the entire board from the tip to the tail.
And number 1, flexing the home court and putting on a show, Soleil Erico with an 8.67, 8.23, 16.92 wave total. She's easily earned the number 1 spot today, Shannon.
And the Velvet Hour board looking so sharp under her feet. That equipment, you can just tell that grace within her surfing is really coming alive, specifically at a wave like this here at Malibu, a wave that she knows so well and is such a different approach to her surfing at the beach breaks.
And if you just notice that front foot, one thing I've noticed is she's well and truly in control, opening up that hip, and she's enjoying the trim. And that trim is something that it lacks in a performance style surfing, and she's got it, and she's dialed it in, and she's looking connected. And it's possibly the best we've ever seen her surf, and it's going to be a very interesting final stage tomorrow.
Well, I couldn't agree more. What we're seeing of Soleil today specifically is different than what we saw from her last year. It's different than the Soleil that we've seen in those first few events where she's had great results. But now her being able to compete here at home on a perfect right-hand point break, I feel like she's pretty lethal to the rest of the field.
Well, it's all going to happen tomorrow. There's no anticipation. We know we're going to be on. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Matt. And check in at worldsurfleague.com, 7:30 for the start. Meanwhile, enjoy the end-of-day highlights. Aloha.
Malibu, the iconic longboard wave.
This is the longboarder's pipeline.
It puts our hair on end when we see good longboarding,
It really
especially
is.
this
It's the
way.
most exciting thing. Up and riding the Princess of Waikiki. Lovely use of footwork, no downtime in between.
That was sensational.
Nice and reactive off that board.
By far the highest score we've seen all morning.
She just ticked all of the boxes that those judges are looking for.
Hanging through this inside section. Nice trim line for the French surfer. Continues on, just planted on the nose.
And just executing everything with perfection, with ease, with pop as well.
That was outstanding from Kaniala.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness.
Steezy Steven Sawyer brought some steez into this ride.
Soleil now up and riding, looking as loose and groovy as ever.
That was a beautiful bit of surfing.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.